Chapter 643. The Deqian dynasty was in the north of the Divine Continent. The Dian dynasty was in the Dongfang of the Divine Continent. Guhai was now flying from the north of the Divine Continent to Dongfang. Along the way, he had to pass by many sects and dynasties. Of course, the strongest was Solar Divine Palace in the northeast of the Divine Continent. This flight lasted for 2 months. On this day, Gu Hai and Long Sanqian were playing Go on the flying ship. "Mr. Good, you are very good at Go." Long Sanqian praised. "Little Lord, you are also very good at Go. However, you are always holding back. Are you looking down on my Go skills?" Gu Hai said with a smile. "How can that be?" Long Sanqian raised his eyebrows. "No more. Since Little Lord does not want to go all out, there is no point in continuing." Gu Hai shook his head and let go of the Go board. Long Sanqian smiled bitterly, but did not continue arguing. Gu Hai stood up and looked into the distance. Although they were on a flying ship, the 2-month flight was extremely fast. In these 2 months, they had crossed 2 imperial dynasties and 1 mid-level sect. However, when they arrived, they saw more fiends. Every day, they saw groups of fiend beasts. "We have entered Solar Divine Palace's territory. Hall, Master, should we be careful?" Sima Chongkong asked with a frown. Before Gu Hai could say anything, Long Sanqian laughed. Long Outyen sneered. "What do we need to be careful of? We are the Deqian dynasty's envoy group, people from Solar Divine Palace. Do you think you can keep us here? We are fine. However, Outyen Lord, you should be careful," Gu Hai said with a smile. "Ha ha ha! What a joke! What should I be careful of? I did not offend Solar Divine Palace. It seems that you have a grudge with the great Myojin, right? Also, you have a grudge with the Tai Chu dynasty, right? You killed many angels. You're the one who should be careful," Long Outyen said with disdain. "That's right. I have a grudge against the great Myojin, but I didn't kill any of his relatives or friends. I have a grudge against the Tai Chu branch, but I only killed a few Tongtian envoys. But you are different. It was your father who stopped Tai Chu, and your uncle killed Tai Chu's son. In other words, Yi Hua died because of your father. What if Tai Chu found out about your whereabouts? Perhaps." Gu Hai smiled. Long Outyen's expression froze. "I almost forgot. Everyone, for the sake of safety, why don't we cover up a little? To avoid accidents," Gu Hai said lightly. "Humph!" Long Outyen snorted coldly and turned around to leave. Very soon, Long Outyen put on a black robe. Ao Shun, Long Sanqian, Sima Chongkong, and even Gu Hai wore black robes. The flying boat continued to fly. At the peak of a mountain in the distance, Mosquito, Darren narrowed his eyes. "We're in Solar God Shrine's territory. That's right. According to past investigations, Gu Hai seems to have a grudge against the great Myojin and the Tai Chu branch. Very well, we'll let that peacock and Tai Chu deal with him first." "Humph!" Mosquito, Darren snorted coldly. There was a huge floating city above the sea of clouds. White fog surrounded the floating city, and countless white buildings stood tall. Countless angels and seagulls flew around the floating city. It was a holy and peaceful place. There was a huge stone tablet in the center of the floating city with the words "Heavenly City" written on it. Countless holy white lights shone from the center of the heavenly city. The gentle white light came from a huge pool, and the pool water was milky white. There were angels standing all around, watching the bubbling water in the pool. He's out. The second young master has revived in the resurrection pool," an angel exclaimed. A figure floated out of the pool. It was Yi Hua, who was killed by Long Shunwen at the Sage Assembly. But now Yihua was no longer a six-winged angel. He only had a pair of wings on his back. Welcome back, second young master. Countless angels bowed, respectfully. Yihua seemed to be in a daze. After a while, he remembered everything. Resurrection pool. I'm alive. I'm alive again. Yihua clenched his fists. A white-robed man stood at the entrance of the resurrection pool. He looked like Yihua, but more mature. The surrounding angels were very respectful to him. Seeing Yihua come back to life, the white-robed man sighed softly. Yihua, remember this. The resurrection pool is not omnipotent. Every angel only has one chance to revive. The white-robed man said in a low voice, Big brother, my cultivation has been crippled. You have to avenge me. Yihua immediately rushed over. I know what happened to you in the Deqian Celestial Empire. Now, the Deqian Celestial Empire is at its peak. Father told us not to act rashly. The 3 Deqian crown princes are too secretive. You won't be able to avenge yourself, for now. Eldest young master shook his head. Besides the Deqian, there's also that Guhai. Brother, that Guhai has humiliated me many times, and Yihua said anxiously, All right, you've just been revived. Don't think about revenge. Think of a way to recover your cultivation. First, eldest young master said lightly, Yes. Yihua nodded, but it's strange. None of the angels killed by Guhai can be revived. Eldest young master was puzzled. That's why we have to avenge him. During the Thousand Saints Conference, Guhai humiliated Solar God Shrine. At that time, there were many sages representing Solar God Shrine. Yihua said anxiously, Father went to the East Emperor Tai. We'll talk about it when he comes back. Eldest young master said lightly, All right. Yihua said helplessly, Report. Suddenly, an angel rushed in from behind. Eldest young master's face darkened. Eldest young master, an arrow just shot into the heavenly city's barrier. The subordinate took out an arrow with a letter tied to it. Oh, eldest young master was puzzled. Shot into the heavenly city's barrier? Who? Didn't you see anyone? Yihua asked. No. The angel shook his head. Eldest young master gently opened the letter and read it. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes. Guhai. What? Guhai is in our territory. Yihua leaned over to take a look, and his expression turned ferocious. On a huge island, a large number of peacocks were flying around the island. Whoosh! Suddenly, an arrow flew towards the center of the island. Screech! The peacocks' faces changed, and they screeched angrily. A large number of peacocks rushed towards the arrow. However, the arrow was too fast and could not be stopped. In an instant, it reached the center of the island and headed straight for a huge palace on the island. Boom! The arrow suddenly hit the barrier of the palace. Who's there? A cold snort came from the palace. Boom! The surrounding seawater suddenly exploded. A hurricane shot out in all directions from the center of the island, forming a huge wave of air. However, in the outside world, the sky was clear and bright. No one knew where the arrow came from. The wind swept in all directions. In the sky above the island, the great Myojin stepped into the void and looked around coldly. Which fellow Taoist is here? Kong Xian, please show yourself. The great Myojin's shout spread in all directions. However, there was no response. The sea slowly calmed down. There was no demon aura in the surroundings. Hiding the head but showing the tail. The great Myojin, Kong Xian, snorted coldly. He waved his hand. Whoosh! The arrow flew into Kong Xian's hand. There was a letter on the arrow. Kong Xian opened the letter. After reading it, Kong Xian narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai's whereabouts? Who was it that deliberately sent me this letter? Kong Xian looked around coldly, but there was no one. Humph! With a wave of his sleeve, Kong Xian returned to the palace below. Back in the palace, Kong Xian analyzed the letter carefully. Luring the tiger away from the mountain? Or Gu Hai's enemy? Why use me for such a trick? Gu Hai's flying boat finally stopped. A group of eagle demons surrounded Gu Hai's flying boat. At the front was a four-winged angel and a golden-haired man. The man looked at Gu Hai's flying boat with cold eyes. He then looked at the four-winged angel with a fawning look. Angel Gammy, is this the flying boat? The golden-haired man fawned. Yes, it's them. The four-winged angel looked at the flying boat with hatred. A group of black-robed men stood on the deck of the flying boat. The group of ordinary subordinates stared at the four-winged angel. Oh, you're called Angel Gammy? The leader of the black-robed men said lightly. Humph, didn't you hear what I said outside the city? Angel Gammy said coldly. I never remember the name of the four-winged angel. When you tried to rob my flying boat, I only punished you slightly. I didn't take your life, but you attracted this group of eagles? Ah, Gammy, you don't even know who I am, and you keep finding trouble with me? The leader, Gu Hai, said coldly. Ha ha ha, I already felt it. There's a human soul elixir on your flying boat, right? If you didn't feel it, I wouldn't have bothered with you. Hand it over if you know what's good for you. Angel Gammy said with a glare. Oh, human soul elixir? Gu Hai frowned and looked at the crowd. Finally, he locked his gaze on Long Outyen. How would I know he would find it? I just used it for cultivation. Long Outyen spread his hands. Humph, since you exposed it, shouldn't you solve the problem? Gu Hai said lightly. He asked you for it, not me. What does it have to do with me? Long Outyen acted as if it had nothing to do with him. Humph, we've entered the absolute beginning realm. You're courting death. Gu Hai said coldly. Humph. Long Outyen snorted coldly and ignored him. Hall leader, do you want me to? Ao Shun said with a frown. No need. They're just a bunch of rascals. You don't need to take action. Gu Hai shook his head. Who are you calling rascals? The blond man glared at him. You're an eagle demon, right? Are you stopping us to curry favor with this angel? Gu Hai said lightly. The blond man's face turned cold. Golden Eagle, that human soul elixir is very useful to me. With it, I can become a six-winged angel. At that time, I will put in a good word for you in front of the first young master and ask for Bingheim's hand in marriage. Angel Gammy said. Oh. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Golden Eagle was also stunned. Ha ha ha, good. Angel Gammy, don't worry. If you want to flatten these people, I'll flatten them. If you want to make them round, I'll make them round. A group of people driving a flying boat. They're obviously not experts. That's what I thought too. Ha ha, Golden Eagle, you just entered Zhong Tian Palace. They're definitely no match for you. Quick, take them down. Angel Gammy said with a ferocious expression. Release. Mu Chinfeng shouted coldly. A sky-shattering thunder instantly arrived in front of Golden Eagle. Boom. The Golden Eagle instantly exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Angel Gammy. Chapter 644. One shot, and the Golden Eagle died. The helper that Angel Gammy found with great difficulty was dealt with just like that. Kill. Mu Chinfeng shouted. Boom. 50 Class 1 Hall members immediately flew out. These elite Hall disciples were all people who followed Gu Hai into the Azura Path's secret realm to kill. All of them were at the peak of the nascent soul realm. Moreover, their killing methods had long been honed to perfection in the Azura Path's secret realm. Boom, boom, boom. In just a short while, the surrounding eagle demons were all slaughtered. Angel Gammy's expression changed as he turned around and fled into the distance. You're flying again. The cannon just now landed on you, Mu Chenfeng said with a cold look in her eyes. Angel Gammy's expression froze. Previously, this group of people had let him go because they were outside a city and many people were watching. Now, in the wilderness, there was not a single person. Wouldn't it be easy to kill him? You dare? I am Angel Gammy of Heaven City. If you dare to touch me, young master will not let you off. Angel Gammy exclaimed. Everyone's expression turned cold. Mu Chenfeng stretched out her hand, and the elite hall disciples beside her aimed the sky-blasting cannon at Angel Gammy. No, please spare my life. I am innocent. Gammy's face was filled with tears. Come here, Guhai said indifferently. Angel Gammy immediately flew onto the flying boat like a deflated balloon. Why am I so unlucky? At the side, Sima Changkong's expression changed. Elite hall disciples? Back then, the highest level of this group of people was only at the Golden Core realm. Why are all of them at the peak of the Yuanying state now? How is this possible? Moreover, their killing methods are so experienced. Seniors, I really didn't know. Please show mercy. Angel Gammy said with a sad face. You said earlier that you were the one who acted as a lobbyist for the Golden Eagle to propose marriage. Who is it? Guhai narrowed his eyes. It's Bingheim. Angel Gammy said carefully. Bingheim? What happened? Guhai asked solemnly. 3 years ago, Bingheim was brought back by Zhenju. She seemed to have been reprimanded by Dong Huang and locked up. I heard that Bingheim lost her virginity when she went to the Han Dynasty. Emperor Dong Huang wanted to marry her off. Many demons went to propose marriage, but they were not qualified. So, Angel Gammy said, locked up? Where are they being held? Guhai asked in a deep voice. I don't know either. Angel Gammy shook his head. Guhai's eyes turned cold. A murderous aura spread out. The murderous aura was bone-piercing. Immediately, Angel Gammy shivered. Fear flashed in his heart. This murderous aura was clearly stronger than his own. Why was he so unlucky to have provoked this group of scourges? I really don't know. It's not my fault. Angel Gammy said anxiously. In the distant sky, however, the great light sovereign deity arrived quickly. Standing in the air, the great Myojin narrowed his eyes as he looked at the flying ship in the distance. Sky-piercing cannon? I can't be wrong. It is indeed Guhai. However, this aura is much stronger. I can't stay here for long. Humph. The great Myojin snorted coldly. Although the great Myojin wanted Guhai dead, he did not rush forward at this moment. Instead, he glanced around with an ice-cold gaze. After all, the Audiobook came too strangely. The great Myojin wanted to know who was using him. The great Myojin looked around. In the forest in the distance, the mosquito Dauren also stared at Guhai's flying ship. When he saw the sky-piercing cannon on Guhai's flying ship, his face darkened. Do you have to be so mysterious to deal with a little guy? Humph. A trace of impatience flashed in the mosquito Dauren's eyes. In the next moment, the mosquito Dauren looked up at the sky and saw the great Myojin. The moment he saw the great Myojin, the mosquito Dauren immediately hid his body. Don't you have a grudge against Guhai? He is right there, but you don't want to do anything? Looking for me? Why are you looking for me? Suspicious people are the most troublesome. The mosquito Dauren said gloomily to himself. In the distance, Guhai continued to interrogate Angel Gammy. The great Myojin did not interfere. However, at this moment, a ray of holy light suddenly descended from the sky. As soon as the holy light arrived, it suddenly exploded, illuminating the surroundings in an instant. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly suppressed Gu Hai's flying ship, the aura of Heavenly Palace. Ao Shun's face darkened. However, Gu Hai waved his hand and stopped Ao Shun. However, countless white feathers instantly filled the air. A large number of angels suddenly appeared among the feathers, covering the place and surrounding Gu Hai's flying ship. Angels? Could it be Tai Chu? Long Outyen was shocked and took a step back. However, he saw that in the most intense white light, there were suddenly 18 figures. Among them, 16 were six-winged angels. Their bodies emitted a strong aura. The two at the front had a pair of wings, and the other was dressed in white. No wings could be seen. First young master, second young master, help! Angel Kami suddenly looked ecstatic and rushed into the sky. Yi Hua's resurrected. Long Outyen's face suddenly changed. Resurrection pool. Yi Hua's cultivation is gone. He only has 2 wings left. Long Sanqian narrowed his eyes. Hall leader. Mu Qinfeng looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai waved his hand and told Mu Qinfeng not to act rashly. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. Mr. Good, I've heard so much about you. First young master said, lightly, Gu Hai, you won't be able to escape. Ha 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 ha. Yi Hua laughed sinisterly at this moment. In the sky, Great Myojin narrowed his eyes. Tai Chu's son, Gu Hai has made so many enemies. Mosquito Darren was also anxious in the forest. What the hell? Where is Tai Chu? In Mosquito Doran's eyes, first young master was no match for Gu Hai. Gu Hai slowly lifted his hat and looked coldly at Yi Hua and first young master. I've heard so much about you, first young master Yan Hua. It's a pity that I haven't seen you in the Thousand Saints Conference. Gu Hai said with a smile, Mr. Good, you're too polite. You showed up in Heaven City, but didn't enter. Wouldn't it be rude of me? Mr. Good, I'm here to invite Mr. Good to stay in Heaven City for a few days. I wonder if Mr. Good can do me this favor? Yan Hua said, lightly, Brother, why are you being so polite with him? Who does he think he is? He's just a member of the Yuanying state. Who are you to talk to? Yi Hua glared at him. Yan Hua looked at Yi Hua. Yi Hua, you've been defeated by Mr. Good several times. Can't you see him clearly? Huh. So what if Mr. Good's cultivation is not high? Even though his cultivation wasn't high, he was able to kill Great Emperor Shi Yu. Even though his cultivation wasn't high, he was able to defeat the Great Light Sovereign Deity multiple times. Even though his cultivation wasn't high, he was able to fight the 3 Holy Lands alone during the Thousand Sage Assembly. He could become Long Zhanggua's guest if his cultivation was not high. What about you? Yan Hua said lightly. But Yi Hua's expression changed. That's a coincidence. Yes, he has some tricks up his sleeve. But in front of absolute power, any tricks are useless. Yi Hua explained anxiously. Yan Hua smiled lightly and ignored Yi Hua. Instead, he looked at Gu Hai. Mr. Good, what do you think? Yan Hua invited him again. Heaven City? One of Tai Chu's palaces, right? I wonder if it's your idea to invite me or Tai Chu's. Gu Hai said indifferently. My father is going to Solar Divine Palace to meet Eastern Emperor Tai. Of course, it's my idea. Mr. Good, do you want me to help you? Yan Hua said with a smile. Buzz. Suddenly, the 16 six-winged angels behind Yan Hua moved and rushed toward Gu Hai's flying ship. It seemed that they wanted to use force to suppress Gu Hai and force Gu Hai to follow them. In the distance, the great Myojin narrowed his eyes and sneered. Gu Hai, I didn't provoke you this time. Yanhua is kind on the outside, but cruel on the inside. I think he won't let you have an easy time. Well, since he wants to deal with you, I won't interfere. No, I have to block this news. I can't let the news of you being captured by Yanhua spread. I can't let Queen Hua know. On the other side, Mosquito Doran's eyes widened. Which eye of yours thinks he's only from the Yuanying state? Are you blind? The second son of the Tai Chu family is stupid. He even looks down on Gu Hai. Is his brain on his? But the eldest son is even more stupid. Tai Chu isn't at home, and you're inviting a wolf into the house and forcibly taking him to Heaven City? Mosquito Doran was completely stunned. A group of angels rushed toward Gu Hai's flying ship. Long Outyin glared and seemed to want to attack. Gu Hai reached out and stopped him. Don't move. Huh. Everyone was slightly stunned. Since young Master Yanhua has invited us, how can we not go? Gu Hai said lightly. But Long Outyin seemed to be unconvinced. Am I the leader or are you the leader? Huh. I have the final say in this flying ship. Gu Hai glared. Humph. Long Outyin could only snort. In the eyes of outsiders, it was obvious that Gu Hai had the most authority on this flying ship. The others were his subordinates. Yanhua narrowed his eyes and looked at the group of black-robed men. He did not pay much attention to them. Gu Hai's subordinates? Or subordinates? That was nothing. Mr. Good, please, Yanhua said with a smile. Lead the way, Gu Hai said in a low voice. A group of angels surrounded Gu Hai's flying ship and did not let Gu Hai's flying ship leave. Yanhua and Yihua flew at the front, while the angels surrounded Gu Hai and flew toward the distant sky. They flew further and further away and slowly disappeared into the horizon. Tai Chu's two sons, are they stupid? I at #yen%, and Mosquito Doran looked depressed. After a moment of silence, Mosquito Doran said coldly, we must spread the news as soon as possible and let Tai Chu come back. Otherwise, the two of them will not be able to deal with Gu Hai. Are they looking for trouble? They made me come here twice for nothing. We must spread the news that Gu Hai has been captured and brought to Heaven City as soon as possible. After that, Mosquito Doran's figure flashed and disappeared. On the other side, the great Myojin watched Gu Hai leave with a cold smile in his eyes. Gu Hai's trip this time is very fierce, and I don't need to do anything. It's a good thing. Even if Queen Hua wants to investigate, she will only investigate Tai Chu's two sons. What I need to do now is to block the news as soon as possible and make the news of Gu Hai's capture disappear, as much as possible. It must not reach Queen Hua's ears. Humph! The great Myojin narrowed his eyes slightly. With a cold snort, the great Myojin also disappeared. Chapter 645. The heavenly city was not far away. Gu Hai's flying ship, surrounded by countless angels, slowly soared into the sky, heading for a huge sea of clouds. I remember that you mentioned the resurrection pool earlier. Is it because of Yeha's resurrection? Gu Hai looked at Long Sanqian. The resurrection pool is a treasure unique to the Tai Chu lineage. I heard my father mention it before. Tai Chu gathered the boundless power of faith to create it. Only the most important angels are qualified to store a trace of soul power as a source. This way, even if they die in the outside world, even if their divine soul is shattered, the power of faith will send the shattered soul back to the resurrection pool. Inside, the power of faith will nourish their divine soul, allowing them to recover and rebuild a new body. Long Sanqian explained. Oh, isn't that an extra life? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Yes. Unfortunately, it's only useful to angels. Otherwise, all the major factions in the world would have fought over it. Long Sanqian smiled bitterly. Why? I don't know either. Long Sanqian shook his head. You don't know, but I do. Long Outyen sneered. Oh, big brother, you know? Long Sanqian asked in surprise. Of course. Why can only angels be resurrected? That's because angels are spiritualized humans. Their human souls were swallowed by the primogenitor, and a drop of the primogenitor's blood essence was injected into them to become spiritualized. The divine souls of angels are not for Tai Chu to eat, but for apocalypse. Long Outyen said proudly. Apocalypse? The 10th most powerful treasure in history? Guhai's expression changed. That's right, the 10-direction annihilation devoured the human soul of the angel, and absolute beginning gave it a drop of blood essence. Therefore, the angel was created. When the angel died in the outside world, the 10-direction annihilation used their human soul as the source and consumed the power of faith to summon their broken souls back and reassemble them. Of course, there's only one chance. After that, the human soul will be shattered, and there's no way to recover it. Long Outyen said firmly. Oh, then why can only certain angels be resurrected? Long Sanqian asked, puzzled. Soul Summoner, don't waste the power of faith. That's why they say that they can only revive the most important angels, and that they have a trace of soul power as the source. It's all a lie. No, it's a lie to the angels. It's just that those little angels aren't worth wasting so much power of faith. Long Outyen explained. Resurrection pool. Something to do with apocalypse. Guhai was slightly taken aback. Mr. Good, you guys are really knowledgeable, aren't you? You even know the secrets of our heavenly city? Yanhua suddenly turned his head and narrowed his eyes at Guhai and the others. Erudite, you're too polite. Young Master Yanhua, there's something I don't understand. May I know if you can enlighten me? Guhai smiled. Oh, I heard from that angel Gammy that Bingheim was imprisoned and wanted to be betrothed. Guhai asked curiously. Before Yanhua could speak, Yihua sneered and said, Guhai, I thought you forgot about Bingheim. Humph, Bingheim didn't complete the Eastern Emperor's mission and even ruined my father's plan. The Eastern Emperor is furious and wants to marry her off. My father will decide who she marries. My father wants to sell her off for a good price. Why, can't you bear to part with her? Ha ha ha. Yihua looked at Guhai with a ferocious expression. So that's how it is. Guhai exhaled softly. Mr. Good, I heard that Bingheim is in love with you, and she even lost her virginity in the Han Dynasty. I'm sure Mr. Good doesn't want to do anything. Yanhua smiled faintly. Want to do something? Yes, later. Guhai shook his head. Later? Yanhua looked puzzled. The angels soon arrived above the sea of clouds and saw the huge heavenly city. Countless angels flew in all directions. From afar, it looked like a peaceful holy land. Whoosh! The angels flew into the heavenly city. Guhai's gaze instantly turned to the center in the distance. That place was emitting waves of pure white light. Is that the resurrection pool? Sima Changkong asked curiously. Activate the array. Yanhua shouted suddenly. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the heavenly city formed a huge barrier, surrounding the entire city and preventing anyone from entering or leaving. Oh! Guhai smiled faintly. Guhai, how can you still smile? Ha ha ha, you don't know that you're about to die. Hand over the Book of Daoda, or don't blame us for using force. Yihua shouted angrily. The Book of Daoda. Guhai narrowed his eyes. Obviously, the angels did not know that Guhai had torn the Book of Daoda. That's right, Guhai. I was worried that you would tear the Book of Daoda to escape, so I led you here. I didn't expect you to be so cooperative. I'm curious, did you really think that I was just inviting you as a guest? Yanhua narrowed his eyes. Young Master Yen Hua, I was a little embarrassed at first, but now I'm relieved. Gu Hai smiled. Relieved about what? Yi Hua's face darkened. Yen Hua's face darkened, as if he found that something was wrong. But he could not see what was wrong. His father had said that Gu Hai's cultivation was only in the Yuanying state, and these were all his subordinates. Did he tear? The Book of Dao Da, Angel Gammy said that Bingheim was imprisoned. I was thinking about how to save her, but now it seems that there's no need to save her. There's no need to look for her. Gu Hai smiled coldly. What did you say? Yen Hua's face darkened. Gu Hai, what's wrong with you? Yi Hua stared at him in confusion. Ao Shun, take Yen Hua down. I want her alive. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Huh. Long Sanqian and Long Outyen were stunned. What was Gu Hai going to do? Come to someone's house and make a move? Yes. Ao Shun answered. Ao Shun. Yen Hua's face suddenly changed, as if he felt that something was wrong. Ao Shun moved and appeared in front of Yen Hua in an instant. Boom! The two of them attacked at the same time, and the void shook violently, creating a huge storm. Ah! Yi Hua was suddenly sent flying by a strong force. What? Gu Hai, are you faking it on purpose? Yi Hua exclaimed as he was sent flying by the storm. Tai Chu is not at home. Why should I be worried? You sent yourself here, so you can't blame anyone. Gu Hai said coldly. Long Outyen, use all your strength to take Yi Hua down. Gu Hai ordered Long Outyen. Long Outyen. Yi Hua's face darkened. Long Outyen did not move. Huh. Gu Hai looked at Long Outyen with a dark expression. My feud with Tai Chu was because of Yi Hua. Now that Yi Hua is alive, what should I be worried about? Ha! Gu Hai, don't drag me into this if you want to die. I'm just watching. Long Outyen laughed. Brother. Long Sanqian's face darkened and said, anxiously, Shut up, Sanqian. This is none of your business. Long Outyen said disdainfully. On the other side, Ao Shun and Yen Hua were fighting fiercely, while a large number of angels protected Yi Hua. Initially, they were worried about Long Outyen. Now, Gu Hai had betrayed them. Yi Hua's face turned ferocious. Ha! Gu Hai, you deserve this. Go and take down Gu Hai. Quick! I want the Book of Dao. Yes. Suddenly, a large number of angels rushed toward Gu Hai. Release! Mu Chenfeng bellowed. Bam! All of a sudden, the dozen or so angels at the very front of the group exploded into pieces. Another sky-piercing cannon? Yi Hua's face changed. Humph! There's only one sky-piercing cannon. All of you go and take down Gu Hai. Capture the rest. Yi Hua glared at the angels. Yes. Suddenly, a group of 6 winged angels flapped their wings and flew toward Gu Hai's airship. All sky-piercing cannons. Fire! Mu Chenfeng shouted. Rumble! Instantly, 18 sky-blasting cannons appeared and aimed at the 6 winged angels. Fake! Why are there so many sky-blasting cannons? Impossible! Catch them! Yaha glared and roared. Yes, the group of 6 winged angels immediately pounced over. Release! Boom! 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 After a series of explosions, 9 of the 6 winged angels were instantly blown to pieces. The remaining 6 winged angels were also sent flying. What? Is it true? Yi Hua's expression changed. Again, Mu Chenfeng shouted. Boom! 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 Immediately, the angels that were surrounding them were blown to pieces. The sky-piercing cannons fired again at the injured 6 winged angels in all directions. How could this be? How could this be? Yi Hua's expression changed drastically. Long Outyen's expression darkened. He originally wanted to see how the angels would deal with Gu Hai, but he did not expect Gu Hai's sky-blasting cannons to be so powerful. In the sky, Yanhua, who was fighting with Ao Shun, was also shocked. Let the wolf into the house. Not good. Grand Elder Lufa, heaven is in danger. Come out of seclusion now. Yanhua shouted. Rumble! More than a dozen buildings in Heaven City suddenly shook, and a large amount of black gas seemed to be spewing out of them. Not good. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Mu Chenfeng, protect me. Gu Hai shouted. Yes. Mu Chenfeng shouted. Boom. Gu Hai stomped his foot and rushed toward Yaha. Stop him! Stop him! Yaha's expression changed, and he fled into the distance. A large number of angels rushed toward Gu Hai. Rumble! 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 In an instant, a large number of sky-blasting cannons blew up all the angels that were rushing toward Gu Hai. Gu Hai was so fast that he was not far away from Yaha. Chapter 646. With the sky-shattering cannon protecting Gu Hai was getting closer and closer to Yihua. Soon, Yihua was about to be caught by Gu Hai. Impudent! How dare you create havoc in heaven? Suddenly, a loud shout came from the distant palace that was emitting black gas. Swoosh! In an instant, hundreds of black angel feathers shot toward Chen Fan. They were so fast and powerful that they looked like hundreds of arrows. Each of them had the power of a strike from the Middle Heaven Palace. Your Majesty, be careful. Mu Chenfeng's expression changed as he exclaimed, Elder Lufa, save me. Yihua roared in ecstasy. The hundreds of black feathers were about to kill Gu Hai. Gu Hai's face turned cold. World of vines. A vine suddenly emerged from Gu Hai's back. Once it appeared, it turned into hundreds of thousands of vines that formed a super shield. Rumble! The hundreds of black feathers instantly hit the rattan shield and were blocked. Gu Hai, on the other hand, stretched out his hand and slapped Yihua's body. Blarg! Yihua spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Hai pulled Yihua to his hand. Rumble! In an instant, 10 figures appeared in the sky above Gu Hai. The 10 figures were all emitting surging black gas. They were the complete opposite of the ordinary angels that were emitting holy light. 8 wings. All of them have 8 wings. Sima Changkong was shocked. Black wings? Why would angels have black wings? Long Sanqian's face darkened. Fallen angels? Am I right? Gu Hai sneered as he grabbed Yihua. How dare you capture second young master? The 10 8-winged angels glared at Chen Fan. 6 wings represented the Middle Heaven Palace, while 8 wings represented the Upper Heaven Palace. The moment the 10 8-winged angels appeared, they exuded a powerful aura. Ao Shun, who was fighting in the sky, was shocked. Humph! Yanhua sneered. Boom! The 2 palms collided, and the battle came to an abrupt end. This was because several 8-winged angels were already glaring at Ao Shun. Grand Elder Lu Fa, sorry for disturbing your seclusion. Solemnly, Yanhua said to Lu Fa, among the 10 8-winged angels, the leader had long hair. He looked at Gu Hai with a gloomy expression, then turned to Yanhua and asked, Yanhua, what happened? That person is Gu Hai. I'm sure all of you understand, right? Yanhua sneered. Oh. Lu Fa looked at Gu Hai coldly. In a flash, Ao Shun appeared in front of Gu Hai. Hall Master, your subordinate is incompetent. I couldn't. It's fine. I didn't expect there to be so many fallen angels, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Fallen angel? Grand Elder Lufa narrowed his eyes as he looked at Gu Hai. Angels have always prided themselves on being pure and holy. All of you are surrounded by evil aura. If this isn't self-destruction, then what is it? Gu Hai said coldly. Hallmaster, I can feel that all of them have the aura of Heavenly Palace. However, they seem to be in the early stage. Ao Shun said, Fallen Angel? Black Angel. Gu Hai, you've stirred up trouble. These angels have cultivated evil, and forcefully raised their cultivation to Heavenly Palace. Moreover, it's a group of them. What should we do now? Long Outyen scolded. Long Outyen, aren't you capable? If you are, you should leave first. Gu Hai looked at Long Outyen coldly. Previously, Long Outyen didn't listen to his orders, but now he was scolding him. Gu Hai's eyes flashed coldly. Leave? You're not leaving? Long Outyen's face darkened. I have Yi Hua. Why should I leave? Gu Hai said coldly. Long Outyen's face stiffened. Long Outyen did have a trump card. Otherwise, Gu Hai would not have asked him to attack. Long Outyen's trump card was Jiang Chen's zombie. He had shown up when he fought against Shiyu the Great. However, now that there was a group of black angels, it would be dangerous for him to escape, even if he had Jiang Chen's zombie. Humph! Long Outyen snorted. Let me go, or you'll die a horrible death. Yi Hua glared at him anxiously. Second young master, you're wrong. If I let you go, I'll die a horrible death. Gu Hai smiled coldly. Just as Gu Hai spoke, the nearby black angel blurred and vanished. That's right. Be careful, Hall Master. Ao Shun's expression changed. Two black angels suddenly appeared in front of Ao Shun. Boom. The two black angels instantly appeared in front of Ao Shun and threw a punch at him. Ao Shun took a step back. At the same time, Grand Elder Lu Fa appeared behind Gu Hai. He threw a punch at Gu Hai's back. Gu Hai had been killing in the Azura realm for 3 years. His soul power was extremely strong, and his spiritual sense was amazing. He immediately sensed the threat behind him. The Vine World Gourd activated again. Countless vines formed a shield behind Gu Hai. Hung. His palm struck the vine shield with a loud bang. Even though the shield blocked the attack, the impact was huge. Blarg! Gu Hai spat out a mouthful of blood. Arg! A blood-curdling scream resounded throughout Heaven City. It was not Gu Hai's scream, but Yi Hua's. When Yi Hua vomited blood, Gu Hai tore off the 2 wings on Yi Hua's back. Yi Hua's wings were torn off. Bam! Gu Hai tossed out the 2 bloody wings. However, Yi Hua howled in despair. Second young master. The black angels cried out in shock. Bastard! Grand Elder Lu Fa glared at Yi Hua. His sneak attack on Gu Hai was blocked by the vine shield. He was shocked, but he did not expect Gu Hai to tear off Yi Hua's wings. Haha, Grand Elder Lu Fa, let's try again. Once again, I'll tear him apart. Once again, I'll tear him apart. Just now it was his wings. Now it's his arms, legs, and even his head. Let's see what I can tear him apart in the end, Gu Hai said with blood in his mouth. How dare you? Grand Elder Lu Fa glared. Gu Hai, let go of Yi Hua, and I'll let you go. Yen Hua also glared. Don't listen to him. You can't trust his words, Long Outyen said anxiously, worried that Gu Hai would do something stupid. Go. Who said I was going to go? Humph. Back off. Gu Hai shouted coldly. The black angels looked at Gu Hai coldly, but they had no intention of moving away. You think I don't dare to tear it? Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression as he reached out to twist Yi Hua's right arm. Move away, Yen Hua said anxiously. The black angels slowly moved away unwillingly. I'm warning you, Yi Hua has been resurrected once. If he dies this time, no one can be saved, Gu Hai said coldly. The black angels' eyelids twitched. They did not dare to risk Yi Hua's life but they still surrounded Gu Hai's flying boat and did not let Gu Hai leave. "What are you looking at? Go and inform Allah." Grand Elder Lu Fa glared at the four-winged angels. "Yes, yes." The four-winged angels flapped their wings and left. "Let's go, Gu Hai. They won't dare to do anything to us. You have Yi Hua, so no one will dare to touch you. Let's go." Long Outyen said anxiously. Once Tai Chu arrived, they would not be able to leave. They had to leave immediately. Gu Hai smiled faintly, but ignored Long Outyen. "Let's go," Gu Hai said to Mu Chenfeng. When Mu Chenfeng looked at Gu Hai, he shivered and revealed a shocked expression. He seemed to understand what the emperor meant. He controlled the flying boat and brought everyone down slowly. The Black Angels and Yen Hua surrounded Gu Hai and did not let Gu Hai leave. Gu Hai did not leave. Instead, he flew to the center of Heaven City. "What are they doing?" Grand Elder Lu Fa asked in surprise. "You don't know?" Yen Hua was also confused. More and more angels surrounded Gu Hai's flying boat. The chance of them escaping was getting slimmer and slimmer. "Yen Hua, you want to save Yi Hua?" Gu Hai sneered. "Gu Hai, what are you doing?" Yen Hua stared at Gu Hai. "If you want Yi Hua, give me Bingheim." Gu Hai said coldly, "Bingheim?" Yen Hua's expression changed. She immediately understood what Gu Hai meant. Gu Hai was so busy just to save Bingheim. Humph, what a love-struck man. Unfortunately, Bingheim is not in Heaven City. She is imprisoned in Sun God Palace. Yen Hua said coldly, "Then go to Sun God Palace and get Bingheim. Use Bingheim to exchange for Yi Hua." Gu Hai said coldly, "Do you think Sun God Palace is my home? If you say you can bring Bingheim, you can bring her here." Yen Hua said coldly, "That's none of my business. I only want Bingheim." Gu Hai said coldly. At this moment, the flying boat had arrived at the center of Heaven City. "Gu Hai, you are crazy. You are provoking the entire Sun God Palace for Bingheim," Long Outyen exclaimed. Gu Hai ignored him and looked coldly at Yen Hua. "Let Yi Hua go first." Yen Hua said coldly, "Humph, we will wait here. We will let Yi Hua go when we see Bingheim." Gu Hai said coldly. As he spoke, Gu Hai waved his hand. Countless vines suddenly erupted from Gu Hai's back. In an instant, they covered the sky and the earth, wrapping around Gu Hai and countless places below as if forming a huge vine barrier. Boom! In an instant, it wrapped around the resurrection pool below. "Guard the four directions. They can't escape." Great Elder Lu Fa said coldly. "Gu Hai, is he crazy? East Emperor has just thrown Bingheim into the heavenly prison. How can he change his order for Yi Hua?" Another elder said anxiously, "Don't worry. Gu Hai is digging his own grave. As long as he doesn't leave, he can forget about leaving." Yen Hua said coldly, "In the vine world, a large number of vines suddenly bound Yi Hua tightly. Gu Hai, are you crazy? Why are you waiting here? Tai Chu will be back soon. When he comes back, you won't be able to escape." Long Outyen exclaimed. Ao Shun was also slightly anxious. Long Sanqian and Sima Chongkong looked curiously at Gu Hai. "Mr. Good, did you do that on purpose? But why?" "Your Majesty, I really—" Mu Chenfeng said in disbelief. "That's right. Long Sanqian told me before that the resurrection pool can store an unlimited amount of power of faith. Our divine souls are too strong, so we can't break the lower celestial palace. The power of faith here is the best. It can create the largest lower celestial palace for us." Gu Hai said in a low voice. "Huh." Long Sanqian was slightly stunned. "Yes," the group of elite hall disciples said excitedly. "This is the reason why I didn't dare to break through. I originally planned to wait for 3 to 5 years before breaking through. Now that we have the power of faith and the lower celestial palace, we can break through immediately, Mu Qinfeng said excitedly. Humph, do you think it's so easy for the Yuanying state to break through the lower celestial palace? Long Outyen said disdainfully. With this opportunity, it's that easy. Gu Hai said confidently. Chapter 647. Soon, the elite hall disciples cleaned up the angels around the revival pool. Gu Hai's group looked at the gigantic revival pool. The liquid in the revival pool was milky white and extremely viscous. A layer of white mist floated above it. It looked extremely pure and holy. Faith energy? What pure faith energy? This pool is a treasure from absolute beginning. It should have been there for 800,000 years. Long Sanqian sighed. The revival pool was in the shape of a cross. Although it was a pool, this pool was as big as Beijing on Earth. It was simply a huge lake. Long Sanqian scooped up a handful of faith energy, and it suddenly turned into a surging fog that surrounded Gu Hai. That's right. It can nourish the body. Mu Qinfeng, Gao Chen, and the elite hall disciples start first. Gu Hai said, Yes. The elite hall disciples said excitedly. Humph! How can it be that easy to open a heavenly palace? Are you crazy? Long Outyen showed a disdainful expression. However, Sima Chongkong, Long Sanqian, and Ao Shun showed confused expressions. Gao Chen and Mu Qinfeng quickly immersed themselves in the pool of 200 elite hall disciples. Boom! Suddenly, Gao Chen's body gave off a loud sound. The light of the 5 elements seemed to come out of Gao Chen's body, forming a 3-meter-tall 5 elements palace. A 3-meter-tall blue Gao Chen's figure seemed to sit in the palace, supporting the 5 elements palace. Buzz! In an instant, a large amount of faith energy surged into the 5 elements palace. In the blink of an eye, the 5 elements palace grew, and grew until it was 30 feet tall, allowing the North Star's blue figure to sit peacefully within the palace. He opened it just like that. Long Outyen goggled in disbelief. Are you kidding? How can it be so fast? How can it be so fast? 3-meter-tall palace and a 10-meter-tall human soul? How can that be? Long Sanqian's face sank. 3-meter-tall palace? A 10-meter-tall human soul? Gao Chen, you've just opened the celestial palace, and you've already reached this level? Right now, I'm only 30 feet below the heavenly palace. Ao Shun narrowed his eyes. Ao Shun was now at the upper celestial palace level of cultivation, but he had been nourishing the lower celestial palace all these years. However, even though he was a genius who had nourished countless geniuses, he was only able to reach the celestial palace 3 feet below. And this Gao Chen, who had just broken through, had already achieved it. Crown Prince Ao Shun, how big was the lower celestial palace when you first established it? Sima Chongkong frowned. Sima Chongkong felt that this was unreal. When he opened the celestial palace back then, it was far worse than this. Why was the difference so big? Could it be that there was something wrong with his cultivation? Back then, I had a 1-foot palace and a 3-inch human soul. Ao Shun said with a bitter smile. Hearing Ao Shun's words, Sima Chongkong let out a long sigh. At least he was normal. The one who was not normal was Gao Chen. Gao Chen? How did he cultivate? Sima Chongkong narrowed his eyes, which flashed with anticipation. Long Sanqian, Long Outyen, and Ao Shun all stared at Gao Chen. This Gao Chen was too strange. How strange was his cultivation? In the future, they had to study Gao Chen's cultivation method carefully. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the group led by Mu Qinfeng suddenly broke through in a strange rhythm. It was that easy, so easy that Ao Shun, Long Out Yen, and the others could not accept it. Opening the Celestial Palace? Who knew how many people had died because of this? Countless people were stuck in the Yuanying state for their entire lives, unable to break through. Even if they broke through, it would take a long time. Yet, they broke through together? What Sima Chongkong and the others did not know was that if they had not suppressed their cultivation, they would have broken through long ago. Mu Chinfeng also has a 3-zhang palace and a 10-zhang human soul? How is that possible? Long Out Yen's eyes widened. That elite hall disciple has a 2-zhang palace and an 8-zhang human soul? That elite hall disciple has a 25-zhang palace and a 9-zhang human soul? That side too, the breakthroughs of the elite hall disciples were far beyond everyone's expectations. All of the lower celestial palaces were more than 2-zhang. More than 2-zhang. This made Long Out Yen, Sima Chongkong, Ao Shun, and Long Sanqian, and the other geniuses' expressions change drastically. How could it be so strange? The celestial palaces were not big enough. With the nourishment of the power of faith, everything was perfect. All the elite hall disciples exuded a strong aura. Is this the aura of someone who just entered the lower celestial palaces? Why do I feel that the middle-late stage of the lower celestial palaces? No, the peak of the lower celestial palaces is just this. Long Sanqian said with narrowed eyes. Buzz. All the cultivators opened their eyes. Master, I broke through. The first layer of the lower celestial palaces feels very comfortable. I feel my human soul. My human soul can absorb the spiritual energy of the Tongtian better. How comfortable, Gaochen said excitedly. Your Majesty, we succeeded, Mu Chenfeng and the others said excitedly. 200 lower celestial palaces. In such a short time, Sima Chongkong showed a complicated expression. Unfortunately, ever since Zheng Fa Ming obtained Master's Great Compassion mantra, he has been meditating and comprehending it. Otherwise, he would have had this opportunity like us, Gaochen said with a regretful expression. What opportunity? Long Out Yen asked, feeling confused. Gaochen glanced at Long Out Yen and realized that he had spilled the beans. He pursed his lips and ignored Long Out Yen. Everyone consumed 10 cubic meters of faith power. It's not much. Guhai said with a smile. Yes. Everyone nodded. Protect me. I'm about to break through too. Guhai said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone stood at the side, respectfully. Guhai slowly stepped into the resurrection pool. Heavenly City. Yanhua and the 10 black angels stared at the huge vine barrier in front of them. Is this the Vine World Gourd? Isn't this Qing Emperor's treasure? Why is it in Guhai's hands? A black angel said with a glare, if it weren't for this Vine World Gourd, Guhai would have died in my hands. Humph. Elder Lu Fa said coldly, Vine World Gourd? It's a good thing. When Father returns and takes the Vine World Gourd, it'll be a gain. Yanhua said with a smile, that's right. The Vine World Gourd depends on who uses it. It's a pity that Guhai can use such a treasure. He can't even use 1,000th of the Vine World Gourd's power. Even this vine barrier can't use 1,000th of its power. What a pity. You want to exchange it for Bingheim? What a joke. Elder Lu Fa sneered. If it weren't for the fact that Second Young Master is in his hands, we could have gone all out and killed them all. Humph. Another elder said coldly. The 10 black angels were all from Heavenly Palace. Even if they had just entered Heavenly Palace, Guhai's group could not compare to them. Naturally, they dared to boast. The black angels waited for a group of 4-winged angels to report to them. 3 4-winged angels had already flown into the sky. One of them was caught by Mosquito Dauren. Oh, You trapped Gu Hai in the resurrection pool. Gu Hai wants to rely on Yi Hua to make the 8-winged angels hesitate. Then Gu Hai is dead for sure? Mosquito Darren looked at the 4-winged angel in front of him. Yes, yes. Senior, I dare not lie. The 4-winged angel said with an unsightly expression. Mosquito Darren, on the other hand, had a dark expression. Are you kidding me? Huh. The 4-winged angel widened his eyes. With Gu Hai's strength, does he need to beat around the bush? And he's trapped by 10 8-winged angels with nowhere to run, and he wants to rely on Yi Hua. You think I'm stupid? Do you think I'm that gullible? Mosquito Darren glared. No, I dare not. The 4-winged angel exclaimed. Humph. Anyway, there are 2 other 4-winged angels to report to Tai Chu. You can die now. Mosquito Darren said coldly. Senior, please spare me. I'm innocent. Innocent my ass. You've seen my face, so you have to die. Mosquito Darren said with a dark expression. He waved his sleeves. Buzz. Suddenly, a large number of mosquitoes surrounded the 4-winged angel. In the blink of an eye, the 4-winged angel turned into a piece of skin amidst a series of screams. It was shattered by Mosquito Darren's palm. Mosquito Darren narrowed his eyes. Could it be that I'm wrong? Then Gu Hai was lying to me? He doesn't have that much strength. Was he lying to me? No, I have to go and take a look. Mosquito Darren's figure flickered, and he headed toward the heavenly city. At the same time, the other 2 4-winged angels were knocked unconscious by Great Myojin with a wave of his hand. The great light sovereign deity tossed the 2 angels into a forest. Humph, you want to report to Sun God Palace? Go to sleep. At this time, Queen Hua is in Sun God Palace. No one should think of reporting to Sun God Palace. Humph, Great Myojin snorted coldly. Mosquito Darren slowly flew closer to the heavenly city. At this moment, Gu Hai also began to break through. Sitting cross-legged, in his body, the fire god, wood god, earth god, gold god, water god, and the spirit mother god in his dantian emitted a powerful force, each pushing out a palm, as if they were rushing all their strength to the back of Gu Hai's head. Boom! The fire god pushed out, bringing with it the power of Samadhi true fire. The water god pushed out, bringing with it the power of absolute ice. The earth god pushed out, bringing with it the power of breathing earth. The gold god pushed out, bringing with it the power of cutting immortal blade. The wood god pushed out, bringing with it the power of vine world. The spirit mother god pushed out, naturally was the power of spirit mother. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Gu Hai's body surface emitted a burst of gorgeous colors. This is the aura of the Yuanying state. Ao Shun narrowed his eyes and said in surprise, the power of the 5 elements was too pure? No, there was also a purple aura of panic. What was that? Could it be that the nascent soul condensed in Gu Hai's dantian was not a type of 5 elements nascent soul? The rolling power, under Gu Hai's accumulation of power, rushed straight to the Naiwan Palace in his mind. Boom! There was an explosion like the sound of thunder on the ground. The explosion caused the faces of the people around to change, and the group of black angels in the outside world also quivered. The Naiwan Palace is broken, and the heavenly palace is opened. The power of the nascent soul can mold the 5 elements heavenly palace. Sima Chongkong's eyes widened. Rumble! They saw that the surface of Gu Hai's body instantly emitted a variety of colors of light. The red light of the fire element, the blue light of the water element, the yellow light of the metal element, the brown light of the earth element, the green light of the wood element, the purple light of the spirit mother, and a mixture of black and white light. Suddenly, it surged out like a mountain flood eruption. The 7 kinds of 8 colors of light were not the heavenly palace condensed by Gauchin's 5 elements light. It was the heavenly palace of 7 kinds of light. As soon as the 7 kinds of light appeared, they immediately condensed into a super huge palace. It was extremely grand and majestic. The palace was 90 feet tall. The moment it appeared, it blocked the top of the vine barrier, and a majestic aura suddenly spread out. The powerful aura immediately made everyone's heart tremble. 90 feet tall? Really? Sima Chongkong widened his eyes. That's not right. This isn't the 5 elements heavenly palace. Why are there 8 colors? Long Outyin was also stunned. Master's heavenly palace is so powerful when it just appeared, and it's 9 times bigger than mine. Gauchin exclaimed. 9 times? This was just the beginning. Vaguely, they could see that there was a figure in Gu Hai's heavenly palace that seemed to be squeezed and unable to stretch its body. That was Gu Hai's human soul. How big was the human soul? No one knew. Gu Hai also did not know. He only felt that the moment the heavenly palace opened, his human soul was squeezed painfully. Ah, that was close, that was close. Fortunately, I didn't open the heavenly palace in the past, or else... Gu Hai felt lucky in his pain. Gu Hai could have opened the heavenly palace long ago. He waited, and waited. Finally, there were no mistakes. The heavenly palace was opened, but it was not big enough. However, it could absorb the power of faith to nourish and grow. Absorb. Rumble. The water of the resurrection pool suddenly formed countless whirlpools, which then turned into huge waves that rushed toward Gu Hai. Gu Hai's 90 feet heavenly palace expanded crazily. 90 feet, 100 feet, 110 feet. It grew taller and taller. Chapter 648. 90 feet, 100 feet, 100 feet. It grew taller and taller. Rumble. Amid the loud booms, the huge palace had already passed through the vine barrier. It seemed to be illusory, as the vine barrier did not stop it at all. It just rushed out. However, under the 8 colors, the celestial palace grew bigger and bigger. The people inside could no longer see how tall it was, but they felt that Gu Hai's human soul was still curled up. How big is Gu Hai's human soul? Long Outyin's eyelids were twitching wildly. It was still growing. It was still growing. One could see with the naked eye that the surging power of faith was rapidly sinking. That was an extremely large pool of power of faith. Rumble. As if a hole had opened in the sky, the pool of water rapidly poured into Gu Hai's celestial palace in a short time. The huge celestial palace kept growing. Outside, the expressions of the black angels changed. What is this? Yanhua's face darkened. Back off, be careful. This is Gu Hai's scheme. Seal off the surroundings. Don't let Gu Hai escape. A black angel glared. Why does this palace have the aura of a celestial palace? Another black angel said in horror, What nonsense are you talking about? Which celestial palace is so big? It's still growing? Are you kidding? Don't touch it. Be careful of Gu Hai's trap. Elder Lufa glared. What a terrifying aura. The black angel's eyelids twitched wildly. What treasure is it this time? This Gu Hai really has a lot of treasures. Yanhua glared. All the black angels nodded. The 8-colored palace was still growing, as if it was triggering a phenomenon. For a time, 8 kinds of clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. Red, yellow, blue, brown, green, purple, white, and black. Every cloud carried surging spirit chi as it rushed towards the ever-expanding palace. The 8 colors were dazzling and magnificent. Rumble! The palace grew taller and bigger. In the blink of an eye, it had reached 20 feet tall. 20 feet was the height of a 20-story building. It was still growing and expanding. Vaguely, they seemed to see a curled-up figure. That can't be a human soul, right? Gu Hai's aura? Yanhua exclaimed in shock. How is that possible? Gu Hai is from the Yuanying state. Even if he opened the heavenly palace, how could he have such a huge human soul? Grand Elder Lu Fa asked in disbelief. This human soul gave Elder Lufa a very dangerous aura. When it stretched its body, the souls of countless angels trembled. Outside Heaven City, Mosquito Dauren, who had come to watch, glared and stopped in his tracks. Although I've only seen Gu Hai once, I can't be wrong about his aura. Is that the heavenly palace? 8 colors? Gu Hai's mortal soul is inside. Mosquito Dauren's expression changed. Just open the celestial palace? No, that was impossible. How could there be such a powerful human soul in the newly opened celestial palace? Bulsh *T, the Yuanying state. Was that 4-winged angel crazy? Gu Hai was trapped. How could such a powerful human soul be trapped by the 2 useless sons of the primordial god? Mosquito Dauren's expression changed. His heart trembled, and his previous doubts about Gu Hai's strength disappeared. How could the human soul be from the Yuanying state with such a powerful aura? Mosquito Dauren shivered and quickly retreated. He cursed and became more and more afraid of Gu Hai. At this moment, the water in the resurrection pool was sinking rapidly. In a short time, only half of it was left. Ao Shun, Long Outyin, and the others opened their mouths wide. Although they couldn't see how high Gu Hai's celestial palace had risen, they were speechless when they saw the thighs full of human souls. Crown Prince Ao Shun, you said that when you opened the celestial palace, how high was it? Sima Changkong said with a stiff expression. 1 foot. Ao Shun said bitterly. 1 foot for me too. Sima Changkong said bitterly. Boom, boom, boom. In the outside world, Gu Hai's human soul attracted endless spiritual qi and rushed toward Gu Hai's body. The consumption of the nascent soul realm cultivators just now was quickly recovering. The human soul was fixed. The celestial palace was only 9 feet tall, but now it was expanding rapidly with the power of faith, giving the human soul a space to rest. As the power of faith was quickly extracted, Gu Hai felt that the human soul could finally stretch its body. Why was Gu Hai's mortal soul so large? Back then, in the human Tao's secret realm, Gu Hai had absorbed at least 10% of the countless shattered souls in the sky. Furthermore, in the Azura Tao's secret realm, he had killed countless Azuras and obtained boundless soul energy, especially the Nether River Old Ancestors' soul energy, which was terrifyingly large. Although most of it filled the earthly soul, his mortal soul had also been greatly nourished, which was why his divine soul was so strong today. Boom. In the outside world, at this moment, the human soul finally stopped growing. The height of the human soul was 490 feet, which was 77 feet. But the 8-colored celestial palace was still expanding. Rumble! The power of faith of the resurrection pool, which was as big as Beijing on Earth, was completely absorbed by Gu Hai. I wonder if the Tai Chu will go crazy if he knows that his 800,000 years of accumulation is all gone. Long Sanqian said with an ugly expression. The Tai Chu. Everyone was shocked. Yes, it was the 800,000 years of accumulation of the Tai Chu. In the outside world, Gu Hai's 8-colored celestial palace finally stopped expanding. It was 1,000 feet tall and towered over the Tongtian. The 8-colored celestial palace exuded a majestic aura. In an instant, the souls of the angels below the 4-winged level trembled, and countless angels knelt down unconsciously. What are you doing? Yen Hua stared at the angels. This power only worked on people below the celestial palace level. It didn't work on Yen Hua and the black angels, but most of the angels here were below the Celestial Palace level. Is this really the Celestial Palace? Grand Elder Lu Fa was shocked. Impossible, the Black Angels said in disbelief. In the distance, Mosquito Darren kept retreating and his eyelids twitched as he looked at the 8-colored Celestial Palace in the distance. 8,000 feet Celestial Palace and a 490 feet human soul. What a monster! My human soul is only 300 feet now. Only 300 feet. Damn it! Phew! Gu Hai heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally opened the Celestial Palace. Everything was over. Just as he was about to take back the image of the Celestial Palace, a red light suddenly appeared in the pool where he was sitting. The power of faith in the pool was empty, revealing what the bottom looked like. There seemed to be countless engraved patterns at the bottom, like a giant cross formed by billions of talismans. As if sensing the disappearance of the power of faith, the countless talismans gave off an extremely powerful aura. Suddenly, the talismans seemed to float from the bottom of the pool and stood upright, turning into a blood-red cross that was 1,000 feet tall, releasing billions of red light. As soon as the red light appeared, the entire heavenly city was enveloped in red light, and a strong, bloody aura enveloped the entire city. The aura of apocalypse. In the distance, Mosquito Doran's face darkened. This resurrection pool is a copy of Apocalypse, and it contains the murderous intent of Apocalypse. Hallmaster, be careful! Sima Chongkong suddenly exclaimed. The blood-red cross was twice the size of Gu Hai's human soul. It was like a heavenly power was pressing down. Yanhua and the Black Angels below immediately changed their expressions. Resurrection pool. Something happened to the resurrection pool. Grand Elder Lu Fa's expression changed. The copy of Apocalypse at the bottom of the resurrection pool was activated. Gu Hai, you lied to me? Yanhua also exclaimed. Everyone knew that something had happened to the resurrection pool because the blood-red cross would only be activated when the power of faith was gone. Now that it was activated, something big must have happened inside. As soon as the blood-red cross appeared, it immediately pressed down on Gu Hai's human soul. As if it could destroy heaven and earth, it rushed straight at Gu Hai's human soul. It's useless. This blood-red cross can be used to deal with someone who just entered Heavenly Palace. But that's Gu Hai. What use is it? Mosquito Darren sighed, self-righteously in the distance. Hallmaster. Ao Shun's expression changed, and he also felt a great threat, as if he was about to make a move. But at this time, a scroll suddenly appeared in Gu Hai's human soul's hand, and the scroll suddenly opened, emitting billions of blue light. The blue light was like a blue ocean that covered the sky and earth, drowning the blood-red cross in it. Boom! A loud noise formed a monstrous tremor. The blue light disappeared, and so did the blood-red cross. The Human Soul Book was activated by the blood-red cross and automatically counterattacked. Gu Hai said in shock. Buzz. Gu Hai's human soul shrank, and together with the heavenly palace, it instantly shrank back into his body. But the people outside were still shocked by the scene just now. Am I seeing things? Where's the blood-red cross? Grand Elder Lu Fa exclaimed. It's gone? How could it be gone? Yanhua also exclaimed. Only Mosquito Darren in the distance had an as-expected expression on his face as he fled into the distance. Human Soul Book? It wasn't so powerful back in the human Tao mystic realm, right? No, maybe the Reincarnation King was blessed by the heavens to use some of the functions of the Human Soul Book, but he didn't refine the Human Soul Book himself, so he couldn't use the power of the Human Soul Book. This Human Soul Book is actually a good treasure? Gu Hai's heart skipped a beat. Buzz. Gu Hai opened his eyes. Hallmaster, was that your human soul just now? Sima Chongkong asked with a strange expression. I was lucky to reach the first level of the heavenly palace. Gu Hai nodded. Sima Changkong, Ao Shun, Long Aotian, and Long Sanqian. Lucky, can't you consider our feelings? Master, we've all broken through. Now, are we waiting for Tai Chu to send Bingheim over? Gauchen stepped forward and asked, No, I've broken through, so I can use my human soul to control the Vine World Gourd. Guhai said, Oh. Guhai's human soul suddenly came out of the heavenly palace and instantly possessed Guhai's wood god. One soul and one spirit fused together. Suddenly, Guhai's body emitted boundless green light. The wood god had surpassed Tongtian's human soul and instantly absorbed boundless wood-type spiritual energy to control the Vine World Gourd. The small vine barrier that enveloped Guhai's surroundings suddenly expanded explosively. Walla-la-la! Countless vines shot into the sky like whips of order, instantly blotting out the sky and covering the earth in all directions. What? Countless angels' expressions changed. Oh no! Hurry! Hurry up and get out! An angel exclaimed. However, the vines changed from 1 to 10, from 10 to 10, and from 10 to 10. Just like how the Qing Emperor had controlled it, the Vine World Gourd's power was fully activated in an instant. Rumble! In just an instant, the massive heavenly palace was enveloped by countless vines. Not a single angel managed to escape. They were all wrapped up in the endless vines and completely surrounded. The entire heavenly palace was like a giant vine egg, filled with a sea of green. In the distance, Mosquito Doran's eyelids twitched violently. I knew it! This Guhai is a bastard. He's clearly a burly man, but why is he pretending to be a delicate young woman? Tui, thank God I didn't fall for it. Chapter 649. Above the sea of fire, huge palaces floated, and the entrance to the largest palace. A large number of guards stood outside the door. The entire palace was on fire, as if the entire palace was burning. There was a plaque in the palace with the words Emperor Dong's Palace written on it. In the north of the palace, there was a throne shrouded in flames, and there seemed to be a hazy figure sitting inside. There were a large number of experts standing in 2 rows below, led by Tai Chu and Taiwa. Dong Huang, what did Immortal Six Paths say? Tai Chu asked in a low voice. Long Zhanghua is ambitious, but don't worry too much. A grasshopper after autumn won't be able to jump for long. A dignified, cold voice came from the flames. Yes. Tai Chu nodded. You gathered us here just for this. Taiwan narrowed his eyes. The other experts in the palace did not dare to say anything. They only watched as Tai Chu, Taiwa, and Tai Yi conversed. There are a few empty spots there, and Immortal Six Paths wants to pick people. Dong Huang said lightly, There. The experts were slightly stunned. Suddenly, the expressions of all the experts changed. Really? Even Taiwa's eyes lit up. Tai Chu's eyes flashed with anticipation, and he was about to speak. Buzz. A white light suddenly appeared in Tai Chu's arms, but it was in the shape of a cross, and it instantly lit up the entire palace. The experts in the palace looked at Tai Chu together. Something happened in Heavenly City. Tai Chu's expression suddenly changed. What happened? Dong Huang asked. I don't know, it might be a small matter, or else no angel would come to report. But Tai Chu's expression was gloomy. Go quickly and come back quickly. Dong Huang said lightly, Yes, I'll be back soon. Tai Chu was anxious. Buzz. In an instant, Tai Chu disappeared from the palace. Heavenly City. Gu Hai activated the Vine World Gourd with all his strength, and in an instant, hundreds of millions of vines wrapped around the entire Heavenly City, surrounding all the angels. Not good. Yen Hua's eyes widened. Vine World Gourd? Quick, rush out. There's poison on the vines. Grand Elder Lu Fa glared. All the black angels extended their hands and bombarded the sky almost simultaneously. Boom, 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 boom. After a series of bombardments, a bunch of holes were blasted open. All the black angels dashed out of the vine barrier, but the holes that were blasted open were instantly covered by countless vines. Young Master Yen Hua had also blasted a large hole and was preparing to leave. Young Master Yen Hua, is it too late to escape now? Gu Hai glared at him. Boom. All the vines rushed towards Yen Hua, covering the sky like an ocean and drowning Yen Hua in an instant. Break for me. Yen Hua's expression changed as he attacked with all his might. The power of Open the Heaven Palace was enormous. In the blink of an eye, a large number of vines were shattered. Yen Hua was about to rush out again. Ao Shun! Gu Hai shouted. Ao Shun immediately rushed towards Yen Hua under Gu Hai's control. The surrounding vines assisted Ao Shun and interfered with Yen Hua, but did not interfere with Ao Shun at all. Boom! Ao Shun and Yen Hua exchanged a punch. In this punch, Ao Shun was only slightly suppressing Yen Hua, but the surrounding vines instantly wrapped around Yen Hua, and poisonous thorns suddenly appeared as they wrapped around Yen Hua. Sizzle! Sizzle! A large number of poisonous thorns pierced through Yen Hua's skin, and Yen Hua shuddered. Get out of my way! Boom! Yen Hua instantly exploded countless vines. However, the vines were endless, and Ao Shun was also wrapped around Yen Hua, making it impossible for him to escape. As the vines continued to attack and wrap around Yen Hua, more and more poison appeared in Yen Hua's body. Outside, 10 black angels rushed out, and in front of them was a rolling sea of vines that were wriggling crazily. How can Gu Hai suddenly control the Vine World Gourd? Vine World Gourd. He can control it, but he can't do anything to us in Heavenly Palace. He can only interfere. Where's the eldest young master? Oh no, the eldest young master didn't come out. Quick, quick, break the sea of vines. A group of black angels cried out in horror. They took out their weapons and treasures and quickly slashed at the sea of vines. Boom! Great Elder Lufa slashed down, and in an instant the sea of vines exploded. However, the exploded sea of vines was covered by a new sea of vines in the blink of an eye, and only a few two-winged angels escaped. Boom! 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 The 10 black angels kept attacking, and the sea of vines kept breaking and recovering. More and more angels escaped. However, Yen Hua was not there. Can't find the eldest young master? Quick, faster! A group of black angels was extremely anxious. The frequency of attacking the sea of vines was also increasing. However, there was no sign of Yen Hua's whereabouts. Eldest young master, where are you? Great Elder Lufa shouted anxiously. However, the sea of vines was churning like the roaring sea. How could he hear Yen Hua's voice? Just as the group of angels was extremely anxious. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura descended from the sky, and a gust of wind swept in all directions. All the angels' expressions changed. Then, with a holy white light and a rolling auspicious aura, the angels immediately calmed down. The angels turned their heads to look. They saw Tai Chu standing in the air, his body emitting rolling holy light as he looked coldly at the huge sea of vines. What's going on? Tai Chu said coldly. Allah is back. The surrounding angels were overjoyed. Allah, it's Gu Hai. Gu Hai is wreaking havoc in Heavenly Palace City. The eldest young master and second young master are below. Great Elder Lufa said anxiously. Huh. Tai Chu's expression changed. In the distance, Mosquito Darren was hiding in the forest. When he saw Tai Chu, he narrowed his eyes. You're finally here. Good. Tai Chu was high in the sky, looking coldly at the rolling sea of vines below. Qing Emperor's Vine World Gourd. Unfortunately, the Vine World Gourd isn't at the level of the 16 great treasures of history, Tai Chu said coldly. As he spoke, he extended his hand and drew a cross. Wong. A cross of white light suddenly appeared from Tai Chu's fingertip and shot toward the rolling sea of vines. When the cross of white light appeared, it suddenly magnified millions of times. The white light instantly illuminated the world, and it was so bright that countless people couldn't open their eyes. Not good. Everyone's expression changed. Defend. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Hung. With a super loud sound, the cross of white light collided with the sea of vines. The huge explosion created a super airflow that instantly blew away the escaping angels. Countless vines instantly exploded in all directions. Rolling fragments shrouded the surroundings. After a while, everything below could be seen clearly. The sea of vines had been completely cleared. Heavenly Palace City was instantly exposed. However, Heavenly Palace City was also in ruins. Countless angels on the ground seemed to have been poisoned, and their faces were all green. Allah is here, Allah. Greetings, Allah. Allah, save us. The living angel immediately began to shout. Tai Chu ignored the countless angels on the ground and looked directly at the resurrection pool. The resurrection pool is broken. Where is the power of faith inside? Grand Elder Lufa exclaimed. Gu Hai was lying to us. Bastard. Another black angel glared. First young master? Oh no. First young master. The black angels exclaimed. They saw that Gu Hai was carrying a green gourd on his back. 2 vines came out of the gourd. One wrapped around first young master Yanhua, and the other wrapped around second young master Yihua. At this moment, first young master Yanhua's face was green as if he had been poisoned. He was extremely weak. Yihua, on the other hand, was conscious. When he saw Tai Chu, he immediately shouted anxiously, Father, save me, Father. Tai Chu narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai? How dare you act so presumptuously in Heavenly Palace City? Where is my power of faith? Tai Chu said coldly. Tai Chu, we parted after the Thousand Saints Conference. How have you been? Gu Hai smiled coldly. Vine World Gourd, why is it in your hands? Moreover, it is not easy to control such a spiritual treasure. Did you open a heaven palace? Tai Chu raised his eyebrows. Tai Chu, you forced Bingheim to kill me during the Thousand Saints Conference. I still remember that. Today's resurrection pool is to atone for your sins. Gu Hai said coldly. How dare you? Tai Chu glared at Yihua as a powerful aura pressed down on him. Pissed. Suddenly, a vine came out of Yihua's chest. Yihua's eyes widened as he looked at his chest in disbelief. Gu Hai was controlling the Vine World Gourd to kill him. Yihua's injury made Tai Chu pause. All right, that's all for today. I should be leaving. Tai Chu, you better not act rashly. My vines don't have eyes. If I am frightened, they will be torn apart immediately, Gu Hai said coldly. Are you threatening me? Tai Chu smiled coldly. So what if I am? Gu Hai said coldly. Long Out Yen, Ao Shun, Long San Qian, and the others were anxious. This was Tai Chu. Hall Master wanted to use Yanhua, and Yihua to threaten Tai Chu. Kill them. If you kill them, I can revive them too, Tai Chu said with a ferocious expression. Oh, right, I remember now. Resurrection pool. The reason for apocalypse, right? You have apocalypse and you can resurrect angels. But do you know, no one can revive the people I kill. You believe me? Gu Hai said coldly. Oh, Tai Chu narrowed his eyes. Cough, cough. Father, it's true. None of the angels Gu Hai killed during the Thousand Saints Conference could be revived. Yen Hua said weakly. Tai Chu narrowed his eyes and turned to look at the six-winged angels. Give me the list of angels. The six-winged angels quickly gave him a list of names. Tai Chu reached out, and a small cross appeared in his palm. He sent his divine will into it, and soon Tai Chu's eyes narrowed as he looked at Gu Hai with a ferocious expression. Mu Chenfeng, let's go, Gu Hai said calmly. Yes, Mu Chenfeng answered, and ordered the elite hall disciples to control the flying ship to fly up slowly. Chapter 650. The souls of the people that Gu Hai killed would be absorbed by the transformation pool and refined into heaven, replenishing energy. Thus, even if Tai Chu passed the 10-direction annihilation inspection, he would not be able to find the heaven and earth souls of the people that Gu Hai killed. Gu Hai called out. Then, Mu Chenfeng steered the flying ship and slowly flew up. In the distance, Mosquito Darren was anxious. Fight, quickly fight. Unfortunately, no one could hear Mosquito Doran's voice. Father, I sent an angel to find you long ago. Why, until now? Yen Hua looked weakly at Tai Chu. You sent an angel to find me? Tai Chu raised an eyebrow. Yes, true Lord, we sent one a long time ago. If true Lord had returned earlier, Gu Hai would not have broken through and would not have been able to control the Vine World Gourd and catch us off guard. Grand Elder Lufa said, Oh, could it be that someone is helping me? Gu Hai frowned. Help you? Tai Chu's eyes turned cold. Reporting to True Lord, there were 3 four-winged angels, Jia Shi, Jia Nan, and Jia Dong. Grand Elder Lufa quickly reported 3 names. Tai Chu stroked the cross in his hand. Wang. The cross flashed with white light. At the same time, in a forest in the distance. Ah! Suddenly, 2 screams resounded in the forest. The 2 angels that had been knocked unconscious by the great Myojin suddenly woke up and cried out in pain. Bring them here. Tai Chu glared. Tai Chu blocked in front of Gu Hai's flying boat and did not let Gu Hai leave. Whoosh! Grand Elder Lufa's figure flashed and quickly found the 2 angels in the distance and brought them closer. Ah, true Lord! The 2 angels bowed respectfully. What happened? Why are you unconscious? Tai Chu asked coldly. It was the great Myojin. The great Myojin made us faint. The 2 angels said respectfully, The great Myojin is helping Gu Hai. Great Elder Lu, Fa's expression changed. Great Myojin. Tai Chu's face sank. Gu Hai was also slightly taken aback. In a forest far away, Mosquito Doran's expression changed. The great Myojin? Didn't he have a grudge against Gu Hai? Why did he help Gu Hai? Damn it, I haven't come out for 1,000 years, so I really can't trust the news from the outside. There was no mistake. The great Myojin was definitely on Gu Hai's side. Otherwise, why didn't he kill Gu Hai when he saw him? This time, he even helped Gu Hai? I was really blind to inform the great Myojin. This is like shooting myself in the foot. Mosquito Darren was so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. On the other side, Tai Chu's expression was extremely dark. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. He did not believe that the great Myojin would help him. Gu Hai, let go of my son. Otherwise, I'll destroy your divine souls today. Tai Chu said coldly, Gu Hai, don't listen to him. If you let Yen Hua and Yi Hua go, we won't be able to escape. Long Out Yen said anxiously. Ao Shun, Sima Chongkong, and Long Sanqian trusted Gu Hai, so they did not say anything. Oh, who are you? Tai Chu glared. Boom. A powerful will seem to form an ice blade and rushed towards Long Out Yen. Tisk. Ah. Suddenly, another vine pierced through Yi Hua's chest. Yihua screamed in pain. "Gu Hai, how dare you?" Tai Chu's expression changed, and he stopped the will attack. "Tai Chu, Bingheim is imprisoned, and you're the one who arranged the marriage? Is that so?" Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. "Oh, you're still thinking about Bingheim?" Tai Chu's expression changed, and his previous worry disappeared. As long as Gu Hai cared about Bingheim, he would be able to save his 2 sons. "I have something to do this time. I'll be back soon. However, before that, if Bingheim is arranged to be married, if Bingheim is hurt, I'll make Yanhua and Yihua pay with their lives." Gu Hai said coldly. "What did you say? You don't want to save Bingheim?" Tai Chu glared at him. "I want Bingheim. Are you willing to give her to me?" Gu Hai shook his head. "Humph, my heavenly city is not a place you can come and go as you please." Tai Chu glared at him. Tai Chu stroked the 10-direction annihilation with his palm. "Don't move. Otherwise, I'll kill one of you first." Gu Hai glared at him. "I didn't move, did I?" Tai Chu smiled faintly. With this smile, Gu Hai's mind seemed to blur. He seemed to see a gloomy world, and he was in a super large graveyard. Suddenly, there were loud rustling sounds in the graveyard. Rotten arms crawled out of the graves. Thousands of rotting corpses suddenly appeared, roaring and pouncing on Gu Hai. If Gu Hai had been in front of the Heaven Palace, he might have been confused by this illusion. However, now that he had opened the Heaven Palace, Gu Hai's human soul could clearly feel that it was all fake. His soul could communicate with the spirit. Now, there was no spirit to speak of. "Illusion? You want to trap me?" Gu Hai smiled coldly. However, Gu Hai punched out. A 490 feet tall human soul appeared behind him and punched out as well. Hung! With a loud bang, the entire world exploded. The gloomy world suddenly turned into countless fragments. On the other side of the fragments was boundless light. The light was dazzling. However, in an instant, Gu Hai seemed to see Tai Chu's palm in front of him. He seemed to be taking advantage of the time when he was struggling in the illusion to destroy him. Z, 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 Z. Ah! Yanhua and Yihua screamed at almost the same time. Several vines suddenly appeared on their chests. They were in great pain. "If you move again, I'll explode them." Gu Hai glared. Boom! Tai Chu's figure paused. He gathered a gust of wind and looked at Gu Hai with a ferocious expression. "Soul illusion. How did you come out so quickly?" Tai Chu said gloomily. In that illusion, Gu Hai only needed to be immersed in it for a short while, and he would have succeeded. However, how did Gu Hai wake up so quickly? His move could be said to be successful. Even when the Heaven Palace fell into it, it was very difficult to wake up. How did he wake up so quickly? Mu Chenfeng, Gao Chen, Sima Chongkong, and the others broke out in cold sweat. That was close. They were almost done for. "Tai Chu, remember what I said." "Humph, let's go." Gu Hai snorted coldly. Whoosh! The flying boat carried Gu Hai and the others and slowly flew into the distance. Tai Chu's expression was gloomy, but he did not chase after them. When Gu Hai's flying boat slowly disappeared into the sky, the angels had ugly expressions. "True Lord, why didn't you chase after them? What about first young master and second young master?" Grand Elder Lufa asked anxiously. "As long as Bingheim is in my hands, the 2 of them will not die." "Humph, Gu Hai? I knew he was a scourge." Tai Chu said gloomily. "True Lord, should we—" Grand Elder Lufa said worriedly. "East King has something important to do. I can't free myself. Lufa, bring the angels to chase after Gu Hai, and try not to expose yourself. If possible, try to save Yanhua and Yihua," Tai Chu said in a low voice. "Huh, yes," Grand Elder Lufa replied. Whoosh! Tai Chu's body flashed, and he went to the East King's palace. East King's palace? What is so important that true lord doesn't even care about the lives of the two young masters? Grand Elder Lufa was confused. On the other hand, Mosquito Doran's eyelids were twitching as he watched Tai Chu leave. He cursed gloomily. Damn it, why didn't you fight? Are you here to play? You let Gu Hai leave just like that. Bah! Mosquito Doran chased after Gu Hai. Lufa also brought the angels to chase after Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai was already at the edge of the sky. It was not easy to find him. On Gu Hai's flying boat. That was close. Why is Tai Chu so easy to talk to? Long Aoqian said in surprise. Can't you see that? Gao-chen looked at him with disdain. What? Everyone looked at Gao-chen. Of course, he's afraid of my master. Gao-chen said proudly. Everyone was speechless. No one believed what Gao-chen said. Even Gu Hai did not believe it. Originally, I had other plans, but I didn't use them. It seems that Tai Chu can't leave now. He has more important things to do. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. More important things? What can be more important than his two sons? Gao-chen asked curiously. Yi Hua and Yan Hua, who were seriously injured and vomiting blood, looked gloomy. They were the first and second young masters of the angels, but now they were prisoners. They thought about how they went to catch Gu Hai so aggressively, but in the blink of an eye, Gu Hai had turned the tables on them. Brother, what should we do? Yi Hua said gloomily. My cultivation was sealed by Ao Shun. I can't do anything. Yan Hua also looked gloomy. Gu Hai looked behind him and clenched his fists. Gu Hai wanted to save Bingheim, but this was Apollo Palace. Tai Chu had many tricks up his sleeve. It was lucky that he could break through the illusion earlier. If they continued to fight, he would be the one at a disadvantage. It was better to leave first. Now, with Yan Hua and Yi Hua, at least Bingheim was safe. When they returned from the Dian dynasty, they would save Bingheim secretly at the peak of a mountain. What? Gu Hai ran away? He took Yan Hua and Yi Hua away, right in front of Tai Chu? The great Myojin's expression changed as he glared at the great demon in front of him. Yes, great Myojin. You asked me to keep an eye on him, and this is the result. The great demon nodded. The great Myojin's expression turned ugly. Just now, Master asked me to go and told me that there were a few empty spots. He was going to give me one, and I missed it. Tai Chu, bastard, trash. Gu Hai couldn't even kill him, and he ran away? The great demon lowered his head and did not dare to speak. Where did Gu Hai go? The great Myojin asked coldly. That way, and I don't know. The great demon pointed in a direction. No need. I will find him by following his aura. Humph, Gu Hai, let's see where you can run to. The great Myojin snorted. Whoosh. Suddenly, the great Myojin turned into a ray of green light and shot into the sky, shooting into the distance. Soon, he overtook a group of angels. The Mosquito Doran, who was following Gu Hai's airship, was thinking about how to deal with Gu Hai along the way. He suddenly became alert and turned his head to see a ray of green light shooting from behind. Great Myojin! Humph, you liar! You're obviously helping Gu Hai, but you're acting like you have a grudge against Gu Hai. You want to meet up with Gu Hai? Don't even think about it. Watch me. The Mosquito Doran snorted. Whoosh. Suddenly, the Mosquito Doran released an aura that was very similar to Gu Hai's airship. With a pull, the aura changed direction and flew in another direction. The great Myojin chased after him, but he was indeed tricked by the Mosquito Doran. He avoided Gu Hai's airship and flew in another direction. Not only the great Myojin, but the angels behind him also quickly went astray. Gu Hai's airship flew leisurely in front, and all the threats behind were dealt with by the Mosquito Doran. Chapter 6:51. The great light sovereign deity chased after Gu Hai's flying ship. As he chased, he disappeared. The great Myojin's expression was ugly as he stood in the air. Gone? How could it be gone? Gu Hai actually managed to hide from me? The great Myojin's expression was extremely gloomy. It was as if he could not believe it. However, there was no trace of Gu Hai in the vast sky. Not even a trace of Gu Hai's aura could be found. Humph, consider yourself lucky. If I see you again, you won't be so lucky. The great Myojin looked at the empty sky gloomily. Whoosh! A group of angels in the distance also chased in this direction. The great Myojin turned his head to look, and his expression darkened. Humph, a bunch of trash. With a flash, the great Myojin transformed into a green light and flew away. Among the angels, Grand Elder Liu Fa stared at the green light in the distance. Allah was right. It really is the great Myojin. He's with Gu Hai. Hurry, go back and report to Allah. The great Myojin flew to the Emperor Dong's palace, which was surrounded by flames. Reporting to Emperor Dong, the great Myojin requests an audience. A guard reported, "Come in." The Emperor Dong's voice came from the main hall. The great Myojin stepped into the main hall. At this moment, the 2 rows of great demons were looking at the great Myojin with furrowed brows. At the very front were Tai Chu and Taiwa. At this moment, Absolute Beginning was looking at the great light sovereign deity coldly. Clearly, he blamed the great light sovereign deity for knocking out the 2 four-winged angels, causing him to be unable to rush back in time, and resulting in his 2 sons being taken hostage. On the other side, Taiwa also looked at great Myojin coldly. Tai Chu had just returned and had already reported to Taiwa. Although Tai Chu had such thoughts, Taiwa understood what great Myojin meant. Killing Gu Hai without letting him know? Great Myojin, how capable! Tai Chu coldly said, "Absolute Beginning." The great Myojin was slightly stunned. Humph! Tai Chu swung his sleeves and no longer looked at the great Myojin. Instead, he looked at Dong Huang, who was surrounded by flames. "Dong Huang, Kong Xian is your subordinate, so it's not my place to interfere. However, this time it was him who caused my resurrection pool to dry up. Because of him, my 2 sons were captured. Dong Huang, please help us." Tai Chu shouted, "Kong Xian, is this true?" Dong Huang asked in a low voice, "My lord, I did stop the 2 four-winged angels, but I do not admit to any other crimes. Everything is because of Yan Hua and the others' incompetence, but they framed me." Kong Xian immediately said. Taiwa laughed coldly at the side. "Ha ha ha ha, Kong Xian, you're getting bolder and bolder now. You've already extended your hands to Tai Chu Palace and Taiwa Palace." The surrounding demons did not dare to make a sound. Tai Chu was slightly stunned. This was clearly done to harm the Tai Chu bloodline. What did it have to do with Taiwa? In the next moment, Tai Chu's expression changed as he understood everything. He looked at Taiwa in surprise. Taiwa's tone was cold, murderous intent shooting out from his eyes. Dong Huang, who was sitting on the throne, immediately understood what Kong Xian meant. He had only wanted to hide it from Taiwa, but he did not expect things to turn out this way. Taiwa, although Kong Xian is in the wrong, he did it out of goodwill. Furthermore, this is not the time to talk about this. Those few positions must be filled immediately. You'd better prepare early, Dong Huang said in a low voice. Taiwa turned his head and looked at Dong Huang, who was in the center of the fire, with narrowed eyes. "Oh, so you're saying that this was your idea?" Taiwa said coldly. Taiwa's rebuke to Tai immediately made Tai unhappy. "Taiwa, don't you want to be unreasonable at this time? Don't you want to fill one of the positions?" Dong Huang said coldly, "Humph, I don't want to do what I want. Even if you give me the world, I don't want it. Taiwa said coldly. Presumptuous. Dong Huang said coldly. Presumptuous? Taiwa, don't want those positions. You can keep them for yourself. Humph. Taiwa snorted coldly, flung his sleeves, and flew out of the hall. In an instant, many powerful monsters in the hall left with Taiwa. Seeing Taiwa and Tai quarrel, Kong Xian's face stiffened. He lowered his head, not daring to say anything. Humph. Tai snorted coldly. In the midst of the fire, he slapped the armrest of his throne angrily. Boom. In the hall, the monsters did not dare to speak. Taichu took a deep breath and did not say anything. After a while, Tai looked at Taichu. Taichu, what did Gu Hai want from your two sons? What did he want? He wanted Bingheim to be fine. However, Taichu did not want to make a big deal out of this. After all, his two sons were still in Gu Hai's hands. Don't worry, Dong Huang. I can handle it. Taichu said lightly. Okay. Dong Huang nodded. Clearly, he did not need to worry about this anymore. Solar God Palace, in an extremely dark canyon. A large number of monster soldiers stood around the canyon, guarding a huge prison at the bottom of the canyon. Bingheim was sitting cross-legged in the prison. Bingheim sat cross-legged. Wisps of cold air emitted from her body. The cold air gathered above her head, slowly forming an ice crow that radiated cold air. At this moment, a man in a yellow robe slowly walked into the prison. The man wore a yellow robe and carried a huge yellow gourd on his back. He walked over slowly. Greetings, Crown Prince. The surrounding monster soldiers said respectfully. The man ignored them and slowly walked to the prison. The monster soldiers immediately opened the prison and let the man in. The man's eyes were cold, as if he was constantly emitting a vicious aura. He stood in the prison and looked down at Bingheim. Since you're already awake, stop pretending, the man said lightly. Buzz. Bingheim opened her eyes and looked coldly at the man in the yellow robe and the gourd. Luya, what are you doing here? Bingheim glared at him. The yellow-robed Luya said coldly. Gu Hai came just now. What? You lied to me? Bingheim's expression changed. Lied to you? What's there to lie about? Gu Hai caused a huge commotion in Heaven City, captured Yi Hua and Yan Hua, and forced Taichu to not arrange a marriage for you. Ha! Looks like your Lang Jun is not completely useless. Lu, you said lightly. Why are you telling me this? Bingheim said coldly. Nothing. You and I are both father's children. I can do whatever I want because I am strong enough. You are at his mercy because you are too weak, right? Luya said lightly. Humph, what are you trying to say? Bingheim said coldly. You are a miracle of the Golden Crow bloodline. You actually formed the Een soul of the Jackdaw. We are all Yang souls, but you have become the Een soul. Although you can't cultivate it, you are special. Father doesn't care about you, but I do. Follow me, and I can take you out of this prison. Listen to my orders in the future, and I will help you break through the sky. Luya said solemnly. Listen to your orders? Ha! Because of Mother, I listened to Taichu's orders and did things I didn't like. Now, listen to your orders. What's the difference? Can you revive my mother? Bingheim said coldly. Revive? Taichu lied to you. You believe him? Your mother's soul was swallowed by Father long ago, and he refined himself. Luya said lightly. Bingheim bit her lip. Pain flashed in her eyes. Father made you do things you don't like and used your mother to threaten you. Huh, you are really loyal. I wonder if that Gu Hai can make you loyal again, Luya said coldly. That's right, Gu Hai. What did you say? Bingheim's expression turned cold. I said, if you don't listen to me, I will kill Gu Hai. You believe me? Luya said indifferently. Bingheim's eyelids twitched. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Luya was not in a rush. He waited patiently. Why do you want me to listen to you? Bingheim asked, biting her lip. Extreme yang is yang, and extreme yin is yin. This is the great yin-yang Tao, a primal chaos technique. If I study it thoroughly, I can create a solar divine palace. So what? Luya said indifferently. Bingheim's pupils constricted. Have you thought it through? Luya looked coldly at Bingheim. I don't believe you. Bingheim shook her head. Oh, I don't believe in your ability. If you can capture Gu Hai alive, I will listen to you. How about that? Bingheim's eyes were bloodshot as she gritted her teeth. It's settled then. Luya smiled. He turned around and walked out of the prison. The surrounding demon soldiers did not dare to say anything. They did not even dare to report Luya's arrogant words. Luya was ranked 6th among the 10 princes of Solar Divine Palace. However, he was the most vicious and cruel Golden Crow Prince. He had once destroyed 2 imperial dynasties by himself. Luya left. Bingheim suddenly collapsed to the ground. Bingheim clenched her fists. Her eyes filled with worry. Your Majesty, it's not that I made an enemy for you, but Luya will definitely kill someone once he sets his eyes on them. He has countless demonic techniques that are impossible to guard against. I asked him to capture you, not kill you. I gave you a chance to find out about him. You will definitely be able to deal with him. I firmly believe that you will be able to deal with him. Due south of the Divine Continent, the land of Wanshou Taoism, in the middle of a lush mountain forest, Xuanan led a few Taishang Taoism disciples to a palace on a mountain in the distance. Xuanan narrowed his eyes. Are you sure? Absolutely. Elder Xuanan, when you were in seclusion, we did not dare to do anything. A month ago, Juzi was already like a mortal. At that time, a wolf demon went berserk and pounced on Juzi. Juzi was no match for it and fell pathetically. If not for Saintess One, Juzi would have been killed by that wolf demon. Someone said, that wolf demon was only at the Khanate realm. Even I could kill it with my bare hands. However, Juzi was so pathetically facing it. Elder, the Taishang Taoism disciples recalled the scene from a month ago. Her Tao heart was broken, and her cultivation dropped. Juzi? She is no longer suitable to be a Juzi. Xuanan narrowed his eyes. That's right. Juzi is no longer suitable to be a Juzi. Elder Xuanan, shouldn't you take another step? A Taishang Taoism disciple's eyes flashed coldly. Xuanan naturally understood what the disciple beside him was saying. However, for some reason, he suddenly thought of Gu Hai's murderous look. Thinking of this, he felt a chill in his heart. Wait a while more. Xuanan clenched his fists. On the mountain, in the palace, Fairy Wan looked at Taishang Taoism disciple, who was sitting cross-legged. Master, how do you feel now? Fairy Wan looked worriedly at Taishang Taoism disciple. I don't know. The more I resisted, the faster I lost my cultivation. A month ago, it was almost gone. If you hadn't intervened, I might have... Zhu Zi of the Taishang Path said with an ugly expression, but these 2 days, I feel like Master's cultivation has... Fairy Wan said blankly, that's right. I've recovered to the golden core stage. Furthermore, I'm recovering rapidly every day. Taishang Taoism disciple frowned. Why is that? Fairy Wan asked curiously. Taishang Taoism disciple shook his head. One, bring me my harmonica. Taishang Taoism disciple instructed. Okay. Fairy Wan nodded and stepped out of the palace. Taishang Taoism disciple was left alone in the palace. He sat on a cushion and looked at the blue sky outside. Taishang Taoism disciple smiled bitterly. My cultivation is recovering rapidly. That's because I've already accepted my fate. I'm no longer resisting the demonic shadow in my heart. But why is my cultivation slowly returning when I'm no longer resisting it? Could it be that I've been cultivating wrongly? Taishang Taoism disciple. Isn't Taishang heartless? Chapter 652. Fairy Wanner took out a green guqin. Taishang sat at the entrance of the hall and played the guqin softly. Ding, 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 ding. The sound of the guqin was quite strange. When he played, there was no strange phenomenon. Master, now that the one Tao has been taken away by the heavens, guqin music is useless, right? Fairy Wanner asked curiously. Taishang shook his head. No, this Taishang's sound of longevity doesn't need the principle of guqin. Oh, but I don't understand. Fairy Wanner frowned. If you don't understand, how can I? Taishang sighed slightly. Huh, I don't understand. Fairy Wanner was puzzled. Taishang looked at the guqin in his hand and felt very complicated, because someone had understood it before. It was Gu Hai, the person who made him feel like he had fallen into a demonic abyss. He understood it. When he understood it, he actually created the Tao Te Ching. The Taishang Sutra of the Taishang lineage could only be written about the Taishang, but the Tao Te Ching was deeply engraved in the Taishang's mind. At that time, an old man condensed one qi into 3 pure ones. What was the secret of this Taishang's sound of longevity? Taishang's sound of longevity is the secret of my Taishang lineage. Only each generation of Taishang knows how to play it. Wanner, I will now teach you the Taishang's sound of longevity and some of the inheritances of Taishang's Tao. Taishang said solemnly, Huh, Master, you can't. How can you? Fairy Wanner's expression changed. Before Fairy Wanner finished speaking, Taishang suddenly poked her forehead with his fingertip. Buzz. A green light came out of his fingertip and went into Wanner's forehead. Wanner closed her eyes and meditated. After a while, Taishang suddenly loosened his fingers, and Fairy Wanner suddenly woke up. Master, what is this? Wanner asked anxiously. I'll pass the inheritance to you first, in case of any accidents. Taishang shook his head. But there is no need. Master's cultivation is recovering at a rapid pace. That day, the wolf demon was just an accident. As long as we live here, who would dare to disturb Master? Wanner smiled bitterly. Taishang sneered. Those old guys can't hold it in anymore. A month ago, that wolf demon, do you really think it was an accident? Did someone do this on purpose? Fairy Wanner's eyes turned cold. Even Xuandu wants to overstep his authority. But, humph, as long as I'm around, the position of a tycoon will never be theirs. Taishang said coldly. Yes, Master, don't worry. This disciple will definitely support Master. Fairy Wanner solemnly looked at Taishang. Wanner, did you lose your virginity when you went north last time? Taishang asked in a low voice. I didn't. Fairy Wanner's face stiffened, and she stuttered. You didn't? Oh, remember this. You never lost your virginity. At least your cultivation is improving at a rapid pace now. This explains everything. I trained you to be a tycoon of the Taishang way. You are now the saintess of the Taishang way. No one dares to do anything to you. Taishang said in a low voice. Master, Fairy Wanner said bitterly. Taishang shook his head and stroked Wanner's hair. Wanner, no matter who asks, you must deny it. You didn't lose your virginity. You are the purest successor of the Taishang way. Huh, yes. Fairy Wanner was confused. Go, I want to rest, Taishang said after taking a deep breath. Oh, Wanna nodded blankly. Wanna left. She felt that her master was a little strange today. He watched Wanna leave. Taishang sighed slightly and walked back to his hall. Bang! The door of the hall closed with a bang. At the same time, in another hall not far from the hall, a group of men and women wearing Tai Chi robes stood respectfully in front of a young man in white. Eldest senior brother, the tycoon has lost his Taoist heart. He is no longer qualified to be the tycoon. Please succeed him. Xuanan suddenly said. Yes, eldest senior brother. Who in the Taishang Wei doesn't know Master Xiandu? Everyone knows Xiandu, but they don't know who the tycoon of the Taishang Wei is. Eldest senior brother inheriting the Taishang Wei is well-deserved. Another disciple of the Taishang Wei shouted. If it weren't for eldest senior brother, the Taishang Wei wouldn't have the status we have today in Wanshou Taoism. Eldest senior brother, please don't decline. Everyone was flattering the young man in white. The young man in white had a red cinnabar mark in between his eyebrows. He opened his eyes slightly and listened to everyone, but his expression didn't change. Eldest senior brother, the tycoon isn't even in the Khanate realm now, Xuanan said softly. Eldest senior brother Xiandu took a deep breath and said, the Taishang Wei is passed down in an orderly manner. You can't go against it. But eldest senior brother, she doesn't deserve to be the tycoon. The tycoon of the Taishang Wei has always been a man. When did he become a woman? Moreover, when she looked for a disciple, she found a woman. Saintess Wan is she trying to turn the Taishang Wei into a female sect? Xuanan frowned. Xiandu narrowed his eyes. Perhaps this is the change of Taiji. Xiaoyang gives birth to Taiyin. Extreme Yang gives birth to Yin. Is this the Taiji way of Yin and Yang? No, the Taishang bloodline. How could it change? The group of disciples immediately cried out. Yes, I only admire eldest senior brother. I also admire eldest senior brother. Master was muddle-headed back then. Master Immortal, you must have made a mistake. Everyone urged Xiandu to usurp the throne, but Xiandu shook his head. Others thought that Xiandu was unwilling, but Xiandu thought that it was not the right time yet. Speaking of which, I think I noticed that the tycoon's cultivation has increased a few days ago. A disciple of the Taishang Wei said with a frown. Xiandu narrowed his eyes. Everyone looked at him. A month ago, the tycoon couldn't even deal with a demon wolf. However, a few days ago, 6 days ago, I saw the tycoon kill a tiger demon with a beam of sword energy. He should be in the Golden Core realm now. The disciple said, he's recovering? Everyone was taken aback. Xiandu's previous indifference disappeared, and his expression darkened. He was going to wait for the tycoon to lose his cultivation before he abdicated. How could there be such a change? 3 days later. Tycoon, we have something to report. A group of disciples of the Taishang Wei broke into the palace where the Taishang lived. Fairy Wan rushed over. How dare you? What are you doing? How dare you break into the tycoon's palace? Wan glared at them. Boom. The disciples of the Taishang Wei ignored her and broke into the palace. How dare you? Wanner's expression changed, and she stopped them. At this moment, everyone stopped. He saw that there were 2 scrolls and a jade tablet in the main hall at this moment. The Taishang scripture? That's a Tai Chi diagram? Xuanan's expression changed. The 2 scrolls emitted waves of Tai Chi. One of them was emitting waves of black and white Qi. It spun slowly and formed the shape of a Tai Chi diagram. This is the Taishang Wei's tycoon's token. The Taishang scripture and the Tai Chi diagram? Why? One asked in surprise. That jade tablet, that's the Taishang Wei's jade tablet of legacy? Xuanan's expression changed. However, he saw a large number of names densely written on the jade tablet. When he reached the last name, it was Lin Wanner. The name before Lin Wan Er's name was Zhang Yulian. The tycoon's name seems to be Zhang Yulian. If this is the Taishang Wei's Jade Tablet of Legacy, then the one behind it is Lin Wan Xuanen's expression changed. Wow. Everyone suddenly turned to look at Lin Wan What? Master, what are you doing? Wan Er's expression changed. The tycoon passed his position to Lin Wan and only the tycoon can carve the words on the Taishang Wei's Jade Tablet of Legacy. No one can change it. Another Taishang Wei's disciple's expression changed. How can that be? How can the tycoon pass his position to her without permission? She is Lin Wan. How strong is the Taishang Wei? I don't believe it. Quick, inform senior brother. The Taishang Wei's Jade Tablet was in chaos. When the news reached Xuandu's expression changed. Boom. Immediately, Xuandu arrived at the main hall. Wan was collecting the 3 items, but Xuandu reached out his hand. Suddenly, the Taishang scripture and the Tai Chi diagram were swept into his sleeve. However, the Jade Tablet seemed to emit a bright light that resisted Xuandu. Uncle Xuandu, what are you doing? This is Master's. Wan glared. Where's the tycoon? Xuandu asked coldly. How would I know? Master passed the position to me. I am now the tycoon of the Taishang Wei. This Jade Tablet of Legacy is the best proof. Wan shouted. As she spoke, she reached out according to the Taishang Wei's Jade Tablet of Legacy left by Zhang Yulian. Instantly, the Jade Tablet shrank and landed in Wan Er's palm. Instantly, Wan Er's body emitted a Tai Chi light. I don't know why Master is doing this, but none of you can touch Master's things. And the Taishang scripture and the Tai Chi diagram. Give them back to me. Wan glared. There were also some disciples that Xuandu didn't like. They immediately bowed to Wan. Greetings, tycoon. She passed the Taishang Wei's Jade Tablet of Legacy to you. Xuandu's expression was frighteningly dark. Return the Tai Chi diagram and the Taishang scripture to me. Otherwise, I will inform the Tongtian sect master and ask the Tongtian sect and Yuanshi sect to clean up the Taishang sect. Wan glared again. Since you are the new tycoon, you should improve your cultivation. You can't protect the Taishang Wei's treasures. I will help you keep them first. Greetings, tycoon. Xuandu's expression was gloomy. Wan glared. Greetings, tycoon. Xuanen and the others imitated Xuandu and bowed slightly to Wan However, their expressions were cold. Wan Er's expression was gloomy, but she felt helpless. Although her cultivation was constantly improving, she was still far behind Xuandu. She couldn't do anything about it. The noisy Taishang Wei only calmed down after a few days of arguing. Xuandu was in the main hall. Xuandu's expression was gloomy. In front of him stood a group of followers of the Taishang Wei. The Taishang Wei's internal strife has attracted the attention of the Tongtian sect and Yuanshi sect. They have started to thoroughly investigate the situation of the Taishang Wei. It is inconvenient for me to leave this place. Xuanen takes some people to the east and find Zhang Yulian. Xuandu said coldly. East? That's right. Zhang Yulian. I underestimated her. She actually guessed what we were up to. However, I've figured out some things after these days of divination. She's headed east, in the direction of Great Yen Celestial Dynasty. Go find her and secretly bring her to me. That jade steel of legacy can't be passed down again without 100 years. However, the previous generation's great son can change the legacy. That's why that girl, can't change it. We can only find Zhang Yulian. Yes, eldest senior brother, don't worry. We will always be on your side. The group of Taishang Wei disciples immediately shouted, Xuandu nodded. Chapter 653. Guhai had arrived at the Dayan dynasty. Through the officials of the Dayan dynasty, the news quickly spread to Shinnong City. Following that, a large number of officials came to welcome him. After all, Guhai was representing the Deqian celestial dynasty. He was the envoy of the celestial dynasty. Deqian envoy, you have come from afar. Rest in the Gan district first. Your Deqian palace is there. There is also a group of Deqian officials who have been here for 3 years. You can meet them. An official from the Ministry of Rights said courteously, "Thank you for your trouble." Guhai nodded. The flying boat slowly moved towards Shinnong City. From afar, Guhai's flying ship could already see the city under the scorching sun. It was a huge city that stretched endlessly, yet was clearly divided. There were countless clouds and mist in all directions. This Shinnong City isn't smaller than the Celestial Court. Guhai revealed a trace of surprise. Although it was only one city, its total territory was even larger than the 33 cities of the Celestial Court combined. Shinnong City, to be precise, is a combination of 64 cities. Sima Chongkong explained. "Oh, 64 cities?" Guhai was puzzled. "Yes, but here they are called 64 districts. Each district is the size of a large city. Hall Master, can you see it?" Sima Chongkong smiled. Guhai narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Indeed, the 64 districts had their own city walls. They were clearly separated. Each one was the same. Every zone is a hexagram, and it is the sign of 64 hexagrams. His Majesty has created a Tao of heaven and earth called Lianshanii, and these 64 zones are arranged according to the arrangement of Lianshanii. They are not inferior to the 36 cities of the Celestial Court at all. These 64 hexagrams also form a great formation. No one knows how strong they are. However, they are recognized as the top 3 in the world. Sima Chongkong said solemnly, "Oh, publicly recognized as the top 3 in the world?" Yes, this is taking into account all kinds of formations. If we were to count from the perspective of the 64 hexagrams formation, this would be the first. Back then, Old Man Guanxi also used a chess formation to fight against this Lianshan formation, but in the end, he couldn't win. Sima Chongkong solemnly said. "He didn't win?" "Yes, neither victory nor defeat." Sima Chongkong nodded. In the sky above Shinnong City, there was also a sea of fate. In the sea of fate clouds, there were statues of Dayan His Holiness and the statues of all the officials and generals. There were also countless diagrams around them. Qian hexagram, Kuan hexagram, Zhen hexagram, Zhen hexagram, all kinds of hexagram. Each of them corresponded to a district below. Guhai's flying boat was flying towards the Qian hexagram land. Lianshanii? How familiar! Guhai frowned slightly. Familiar? Hall Master also knows Lianshanii? Sima Chongkong was puzzled. A little, but not much. Guhai shook his head and fell into deep thought. Sima Chongkong and Long Sanqian were at a loss. This Lianshanii was created by Zhang Lianshan himself. He didn't tell anyone at all. No one has inherited Lianshanii's legacy. How could you possibly know it? Long Outyen said in disbelief. He thought Guhai was just putting on a show. However, Guhai did know a little about the 64 hexagrams. Back on Earth, he had flipped through the Book of Changes, but he couldn't understand most of it back then, so he didn't take it seriously. After coming to this world, Guhai's memory improved tremendously due to his cultivation. He could recall all the Book of Changes that he had read in the past. When he was a mortal, he had also studied Book of Changes. It was not an exaggeration to say that he knew a little. However, Book of Changes and Li and Shani were different. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at the huge Shenong city. It's really similar. Tai Yi, Mosquito Daoran, Kong Xian, and Tong Tian Sect Master? Could it be that the immortal firmament is the same? Even some people can be a coincidence. If people can be the same, perhaps some of the laws of heaven and earth are the same? So, since Li and Shani appeared on earth, does this world also have Li and Shani? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. He looked at the 64 hexagrams pattern in the sky. Gu Hai pondered for a moment. The 64 hexagrams were said to be passed down by Fuxi on Earth in the past, but there were changes later on. It was divided into 3 categories: Li and Shani, Guizhong Yi, and Book of Changes. This was a process of time. Li and Shani appeared and was slowly replaced by Guizhong Yi. Finally, it was replaced by Book of Changes during the Zhou dynasty on Earth. As a result, there was no inheritance of Li and Shani and Guizhong Yi on Earth in the future. They only knew their names. Now, Gu Hai finally saw the real Li and Shani. The 64 hexagrams were the same, but the arrangement was different from Book of Changes. Li and Shani used the Zhen hexagram as the first hexagram. Book of Changes used the Qian hexagram as the first hexagram. Zhen hexagram? The palace of the Dian dynasty is in the Zhen district. Gu Hai looked at the official from the Ministry of Rites. That's right. The official from the Ministry of Rites nodded. That's right. It's just as I guessed. It's indeed the Zhen hexagram. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Long Outyan rolled his eyes. Do you need to guess that the palace of the Dian dynasty is in the Zhen district? It was something that everyone knew. Hall Master, don't pretend to know when you don't. Look at how these officials are laughing at you. The Dian official did not believe him. He looked at Gu Hai strangely. Humph, just because you don't know doesn't mean that my master doesn't know. What is Li and Shani? Is there anything in this world that my master doesn't know? If you're so capable, why don't you write a book about Taoism? If you don't know, don't talk nonsense. You're illiterate. Gao-Chen said with disdain. I'm illiterate? What do you know? Long Outyan glared at him. Then why don't you write something better than Taoism? Gao-Chen said with disdain. Humph. Long Outyan snorted coldly. All right, stop arguing. Gu Hai said calmly. The flying boat slowly moved towards the Gan district. Soon, they arrived at a group of palaces. A large number of Deqian officials were standing at the entrance of the palaces. The one leading them was someone Gu Hai was familiar with. He was Ram Saint, the Chancellor of the Imperial College. Ram Saint led the team. He had arrived at the Dian dynasty a long time ago. When he heard that the Deqian envoys were coming, he immediately came out to welcome them. When he saw Gu Hai on the flying boat, Ram Saint raised his eyebrows. Mr. Good, it's you? Ram Saint raised his eyebrows. Mr. Ram, long time no see. Gu Hai said with a smile. An official from the Ministry of Rites said, Lord Ram, this is the Deqian envoy. You can arrange it. You know the rules. Thank you. Ram Saint nodded. The Dian officials from the Ministry of Rites slowly retreated. Ram Saint turned around and looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Then he looked at the others on the flying boat. Oh, Ao Qian Ho, 3,000 Ho, Sima Chong Kong, and Ao Shun? Why are you with Mr. Good? Ram Saint asked in surprise. His Holiness ordered us to temporarily enter the elite hall and wait for the hall master's orders. Sima Chong Kong explained. Lord Ram. Long Sanqian smiled. Ao Qian Ho tilted his head and ignored Ram Saint. Ao Shun didn't say anything either. Oh, you're joining the elite hall? Mr. Good, is His Holiness dissatisfied with my incompetence and sent you to supervise me? Ram Saint said with a sour expression. Gu Hai shook his head. Mr. Ram, you worry too much. The great Qian Empire's emperor asked me to go on a diplomatic mission to the great Yen celestial dynasty. He already instructed me during the Thousand Saints Conference. I only rested at home for 3 years because of some trivial matters. Ram Saint, Long Outyen, Long Sanxian, and Ao Shun all turned to look at Gu Hai with their mouths wide open. You said? His Holiness ordered you to take care of him during the Thousand Sage Conference. You actually disobeyed the order? Long Outyen stared in shock. I had important matters to attend to and couldn't leave. Gu Hai shook his head. Gong Yangsheng was speechless. Couldn't leave? He could be considered the first person in the Deqian who dared to ignore His Holiness's orders for 3 years and deal with his own matters. But at least it showed that Dai Qianqing didn't send Gu Hai because he was disappointed in him, but because he was disappointed in Gu Hai and sent him first. Mr. Good, you're here now. You're really leisurely, Ram Saint said coldly. It's all right. I was slightly delayed on the road, so I hurried over. Gu Hai shook his head and smiled. Delayed? Is there anything more important than coming to Shinong City? Ram Saint said in a low voice, and seemed to be unhappy. We were stopped by the angels midway, so we went to Heaven City and killed some angels. We quarreled with Tai Chu. Gu Hai nodded. Ram Saint was slightly stunned, as if he didn't understand what Gu Hai said. After a while, he came around. You quarreled with Tai Chu? Tai Chu let you out? Mr. Good, I respect you for saving me, but I'm not stupid. You better not use such low-level lies to lie to me. Ram Saint glared. Lie to you? Gu Hai was slightly puzzled. Humph, you dare to go to Heaven City? Now, the angels can't wait to catch you for revenge, and Tai Chu hates you to the core. If you go to Heaven City, can you still come out? That's one of Tai Chu's biggest palaces. How many angels are stationed there? Can you still come out? Can you still be safe and sound? Are you slandering my intelligence? Ram Saint glared and said angrily. Just as Ram Saint finished speaking, Mu Chinfeng's shout came from a hall in the flying ship. We're here. Get out. Quick. Quam. The door of the hall suddenly opened. Then he saw 2 shackled men walking out from the front. This is young Master Yanhua. Why is he handcuffed? And that Yihua, how come he's alive? Why is he also shackled? Ram Saint said in surprise. I told you I went to Heaven City. Ram Saint, why are you so stubborn? Long Outyen said impatiently. Ram Saint rubbed his eyes, and the subordinates behind him also rubbed their eyes, as if they couldn't accept this fact for a while. Gu Hai went to Heaven City and captured 2 of Tai Chu's sons in front of him. In the end, Gu Hai was unharmed? Did I remember wrongly? When did Solar God Palace become so easy to talk to? Gu Hai, our cultivation has been sealed by you, and you still want us to wear shackles. Do you want to humiliate us? Yanhua glared and said angrily. I remember that day you said that when Bingheim just returned, it was you who shackled her, Gu Hai said lightly. You. Yanhua glared and was very angry. Gu Hai turned to look at Ram Saint. Lord Ram Saint, can you arrange some accommodation for us and give me a place to imprison Yanhua and Yihua? Gong Yangsheng was speechless. Chapter 654. In the Qing Emperor's residence, the Qing Emperor was sitting cross-legged. He was meditating. Boom. Suddenly, with the azure of the arch as the center, a green light surged. Phew! The Qing Emperor let out a long sigh. Emperor, how is it? Do you still need me to concoct a great restore pill? The King of Elixirs asked carefully. No need. My injuries are all healed. Long Zhanggua. He is indeed powerful. The Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. What about Gu Hai? The King of Elixirs asked softly. The Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes, and hatred flashed across his eyes. Emperor! Suddenly, Qisha's voice came from outside the room. "Come in," the Qing emperor said solemnly. Soon, Qisha walked into the room with a ball of paper in his hand. "Emperor, I was resting in the room when an arrow was shot at me. I immediately went out to look for him, but I couldn't find him." Qisha said solemnly. "Oh, you couldn't find him with your hearing?" The Qing emperor raised an eyebrow. "Yes, there was a letter on the arrow." Qisha handed over the arrow and a letter respectfully. The Qing emperor took the letter and read it carefully. "Gu Hai is in Shenong City? Why didn't anyone report to me?" The Qing emperor stared. "Maybe Gu Hai is too far north, and the people from the Board of Rights don't know Gu Hai. Also, Gu Hai might not have reported his name. Besides, Gu Hai has many people with the same name." Qisha guessed. "Qisha." The Qing emperor looked at Qisha coldly. Qisha's expression turned solemn. "Emperor, it's true. I was filtering the sound just now. Gu Hai is really in the Deqian Palace." "Oh," the Qing emperor raised an eyebrow. "Emperor, the person who sent the letter has ulterior motives." The King of Elixirs said solemnly. Qing emperor nodded. Obviously, the person who delivered the letter knew about the grudge between him and Gu Hai and wanted to kill him with a borrowed knife. "Emperor, are we going to make a move?" Seven Kills asked, puzzled. "Emperor, they are Deqian emissaries after all. They represent the Deqian celestial empire. If we go there rashly, will we?" Qing emperor said coldly, "Deqian emissary? Humph, this is the Dayan dynasty after all, and I am the Qing emperor of the Dayan dynasty." Whoosh! Qing emperor stood up and walked outside. Gan region, Deqian Palace. After settling down, Ram Saint held a banquet to welcome everyone. However, he still had a strange feeling about Yihua and Yanhua being captured. "Lord Gongyang, we came late. What is the attitude of Dayan and His Holiness?" Gu Hai asked curiously. Ram Saint smiled bitterly. "Mr. Good, I came 3 years earlier than you, but in these 3 years, I only saw Jiang Lianshan once. I haven't seen him since then." "Oh." Gu Hai was puzzled. "And that was a hurried meeting. Jiang Lianshan gave His Holiness some face by meeting the Deqian emissary. However, Jiang Lianshan seemed to know what I was going to say, but he kept avoiding me. After that, I asked to see him many times, but—" Ram Saint smiled bitterly. "If you can't see Jiang Lianshan, you can't talk about anything." Gu Hai frowned. "Yes, in these 3 years, I kept making friends with Dayan officials, hoping to find a way to meet Jiang Lianshan." Ram Saint took a deep breath. What was the effect? Gu Hai was confused. Effect? Ha! They were willing to attend the banquet, but when it came to meeting Jiang Lianshan, they all avoided talking about it. No one dared to take the risk when Jiang Lianshan decided on something, not even the White Emperor, the Qing Emperor, and the Red Emperor. Ram Saint frowned. "Today we came here. Can I still see Jiang Lianshan?" Gu Hai asked in a low voice. "No. The officials of the Ministry of Rights led you here, which is equivalent to 2 diplomatic missions meeting. They won't let us see His Holiness." Ram Saint shook his head. Gu Hai frowned slightly. "It's a pity that my literary skills were taken away by the Immortal of the 6 Paths. Otherwise, with my literary talent, I could have written some remonstrances." Ram Saint sighed, slightly. "Then do you have a way to meet Jiang Lianshan?" Gu Hai was confused. "Meet Jiang Lianshan? There are only 2 ways now." "Oh, first, find the White Emperor, the Qing Emperor, and the Red Emperor to recommend you. However, the 3 of them are not willing. Ram Saint sighed, slightly. "What's the second way?" "Second, remonstrance." Ram Saint said in a low voice. "Remonstrance? Gu Hai was puzzled. It's this Lian Shan, also known as the Book of Changes. Jiang Lianshan is most proud of his achievement. However, he is still not satisfied. He wants to find the flaws in it and make it more perfect. Therefore, as long as someone points out the flaws in the Book of Changes, he can make an exception to meet them. Ram Saint said in a low voice, "Point out the flaws in Lianshan, E." Gu Hai frowned slightly. Yes, although this Book of Changes has been selected by Jiang Lianshan, and all the Gathas have been announced to the world, and even placed in the center of every district, we still don't understand the Book of Changes. Without Jiang Lianshan's inheritance, how can we point out the flaws if we don't understand the Book of Changes? Ram Saint said with a bitter smile. But how can Jiang Lianshan know if this is the truth? What if he points out the flaws randomly? Gu Hai was puzzled. In the center of every city, there is a giant monument that is connected to the Lianshan Formation. Those who have ideas can write on the giant monument. If it is really compatible with the Lianshan Formation and points out the flaws in Lianshan E, the giant monument can sense it and then show it through the Lianshan Formation. However, I heard that it has been 1,000 years and no one has found a single flaw in Lianshan E, Ram Saint said with a bitter smile. No flaws in 1,000 years. Gu Hai was puzzled. Yes, it has been 1,000 years, and Lianshan E has been perfected day by day. 1,000 years ago, Old Man Guanxi came and used the chest Dao formation to deduce. He triggered a reaction from the giant monument and pointed out a flaw. However, I heard that Jiang Lianshan did not accept this flaw, so it was left unsettled. Ram Saint said with a bitter smile, Old Man Guanxi used the chest Dao formation to deduce the Lianshan formation, found a flaw? Yes, I heard that Old Man Guanxi completely overthrew Jiang Lianshan's Lianshan. Old Man Guanxi deduced that the Gen hexagram was the first hexagram of Lianshan E. Like the myriad phenomena in the world, the Kuan hexagram should be the first hexagram. Kuan is the earth, the origin of life. He argued with Jiang Lianshan for a long time, and Jiang Lianshan also verified with him for countless days. However, in the end, Old Man Guanxi cultivated the chest Dao, so he could not find a reason for these 64 hexagrams. In the end, the matter was left unsettled. Ram Saint recalled. Gu Hai frowned deeply. The Gen hexagram was the first hexagram, so it was Lianshan E. The Kuan hexagram was the first hexagram, so it was Guizhong E. Old Man Guanxi used the chest Dao formation to deduce Lianshan E. Deduce Guizhong E. Mr. Good, don't think about the second method. Think about the first method instead. The Qing Emperor, the White Emperor, and the Red Emperor asked them to recommend you. I remember that the Qing Emperor seemed to value Mr. Good a lot. How about? Ram Saint said expectantly. Ram Saint did not know that Gu Hai and the Qing Emperor had fallen out, so he asked Gu Hai to look for the Qing Emperor. However, how could Gu Hai look for trouble now? Ram Saint, you underestimate the clan leader. You don't know the Book of Changes, but the clan leader does. Isn't that right, clan leader? Long Outyen said with a cold smile. Not long ago, Gu Hai said that he knew a little about the Book of Changes, but Long Outyen did not believe him. Now that he had the chance, he would naturally mock him. Huh, Mr. Good, is what Long Outyen said true? Ram Saint asked with a look of disbelief. Long Sanqian, Ao Shun, and Sima Chongkong looked at Long Outyen with furrowed brows. Obviously, they were blaming Long Outyen for undermining the clan leader. It was too much. I know a little. Gu Hai nodded. Huh. Sima Chongkong and Long Sanqian's expressions froze. Did I hear wrong? Ram Saint also looked at Gu Hai with wide eyes. How is that possible? Jiang Lianshan's Book of Changes has never been passed down to anyone. Could it be that Mr. Gu has obtained the inheritance? Gong Yongsheng glared. Inherent? I don't. I only know a different version of the Book of Changes. Gu Hai shook his head. Ha ha. Gu Hai, do you really know the Book of Changes? You're still boasting at a time like this? Long Outyin said gloomily. I'm just mocking you. How dare you say that? Since there's a sensing stone tablet for the Great Array Formation in every district, if you don't mind, Mr. Ram, take me there. I'll write down some of the contents of the Book of Changes that I know and see if it's effective, Gu Hai said solemnly. Gu Hai had indeed studied the Book of Changes, but he did not know it well. Even so, Gu Hai had a complete version of the Book of Changes, so it was fine to try. Maybe it would be useful. However, everyone mistakenly thought that Gu Hai was really confident. If it were someone else, they would never believe it, but Gu Hai was different. First of all, Gu Hai's chess playing was perfect. Old man Guanxi could find flaws, so Gu Hai might be able to do it too. Second, Gu Hai could write a scripture like the Book of Taoism. Maybe he could really do it. Then, when Mr. Good? Ram Saint asked with a strange look in his eyes. There's no time to lose. Let's go now. What do you think? Gu Hai asked. So soon? Mr. Good, don't you want to study Lian Shanii first? After all, Shinong City's Lian Shanii is different from the outside world, except for the content. Mr. Good, why don't you read it carefully before you start writing? Ram Saint asked. Study Lian Shanii? Gu Hai thought about it and finally gave up. He had studied the Book of Changes for so many years, but he only understood a little. He definitely would not understand Lian Shanii, so it was better to forget about it. No, just take me there. There's no need to waste time. Gu Hai shook his head. Ram Saint nodded. Okay, Mr. Good, come with me. Sima Chongkong, Long Outyin, Long Sanqian, and Ao Shun all looked at Gu Hai with strange expressions. You're lying, right? Long Outyin cursed in a low voice. Chapter 655. It is indeed the first Gen hexagram. Gu Hai squinted his eyes. A large number of people were walking around the square, but no one approached the giant tablet. Perhaps they had given up on the Lian Shanii on the tablet. A large number of soldiers were guarding around the giant tablet. Gu Hai looked at the Lian Shanii on the giant tablet. The first Gen hexagram was followed by the second Kuan hexagram. Arranged one by one, there were 64 of them. Mr. Gu, there are 64 giant tablets in Shinong City. On each tablet, there is a piece of Lian Shanii. The handwriting of each piece is different, but it seems that the artistic conception of each piece is different. Mr. Good, don't you want to look around? Ram Saint asked. No need. Gu Hai shook his head. He wouldn't understand even if he looked at it. Then, Mr. Good, do you see any flaws? Ram Saint asked. Flaws. Gu Hai only knew a little about the 8 diagrams. How could he understand them? The 64 hexagrams were a combination of the basic 8 diagrams. They were the superposition of 2 8 diagrams. The Gen hexagram was the superposition of 2 normal Gen hexagrams. The Gen hexagram was, there was a long horizontal line at the top, 2 short horizontal lines in the middle, and 2 short horizontal lines at the bottom. The long horizontal line was called the Yang line, and the 2 short horizontal lines were called the Yin line. The Yang line was called 9, and the Yin line was called 6. The hexagrams had to be looked at from the bottom to the top. The Gen hexagram was the superposition of 2. Therefore, there were 2 short horizontal lines at the bottom, called 6. The order of the hexagrams was 6, 6, 2, 9, 3, 6, 4, 6, 5, 9. Gu Hai knew a little about the hexagrams, and the others knew how to look at them. However, they didn't know how to look at them in depth. At least, Ram Saint didn't understand. Long Outyin, Long Sanqian, Ao Shun, and Sima Chongkong didn't understand either. Hall leader, do you see any flaws? Long Out Yen sneered. At this moment, all eyes were on Gu Hai. You're saying that I can write on this stone tablet? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Oh, that's right. This stele is a part of the Grand Mountain Linking Formation. As long as you write something on it, it will react. If you write something that's not important, then there will be no reaction. Mr. Good, are you really going to write it? Did you really find a flaw? Ram Saint asked curiously. Yes, it's not a small problem. Gu Hai nodded. Gong Yangsheng was speechless. I'm just asking. Can't you be more humble? Everyone looked at Gu Hai speechlessly. They didn't know if Gu Hai really saw the problem or if he was just pretending. The result would be revealed soon. No one said anything. Ram Saint stepped forward and explained to the soldier guarding the monument. The soldier looked at Gu Hai in astonishment. Could it be another scammer? His Holiness's Lian Shanii has been perfected. How can there be a flaw? And it's a Deqian person? The soldiers thought about it. However, Dian had strict orders from His Holiness, so they were not worried. However, there was a hint of disdain in their eyes. Gu Hai walked closer. Ram Saint took out a brush and said, Mr. Good, this is a special brush. Use this spirit stone to grind the golden liquid and write on the stele. Gu Hai picked up the brush, dipped it in the golden liquid, and nodded. Gu Hai stood in front of the giant monument and attracted the attention of countless people around. What are those people doing? Why are they going to the Lian Shanii tablet? Are they going to change it to Lian Shanii? Are you kidding? 1,000 years ago, even old man Guanxi couldn't change a single word. Where did these people come from? The people didn't believe it, but they all stopped to watch. Ram Saint and Long Out Yen suddenly smiled bitterly. They suddenly realized that they shouldn't have come. More and more people were surrounding them. If Gu Hai couldn't write anything later, how embarrassing would that be? Among the crowd stood a group of people with gloomy expressions on their faces. It was Qing Emperor and his subordinates. They were looking at Gu Hai, who was standing in front of the monument. Oh, changing Lian Shanii? What a joke! Qing Emperor said coldly. Emperor, when I was listening earlier, I already said that Gu Hai doesn't know his place. Seven Kills said softly. King of Pills frowned and said, Emperor, there are too many people here. Should we move to another place? Another place? Humph. The Gan district is under my jurisdiction. I can even control part of the Lian Shanii array here. Why should I care so much in my own place? Qing Emperor said coldly. But they are still the Deqian envoys. King of Pills said worriedly. So what if they are the Deqian envoys? This is the Dian dynasty. Besides, after this, who will know that I'm the one who did it? Qing Emperor said coldly. But don't worry, I have a plan. The one who dealt with the Deqian envoys wasn't the people of the Dian dynasty. It was Gu Hai who dug his own grave. Qing Emperor said coldly. Seven Kills heard it, right? That's Yihua and Yanhua. Qing Emperor looked at Seven Kills again. Your Majesty, that's right. I was listening when they were talking. Gu Hai and his group caused a ruckus in the heavenly city and captured Tai Chu's two sons. They even said that Lian Shanii had a problem and wanted to reprimand them. Seven Kills said confidently. All right, if that's the case, then it's not our problem. It's Tai Chu who came to find trouble with them. It's Tai Chu, Qing Emperor said coldly. Qing Emperor reached out and grabbed the air. Buzz. Endless fog appeared out of nowhere in the surrounding void. Your Majesty, are you controlling Lian Shanii? Will His Holiness find out? King of Pills was still worried. This is under my jurisdiction. His Holiness won't care. Besides, I'm just using the Lian-Shani array to draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to set up another array, Qing Emperor said coldly. Boom. All of a sudden, the rolling fog shrouded the entire central square in an instant. What's going on? Why is there fog? Such a powerful aura. Why? Countless people were shocked. A powerful aura came from the fog. What's going on? Let's fly out and take a look. A soldier guarding the monument said in shock. He had just flown into the sky. Boom. A loud sound was heard as he was knocked down. Ah, a scream echoed in the surroundings. The people were in a panic. At the same time, Gu Hai's brush stopped in the air. Sima Changkong and the rest looked at the thick fog in front of them in shock. What's going on? This is Shinong City. Who dares to be presumptuous here? Ram Saint's face changed. Gu Hai. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed in the fog. Gu Hai's face darkened. He looked at the direction of the roar in shock. However, the roar was too loud, and he couldn't figure out where it came from. Let's get out of here first. Long Outyen shouted. As he spoke, his body flashed and shot into the distance. Bam! Dragon Outyen was sent flying back, and in front of him stood a six-winged angel. The six-winged angel held a long sword in his hand and looked at Long Outyen coldly. Angel? The angel is here? Ao Shun's face darkened. As he spoke, Ao Shun moved closer to Gu Hai. Boom! At this moment, a rain of hundreds of millions of arrows appeared at the edge of the fog and shot toward Gu Hai and the rest. The rain of arrows was extremely fast and reached them in the blink of an eye. Oh no! Long Sanqian, Ram Saint, and Sima Changkong's faces changed. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone dodged quickly. Ao Shun waved his hand and broke a large number of arrows. Suddenly, countless vines appeared around Gu Hai, instantly wrapping around all the soldiers and citizens guarding the monument. Many thanks. The expressions of the soldiers guarding the monument changed as they looked at Gu Hai gratefully. At this moment, a terrifying aura pressed down on them. Heavenly Palace. Ao Shun's face darkened. However, thousands of angels suddenly flew out from the surroundings. Among them, there were dozens of six-winged angels. All of them were holding weapons and bows as they surrounded a white figure. As soon as the white figure appeared, a powerful aura surged and created a storm. Tai Chu. Ao Shun's face changed. Tai Chu is here. Does he not want Yi Hua and Yen Hua's lives? Sima Changkong's face darkened. Tai Chu, I have asked Gao Chen to keep an eye on Yen Hua. He can hear me. If you dare to do anything, you will never see your two sons again. Gu Hai said coldly. Ha 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 ha. Kill them. Tai Chu laughed coldly and ignored them. Kill. Thousands of angels rushed over. Ah, help. The civilians' faces changed. Kaboom. Gu Hai wrapped the vines around the civilians and protected them. But the angels rushed over. Ao Shun rushed forward. Boom. Ao Shun punched dozens of angels away. Ao Shun? Ao Tian Huang indeed gave birth to a good son. However, you can only blame your bad luck for being with Gu Hai. None of you will be able to survive. Tai Chu snorted coldly as his figure flashed and appeared in front of Ao Shun. Boom. Tai Chu punched. Although Ao Shun was an elite from Heavenly Palace, he was no match for Tai Chu. Tai Chu punched and created a storm. Ao Shun flew back 30 feet. Sand and pebbles flew around. If not for Gu Hai's vines, all the civilians would have been killed. Unfortunately, the angels were getting fiercer. When the angels were about to hit Long Outyen decided not to hide anymore. Jiang Chun, protect me. Long Outyen waved his hand. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a zombie wearing an emperor's robe appeared and sent a group of angels flying. Little thing, you're courting death. Taichu's eyes turned cold. He rushed forward and punched the zombie. Boom. Just like Ao Shun, the zombie retreated 100 feet. Break. Taichu waved his hand again. Boom. The tremendous power instantly blew up all the vines, and countless aftershocks instantly rushed towards everyone. Ah, ah, ah. A large number of civilians and soldiers were exposed, including Ram Saint and Sima Chongkong. They were chased by the angels. Screams were heard. Some people were killed. Ao Shun and the zombies were from Heavenly Palace. They rushed toward Taichu, but Taichu was too strong. They were no match for him. Everyone was about to die under the angels' attacks. Guhai narrowed his eyes. No, this isn't the real Taichu. Is this the 32 skies array? A condensed cloud beast. Taichu? Guhai's expression changed. Chapter 656. The six-winged angel stabbed at Long Sanqian, seemingly leaving Long Sanqian with nowhere to run. However, Long Sanqian suddenly stepped forward. He faced the blade head-on. Buzz. Bang. The angel's saber missed its target. Long Sanqian, who should have been cut open, was unscathed. It really is the 32 line pair world formation, one of Guanxi's 9 suns. Long Sanqian's eyelids twitched. The Go laws had already been collected by the heavens. If one wanted to set up a Go law formation, they either needed the heavenly Go chess or an endless amount of energy. Guhai used a huge amount of spirit stones to support the formation in the past. However, Qing Emperor controlled the connecting mountains formation and connected the world to obtain endless spirit energy to support the 32 line pair world formation. All the angels charged at Guhai's group, killing everyone in their way. Ao Shun charged at the very front. Naturally, he started fighting with the strongest, Taichu. Although Long Outyan's Jiangchen zombie was strong, it was no match for Taichu. Even if it joined forces with Ao Shun, Taichu still managed to suppress it. Boom, boom, boom. Under the huge impact, the powerful shock waves were absorbed by the fog formation and could not spread to the outside world. To the other people in Divine Farming City, this place was only shrouded in fog. No one knew that a fierce battle was taking place inside. Divine Farming City, Zhen District, Imperial Palace. Jiang Lianshan Dian's His Holiness was reviewing memorials. HM? Dian's His Holiness suddenly paused and turned to look in the direction of the Gan district. After taking a look, the Great Flame Emperor frowned. He seemed to be deep in thought, but in the end, he ignored it. At the central square of the Gan district, Guhai, Sima Chongkong, and Ram Saint were all surrounded by a large number of angels. A large number of vines emerged from Guhai's Vine World Gourd, but they were all shattered by Taichu's palm. Now, the three of them were surrounded by angels. In the blink of an eye, Sima Chongkong and Ram Saint were drowned by the angels. In the face of the countless attacks from the angels, Guhai stepped forward and dodged them. Guhai could understand the 32 great formations, and sometimes even faced the angels' swords head-on, but just like the Long Sanqian, he strangely avoided all the angels. At the border of the fog, Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. Humph, this Guhai's Go skills have increased again. To think that he can comprehend the 32 great formations so deeply. Unfortunately, you can only hide for a while. The common Tong Tian has to follow the rules on the chessboard, but the Cloud Beast Grand Beginning doesn't. Humph. Once we deal with Ao Shun and the others, it will be the time of your death. Ah. Not far away, Long Outyan screamed. Jiang Chen's zombie and Grand Beginning were in a deadlock. Long Outyan was immediately surrounded by a large number of angels, slashing at him repeatedly. Long Outyan's body was covered in blood. Long Outyen was severely injured and was about to be killed by the angels. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a green vine wrapped around Long Outyen and pulled him. Whoosh! Long Outyen was immediately pulled out of the angels' encirclement. In an instant, he arrived in front of Gu Hai. I'm not dead. Long Outyen looked at his own body in horror. If you don't pay attention, you'll die, Gu Hai said coldly. Long Outyen quickly turned his head and saw Gu Hai dodging the angel. A vine wrapped around Long Outyen's waist from Gu Hai. Did Gu Hai save me? Long Outyen's expression froze, but he immediately gritted his teeth. Jiang Chen, are you dead? This marquis was almost killed. Whoosh! Jiang Chen arrived in front of Long Outyen in an instant. Now that grand beginning was free. He immediately punched Ao Shun. Uffed. Ao Shun was sent flying and vomited blood. Ah! Not far away, a scream suddenly came. Gu Hai turned his head and saw Gong Yang Sheng's head fly into the air. Boom! Another angel flew over and shattered Gong Yang Sheng's head with a single punch. Lord Gong Yang! Sima Chongkong's expression changed as he exclaimed, Ah! Sima Chongkong's body had also been pierced by a few angels' swords. Long Outyen's expression changed. What do we do? What do we do? Gu! Hall Master, what do we do? We can't deal with grand beginning. This is not grand beginning. This is one of Guanxi's 9 sons. This is the 32 formation. Long Sanqian shouted anxiously. What? Not grand beginning? Long Outyen's expression changed. My father is dragon godding. My grandfather is Long Zhanghua. I don't care who you are. If you dare to kill me, my father and grandfather will avenge me. Long Outyen roared. In the fog far away, Qing Emperor sneered and ignored them. Hall Master, what do we do now? Ao Shun asked anxiously. We are the Deqian emissaries. Qing Emperor, it's you, right? You want to kill us. This is openly making an enemy of the Deqian celestial empire. Gu Hai suddenly roared. In the fog, Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai guessed it was him? So what if he guessed it? As long as he didn't admit it, no one could do anything to him. Later, all of you will die. Humph. Qing Emperor? Qing Emperor? Jiang Lianshan doesn't care? Long Outyen asked in horror. Within the 32 great formations, no sound can be heard. Long Sanqian said anxiously, Then what should we do? What should we do? Long Outyen asked in horror. You guys block for me. I will inform Jiang Lianshan. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Ao Shun shouted. Damn it. Long Outyen was also very depressed. Jiang Chen's zombie immediately blocked in front of Gu Hai. Grand beginning came again, with a large number of angels. Boom, boom, boom. The battle inside was extremely fierce. The ground of the square was already full of stones and storms. 32 great formations enveloped everyone's power within. They couldn't get out. They couldn't escape. They stubbornly resisted. Gu Hai suddenly used a brush dipped in gold to write under Lianshan Yi and compared the arrangement of the Lianshan Yi one by one. Lianshan Yi, gen hexagram first. Gen the back, not the body. Walking in the courtyard, not seeing the person. Book of Changes, Qian hexagram first. Qian, Yuan Heng, Li Zhen. The stone tablet suddenly lit up slightly, as if it was responding to this sentence. But there was a conflict. Qing Emperor in the distance narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai was not only looking for flaws, but also seemed to be rearranging. Book of Changes? Lianshan Yi is also called the Book of Changes. What do you mean by writing another Book of Changes? Do you want to fight against Lianshan Yi with your fabricated Book of Changes? Ignorant, ridiculous, Qing Emperor shouted coldly. but his eyes were fixed on the two symmetrical words of the Book of Changes. Just one sentence could not show anything. Gu Hai continued to write. Lianshan eat Mountain Jen, a gentleman's thoughts are not out of the ordinary. Book of Changes. Heaven is vigorous. A gentleman is self-improvement. Heaven is vigorous. A gentleman is self-improvement. It seemed to be indicating something, but it made the stone tablet suddenly burst into a dazzling golden light. Rumble! The stone tablet trembled, as if it was resisting this sentence. At the same time, in the upper study room, Jiang Lianshan's brush suddenly stopped. His eyes narrowed. Jiang Lianshan looked in the direction of the Qian district again, with a trace of surprise. In the Qian district, Gu Hai continued to write without stopping. Lianshan Yi, 6th, Zhen Qiji, Wujiu Li Yongzhen. Book of Changes, 9th, Hidden Dragon. Hidden Dragon? Although it was written simply, the moment the hidden dragon was mentioned, there seemed to be a low roar of a dragon under the stone tablet. Roar. The dragon's low roar seemed to be awakening something. At the same time, the entire stone tablet began to tremble. Gu Hai continued to write. Lianshan E6 Zhen Qifei, not following his heart is unhappy. Book of Changes, 92, see dragon in the field. Li sees the Lord. Lianshan E, 93, Zhen Qifei, Lianshan E, Li Sun Xian. Book of Changes, 93, a gentleman works all day long. Li Yongzhen Wujiu. Lianshan E, 64, Zhen Qifei, Wujiu. Book of Changes, 94, or leap into the abyss, Wujiu. Long Outyen didn't understand what was written, but as Gu Hai wrote, not only did the stone tablet in the Qian district square tremble, but all the stone tablets in the 64th district also trembled. Rumble! 64 stone tablets trembled, suddenly triggering the Lianshan formation. For a moment, rolling fog roared through the entire Shenong city. In the fog, a dragon's might was emitted. For a moment, all the people in the city suddenly paused and looked up at the sky. In the fog, one could vaguely see a golden Tongtian light shining in the direction of the Qian district. In the golden light, there seemed to be a giant golden dragon that was about to rush out. In the upper study room, Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes and slowly stepped out of the study room. First in the Qian trigram, ridiculous. The Zhen hexagram represents the mountain. It is unmoving like a mountain. It is the foundation of heaven and earth. It should be number 1. Back then, Guanxi said that the Kuan hexagram was number 1 because the earth was real. It was the origin of all living things. Only then could it be argued with. But this Qian hexagram, number 1 in the Qian hexagram, Qian represents the heavens. The heavens represent the void. There is nothing in the void, so how can heaven and earth be defined? Qian hexagram? Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Although he rejected the Qian hexagram as number 1, as Gu Hai wrote sentence by sentence, he described a new principle of heaven and earth from a different perspective. This principle of heaven and earth wasn't looking for flaws in the Lianshan Yi, but completely overthrowing the Lianshan Yi. Lianshan Yi 6-5, Zhen Qifei, Order, Death of Regret. Book of Changes, 9-5, Flying Dragon in the Sky, Li Sun Xian. Roar! In the Qian district, the golden dragon suddenly flew out and rushed into the sky. The dragon in the sky immediately formed a powerful dragon's might that rushed towards the Zhen district. The Zhen district was the head of the Lianshan Yi. Wong. As if there was the Lianshan formation, a huge black mountain rushed into the sky. It grew taller and taller, as if to prove that the mountain was the foundation of everything. Roar. The golden dragon roared, but it couldn't move the huge mountain. The golden dragon's efforts were useless. However, Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes. Number 1, in the Qian hexagram, this is a person who knows about gossip. Is he a reincarnated person from 800,000 years ago? The first 9 in the Lianshan Yi Donggenji, the first 9 in the Book of Changes, proud dragon, regret, roar. In the sky, the golden dragon that was competing with the huge mountain roared loudly. After roaring, it suddenly turned its head as if it couldn't win against the Gen Mountain. It seemed to be regretting its actions. You scared me. Humph, you want to challenge the Lianshan Yi? Dream on. Qing Emperor let out a long breath and laughed coldly. Countless Deqian officials and commoners in the city also let out a long breath. Just now, if it wasn't Chang Ming, it was someone who was challenging the Lianshan Yi. Furthermore, this challenge was so fierce that it forced the Lianshan Yi to reveal the first Gen Mountain. The golden dragon represented the Qian hexagram. The person who challenged the Gen hexagram was using the Qian hexagram to challenge the Gen hexagram, to fight for the first place, to mess with the Lianshan Yi. However, after the 6 trigram lines were completed, the golden dragon couldn't win against the Gen Mountain. It lost in the end. The Lianshan Yi of the Dian dynasty was indeed the most powerful. Once the proud dragon regrets was written, Jiang Lianshan's expression changed. That's not right. The proud dragon regrets, not the Qian hexagram. As expected, Gu Hai added another sentence. Using 9, see the dragons without a leader, auspicious. After the sentence was written, the dragon that turned its head and regretted its defeat suddenly exploded. Boom! With a loud sound, the golden dragon didn't explode. Instead, it suddenly turned into thousands of dragons. Suddenly, the entire sky was filled with golden dragons. Previously, there was only one dragon, but it was already enough to challenge the Gen Mountain. Now, thousands of giant dragons were roaring at Mount Gen. Roar. Rumble. The huge Gen Mountain shook violently. While it was shaking, the Dian dynasty's imperial palace seemed to be experiencing an earthquake. A large number of officials and commoners suddenly staggered and cried out in panic. The dragon's might was deafening, as if the heavens were about to destroy the world. Disperse! Jiang Lianshan shouted. Boom! The 64 stone steels suddenly stopped moving. Jiang Lianshan immediately dispelled the linked mountains' grand array. In an instant, the golden dragon and the fog in the sky suddenly disappeared. The huge Gen Mountain also disappeared. At the same time, in the central square of the Gan district, as Jiang Lianshan dispelled the linked mountains array, the Qing Emperor could no longer use the linked mountains array to connect with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The 32 arrays suddenly disappeared. When the 32 arrays disappeared, Ao Shun, Jiang Chen, and the countless angels that were fighting against Tai Chu and the zombies also disappeared. Boom! Suddenly, all the cloud beasts disappeared. Ao Shun, Long Sanqian, and Long Outyin were shocked when they saw nothing. It's over! Gu Hai let out a long sigh. At this moment, the central square of the Gan district was a mess. The ground was full of corpses. Countless commoners and soldiers had died. Even Ram Saint's corpse was cut into pieces. Sima Chongkong collapsed on the ground. His body was covered in blood, and he seemed to be on his last breath. Ao Shun, Long Outyin, and Long Sanqian were all covered in blood. On the opposite side, the Qing Emperor and the others were also shocked. The Qing Emperor looked at Gu Hai with a gloomy expression. Wow! When the commoners saw the tragic scene, they were shocked. Chapter 657. As soon as the great formation of linked mountains was removed, the central square of the Gan district was exposed. In an instant, the people around the Gan district were in an uproar. Boom! The uproar seemed to be contagious. The voices grew louder and louder, spreading further and further. Everyone who could see it was shocked beyond words. Big brother, how are you? Immediately, people from the outside rushed into the square and held the corpses of their loved ones. The bloody scene instantly filled the people around with fear. This was Shenong City. How could something like this happen? Was that the Qing Emperor? And who were these people? The Qing Emperor was exposed after the Great Formation was removed. The moment he was exposed, the Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes and seemed to want to speak. However, Gu Hai's reaction was faster. Dian, His Holiness Jiang Lianshan, the Deqian celestial dynasty, came to Shenong City as a diplomatic envoy, and we were well-mannered. You, Dian, have repeatedly neglected the Deqian diplomatic mission for 3 years. The Dian didn't care about the Deqian visit, so the Deqian celestial dynasty wouldn't be so thick-skinned as to stay for too long. Since our paths are different, we can't work together. Today, the Qing Emperor slaughtered the Deqian diplomatic mission with the Great Formation of Linked Mountains. The first batch of Deqian diplomatic mission leaders were even dismembered and died without a complete corpse. Is the Dian dynasty going to kill us as a sacrifice to officially declare war against the Deqian celestial dynasty? Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Gu Hai's shout made the Long Sanqian instantly react. That was close. If the Qing Emperor had shouted in front of them, they would have been in big trouble. As expected, the Qing Emperor glared at him. Although everything was done by the Qing Emperor, when no one was clear about the situation, as long as they shouted at Gu Hai, everyone would think that this disaster was caused by Gu Hai and his group. But now, Gu Hai's shout was almost a foregone conclusion. Did the Qing Emperor do it? In the square, there were many corpses, including the Deqian emissary. The emissary of the Deqian Celestial Empire, which Deqian Celestial Empire dared to challenge the heavens. The commoners suddenly quietened down and turned their gazes towards the imperial palace of Zhen District. In the Zhen District, Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes. In the central square of the Gan District, Qing Emperor snorted coldly, "Humph, in my Dian, you're misleading the public with your lies and slandering His Holiness. Even if you're a Deqian emissary, you still deserve to die." Qing Emperor shouted coldly and sent a palm strike in the direction of Gu Hai. Qing Emperor made his move, and the void was instantly filled with a green light. Ao Shun and Long Outyan's expressions changed, and they were about to attack. "Don't move," Gu Hai said in a low voice. Ao Shun's expression changed, and his hand that was about to attack stopped. Long Outyan frowned slightly, but this time he didn't talk back to Gu Hai. Buzz. Qing Emperor's palm struck toward Gu Hai, but Gu Hai didn't retaliate. Instead, he looked coldly at the incoming palm. Seeing that the palm was about to hit Gu Hai, the surrounding commoners were confused. "Stop!" Suddenly, an angry shout sounded. A flaming bird suddenly flew out from the stone tablet in the Gan District square. It instantly crashed into Qing Emperor's palm. Boom! Qing Emperor's palm was blasted away by the flaming bird. "His Holiness!" In the Gan District, countless officials and commoners bowed respectfully in the direction of the voice. Qing Emperor looked up and saw Jiang Lianshan standing in the Gan District, looking coldly at him. "His Holiness!" Qing Emperor took a deep breath and bowed slightly in that direction. Gu Hai turned his head and saw a middle-aged man in a dragon robe. He was quite muscular, and his eyes were extremely deep. He had a beard on his chin, and he looked like he had been through a lot. At this moment, he was looking coldly at the Gan District, as if he was angry. Although he was very far away, Gu Hai felt a strong sense of pressure. It was similar to when he saw the Long Zhanghua in the past. The Great Flame Emperor looked at the square in the Gan District coldly. Gu Hai only glanced at him for a moment before shifting his gaze to the square where he was. Long Sanqian, Long Aoqian, Ao Shun, collect Lord Gong Yang's corpse. Gu Hai said in a deep voice, "Yes." The three of them answered. While guarding against Qing Emperor's next attack, they took out a coffin and gently collected Ram Saint's corpse into a huge coffin. Gu Hai went to where Sima Chongkong was. Sima Chongkong still had one breath left. There were dozens of huge bloody holes on his body, and his dantian was completely broken. He was in a daze and only had one breath left. Tang! Sima Chongkong couldn't speak clearly. He spat out blood every time he said a word. No matter who saw this, they would feel that this was too much. Moreover, there were innocent Dayan civilians and soldiers around them who had died. For a moment, countless people looked at Qing Emperor with strange gazes. Gu Hai placed his hand on Sima Chongkong's dantian. Immediately, a strand of heaven-mending energy entered Sima Chongkong's body. Buzz! Sima Chongkong trembled and became much more clear-headed. "As Hall Master, thank you, Hall Master." Sima Chongkong said gratefully. Gu Hai nodded. In the distance, Jiang Lianshan said in a deep voice, "Qing Emperor, what happened?" Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Jiang Lianshan asked about the Qing Emperor first. It seemed like he was trying to cover for him. Could it be that Jiang Lianshan knew about the Qing Emperor's attack just now? "His Holiness, this person is Gu Hai. He stole my Vine World Gourd. I just wanted to take back my Vine World Gourd." However, Gu Hai resisted fiercely and caused an accident. The Qing Emperor said solemnly, "Oh." The surrounding civilians were slightly stunned. After all, the Qing Emperor was from the Dayan dynasty. The civilians naturally sided with the Qing Emperor. After hearing the Qing Emperor's words, many civilians frowned and looked at Gu Hai. "Oh, is there such a thing?" Jiang Lianshan turned to look at Gu Hai. "If you want to condemn someone, you can always accuse them. The 5 billion civilians of Divine Agriculture City are watching. We are the Deqian, Celestial Dynasty's envoys. We represent the Daqianqing. Today, the Qing Emperor lost his gourd. You can blame us, but we represent the Daqianqing. The Daqianqing's heaven-splitting axe was also lost. Doesn't that mean the Qing Emperor also took it?" Gu Hai said in a deep voice. "Humph, Gu Hai, you're spouting nonsense," the Qing Emperor said with a glare. "Spouting nonsense? You're the one spouting nonsense. Right now, we represent the Daqianqing. You set up a formation to ambush us, which is equivalent to assassinating the Daqianqing. Is this your personal action, or was it instructed by His Holiness of Dayan?" Gu Hai shouted. "Humph!" The Qing Emperor snorted coldly. "I have my reasons for saying so. Is the Vine Realm Gourd on you? Do you dare to search my body? Gu Hai, is the Qing Emperor telling the truth?" Jiang Lianshan said coldly, "That's right. Do you have the guts to search Qing Emperor?" "Humph! It seems that the Qing Emperor is right." Instantly, countless voices sided with the Qing Emperor. Gu Hai turned to Jiang Lianshan and said, "Dayan, His Holiness, is the Deqian's heaven-splitting axe on you? Can I search your body?" "How dare you?" The angry shouts of Dayan's countless officials, soldiers, and civilians could be heard from afar. Searching Jiang Lianshan wasn't a question of whether or not he could search Jiang Lianshan. It was an insult to Jiang Lianshan. "That's right. How dare you? It's impudent for me to search Dayan, His Holiness. Then, is it reasonable for him to search Daqianqing?" Gu Hai shouted coldly. "What a load of nonsense." 7 Kills, who was standing behind the Qing Emperor, glared at him and shouted, "We are representing Daqianqing. If you search my body, you will search Daqianqing's body." "Why? Your Dayan's His Holiness is noble, but our Deqian's His Holiness is inferior to yours? Humph! Daqiancheng, once killed Tianmia and defeated Tianmia with his heaven-splitting axe. I was the most powerful person in the world. Do you, Dayan, have His Holiness made any achievements that shook the world? Guhai shouted. How dare you? What right do you have to criticize me, Dayan? The Pill King and the others shouted. I don't have the right, but do I not have the right to represent Daqiancheng? During the Sage Conference, the Dayan dynasty sent an envoy to the Deqian, and the Deqian treated him with respect. The Qing Emperor caused chaos in the heavenly court and sent his subordinates to assassinate the Deqian princess, causing the heavenly court's army to surround and arrest him. When the Daqiancheng found out that he was the envoy of the Dayan dynasty, he let bygones be bygones because he was a guest from afar. The Dayan dynasty, what great prestige, what great qualifications. The envoy came to Yen for 3 years and didn't see the Deqian envoy for 3 years. Because of a groundless crime, you set a trap to kill the Deqian envoy. What great qualifications, what great capabilities, what great prestige of the Dayan dynasty. Guhai shouted angrily. You, the Pill King, 7 kills, and the others stared at Guhai. The faces of countless commoners and officials froze. They didn't know what to say. They had heard about what happened during the Sage Conference. The Qing Emperor's formation master, Miyata, had indeed tried to kill Princess Wanyu. Although she failed, the Daqiancheng didn't say anything. Even when Tai Chu and the future Buddha went against the Deqian, the Daqiancheng didn't make things difficult for them. He was very polite. But now, aren't you still alive? The Qing Emperor said coldly. I'm still alive because of my ability. That's because the Dayan dynasty's Lian Shanyi isn't worth mentioning. It's full of flaws and bullsh asterisk T. I can casually write a sentence or two and dismiss it as worthless, Guhai said seriously. The Qing Emperor stared at Guhai. How dare you? Bastard, how dare you slander the Dayan Lian Shanyi? Instantly, countless officials and people glared at Guhai. Lian Shanyi was the pride of the Dayan dynasty. How could it be slandered by Guhai? Did I say anything wrong? Lian Shanyi is led by General. Since I'm the Deqian envoy, I'll be led by Qian. How did your Lian Shanyi array react? Lian Shanyi? That's all there is to it. What I wrote is the authentic book of changes. Guhai shouted coldly. You, countless officials and people stared at Guhai. The Qing Emperor also looked at Guhai coldly. Dayan and His Holiness, I'm very disappointed in being sent to the Dayan dynasty. Since the Dayan dynasty doesn't want to see the Deqian envoy, then the Deqian envoy can just go home. However, there are some things that I need to know now. I need to go back and report to the Daqiancheng that today the killing of the Deqian envoy was done by the Qing Emperor alone. It was done by the Dayan and His Holiness. Was it the Qing Emperor who wanted to kill us, or was it His Holiness who wanted to kill us? Guhai looked into the distance and shouted coldly. With this shout, the surrounding commoners and officials all quieted down, revealing doubtful and worried expressions. He was interrogating His Holiness. How would His Holiness react? Not far away, the Qing Emperor's expression was extremely gloomy. Some of the more knowledgeable people were also surprised. This Guhai went around in circles and actually put the Qing Emperor and His Holiness against each other. Chapter 658, Shenong City, on a floating island. At this moment, the Deqian emissary was interrogating Dayan, His Holiness Jiang Lianshan. For a moment, the whole city was shocked. Everyone stared at Guhai in the distance. However, from Guhai's words, they could not find any flaws. After all, the Qing Emperor was the one who committed the crime. For a moment, the people in the city were conflicted. At this moment, a group of people was standing on the floating island. The leader was a woman dressed in white and wearing a white hat. Her appearance was exactly the same as Gu Hai's wife, Chen Xian. The only difference was that her eyes were filled with a fierce aura. The one standing next to her was Gu Hai's adopted son, Gu Tang. However, he had betrayed Gu Hai and changed his name to Tangut. Tangut stood in front of the woman in white and looked into the distance. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Old man, you're still so fierce. Emperor, Gu Hai is here." The woman in white was the White Emperor of the Dian dynasty. The White Emperor stared at the center of the square in the distance. "Yes, he's here." Tangut stared at the White Emperor and found that the White Emperor's expression did not change at all. "Tangut, do you think the Qing Emperor did something stupid this time?" The White Emperor said calmly. Tangut took a deep breath and said, "This subordinate guesses that His Holiness should know what the Qing Emperor did, but he did not do anything. Therefore, the Qing Emperor did not do anything wrong." "Oh, now, the Long Zhanghua is on the path to death, but he wants to drag His Holiness along to rebel against the heavens. His Holiness is unwilling, but his attitude is vague, as if he is waiting for the world's situation to settle. Now that the Qing Emperor has made a move, His Holiness can use him to completely reject the Long Zhanghua. Therefore, His Holiness knows but does not ask. After this, even if it is found out, it will be the Qing Emperor's doing. His Holiness will have nothing to worry about. As for the Qing Emperor, if I'm not wrong, he wants to kill Gu Hai for you." Tangut said in a deep voice. "For me?" The White Emperor said in a deep voice. "Yes. Ever since the 5 emperors tried to subdue the Dian dynasty, they have been fighting openly and secretly. Gu Hai has a grudge against the Qing Emperor. The Qing Emperor can no longer be subdued by him. The only one who can subdue Gu Hai is you, the White Emperor. Therefore, he wants to kill Gu Hai. Even if he can't get it, he can't let you get it," Tangut said in a deep voice. "Yes." The White Emperor frowned and nodded slightly. The Yellow Emperor established the Great Yellow Dynasty with successful example. Therefore, the Qing Emperor is even more confident. Even if the Black Emperor fails, it won't extinguish the Qing Emperor's heart. Whether he can break away from the Dian dynasty and break through the Heavenly Dynasty is closely related to the struggle between the White Emperor and the Scarlet Emperor. Therefore, he is determined. Moreover, he guessed that His Holiness wouldn't interfere, which is why he dares to do this. His Holiness is borrowing the hands of the Qing Emperor, and the Qing Emperor is also borrowing His Holiness's name. Unfortunately, he didn't expect that Gu Hai would be able to find the flaw in Lian Shaniai, Tangut said in a deep voice. "Qing Emperor? He thinks too highly of himself." The White Emperor said coldly. "Yes." Tangut nodded. "Gu Hai? He is still so powerful. It's a pity that this emperor didn't recruit him back then. Tangut, didn't you respect Gu Hai the most in the past? Now that Gu Hai is here, what do you have to say?" The White Emperor looked at Tangut. "Emperor, this subordinate only recognizes the emperor. Gu Hai is already a thing of the past." Tangut shook his head. The White Emperor looked at Gu Hai in the distance. "If he doesn't die, this emperor wants him." "Yes." Tangut frowned and nodded. In the distance, Gu Hai questioned Jiang Lianshan. Regardless of what everyone thought, now that Gu Hai had said this, Jiang Lianshan had to give an answer. Was it the Qing Emperor who wanted to kill Gu Hai, or was it Jiang Lianshan who incited him? In truth, it was the Qing Emperor who wanted to kill Gu Hai. However, Jiang Lianshan wouldn't say it out loud. Otherwise, what would the Dian citizens think? Moreover, it felt like Gu Hai was dragging down the tempo of the entire situation. Jiang Lianshan naturally wouldn't fall for Gu Hai's trap. De Qian envoy? You are indeed eloquent. De Qian is sending an envoy to Dian. How could this emperor not know what Longzhongle is planning? Jiang Lianshan said indifferently from the entrance of the imperial palace. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes as he stared at Jiang Lianshan. Although they were extremely far away, their voices were amplified to the entire city. Dian and His Holiness, you didn't answer the question, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Didn't answer the question? No, you just said that this Emperor's Lianshan wasn't worth mentioning, that it was full of flaws, and that this was bullshit, and that this book written by you is the orthodox version of the Book of Changes? Jiang Lianshan asked indifferently. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Why this emperor hasn't seen the De Qian envoy for 3 years? Don't you know De Qian envoy? Do you have the intention to drag the Dian dynasty to eternal damnation? Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Drag the Dian dynasty to eternal damnation. Countless citizens were shocked. The heart of heaven is in chaos, causing chaos to the Dian dynasty. However, this emperor has been patient and didn't get rid of the demon heart for 3 years. Yet, you want to take a yard when given an inch? Humph! If the Qing emperor made a mistake, this emperor will punish him. Since when did this emperor have the right to criticize this emperor? Jiang Lianshan said coldly. The nearby Qing emperor sighed softly. The surrounding citizens looked at Gu Hai with cold gazes. Dian and His Holiness, do you have any basis for saying that the De Qian envoy is causing chaos to the Dian dynasty? Or is it groundless? Today, our lives are on the line. Do you have any basis? Gu Hai said coldly, if the Dian dynasty wants you dead, he won't give you a chance to escape. Jiang Lianshan said indifferently, Gu Hai's expression darkened. The nearby Qing emperor's expression also changed. He felt that Jiang Lianshan's tone wasn't right. This emperor knows why the Longzhongle sent you to the Dian dynasty. However, have you ever thought about the countless lives of the Dian dynasty? Using the lives of the Dian dynasty to satisfy your arrogant demands. What a joke! Ridiculous! Ignorant! Arrogant! Jiang Lianshan's expression turned cold. Gu Hai's expression turned cold. Dian and His Holiness are exaggerating. How do you know that I, the De Qian dynasty, am bringing stability to the Dian dynasty, bringing peace to the world, and bringing freedom to the world? Oh, bringing freedom to the world. Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes. The bird in the cage, the eagle in the sky, Dian and His Holiness, what are you willing to do? Of course, there's no point in saying more now. We're about to return to the De Qian dynasty, and we'll leave today. So, I'll ask you one last time. Was it your intention to kill us today, or was it Qing Emperor's intention? Gu Hai said coldly. It was impossible that Jiang Lianshan didn't know that the Qing Emperor wanted to kill him. However, he didn't do anything at the beginning. Gu Hai understood Jiang Lianshan's intention just now. The will of an emperor couldn't be changed with just a few words, especially by the ruler of a heavenly dynasty. From the situation, just now, Gu Hai knew that it was useless to persuade Jiang Lianshan. Because he was unwilling, it was useless to say more. Instead, he was putting himself on the brink of death. It was better to give up and leave the Dian dynasty as soon as possible. Before leaving, he interrogated them in order to find a protective talisman for himself to leave. He used their hearts to hold them hostage so that he could leave safely. Jiang Lianshan stared at Gu Hai for a while, then looked at the words on the stone tablet that Gu Hai had written. He narrowed his eyes. After a moment of silence, Jiang Lianshan suddenly smiled. The Book of Changes, first in the Qian hexagram, The Orthodox Book of Changes? You want to overthrow my Lianshan Yi? What arrogance! Gu Hai, I'll give you a chance. If you can use your Book of Changes to overthrow my Lianshan Yi, create a perfect Book of Changes, and prove to be the first in the Qian hexagram, I'll agree to Long Zhanghua. What's wrong with that? Huh? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes, revealing a trace of surprise. On the floating island in the distance. What? His Holiness wants to agree to Long Zhanghua. No, why would he agree? White Emperor was also surprised. Tangut revealed a trace of surprise. Long Aoqian looked at Gu Hai. Hall leader, Dian killed Ram Saint, which is equivalent to declaring war on the Deqian. Why should we care? Gu Hai ignored Long Aoqian. Gu Hai understood Long Zhanggua's meaning. Jiang Lianshan's attitude was much more important than Ram Saint's. Dian, His Holiness, did you agree to fight Deqiansheng? Gu Hai looked at Jiang Lianshan with a trace of doubt, because just a moment ago, Jiang Lianshan's attitude was still drawing a line with Long Zhanghua. But now, why did his attitude suddenly change? Oh, you're not being modest. Do you think you can overthrow Lianshan Yi? Jiang Lianshan squinted his eyes. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. He suddenly realized the reason behind Jiang Lianshan's change in attitude. The Book of Changes, his attitude changed because of the Book of Changes. If I can do it, what is Dian, His Holiness's attitude? Gu Hai asked again. A monarch does not joke, Jiang Lianshan said in a deep voice. Good, good, good. If Dian, His Holiness can do it, I will make a private decision to temporarily suppress the matter of Qing Emperor killing Envoy Gan. In the future, Deqiansheng will personally seek justice for Ram Saint. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. I will give you 10 days to sort out your Book of Changes. After 10 days, I will allow you to enter the palace and hand over your Book of Changes. Jiang Lianshan said in a deep voice. Okay, Gu Hai agreed. In the distance, Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes. A trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. 10 days to sort out a complete Book of Changes? After 10 days, if you can't write a proper Book of Changes? Jiang Lianshan looked coldly at Gu Hai. The Deqian celestial dynasty will never disturb the Dian. At the same time, Ram Saint's death will be forgotten. Today's assassination will also be forgotten. The Deqian celestial dynasty. And I will not pursue this matter anymore. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Okay, Jiang Lianshan replied. As long as Gu Hai couldn't write the Book of Changes, the Deqian celestial dynasty would have no reason to rebel with the Dian dynasty. Long Sanqian looked anxious. However, Gu Hai was firm, so he couldn't say anything. On the other hand, Qing Emperor squinted his eyes. What did he mean? If he couldn't write the Book of Changes, he wouldn't pursue this matter? If he wrote it, he would pursue this matter to the end? Would he still find trouble with him? Qing Emperor looked coldly at Gu Hai. The other officials looked at Gu Hai with disdain. They didn't think that Gu Hai could write a better Book of Changes. However, Qing Emperor didn't think so. Qing Emperor had seen Gu Hai write the Book of Tao with his own eyes. The Book of Future, the Taishang Book, and the Book of Taichu were the best books in the world. At that time, Gu Hai wrote the Book of Tao on the spot, and it completely destroyed the Taishang Book. This Gu Hai's writing of scriptures had a sinister air to it. The first Qian hexagram just now was an evil start. What if he wrote it in 10 days? Qing Emperor's murderous intent intensified. Chapter 659. The first of the Qian hexagram, Qian Yuan Heng Li Zhen. Heaven is vigorous, and a gentleman must strive for self-improvement. In the palace of Dian, Jiang Lianshan was chewing on the first hexagram written by Gu Hai. Although he didn't believe in Gu Hai's Book of Changes, the more he chewed on it, the more he found it interesting. On the second day of the court assembly, a large number of officials were blocked outside the court. The door of the main hall wasn't closed, and one could vaguely see Jiang Lianshan sitting on the dragon throne. A circle of golden hexagram floated around him. It was Lianshan Yi's 64 hexagram. However, at this moment, the hexagram was constantly changing its arrangement. His Holiness is meditating. The court assembly will be suspended. My lords, please return. A guard at the door reported to the officials. All the officials were surprised and nodded their heads. This matter quickly spread among the officials of Shenong City. On the floating island where the White Emperor was, His Holiness is meditating. The White Emperor frowned. Yes, it's already the third day, a few officials said respectfully. The White Emperor narrowed his eyes. The Book of Changes. Could Gu Hai's Book of Changes really overturn Lianshan Yi? That's ridiculous. A look of disbelief flashed across the White Emperor's eyes. Tangut frowned and said, Emperor, you can't be so sure. The White Emperor looked at Tangut. During the Thousand Saints Conference, no one believed that Gu Hai could write the Holy Book of Changes, but in the end, Tangut said in a low voice. The White Emperor narrowed his eyes. The Book of Changes, that's right, Gu Hai? He might really be the reincarnation of a powerful person from 800,000 years ago. I think so too. How many people in the world can understand the 64 hexagram? Perhaps ordinary people haven't even heard of it. I wonder. Tangut frowned. 64 hexagrams. You don't understand. This was passed down 800,000 years ago by a person called Fuxi in ancient times. It's a pity. Anyway, this 64 hexagrams is very special. It's said that the 64 hexagrams come from Tongtian. Whoever grasps the 64 hexagrams will be able to grasp all things in the world, master everything in this world. Emperor White said. Tangut was surprised. Of course, this is just a theory. If it was true, the ancient Fuxi wouldn't have died. That was why His Holiness cared so much about the Book of Changes, but he did not expect that Gu Hai could also write it. Was it someone from Fuxi's era? Or are you making it up? Wait, that's not right. White Emperor's pupils suddenly shrank. What's wrong? Tangut asked. White Emperor's eyes suddenly became cloudy. I remember. Gu Hai couldn't make the 64 hexagrams when he was immortal. Yes, that's right. At that time, Chen Xian was grinding at the side. Gu Hai wrote it. He wrote it, but Chen Xian didn't look at it carefully. She didn't. When he was immortal. Tangut was surprised. My memory can't be wrong. The Book of Changes was not a spur-of-the-moment thing. He had studied it for a long time. What a strange Gu Hai. I can't see through him anymore. White Emperor said in a low voice. Tangut, get ready. We're going to see Gu Hai. White Emperor narrowed his eyes. Yes, Tangut nodded. In the Qing Emperor's residence. His Holiness has been in seclusion for 3 days. Is he meditating? Qing Emperor stared at an official in front of him. Yes, the official said respectfully. The Book of Changes, it seems that what Gu Hai wrote was not nonsense. Is it true? Qing Emperor's face darkened. The Book of Changes has 64 hexagrams. This is only the first one. How can His Holiness spend so much effort on it? What's wrong with Gu Hai's brain? King of Elixirs said. Emperor, His Holiness is in seclusion. Gu Hai is in the Deqian Palace. Should we? 7 Kill's eyes flashed with murderous intent. No, now that His Holiness is watching Gu Hai, we can't touch him for the time being. Moreover, White Emperor is watching him too. Qing Emperor said gloomily. Then we just wait. 7 days later. 7 kills, said worriedly. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. Let me think about it. In the Deqian Palace, in the Gan district, Gu Hai and the others gathered in the main hall. Ram Saint's body was placed in the center of the hall. The atmosphere in the hall was oppressive. Master, I'm sorry. When the fog came up, I couldn't hear your voice. I didn't dare to leave Yi Hua and Yan Hua, so I asked Mu Chenfeng to go. However, it was too late when we got there. Gao Chen said bitterly, Your Majesty, it's my fault. I didn't expect this to happen. Otherwise, I would have bombed the central square of the Gan district earlier. Perhaps. Mu Chenfeng said bitterly. Forget it. No one knows what happened in the 32 great arrays. It's not your fault. Gu Hai shook his head. Cough, cough, cough. But Master Gong Yang. I fought with him in the past, but I didn't expect him to die. Moreover, he took a stab for me before he died. Sima Changkong's injuries hadn't healed yet. His face was pale and bitter. The Deqian messengers who followed Ram Saint were also very emotional these 2 days. Some of them wanted to go back to the Deqian Palace, while others wanted to find Jiang Lianshan. It was very crazy. However, it was fortunate that Long Outyen and Long Sanqian were there to suppress them. With the 2 holy emperors' grandsons speaking, the great Gan Empire's envoys calmed down and listened to Gu Hai. Hall Master, you'll be meeting Jiang Lianshan in 7 days. Do you want to think about the Book of Changes? Ao Shun frowned. No need. I've already thought about the Book of Changes. Gu Hai shook his head. You've thought about it? Then you can take revenge on the Qing Emperor in 7 days. I almost died in that Qing Emperor's hands. Long Outyen said with a ferocious expression. Long Sanqian's expression was also cold. Thinking about what happened before, he was also scared. Revenge? Easier said than done. Gu Hai sighed slightly. Oh, everyone looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai understood that even if he helped Dian and Deqian form an alliance, Ram Saint's revenge wouldn't be avenged. Long Zhanghua needed the power of the Dian dynasty, so he couldn't kill the Qing Emperor for Ram Saint. Jiang Lianshan protected the Qing Emperor, so he couldn't kill the Qing Emperor. Sima Changkong's expression was gloomy. However, the Qing Emperor must die, Gu Hai said with a gloomy expression. As long as the Qing Emperor is alive, we won't be safe. Also, we can't let go of Ram Saint's revenge. Cough, cough, cough. Sima Changkong said with a cold expression. But we're no match for the Qing Emperor, right? Long Sanqian frowned. Sometimes you don't need to be strong to kill. Gu Hai shook his head. Oh, everyone was slightly surprised. Mr. Sima, you know the situation of the Dian dynasty better than I do. You know the hearts of the 5 emperors better than I do. I'm sure you know a lot of information in the Grand Preceptor's residence better than I do, right? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Hall Master, what do you mean? The Qing Emperor, the White Emperor, and the Red Emperor all wanted to learn from the Yellow Emperor. They wanted to break away from the Dian dynasty and establish their own dynasties. The Black Emperor failed to learn from the Yellow Emperor and lost his life. However, the Qing Emperor definitely didn't give up on this idea. All these years, he's been recruiting people and forming his own faction. Gu Hai said in a low voice. The Qing Emperor wants to rebel, but the Qing Emperor won't rebel for the time being. Jiang Lianshan should know that too. However, as long as the Qing Emperor doesn't rebel, Jiang Lianshan won't do anything to him. Sima Changkong said with a frown. If he doesn't rebel, we can force him to. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Sima Changkong narrowed his eyes. This time, we'll need Mr. Sima's help. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Me? Sima Changkong said in surprise. That's right. Before I came, I had a secret order from the Daqianqing. All the undercover forces in Shinong City and the Deqian dynasty are to follow my orders. I have a password, Guhai said in a low voice. The password wasn't given in the past. In the past 2 days, Guhai had sent a message to the Longzhangua through the Guqin figurine. The Longzhangua had promised to give the password. What should I do? Sima Changkong asked in a daze. However, he didn't doubt Guhai's words. Only if you agree, sir, can we make a long-term plan, Guhai said in a solemnly manner. But why doesn't the hall leader personally? Everyone here is being watched by countless pairs of eyes. Only Mr. Sima, Guhai said in a low voice. Me? I'm injured to the core and can't move. My nascent souls are all shattered and my divine palace is broken. I'm like a disabled person. I can't even leave the palace alone. How can I? Hall leader, you are? Sima Changkong's eyes suddenly lit up in the middle of his sentence. Yes, you can't move freely. Everyone knows that you're resting in the palace. However, I can heal you immediately. Although I can't restore your cultivation, I can at least restore the power of the golden core state. Guhai said in a solemnly manner. Oh. Everyone was surprised. Only I can leave the palace without arousing suspicion? Sima Changkong's expression changed, but he didn't suspect Guhai. Guhai nodded. Okay, I'll listen to the hall leader. Sima Changkong nodded in response. Hall leader, what should we do then? Long Sanqian frowned and asked, You have something to do, but not now. Everyone, I'll need your full cooperation when the time comes. Guhai said in a low voice. Everyone nodded with a hint of doubt on their faces. Force the Qing Emperor to rebel? How could they force him? The Qing Emperor wasn't stupid. He had endured until today. How could he rebel immediately? However, since Guhai had spoken, everyone could only listen. Lord Gu. Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside the main hall. Gaochen immediately opened the door. It was one of the Deqian messengers. Lord Gu, the White Emperor is here to see you. He's waiting in the side hall. The Deqian messenger said respectfully. Oh, the White Emperor? Guhai frowned slightly. Yes, the White Emperor brought someone with him. I think his name is Tangut. The Deqian messenger said respectfully. Tangut? Guhai sneered. Tell them that I'm thinking about the Book of Changes. Tell them not to disturb me. I don't have time to see them. Yes. The Deqian messenger left in a daze. Chapter 660. Shinong City, Qing Emperor's residence. Guhai didn't go out these few days. Qing Emperor asked. Yes, not only did he not go out, but he also rejected all visitors. He said that he was meditating and couldn't be disturbed. King of Elixirs nodded. What about the others? Qing Emperor asked. Sima Changkong has been crippled. He has been recuperating. Long Aotian, Long Sanqian, Ao Shun, Gaochen, Mu Qinfeng, and the rest didn't come out. They are all guarding Guhai and Deqian Palace. Qisha replied. Oh, so quiet? Qing Emperor frowned. White Emperor went, but he didn't see Guhai at all. King of Elixirs recalled. Humph, it's good that he didn't see him. Qing Emperor sneered. Emperor, I heard that His Holiness is still meditating. Can Guhai's Book of Changes really defeat Lian Shaniai? King of Elixirs asked. I don't know. Guhai's Book of Changes is really fierce. His Holiness might have wavered. Qing Emperor frowned. Deqian and Dian forming an alliance? I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. King of Elixirs sighed. Qing Emperor frowned as well. He couldn't see the future clearly. Just as everyone was talking, a voice came from outside the palace. Emperor. The The lotus Tharch turned his head and saw a servant walking in. Emperor, there is a man in a black robe outside the palace. He wants to see you. The servant said respectfully. Oh, man in a black robe. Who is that? Qing Emperor was puzzled. With the Azure Emperor's current status, not just anyone could meet him. Furthermore, the servants would not report to the Azure Emperor at all. This lowly one doesn't know. He only gave me a box, and this lowly one checked it. The servant took out a box and handed it to Qing Emperor. Qing Emperor gently opened it. Inside the box, there were 5 tokens. Seeing the token, Qing Emperor's pupils suddenly shrank. This is... Dan King asked in surprise. Black Emperor? The former Black Emperor's deployment token? 7 kills said in shock. The Black Emperor's token? Wasn't the Black Emperor already dead when he rebelled? Is his token still useful? Dan King asked in surprise. It's useful. We, the 5 emperors, were originally part of the imperial dynasty. Later on, we joined the Dian dynasty. However, our subordinates have always been loyal to us. The White Emperor was able to return after his last reincarnation. Although the Black Emperor is dead, before he died, he said that he would return. His old subordinates must still be waiting for him. Qing Emperor raised an eyebrow. Then these tokens? Dan King asked in surprise. Now that Black Sovereign is dead, his tokens have disappeared. I brought Ziwei and Changsheng back. On one hand, I want to obtain their abilities. On the other hand, I want to borrow their hands to find these tokens. I can mobilize Black Sovereign's old subordinates. However, these 2 pieces of trash know nothing and have nothing, Qing Emperor said in a low voice. Ziwei and Changsheng? Emperor, where are they now? 7 kills asked curiously. Them? I sent them to the East Sea. They should still be thousands of miles away. Qing Emperor said in a low voice. Then these tokens? 7 kills asked in surprise. Qing Emperor took out each token and checked it carefully. They're real. There's no mistake. What about the black-robed man? 7 kills asked immediately. I've brought him to the side hall. The servant said respectfully. Bring him here, Qing Emperor said in a low voice. Yes. The servants quickly went forward to invite them in. Meanwhile, the Azure Supreme Tharch and the others looked at the black tokens with surprise in their eyes. Emperor, the Black Emperor's tokens? They can mobilize the Black Emperor's old subordinates. Together with the Emperor's old subordinates, won't the Emperor be able to mobilize 2 forces? 7 kills said in surprise. Qing Emperor nodded. However, he was still very confused about the origins of the tokens. Who was the black-robed man? As everyone waited, a black-robed man was slowly brought into the main hall. Qing Emperor looked carefully. The black-robed man did not seem to have any cultivation. He had the aura of a golden core. His strength was not worth mentioning. However, since he could deliver the black tokens, Qing Emperor had to be careful. Ah! 7 kills suddenly screamed in shock. The black-robed man walked closer. 7 kills was shocked by the black-robed man's face. The black-robed man's face was full of pustules. It was extremely disgusting. His face was full of pustules, and he could no longer see his past appearance. Who are you? Why don't you bow to Qing Emperor when you see him? The King of Elixirs glared. Bow. You can't accept my bow. The black-robed man's voice was hoarse, as if his throat was torn. How dare you? The King of Elixirs glared. Qing Emperor waved his hand and stopped the King of Elixirs. Who are you? Qing Emperor asked in a low voice. Qing Emperor, you should recognize the 5 tokens. The black-robed man said in a low voice. You're sent by the Black Emperor? Qing Emperor said in a low voice. Black Emperor? He's not qualified. These are just 5 stepping stones, the black-robed man said calmly. Oh, Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. Who was this person? He had the strength of a golden core, but he was so arrogant. Yet he could take out the 5 Black Emperor tokens. Those who have no business here, please leave first. There are some things that are better left unknown to them. The black-robed man said calmly. You, 7 kills glared. They are all my trusted subordinates. You can speak freely. Qing Emperor said in a low voice. The black-robed man looked at Qing Emperor. They will listen to my words about killing Jiang Lianshan. Qing Emperor glared, and a murderous aura shot out from his eyes. 7 kills, the king of elixirs, and the others all opened their mouths wide. Who was this person? How dare he? A strong, murderous aura rushed toward the black-robed man. The black-robed man immediately retreated, as if he was no match for the murderous aura. Who are you? Qing Emperor asked coldly. Qing Emperor, I advise you not to act rashly. Otherwise, I'll look for the White Emperor or the Scarlet Emperor. The black-robed man was unmoved. I'll ask you again. Who are you? Qing Emperor asked coldly. Who I am is not important. What's important is that the person behind me wants to make a deal with Qing Emperor. The black-robed man said calmly. Oh, the person behind you? Who is it? What kind of deal? Qing Emperor retracted his murderous aura with a cold expression. After all, this golden core realm cultivator was definitely only a puppet. The black-robed man glanced at the crowd. Speak. You don't have to hide it from them. Qing Emperor said in a low voice again. The black-robed man nodded. Fine. If you let them listen, I won't interfere. I won't beat around the bush with you. This time, the person behind me will help you establish the Heavenly Empire. You have to help him destroy the Qian and Yen alliance. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. The crowd behind him did not dare to say anything at this moment. Destroy the Qian and Yen alliance? Why? How can the Qian and Dian form an alliance? Qing Emperor said coldly. Why not? Didn't Jiang Lianshan agree? The black-robed man said calmly. You know quite a lot. However, how can you be so sure that the Qian and Yen alliance will form an alliance? Based on the Book of Changes written by Gu Hai? Qing Emperor said coldly. The Book of Changes? Do you really think that it was written by Gu Hai? The black-robed man said calmly. What do you mean? Qing Emperor said in a low voice. Do you really think that Gu Hai can write the Book of Changes? Or do you think that the Book of Taoism was written by Gu Hai? How can a person less than 100 years old have such experience? The black-robed man said calmly. The Book of Taoism was written by Gu Hai on the spot during the 10,000 Saints Conference. Qing Emperor suddenly paused. He seemed to think of something. The 10,000 Saints Conference is just one of Long Zhangguo's tricks. Gu Hai is just Long Zhangguo's puppet. This is the first time the Book of Taoism appeared. However, this is only the first time it appeared in this world. It might not be the same in other immortal domains. The black-robed man said calmly. You're saying that the Book of Taoism that Gu Hai wrote came from Long Zhangguo's immortal domains of the Warring States, and that Long Zhangguo gave it to him on purpose? Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. What do you think? The black-robed man said seriously. But why would Long Zhangguo do that? Qing Emperor was confused. Let's not talk about that first. Jiang Lianshan Yi, first in the Zhen hexagram. Why? The black-robed man said calmly. Lianshan Zhen is a mountain. Jiang Lianshan cultivated as a mountain, so naturally Zhen is the first. Guhai, in the Han Dynasty, water was respected, and Ken was water. If Guhai wrote the Book of Changes, why is it not the first in the hexagram? The black-robed man continued. Qing Emperor's expression changed. The Book of Changes, first in the Qian hexagram. Qian hexagram? The Qian celestial dynasty. Long Zhanghua? The Book of Changes that Guhai wrote was Long Zhanghua's? The surrounding crowd also revealed a look of astonishment. If it was before, they would not have cared. But now, after the black-robed man said it, everything seemed to be clear. Do you think that you could kill Guhai that day? Ha! Guhai is just using you to talk to Jiang Lianshan. The black-robed man said calmly. Why can't I kill Guhai? If it weren't for... The Lotus Emperor's eyes narrowed. You guessed it? The black-robed man looked at Qing Emperor. You said that Long Zhanghua has a strand of consciousness with Guhai. That's why he can tell Guhai how to write it? Qing Emperor's face darkened. A strand of consciousness? Ha! You underestimate the determination of Long Zhanghua and Dian to form an alliance. It's not just a strand of consciousness. Long Zhanghua's projection is in Guhai. If pushed too hard, Long Zhanghua's projection will appear and kill you. Do you believe it or not? The black-robed man said solemnly. Impossible. Qing Emperor's eyes widened. Impossible. If not for Long Zhanghua's projection in Guhai's body, do you think they could break into Heavenly City, capture Taichu's two sons, and retreat safely when facing Taichu? The black-robed man said calmly. Qing Emperor suddenly fell silent. Indeed, he found it strange. Why was Taichu so easy to talk to? It was simply impossible for Guhai to barge into Heavenly Heaven City and cause such a huge commotion. If it was Long Zhanghua's projection, then everything made sense. Do you think Jiang Lianshan stopped your killing array because of Guhai's face? That's because he saw Long Zhanghua. The black-robed man continued. Everyone's face fell. The Book of Changes was written by Long Zhanghua, so it makes sense. But who are you? Why do you have the Black Emperor's token? Also, why did you stop Qian and Yen from forming an alliance? Who is behind you? Qing Emperor said coldly. What do you think? The black-robed man smiled faintly. Is the person behind you Dong Huang Tai? Qing Emperor said coldly. Him? He's not qualified. The black-robed man said calmly. Qing Emperor's eyes narrowed. Dong Huang Tai was not inferior to Long Zhanghua and Jiang Lianshan. He was one of the most powerful people in the world. But the black-robed man said Dong Huang Tai was not qualified. But who didn't want to form an alliance with Qian and Yen? Yes, Qing Emperor thought of a possibility, but he didn't want to believe it. I'm the messenger of heaven. The black-robed man said calmly. Heaven, immortal of 6 paths? Everyone's expression changed. Chapter 661. Immortal of the 6 paths. Qing Emperor's pupils suddenly shrank. In the hall, the others felt suffocated. The disdain they had for the black-robed man in the Golden Core realm had long disappeared. The messenger of the heavens had a stronger background than anyone else. The black-robed man nodded and did not refute. Qing Emperor was still rather calm. If that's the case, you were the one who gave me the information about Guhai? Qing Emperor stared at the black-robed man. He was referring to the letter that came suddenly when Guhai had just arrived. The black-robed man stared at Qing Emperor and smiled. It seems that you are still suspicious of me, but it doesn't matter. Even if you don't do it, someone from the White Emperor and the Red Emperor will do it. Huh. Qing Emperor's face darkened. We didn't send you a letter. If someone really did send you a letter, it can only be one person. The black-robed man said calmly. Who? Qing Emperor asked in a low voice. Qing Emperor was also curious about who gave him the information. Mosquito Dowrin, the black-robed man, said calmly. Mosquito Dowrin? Qing Emperor was surprised. However, Qing Emperor's face turned cold in the next moment. With Mosquito Doran's strength, why would he be afraid of Gu Hai? Why would he need my help? The black-robed man stared at Qing Emperor without saying a word. Long Zhanggua's projection doppelganger? Qing Emperor's face darkened. Mosquito Dowrin was afraid of Long Zhanggua. The black-robed man nodded. Qing Emperor, are you willing to accept what I said earlier? Humph, messenger of the heavens, do you think I will believe you? Do you think I will believe you just because you have the Black Emperor's token? Qing Emperor said coldly, it's up to you whether you believe me or not. It's fine if you don't believe me. Just pretend that I never came. The black-robed man turned around and left. Stop right there. Qing Emperor glared at him, a powerful aura pressed down. Oh, why? The black-robed man retreated slightly, but he did not seem to be afraid. The Black Emperor's token? Where did you find him? Qing Emperor said coldly. The black-robed man laughed disdainfully. This kind of token? There are as many as the heavens want. Isn't it easy to make this token? What a joke. The Black Emperor's token contains the will and blood of the Black Emperor. Apart from the Black Emperor, no one else can create it. Those 5 pieces belong to the Black Emperor. Qing Emperor said coldly, since you think it's unique, go ahead and use it. If you don't want to, we will go to the White Emperor. He should be willing. However, Qing Emperor, remember this. If you dare to disturb the White Emperor when he is fighting, the heavens will punish you. The black-robed man looked at Qing Emperor coldly. The Azure Duarch felt a chill in his heart when he saw this. The Black Emperor's token is with me. How are you going to convince the White Emperor? Qing Emperor said seriously. The Black Emperor's token? The heavens have given us more than one set. The black-robed man said indifferently. As he spoke, he flicked his hand. Suddenly, 5 more tokens appeared in his palm. Qing Emperor's expression changed. He reached out his hand and waved. Whoosh! With the 5 tokens in his hand, he took out the previous 5 tokens at the same time. Waves of energy entered the tokens, and the 10 tokens gave off bursts of black light. That's impossible. How can they be exactly the same? Qing Emperor said in shock. These 10 tokens are yours. We still have more. Farewell. The black-robed man stepped forward, preparing to leave. You are not allowed to leave. Qing Emperor's figure blurred, blocking the black-robed man's path. Although Qing Emperor doubted the black-robed man's words, the black-robed man's words stirred a strong desire in Qing Emperor's heart. What if it was true? If he was really the heavens' messenger, wouldn't the heavens allow him to establish a celestial empire? What were the White Emperor and the Scarlet Emperor before the heavens? Oh, I'm not allowed to leave? The black-robed man said seriously. You can stay at my residence for now. Qing Emperor said coldly. Me? I don't mind. However, Qing Emperor, you better not interfere when the White Emperor makes a move. The black-robed man said coldly. What do you mean? Wait, did you just say we? There's more than one of you? Qing Emperor said seriously. The black-robed man laughed coldly. Why did the heavens choose me? Qing Emperor said seriously. Do you believe it? The black-robed man laughed. Tell me first, why did they choose me? Qing Emperor said seriously. The Scarlet Emperor is not in Shenong City. The White Emperor, he has something to do with Gu Hai after all. In Shenong City, you have the ambition and you have the ability. Who do you think is more suitable? the black-robed man said calmly. Qing Emperor's eyes were filled with uncertainty. The subordinates behind him did not dare to interrupt. Stop the Ganyan alliance? Help me establish a celestial empire? How can I believe you? Qing Emperor said seriously, do you think it's difficult for the heavens to help you establish a celestial empire? The black-robed man said seriously. Qing Emperor was silent. If the 6 paths Immortal were to help, it would not be difficult. Fighting with the White Emperor and the Scarlet Emperor was a joke, but he still felt a little unsure. 800,000 years ago, Sun God Shrine, Wansho Taoism, and the spiritual mountain holy grounds could be passed down to this day. I won't say much. Now, the heavens have not fully awakened and have not regained all their power, but it will be soon. Even if we can't stop the Gan-Yen alliance this time, it's fine. Think about it yourself. The black-robed man said calmly. 800,000 years ago, the 3 holy grounds helped the 6 paths Immortal succeed in defying the heavens. Therefore, after 800,000 years, the 3 holy grounds were still passed down. Qing Emperor was naturally envious. Now, the opportunity was right in front of him. Should he take it? Mister, it's not that I doubt you. It's just that this matter is complicated. I need to think about how to do it. Why don't you rest in my place first? Qing Emperor's tone was much more polite. The black-robed man looked at Qing Emperor and nodded. All right, invite the mister to the green, wood courtyard to rest. Qing Emperor ordered. Yes. Immediately, one of Qing Emperor's subordinates behind him stepped forward respectfully. The greenwood courtyard was the best courtyard in Qing Emperor's residence. Only the most distinguished guests were allowed to enter. At this moment, the black-robed man, whose face was full of pustules, was allowed to enter safely. After the black-robed man left, there was a burst of excitement in the main hall. Emperor, it's true. Even the heavens are helping us. Emperor, this is a good opportunity. We just need to destroy the Gan-Yen alliance. Congratulations, Emperor. A group of subordinates congratulated him excitedly. Qing Emperor's face suddenly darkened. Qisha, keep an eye on this black-robed man. His every move must be under your surveillance at all times. Qing Emperor said coldly. Everyone was surprised. Qing Emperor shook his head. I still can't completely trust him. As he spoke, Qing Emperor picked up the 10 black tokens at the side and carefully rubbed them for a while. A complicated look flashed across his eyes. Yes, Qisha nodded. The others were also at a loss at this moment. Was the black-robed man telling the truth or not? There was an opportunity in front of them. Should they fight for it? Although Qing Emperor was still very doubtful, an extremely restless seed of desire had been planted in the depths of his heart. Perhaps it was true? King of Elixirs, Qing Emperor said in a low voice. Yes, here are 10 tokens. Take 8 of them. Send people to send them to the Black Emperor's old subordinates. See if they are all real. The Azure Emperor said in a deep voice. Yes, King of Elixirs replied. After half a day, King of Elixirs returned. Emperor, they are all true. The Black Emperor's most loyal subordinates saw the tokens and checked them for a long time. Then, they accepted the order excitedly. King of Elixirs said excitedly. It's true? Qing Emperor's eyes flashed with a strange look. Emperor, this is bad. Qisha rushed over immediately. What's wrong? That black-robed man muttered to himself today. He seemed to say that Emperor is not reliable and asked the heavens to make other preparations. Qisha said worriedly. Oh, Qing Emperor's face darkened. But our people saw the heavens' response. Qisha heaved a sigh of relief. Response, yes, that black-robed man sat beside a stone table. After he muttered to himself, a watermark of a few words appeared on the stone table. The words on the watermark were "No problem. The 8 tokens have been verified." Qisha explained. "Who knows?" King of Elixirs' expression changed. "Has anyone contacted him?" Qing Emperor asked in a low voice. "No, he is within our surveillance range. In the Signwood Academy, there is also a formation set up by the Emperor. The secret sound transmission method cannot be used inside at all. Moreover, this subordinate has confirmed again and again that he is not a heaven-level zither and does not have the hearing power. No one can send a message to him, but it is impossible for him to know what we are doing. That leaves only one possibility." Qisha's eyes flashed with excitement. "The heavens know everything?" Qing Emperor's eyes lit up. However, he immediately suppressed the excitement in his heart. "Emperor, it seems to be true?" King of Elixirs' eyes flashed with anticipation. "Send more people. If he has any requests, try your best to satisfy them." Qing Emperor ordered. "Yes," King of Elixirs replied. "Then, Emperor, we—" Qisha looked at Qing Emperor anxiously. Qing Emperor shook his head. "There is nothing wrong with being cautious. Wait a little longer." Qisha and the others were anxious. The seed of desire in Qing Emperor's heart had sprouted. However, since he had reached this stage, how could Qing Emperor lose his cool? He suppressed it and suppressed it. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Everyone in Shenong City turned to look at the palace of the great Qian dynasty. On this day, Gu Hai finally came out of his seclusion. He held a box in his hand and was carefully led by the Dayan officials to the main hall of Shenong City, the Infernal Shrine. At this moment, countless officials of the Dayan dynasty gathered at the Infernal Shrine. They were all solemn, but their eyes flashed with anticipation and disdain. Gu Hai brought his Book of Changes today to challenge His Holiness's Lian Shani. Most people did not believe in Gu Hai's Book of Changes. They were all looking forward to seeing Gu Hai make a fool of himself. When the 5 emperors joined the Dayan dynasty, Jiang Lianshan gave them the greatest power and even allowed them to not enter the court. However, it was different today. On this day, even Emperor Bai and Emperor Qing came to the imperial court hall. They stood in front of the officials, one on the left and one on the right. Qing Emperor squinted his eyes and looked at the White Emperor. Although Qisha said that the other messengers did not contact the White Emperor, Qing Emperor was still very careful. "Humph!" The White Emperor snorted when he saw the Qing Emperor. In the Infernal Shrine, Jiang Lianshan had already come out of his seclusion. However, he came out just before the court. If it was not for Gu Hai's Book of Changes today, he might still be immersed in the 64 hexagrams. Summoned the Deqian messenger, Gu Hai, to the Infernal Shrine for an audience. Chapter 662. Shenong City, Flame God Hall. Gu Hai slowly entered the hall with a box in his hand. All the civil and military officials in the imperial court fell silent as they watched Gu Hai slowly enter the large hall. Gu Hai immediately felt the awe-inspiring aura in the hall. When he entered, Jiang Lianshan sat on the dragon throne in his dragon robe in the north. He exuded an invisible pressure. If not for the fact that the celestial palace was open, Gu Hai would have lost his composure. However, at this moment, Gu Hai walked to the center of the great hall despite the pressure from Great Yan's ministers. White Emperor stared at Gu Hai with a cold look in his eyes. He was clearly blaming Gu Hai for not meeting him earlier. Qing Emperor stared at Gu Hai with a gloomy expression. Apart from his hatred for Gu Hai, he also heard the words of the black-robed man in the residence. Chenyan alliance. He had to destroy it. He had to stop it. Jiang Lianshan sat on the dragon throne. Although he looked dignified, he looked at Gu Hai with more caution. The Qian envoy, Gu Hai greets Dian and His Holiness. Gu Hai bowed slightly. Gu Hai, how is your Book of Changes coming along? Jiang Lianshan asked calmly. Dian and His Holiness. Before that, I would like to confirm something. Do the words that Dian and His Holiness said to the world 10 days ago still count? Gu Hai asked seriously. 10 days ago, Jiang Lianshan said that if Gu Hai's Book of Changes overthrew Lianshan Yi, he would agree to Long Zhanggua's alliance. How dare you? Qing Emperor glared at him. Qing Emperor, I am now representing Dai Qianqing. What did I say? Was that presumptuous? Gu Hai stared at Qing Emperor. You are threatening His Holiness. Why did Long Zhanggua send you here? Why didn't you say it out loud? If the Long Zhanggua wants the Dian dynasty to commit mass suicide, do you think the Dian dynasty should all commit suicide? The Qing Emperor said coldly, although he knew that the purpose of Long Zhanggua's trip was to form an alliance with Dian, he couldn't say it out loud. Once it was revealed, there would be endless resistance. They came from the officials, the common people, and the various powers in the world. It would cause trouble for the Dian dynasty. Therefore, when the alliance rebelled, it was enough for both parties to know about it, but they couldn't announce it to the world, especially when the alliance hadn't succeeded yet. If the Azure Emperor forced Gu Hai to say it, at that time, there was no need to talk about anything else. All the officials would speak up to stop the alliance. Gu Hai glanced at Qing Emperor and sneered. He turned to Jiang Lianshan and said, Does Dian and His Holiness still count? Qing Emperor saw that Gu Hai was ignoring him, and his face darkened. A monarch doesn't go back on his words. Jiang Lianshan said coldly, All right. Gu Hai nodded. What's the Book of Changes? Jiang Lianshan asked in a low voice. Gu Hai didn't say much. He reached out and opened the box. The box was very ordinary, and there were 2 large sheets of paper inside. The paper slowly spread out. The first sheet was a diagram with the order of the 64 hexagrams in a circle. The second sheet was the original text of the Book of Changes. It was Gu Hai's copy of the Book of Changes on Earth. The Book of Changes appeared. Everyone's eyes were suddenly fixed on the 2 pieces of paper. Qian hexagram first, Kuan hexagram second, Tun hexagram third, Zhen hexagram 51st, Zhen hexagram 52nd, Jian hexagram 53rd. Looking at the order, all the officials' expressions changed. How dare you? Why is there only 52 in the Zhen hexagram? Qing Emperor's eyes turned cold. Why can't there be 52 in the Zhen hexagram? Gu Hai said indifferently, His Holiness, the Deqian emissary, deliberately insulted my Dian. Qing Emperor turned to look at Jiang Lianshan. Jiang Lianshan waved his hand and stopped Qing Emperor from continuing, because most people couldn't understand the order. Jiang Lianshan's pupils shrank. In the past 10 days, Jiang Lianshan had been trying to arrange the 64 hexagrams according to the first one of the Qian hexagram. The more he arranged them, the more interesting they were. However, it was extremely difficult to arrange the 64 hexagrams. The order was also endless. Even so, the first 10 hexagrams were exactly the same as what he had deduced. Didn't this mean that Gu Hai's Book of Changes had a certain degree of truth? Gu Hai, this is your Book of Changes. Jiang Lianshan asked in a deep voice. Yes, I think Dian and His Holiness are discerning people. You can see whether it's correct or not. You should also know whether it's orthodox or not. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Then tell us about the Book of Changes. Jiang Lianshan said in a deep voice. White Emperor and Qing Emperor looked at Gu Hai in surprise. His Holiness wasn't angry. which meant that the Book of Changes was complete. The Book of Changes. I means change. The Book of Changes is a book that describes the changes of the world. Qian hexagram, Kuan hexagram, Tung hexagram, Meng hexagram, Zhen hexagram, Zhen hexagram, Jian hexagram. This is a natural process of the changes of the world. Gu Hai explained briefly. Everyone waited for Gu Hai, but Gu Hai didn't say anything. Are you done? White Emperor had a strange look on his face. Gu Hai nodded. White Emperor. Jiang Lianshan. Gu Hai's understanding of the Book of Changes was limited. Perhaps he had some of his own research, but Gu Hai didn't dare to say too much. What if he said something wrong? He could only explain the Book of Changes in the simplest way. It was just the simplest way. It was all nonsense. This was the simplest way. The officials in the hall could roughly say it after looking at the order. Why did they need you to say something that could be understood at a glance? Everyone looked at Gu Hai strangely. Only Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. Was this Book of Changes really not written by Gu Hai? Otherwise, he wouldn't have said it so simply. Perhaps it was because of the black-robed man's description, but no matter how Qing Emperor looked at it, he felt that Gu Hai was pretending to know. However, the others only found it strange and didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Lianshan Yi is the first in the Zhen hexagram. Why is it ranked 52nd in your Book of Changes? I wonder if Emissary Gu can explain it. White Emperor said lightly. All the officials looked at Gu Hai, but Jiang Lianshan didn't say anything. He also looked at Gu Hai. The first in the Qian hexagram, according to this order, is naturally the 52nd in the Zhen hexagram. Before the Zhen hexagram is the Zhen hexagram. Everything in the world is shaking, and it can't keep shaking. Why is there a change in the shaking? Gu Hai looked at White Emperor. Whether it's an earthquake, war, or shaking, the next change in the shaking of everything is to settle down. After the earthquake, it will be calm and settled. After the war, it will be calm and settled. After the shaking, it will be calm and settled. White Emperor said in a deep voice, "That's right. This is the change in the Book of Changes. The Zhen hexagram is the mountain. It's motionless like a mountain, and the mountain indicates motionless. It's stop. Extreme movement leads to stillness. Extreme vibration leads to stillness. Zhen means stop. After things experience extreme shaking, they will return to an unavoidable state of extreme stillness. Just as Lianshan Yi said, Zhen means that a gentleman's thoughts are in the same place. Therefore, Zhen must follow behind Zhen. Therefore, if Lianshan Yi is wrong, Zhen will never be the first in the world, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Ridiculous. Qing Emperor glared. On the dragon throne, Jiang Lianshan's face also darkened. According to Gu Hai's Book of Changes, Zhen followed Zhen. This was an indisputable fact of the changes in the world. Then, Lianshan Yi was wrong? My Book of Changes describes the truth of the world, including the change of dynasty. The Dian dynasty used Zhen as the foundation. Then, what was the foundation before the Dian dynasty? Gu Hai looked at the officials. White Emperor's face darkened. I've checked the historical records. Before the Dian dynasty, Dongfang was a land of chaos. The 5 emperors of the past, the 5 imperial dynasties, and the Dian imperial dynasty were in chaos for more than 1,000 years. This kind of chaos was the Zhen hexagram of the Book of Changes. Then, who could stabilize Dongfang? After the Zhen hexagram, there was the Zhen hexagram. Naturally, the Dian dynasty calmed down. The Zhen hexagram replaced the Zhen hexagram. Gu Hai said in a deep voice, "Oh, according to what you said, the change of dynasty can be explained by the Book of Changes. Then, can the Dian dynasty be replaced?" Qing Emperor said coldly. Qing Emperor's question was direct. The Dian dynasty being replaced was a rebellion. Would Gu Hai dare to say that the Dian dynasty would be overthrown? If you understand the Book of Changes, you will understand that there is nothing in the world that is unchanging. The Dian dynasty will change sooner or later. Gu Hai nodded. Presumptuous. Gu Hai, you dare to insult the Dian? You said that the Dian dynasty will be overthrown. Why don't you say that the Qian celestial dynasty will be overthrown as well? Qing Emperor said angrily. Did I say that the Qian celestial dynasty will always be unchanging? Gu Hai smiled faintly. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. The Qian hexagram is the first, and the Kuan hexagram is the second. Qian is yang, and Kuan is yin. Extreme yang gives birth to yin. This is probably not a big secret. If Qian changes, it will only become Kuan. Therefore, the Dacian celestial dynasty has already eliminated all signs of this. Kuan, the Dacian celestial dynasty did not confer a female vassal. There is no female power around the Dacian celestial dynasty. In fact, the Dacian celestial dynasty does not even have an empress. I wonder if Qing Emperor thinks that the Dacian celestial dynasty has taken precautions? Gu Hai smiled. Everyone was slightly stunned. What Gu Hai said was a situation that existed in many dynasties. However, when it was singled out, it seemed that the Longzhonghua celestial dynasty did it on purpose, in order to ensure that the Dacian celestial dynasty would never change. The Longzhonghua celestial dynasty would eliminate all signs of Kuan. What Gu Hai said was his own interpretation. However, everyone had different views when looking at the Book of Changes. Gu Hai's statement could not be said to be wrong. Oh, if the Dacian celestial dynasty stopped the development of Kuan, then what do you think of the Dian dynasty? Qing Emperor sneered. Qing Emperor hoped that Gu Hai would say more. This was because the Qing Emperor was sure that the Book of Changes was not written by Gu Hai. He could not say too much. As long as he exposed himself, he could refute the Book of Changes and stop the Qian-Yen alliance. Moreover, even if Gu Hai was right, whoever could overthrow the Dian dynasty would offend everyone in the infernal shrine. Naturally, everyone would reject Gu Hai. However, what the Lotus Arch did not know was that Gu Hai had taken such a big detour just to wait for someone to ask. He only needed to use his own understanding and some sophistry to make others unable to refute the Book of Changes. The Zhen hexagram is 51, the Zhen hexagram is 52, and the Jiang hexagram is 53. The next hexagram of the Zhen hexagram is the Jiang hexagram. The Jiang hexagram will replace the Zhen hexagram. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The Jiang hexagram? Qing Emperor was puzzled. When the Zhen hexagram ends, everything stops. However, does it stop changing? No, it is still changing. However, this change is very small and you cannot see it. However, not seeing it does not mean that it does not exist. It is very small and is gradually changing. It is a quantitative change to a qualitative change. It is called the Jiang hexagram. Azure Emperor, do you think that I'm right? Gu Hai smiled. Humph. I don't know what quantitative change to a qualitative change is. Tell me clearly, what is a small change? Qing Emperor said coldly, unmoving like a mountain. If Zhen Mountain does not move, what change will there be? That is the change of the vegetation growing on the mountain. It is very small, but it does exist. The Book of Changes states, there are trees on the mountain. Gradually, a gentleman lives in virtue and good customs. Gu Hai said with a smile, there are trees on the mountain that grow along the mountain, symbolizing gradual change. A gentleman observes this phenomenon and accumulates virtue gradually changing backward customs. White Emperor said, after some thought. After hearing White Emperor's words, the officials thought for a while and found them reasonable. So what? I am asking you, what will replace the Dian dynasty? Qing Emperor asked. You, Gu Hai said indifferently. When Gu Hai said, you, the expressions of everyone in the hall changed. What? Did I hear wrongly? Gu Hai, how dare you slander me? Qing Emperor glared at him. Jiang hexagram. There are trees on the mountain. Doesn't that mean there are trees on Zhen Mountain? Among the 5 emperors, Qing Emperor's line is the Emperor of Wood Virtue, right? Qing Emperor's line in the Dian dynasty was trees on the mountain, right? After the Zhen hexagram, there is the Jiang hexagram. After the Dian dynasty, will the Qing Emperor prosper? Gu Hai took a deep breath and asked solemnly. Gu Hai had studied the Book of Changes for a long time. There might be some misinterpretation here, but so what? How many people knew the Book of Changes? He had gone in a roundabout manner just to say this scene in front of everyone. When Qing Emperor heard Gu Hai's words, he suddenly thought of the black-robed man in his residence. He replaced Jiang Lianshan, established the Celestial Dynasty, and prospered. Could it be true? However, in the next moment, Qing Emperor suddenly panicked. He didn't know if he was worried about Jiang Lianshan's anger, or if he was worried that the black-robed man in his residence would leak the news, or maybe he was suppressing the excitement in his heart. Suddenly his eyes widened. Gu Hai, how dare you sow discord between the emperor and his subjects in the Dian dynasty? You should be killed. Qing Emperor glared at Gu Hai and hit him with his palm. Chapter 663. Gu Hai, how dare you sow discord between the emperor and his subjects of the Dian dynasty? You deserve to die. The Qing Emperor glared at Gu Hai and threw a palm strike at him. The Qing Emperor threw a palm strike at him. The expressions of all the officials in the hall changed. The Jiang hexagram replaced the Zhen hexagram, and the Azure Emperor replaced the Great Yen Celestial Dynasty. Judging from the hexagram, this was an inevitable trend. Moreover, what Gu Hai said made sense. Could all of this be real? The White Emperor's eyes narrowed and his face darkened. However, his eyes lit up in the next moment. This was because Gu Hai had said a divination in front of everyone. His Holiness believed in the 64 divination the most. Moreover, what did Gu Hai just say? The Daiqianqing had killed all the signs of the Kuan hexagram in order to eliminate the Long Zhanghua. Didn't this mean that the Dian dynasty had to eliminate the signs if they wanted to remain unchanged? Eliminate the Qing Emperor? No wonder the Qing Emperor was so angry and impulsive. No wonder the Qing Emperor was so impulsive. The White Emperor's eyes lit up, and he was about to stop Shen Tian. Gu Hai didn't move at all in the face of the Qing Emperor's attack. He looked at the Qing Emperor and smiled. He was the envoy of the Deqian. How could he be killed in the Fire God Hall? Impossible. He represented the Long Zhanghua. Who would dare to touch him in public? How dare you? A roar suddenly echoed in the hall. However, Jiang Lianshan suddenly stretched out his right hand. Boom! With a loud sound, the Qing Emperor's right hand that was about to hit Gu Hai was caught by Jiang Lianshan. His Holiness, please calm down. The officials immediately shouted. The Qing Emperor's right hand stopped in front of Gu Hai. A gust of wind blew at Gu Hai's hair, but Gu Hai didn't even blink. The Qing Emperor glared at Gu Hai and turned to look at the gloomy Jiang Lianshan. His Holiness, I was too impulsive. The Qing Emperor immediately apologized. Jiang Lianshan slowly let go of his hand. Your Majesty, this person, Gu Hai, has deceived the public with lies, sowing discord between the emperor and his subjects, and causing chaos in the imperial court. Your Majesty, please punish him. The Lotus Emperor said respectfully, "Provoke the emperor and his subjects. Chaos in the court." Jiang Lianshan carefully looked at Gu Hai. The Book of Changes. Perhaps Gu Hai was the first to write it, but in terms of understanding, no one in the Flame God Hall could understand it better than Jiang Lianshan. Jiang Lianshan had studied the 64 hexagrams for many years. Although this was the first time he saw the Book of Changes, he understood it better than anyone else. Gu Hai's words were all twisted logic. Using the Book of Changes to explain the Book of Changes seemed perfect, but it was very far-fetched. "I understand." Jiang Lianshan nodded. Jiang Lianshan's confidence in the Saiyan Emperor was something that the Saiyan Emperor would have believed if it had been any other time. However, at this moment, the seed of desire in the Saiyan Emperor's heart had grown into a small tree. Although Jiang Lianshan had expressed his trust in the Saiyan Emperor, the Saiyan Emperor felt that Jiang Lianshan was just being perfunctory. Unless Jiang Lianshan denied the Book of Changes, this was what the Book of Changes meant. What Gu Hai said was exactly what he saw. Would he replace Jiang Lianshan? Moreover, the messenger of heaven in the residence proved everything. Would he be able to establish the celestial empire if he cooperated with heaven? Yes. The Qing Emperor took a step back and answered, "Gu Hai, you represent the Long Zhanghua, so I am not in a position to punish you. However, what is your motive for deliberately distorting the Book of Changes today? Are you trying to cause internal strife in Dayan?" Jiang Lianshan looked coldly at Gu Hai. Deliberately distorting the Book of Changes? Does this mean that the Book of Changes has other meanings in the eyes of His Holiness in Dayan? Or does this mean that His Holiness in Dayan approve of my Book of Changes? Gu Hai stared at Jiang Lianshan, refusing to back down. Gu Hai distorting the Book of Changes. At this moment, the officials couldn't believe it. The Book of Changes was written by Gu Hai, so Gu Hai must have a thorough understanding of it. How could he distort it? His Holiness was definitely trying to comfort the Qing Emperor. However, no one dared to expose him at this moment. The most important thing, now, was whether the Book of Changes made sense or not. Could all changes in the world be found in the Book of Changes? I haven't studied your Book of Changes in detail, but there is indeed a logic to it. As for overthrowing Lian Shaniai, I will know after I enter a meditative state. Jiang Lianshan said solemnly, "That's fine. I also believe in Dayan and His Holiness. I can wait. After Dayan enters a meditative state, I will complete the Book of Changes from 10 days ago." Gu Hai said solemnly. Qing Emperor and White Emperor narrowed their eyes. How could Gu Hai be so sure that the Book of Changes could surpass Lian Shaniai? Although they didn't want to believe it, Jiang Lianshan's serious attitude forced them to believe it. After His Holiness enters a meditative state, he would fulfill his promise. Forming an alliance with Qian Yan, Qing Emperor's pupils suddenly shrank. In an instant, his heart clenched. Because of the alliance with Qian Yan, the old grudge of Ram Saint's death was going to be brought up. Long Zhanghua was going to seek revenge on him. If the Book of Changes really overthrew Lian Shaniai, then what Gu Hai said just now, would Jiang Lianshan also kill him? Okay. Jiang Lianshan nodded. As for what I said just now, Qing Emperor overthrew the Dayan dynasty, just like what Dayan and His Holiness said. It was just a misunderstanding. Dayan, His Holiness, and Qing Emperor don't take it to heart. Gu Hai said with a smile. His smile was very gentle, but in Qing Emperor's eyes, it was extremely vicious. Misunderstanding? Now you say it's a misunderstanding? Who would believe you? Even I don't believe it. So what's the use of you saying it? Moreover, you even emphasized it. Wouldn't this deepen everyone's impression of you and make you insist that I will replace His Holiness? Qing Emperor looked at Gu Hai with a cold gaze. Jiang Lianshan frowned slightly and said, "Misunderstanding? Why do you have to do that?" "My understanding of the Book of Changes is only the most superficial, so if I say something wrong, please forgive me. As for the specifics, I hope that Dian and His Holiness can figure it out themselves. I won't say more." Gu Hai said, solemnly, "You have a superficial understanding of the Book of Changes?" All the officials in the hall looked at Gu Hai strangely. "Do you think we will believe you? If you can write the Book of Changes, how can your understanding of the Book of Changes be superficial?" Jiang Lianshan believed him, because in Jiang Lianshan's eyes, Gu Hai was indeed like that. Jiang Lianshan nodded and didn't pay it any mind. He turned around and saw Qing Emperor's eyes spitting fire. Jiang Lianshan frowned slightly. "Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, Qing Emperor accidentally hurt you last time in the Gan district, and you slandered Qing Emperor just now. It can be said that there is an exchange between us. Let's put an end to this grudge, shall we?" Jiang Lianshan persuaded. "Put an end to this? Ha, Dian and His Holiness. I only said a few words about Qing Emperor, but Qing Emperor is the one who killed my Deqian diplomatic mission's mastermind, Ram Saint. This humble one can let this matter rest for now. Let's take it slow in the future." Gu Hai looked at Qing Emperor and revealed a faint smile. Jiang Lianshan's face darkened, seemingly unhappy. "His Holiness, you don't have to worry about it. This humble one has a personal grudge with Gu Hai, and this humble one can solve it myself." Qing Emperor also said solemnly. Everyone could see that the two of them seemed to have an irreconcilable grudge at this moment. "Take it slow? How do you want to take it slow?" Jiang Lianshan looked at Gu Hai with a frown. Obviously, at this moment, he still had the intention of shielding Qing Emperor. If this matter was not resolved, the Qianyan alliance would eventually have its own agendas. "How could I let you kill my courtier when we are in an alliance? Dian and His Holiness, if you are worried, how about this? The matter between Qing Emperor and I can be resolved as soon as possible." Gu Hai said with a smile. "Oh." Jiang Lianshan looked at Gu Hai. In the past, Qing Emperor used Old Man Guanxi's 32 inverses heaven and earth formation. Obviously, he is skilled in chess. Although I am not talented, I have some knowledge of chess as well. Why don't I play a game with Qing Emperor using the 32 inverses heaven and earth formation? We can use chess to determine life and death. Life and death will be decided by the heavens. Dian and His Holiness, what do you think?" Gu Hai looked at Jiang Lianshan. At the side, Qing Emperor suddenly narrowed his eyes and revealed a cold smile. "His Holiness, this humble one also thinks that this is the most appropriate method." Jiang Lianshan looked at Gu Hai with narrowed eyes. He seemed to be puzzled and didn't know what Gu Hai was thinking. However, this was indeed the best method. The two of them had a personal grudge. Even if one of them died in the end, no one could be blamed, and the two dynasties would not lose face. A game of chess to determine life and death? That's fine. However, no matter what the result is, after the two of you play a game of chess, all grudges will be written off. Jiang Lianshan said with certainty, "Good." Qing Emperor looked at Gu Hai with a cold smile. "Good. Lord Ram Saint's grudge will also be written off after the game of chess." Gu Hai nodded with certainty. Jiang Lianshan looked at Gu Hai with slight confusion. He didn't understand why Gu Hai wanted to play a game of chess to life and death with Qing Emperor. If Jiang Lianshan didn't understand, the White Emperor and the other officials naturally didn't understand either. In the 32 heavens and earth chess game, if one wants to determine life and death, one must set up a formation. Dian, His Holiness, Qing Emperor can control your Linking Mountains formation, and used the energy of heaven and earth to set up the 32 great formations. However, I can't be fair. Dian, His Holiness, please teach me how to control the great formations. Guhai said, solemnly, 32 great formations against 32 great formations? That was indeed fair. Qing Emperor didn't say anything. Everyone looked at Jiang Lianshan. Jiang Lianshan nodded and flipped his hand. A black jade token appeared in his palm. Black Mountain token? Qing Emperor recognized it at a glance. In the past, the 5 emperors each had a Black Mountain token. Black Emperor was confused, so this token returned to me. This Black Mountain token can be used to control the Linking Mountains formation. You can use this token to compete fairly with Qing Emperor. Jiang Lianshan said with some regret in his eyes. Many thanks to Dian, His Holiness. Guhai took the Black Mountain token. Then, 3 days later, at the Daiqian Palace, I invite Dian, His Holiness, White Emperor, and Dian in the city to be our witnesses. Life and death will be decided by the heavens. Guhai said, solemnly, that's right. We need a witness. Qing Emperor nodded. I won't be going. I need to figure out the Book of Changes. The rest of you can go. Jiang Lianshan said calmly, yes, White Emperor, and the rest of the officials replied respectfully. Yes. Qing Emperor replied. Many thanks, everyone. Guhai smiled faintly, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. This was the result he wanted. If that's the case, I won't disturb you any further. In 3 days, I need to familiarize myself with the Black Mountain token. I need to calm my mind and calm my qi before I fight Qing Emperor to the death. Guhai bowed to Jiang Lianshan again. Go. Jiang Lianshan nodded. Guhai turned his head and looked at Qing Emperor. Qing Emperor, there are still 3 days left. Enjoy yourself. Ha 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 ha. As Guhai guffawed, he flung his sleeves and turned around to leave the Flame Divine Hall. Humph. Qing Emperor snorted. Chapter 664. Guhai left with a hearty laugh, leaving Qing Emperor in an extremely gloomy mood. Was Guhai that confident in his chess skills? After Guhai left, Jiang Lianshan seemed to be completely immersed in the Book of Changes. After comforting Qing Emperor briefly, he left the court. The officials walked out of the Flame God Hall. Boom! Rings of golden trigram runes suddenly appeared in the Flame God Hall, slowly circling around the Flame God Hall, giving off the sound of wind and thunder. His Holiness has entered a meditative state, just like that. Does he care so much about the Book of Changes? White Emperor said, softly. Although he said it softly, Qing Emperor heard it. White Emperor glanced at Qing Emperor, only to see Qing Emperor clenching his fists, a gloomy look in his eyes. The more accurate the Book of Changes was, the more likely he was to overthrow Dian and establish the Celestial Empire, just as Guhai said. However, the more this was the case, the more suspicious His Holiness was of him. Qing Emperor's expression was gloomy, but White Emperor showed a satisfied smile. Let's go back. White Emperor led his subordinates back. At this moment, White Emperor was in a very good mood. As for Guhai's deduction in the royal court and the agreement of 3 days, it quickly spread. In Qing Emperor's residence, Emperor, that Guhai is really sinister. He went in such a big circle just to set a trap for you and make you play chess with him? 7 Kills said with a gloomy expression. Guhai's chess skills are formidable, but the most formidable player in the world is still Old Man Guanxi. I have Old Man Guanxi's legacy and the complete 32 horizontal heavens and earth formation. I may not lose to him in chess. Besides, Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. Moreover, in the battle of life and death, it's not necessarily that the chess players can't make a move. the Imperial Emperor can kill Gu Hai midway, and no one will dare to stop him. Gu Hai is courting death. Dan Wang laughed. Qing Emperor nodded. Does he think he's invincible just because he has the 32 formations? He thinks too simply. Humph. However, Emperor, that black-robed man. 7 kills looked at Qing Emperor. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. Wait a moment. I haven't decided yet. Yes. 7 kills nodded. The next day, Qi Sha and Dan Wang hurriedly went to see Qing Emperor again. Emperor, something happened last night. Dan Wang said with a sour expression. Oh, last night, the Black Emperor's former subordinates led the army to a nearby city. The direction they went was near your former subordinates. Dan Wang said solemnly. Oh, the Black Emperor's former subordinates? Could it be that the heavens found someone else because of the Black Emperor's token? Qing Emperor's eyes flickered. I don't know. There are some ordinary officials mixed in with the Black Emperor's former subordinates. They were ordered to follow the army. They followed the army. Dan Wang said solemnly. Ordinary officials? Yes, they are not the former subordinates of the 5 emperors. They are newly promoted officials. Dan Wang said solemnly. Newly promoted officials? They are His Holiness's trusted subordinates. Qing Emperor's face darkened. Huh. Dan Wang was slightly stunned. The Black Emperor's former subordinates. Other than the Black Emperor's token. Only His Holiness can order them around. Could it be? Qing Emperor's face darkened. His Holiness is going to attack the Emperor? That shouldn't be. Isn't His Holiness meditating? Dan Wang said in surprise. Qing Emperor's face darkened. After a moment of silence, he said, Invite that Mr. Here. Huh. Yes. 7 kills replied. Soon, the messenger of the heavens, the black-robed man with pustules all over his face, was brought to Qing Emperor. Qing Emperor, why? Did you think of me? The black-robed man said lightly, Mister, please forgive me. I have offended you these past few days. Qing Emperor immediately smiled apologetically. Humph, Qing Emperor, if you are unwilling, then forget it. There will be others who are willing. In 2 days, you will play chess with Gu Hai. This is a great opportunity, the black-robed man said in a low voice. Qing Emperor's face darkened as he looked at 7 kills. 7 kills shook his head. No one had told the black-robed man about the news in the imperial court. How did the black-robed man know? Moreover, all communication in the Verdant Wood Yard was cut off, unless it seems that the heavens have contacted you these past few days. Qing Emperor looked at the black-robed man. Qing Emperor, just say what you want to say. Don't beat around the bush. The black-robed man said in a low voice, I want to know if the Black Emperor's token has been given to anyone else, or if anyone has used it these past few days. Qing Emperor solemnly asked. The black-robed man sneered. You mean the Black Emperor's former subordinates went to restrain your former subordinates? Huh. You know, Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. I don't know. The heavens already know. They just can't interfere. The black-robed man said lightly, Oh, none of our people have used the Black Emperor's token, except for you who used 8. As for why the Black Emperor's former subordinates went, you should know better than me. Jiang Lianshan has already started to make his move. The black-robed man said lightly, What move? Qing Emperor still didn't believe it. The black-robed man smiled slightly and didn't say much. The Saiyan Thearcha's face suddenly darkened. What was he going to do? Of course, it was to deal with him. If it was before, Qing Emperor would have doubted it. However, at this moment, Qing Emperor didn't want to doubt it anymore. Qing Emperor broke out in cold sweat. Qing Emperor, are you willing to help the heavens this time? The black-robed man said in a low voice. Qing Emperor suddenly fell silent. As long as we can stop the Qian-Yin alliance, and by some time, it will be enough. You can deal with Gu Hai. As long as he dies, the Qian-Yin alliance might. The black-robed man said expectantly. I will definitely deal with Gu Hai. However, why doesn't the heavens help? That Gu Hai's cultivation is only. Qing Emperor suddenly paused. The black-robed man didn't say anything. Qing Emperor's eyes narrowed. Long Zhongguo's projection? Could it be that the heavens are afraid of Long Zhongguo's projection? Presumptuous. The black-robed man glared. I am presumptuous. However, the heavens don't want to deal with Gu Hai. If something happens to me while I'm dealing with Gu Hai, will the heavens help me? Qing Emperor said in a low voice. The black-robed man shook his head. Long Zhongguo just injured the heavens. The heavens don't want to come into contact with the Long Zhongguo. In case what? Qing Emperor asked anxiously. The black-robed man shook his head. He didn't want to say. Qing Emperor felt helpless. The heavens don't want to cooperate with me to deal with Long Zhongguo. What if I kill Jiang Lianshan? Will the heavens help me? Qing Emperor said with a fierce look in his eyes. Qi Sha and the King of Elixirs' expressions changed. Oh, the black-robed man looked at Qing Emperor. In the White Emperor's residence, White Emperor held an invitation in his hand. Oh, Qing Emperor invited me to be a witness. Must I be there? How rare. White Emperor sneered. Yes, the Emperor hopes that White Emperor can go. Solemnly, the King of Elixirs bowed. Go and tell him that I will definitely be there. White Emperor sneered. Yes. The King of Elixirs left respectfully. After the King of Elixirs left, White Emperor had a complicated look on his face. The Emperor doesn't seem like Qing Emperor's style. Tangut said with a frown. That's right. Although we promised His Majesty at the Imperial Court a few days ago, that's not necessary. But there's no need for the Qing Emperor to specially send someone to invite us. This is interesting. Go and find out who the Qing Emperor invited. White Emperor said in a deep voice. Yes. Tangut replied. Half a day later, Tangut returned. The Emperor, I found out that all the people from Heavenly Palace in Shenong City were invited, including Dongfeng Shou and even the guests in the palace. Solemnly, Tangut said, all the people from Heavenly Palace were invited. The Qing Emperor really spared no effort this time. White Emperor said in a deep voice, Yes, I find it strange as well. We've already discussed the chess battle in the Imperial Court. Why is there a need to mobilize so many people? The Qing Emperor even personally sent an invitation. There must be something wrong. Tangut said. White Emperor nodded, but he had no idea what was going on. Why would the Qing Emperor invite all the masters to watch the chess battle between him and Gu Hai? Why was that? The Qing Emperor was not a vain person. Emperor, should we go? Tangut asked curiously. Go, why not? Humph, I want to see what the Qing Emperor is up to. And what is Gu Hai, that little thing, scheming? Humph. White Emperor snorted. He was obviously very dissatisfied with Gu Hai. Yes, in the Deqian Palace. Gu Hai stood on a floating island in the palace and looked in the direction of the Imperial Palace in the distance. He could even see the majestic flame, Divine Hall. Outside the flame Divine Hall, there were still a large number of runes of the 64 hexagrams. Obviously, Jiang Lianshan was still comprehending them. In the past, Jiang Lianshan could comprehend the first Qian hexagram for 10 days. Now that the 64 hexagrams are connected, he will take a long time to comprehend them. The Book of Changes, I wonder what he will comprehend. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Master, Tomorrow is the chess battle between you and the Qing Emperor. Many people have already come to find out. Gao Chen whispered, "Find out. Let them find out. Everything will be clear tomorrow." Gu Hai sneered, "Hall Master, do you really want to kill the Qing Emperor so badly?" Long Sanqian looked at Gu Hai with a wry smile. "Tomorrow he will definitely die. Long Sanqian, don't worry." Gu Hai smiled. Long Sanqian nodded and smiled bitterly. "All right, I hope you are right." "I am definitely right," Gu Hai said confidently. "Master, what do I have to do?" Gao Chen asked curiously. "You don't have to do anything. You just have to stand in the most obvious place and let everyone see you." Gu Hai looked at Gao Chen. "Ah, that's it." Gao Chen looked depressed. "Don't think that this is nothing. Whether or not we can kill the Qing Emperor tomorrow depends on you," Gu Hai said solemnly. "Ah, depends on me? Will the Qing Emperor die if I just stand there?" Gao Chen did not believe him. Gu Hai glared at him. All right, I will listen to you," Gao Chen said dejectedly. "Long, Outyen, Ao Shun, I will have to trouble you tomorrow. I have arranged everything. I hope nothing goes wrong." Gu Hai looked at the two of them. "Don't worry, Hall Master. With me around, nothing will go wrong." Ao Shun replied, "Don't worry, Hall Master. I almost died at the hands of the Qing Emperor. I can't wait for him to die." Long Outyen said with a ferocious expression. Gu Hai nodded. Everyone waited patiently. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Not only the experts in Shenong City, who were invited by the Qing Emperor, but countless experts in Shenong City also heard the news and gathered at the Deqian Palace from all directions. More and more people gathered. On the morning of the third day, there was a sea of people outside the Deqian Palace. Chapter 665. Shenong City. A large number of experts had gathered outside the Deqian Palace. Inside a restaurant. "I've been on the road for the past few days since I got the news. I didn't expect so many people to come." "Nonsense. That's the 32 Heavens and Earth chess game. The most powerful chess game in the world. Also, that's the Qing Emperor. Where did this Gu Hai come from? How dare he?" "Gu Hai, you don't know? You don't know about the Thousand Saints Conference?" Amidst the excited chatter, they found the best spot to see the Deqian Palace. The officials of the Deqian diplomatic mission were in charge of receiving guests outside the Deqian Palace. Many officials of Dayan had arrived early. Under the orders of Jiang Lianshan, they were here to witness this battle of life and death. There were some floating islands around the Deqian Palace. It was a place for the noblest nobles to stay. "Sir, Lord Zhang is here. Sir, Lord Li is here. Zhen Huang Ho is here." One by one, the big shots of Dayan, who could shake the world with a stomp of their feet, arrived one after another. Countless experts and people around them were staring with wide eyes. The Deqian diplomatic mission is too rude. Zhen Huang Ho, Lord Zhang, Lord Li, which one of them isn't a big shot? We can't even invite them normally, but Gu Hai of the Deqian diplomatic mission didn't come to receive them personally. Instead, he sent them out. Someone said, angrily, "Yeah, are they looking down on the officials of Dayan? Humph. Ha! If Gu Hai comes out to receive them now, who will welcome the Qing Emperor and White Emperor when they come? What are you worried about? Look, they don't even feel left out. Why are you so anxious?" Someone said, "There was a lot of discussion, but that was the truth. No matter how high these people were in Dayan, no one dared to put on airs in front of them. That was because someone even more powerful was coming." Sure enough, as everyone waited, a white crane carriage flew over from afar. "It's the White Emperor's carriage. The White Emperor is here." A sharp-eyed person's eyes lit up. "Welcome, White Emperor. Countless officials and soldiers bowed respectfully. The White Emperor's chariot landed on a floating island nearby. This position had the best view. There were also a few Dayan officials standing there, and they all bowed respectfully towards the carriage. In front of the carriage, Tangut and the others respectfully approached, until the curtain was pulled open. White Emperor slowly walked out. Greetings to the White Emperor. A series of respectful greetings came from all directions. The White Emperor stepped out of the carriage and stood on the platform of the floating island. He coldly looked down at the Daqian Palace. Oh, all the worshippers are here. The White Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. The worshippers of Dayan were all the powerhouses of Heavenly Palace in Dayan. At this moment, they were standing on another floating island and bowing slightly to the White Emperor. The White Emperor nodded. Almost all the powerhouses of Heavenly Palace are here. It seems that the Qing Emperor really has a lot of face. Tangut sneered. The White Emperor nodded. However, this face was nothing. It was just a matter of taking advantage of the situation. Besides, in Shenong City, almost all the powerhouses would give face to the Qing Emperor. Buzz, not far from the White Emperor, the void trembled slightly and then strangely tore open a crack. Suddenly, a white-robed, childlike man stepped out of the crack. Dongfang Shou, you're here too? The White Emperor narrowed his eyes and looked at Dongfang Shou. When Dongfang Shou came out, he also saw the White Emperor. When he saw the White Emperor, he smiled slightly. Greetings to the White Emperor. It's so lively today. Yes, Mr. Dongfang. How come you have time to be a witness today? The White Emperor asked, but the corners of Dongfang Shou's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile as he said, originally, I wouldn't have come. However, who asked Emperor Qing's opponent to be Gu Hai? Ha! These days I've been in seclusion to heal my wounds. If the Qing Emperor hadn't sent me an invitation, I wouldn't have known that Gu Hai had come to Shenong City. Oh, from Mr. Dongfang's tone, it seems that Gu Hai has a grudge against you too? The White Emperor was puzzled. Grudge? Humph, my wounds are all thanks to him. Dongfang Shou looked coldly at the Daqian Palace in the distance. Emperor, if I'm not wrong, it should be the unborn man that Gu Hai invited to the Day One Imperial Dynasty in the past to injure Mr. Dongfang. Tangut whispered. Humph, brat, I don't want you to talk too much. Dongfang Shou looked coldly at Tangut. Tangut bowed slightly, but didn't say anything else. The White Emperor instantly understood. The Qing Emperor has arrived. A loud shout suddenly came from the distance. The noise in the surroundings suddenly quieted down. In the distance, a carriage pulled by a large number of green birds flew towards the square of the Daqian Palace. Welcome, Qing Emperor. Countless officials, soldiers, and civilians immediately bowed respectfully, just as the Qing Emperor's carriage was about to arrive. The main hall of the Daqian Palace suddenly opened. Creak! The door opened, and a large number of Daqian envoys swarmed out from inside. The Daqian envoys surrounded Gu Hai, who was in the center. Gu Hai was followed by the two Daqian nobles, Long Aotian and Long Sanqian. They slowly stepped out of the main hall. In an instant, countless gazes from all directions shifted to Gu Hai. That's Gu Hai. He's the one who wants to die and play a game of life and death with the Qing Emperor. He's the one who wrote the Book of Changes. Countless experts looked curiously at Gu Hai. Gu Hai stepped out of the main hall. Suddenly, he saw the White Emperor on the floating island and Dongfang Shou beside him. Gu Hai's gaze didn't stop as he looked around. According to the news from the Daqian, almost all of the important officials and experts of the Dayan had arrived today. The Qing Emperor is really important. You've invited all of them here. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. As he sneered, he looked at the Qing Emperor's carriage. Gao Chen, go and welcome the Qing Emperor, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Behind Gu Hai, Gao Chen immediately flew into the sky and towards the Qing Emperor's carriage. In front of the Qing Emperor's carriage, Qi Sha's expression changed when he saw Gao Chen. Gao Chen's demonic song during the Thousand Saints Conference was still vivid in his ears. How could this bastard not die? Qing Emperor, my master sent me to welcome you. Please come out of the carriage, Gao Chen said solemnly. Whoosh! In the carriage, a servant girl gently opened the door, and the Qing Emperor slowly walked out. The Qing Emperor's eyes were cold. He glanced at Gao Chen, and then looked at Gu Hai in the center of the square in the distance. Greetings, Qing Emperor. Countless officials and experts bowed respectfully. However, the Qing Emperor's eyes were only on Gu Hai. When he saw Gu Hai, the Qing Emperor revealed a cold smile. Gu Hai, didn't you say you wanted to be a witness? Today, I've invited all the experts of Dayan to be witnesses. I'll let you die a worthy death. The Qing Emperor said coldly. Then I'll have to trouble you, Qing Emperor. Gu Hai sneered. If I'm not wrong, you've seen the 32 unhindered worlds formation in the hands of your adopted son, Guqin, right? Is that why you were able to force the saints to retreat during the Thousand Saints Conference? The Qing Emperor said solemnly. Gu Hai shook his head. Guqin doesn't have the wisdom of chess. When he received the inheritance, he didn't receive the chess manual. Oh, don't tell me that you learned your chess skills by yourself, the Qing Emperor said with a trace of disbelief. Does it matter whether it's right or wrong? Gu Hai sneered. Yes, it doesn't matter. Let's begin, the Qing Emperor said solemnly. Very well. Qing Emperor, do you see the 2 floating islands above us? Gu Hai said solemnly. There were 2 small floating islands above the square. The floating islands floated in the air. No one had been allowed to land on them before, but Gu Hai had been keeping them. Oh, the Qing Emperor looked at Gu Hai in confusion. You and I will each occupy one island and play in the air. We don't want to hurt others if the shock waves are too strong. What do you think? Gu Hai said solemnly. That's what I was thinking, the Qing Emperor said with satisfaction. However, the Qing Emperor waved his hand. Whoosh! Golden streams of light suddenly appeared in the middle of the 2 floating islands. The streams of light intertwined to form a super huge chessboard that connected the 2 floating islands. The chessboard had 32 vertical and horizontal lines, and it looked extremely complicated. I'm a guest from afar, so I'll go first. What do you think? Gu Hai looked at the Qing Emperor. The Qing Emperor looked at Gu Hai coldly. In a battle of life and death, there's no way to give in. However, I'll make an exception today. You go first. Thank you, Qing Emperor. I hope you won't regret it. Gu Hai sneered. As they spoke, Gu Hai took out the Black Mountain token. He activated the Black Mountain token slightly. He slowly activated the connecting mountains array. In an instant, it connected heaven and earth. Surging energy of heaven and earth swept over from all directions. Boom! All of a sudden, a storm formed in all directions. As soon as it appeared, it swept through the entire Gan district. The storm brought with it waves of fog, which condensed into a black chess piece and landed on the chessboard with a loud bang. Pa! The chess pieces fell. In an instant, endless fog filled the entire area. It looked just like the primordial formation that the Qing Emperor had set up in the past. The fog surged in all directions. In fact, the fog even enveloped Gu Hai. Qing Emperor, please enter the game, Gu Hai shouted. As he spoke, Gu Hai walked toward one of the floating islands in the fog. Long Outyen and the Long Sanqian followed behind Gu Hai, and stepped onto the floating island. They stood on either side of Gu Hai as if they were guarding him. The fog shrouded the entire area. The expert's vision started to blur, but they could still see the huge chessboard clearly. Qing Emperor, my master has already made his move. Please make your move too. Gao Chen stood not far from the Qing Emperor and shouted, "The Celestial Emperor will make his move. Since when is it your turn to interfere?" Humph. One of the Qing Emperor's subordinates glared at Gao Chen. He glared at Gao Chen. The Qing Emperor smiled coldly. He took out his Qingshan token and gently activated it. Boom. He also activated the linked mountains formation. The fog instantly formed into his own 32 great formations. The fog shrouded the Qing Emperor. As the Qing Emperor waved his hand, a white go piece fell onto the chessboard. Boom. As the go piece fell onto the chessboard, the fog grew thicker and thicker. The Qing Emperor led his two subordinates and flew toward the other floating island. Gu Hai, continue. I want to see if your 32 great formations or mine is stronger. Humph. The Qing Emperor snorted coldly in the fog. Pa, pa. As the Go game slowly unfolded, the two gradually formed the 32 great formations. Rumble. In the sky, the clouds above Gu Hai and the Qing Emperor suddenly stirred. Clearly, the great formations were slowly forming cloud beasts. This great one is absolute beginning. I control 100,000 holy lights. Are you seeking death? With a shout, the cloud beast above the Qing Emperor's head condensed. Instantly, it gave off billions of holy lights, forming absolute beginning once again. This great one is the Day One Imperial Dynasty, Shiyu the Great. Who dares to be impudent? Boom. The cloud beast above the Gu Hai's head condensed, and a surging ferocious might erupted. However, it formed Shiyu the Great amidst the falling snow. Chapter 666. Cloud Beast Taichu and Cloud Beast Shiyu the Great. The moment the two cloud beasts appeared, they released a powerful heavenly palace aura. The two auras clashed, instantly creating a powerful explosion. Although Shiyu the Great was the ruler of Emperor Dynasty, he was extremely powerful and wasn't much weaker than Qing Emperor. He was just unlucky. As Gu Hai condensed the 32 formations, Shiyu the Great slowly transformed. Boom. Suddenly, a pair of huge white dragon wings appeared on his back. He looked at Taichu with a ferocious expression. His Ingo body transformed, and his aura wasn't any weaker than Taichu's. Humph, you overestimate yourself. Cloud Beast Taichu glared and suddenly charged forward. Roar. Great Emperor Shiyu also let out a loud roar and punched over. Hung. The two fists collided, and a storm swept out. The Gan district suddenly shook, and countless experts who came to watch were shocked. The great Yan's revered elders waved their hands. They immediately formed barriers to protect the civilians in the surroundings. Gu Hai and Qing Emperor continued to play their pieces, and the battle between Taichu and Shiyu the Great became more and more fierce. In an instant, sand and stones flew everywhere, and the sky darkened. Fog covered the area as if it was the end of the world. Countless people cried out in shock. Master, do your best. Kill him, kill him. Gao Chen shouted in the distance. Shut up. Qing Emperor's subordinates stared at Gao Chen and shouted angrily. I'm cheering for my master. What does it have to do with you? Gao Chen looked at the Qing Emperor's subordinates in disdain. The battle in the sky was hard to determine the winner. Angels appeared behind Taichu one after another, while Daiyuan soldiers appeared behind Great Emperor Shiyu one after another. The two sides fought, neither giving way to the other. The battle was shocking. Humph, such a great battle has shaken up my divine farmer city. 32 is more than that. The Qing Emperor let out a cold snort. He suddenly waved his hand, and made another chess piece. Pa! A white chess piece was placed on the chessboard. Rolling dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, seemingly enveloping the entire Gan region. At the same time, the citizens of Divine Farmer City and other districts saw the dark clouds connecting the Gan district to the ground. The moment the dark clouds appeared, the gales and tremors that rushed out of the Gan district suddenly became much weaker. The dark clouds seemed to form an encirclement that slowly surrounded the entire Gan region. Within the Gan district, White Emperor looked up at the sky and narrowed his eyes. Qing Emperor, when did you become so kind? White Emperor's face darkened. Did the Qing Emperor use the 32 great formations to form a large encirclement around the Qian district and isolate it from the outside? Tangut asked in amazement. You don't want the chess game to destroy other places in Shenong City? Humph. Protect other places? The Qing Emperor is not that kind. He gathered all our experts here. Does he want to catch us all in one fell swoop? That's impossible. Even if the 32 great formations are shockingly destructive, they can't catch us all in one fell swoop. Furthermore, that Gu Hai is his enemy. Unless the two of them work together, they can't cause any damage to us all. White Emperor said sullenly. Not far away, Mosquito Daoran narrowed his eyes in the crowd as he looked at the Go Dao formation in the distance. Gu Hai, this Go Dao formation is indeed powerful and can gather the experts of Heavenly Palace. However, do you need to go to such lengths? Wouldn't it be easier to just fight with Emperor Qing and kill him? Why go to such lengths? Mosquito Daoran showed a sullen expression. Mosquito Daoran clenched his fists with a complicated expression. Am I mistaken? Perhaps it is as I guessed last time. This Gu Hai is just pretending? He does not have any strength at all. Is everything just a coincidence? After all, when the Qing Emperor trapped him in the ritual array, Gu Hai could not do anything aside from writing the Book of Changes. Suspicion flashed in Mosquito Daoran's eyes. After all, Gu Hai's actions did not match the image that he knew. No, I have to try again. Otherwise, it will be too embarrassing if I keep thinking that a pig is a tiger. A cold light flashed in Mosquito Daoran's eyes. It looked like he was about to make a move. However, in the next moment, Mosquito Daoran raised his eyebrows and looked at the nearby Dongfang Shou. At this moment, Dongfang Shou held a needle in his hand. Oh, Mosquito Daoran suddenly stopped. However, Dongfang Shou continued to stare at Gu Hai, who was in the center. Humph, Gu Hai? I don't care so much. You have offended me. Only death awaits you. A cold light flashed in Dongfang Shou's eyes. With a cold look on his face, Dongfang Shou waved his hand. The needle in his hand instantly flew toward Gu Hai, who was in the fog. That needle was extremely strange. When it flew out, it turned transparent and headed for Gu Hai's head, which was in the fog. It was very fast and powerful, but it had the power of a beginner in Heavenly Palace. Good. Mosquito Daoran's eyes lit up. Humph, this is the soul-stealing needle. I refined it for 100 years. Let's see how you can survive. Dongfang Shou's eyes turned cold. Whoosh! The needle shot into the fog and reached Gu Hai's head in an instant. Boom! A loud sound came from Gu Hai's head. Bastard! Who dares to launch a sneak attack? Long Outyen and Long Sanqian, who were behind Gu Hai, suddenly changed their expressions and roared in anger. However, Gu Hai, who was in the fog, waved his hand and stopped them. He's not dead. Mosquito Daoran's expression changed. That was a powerful needle in Heavenly Palace. It did not hurt Gu Hai. Could it be that he guessed wrong again? How could it be? Dongfang Shou's expression changed. Dongfang Shou? White Emperor looked at Dongfang Shou coldly. Countless experts looked at Dongfang Shou coldly. Qing Emperor and Gu Hai had a fair duel, and they were the witnesses. Dongfeng Shou, why did you launch a sneak attack on Gu Hai? However, Dongfeng Shou was a favorite of His Holiness. Although the crowd was angry, they could not blame themselves. Dongfeng Shou did not care about the others. He looked at Gu Hai in the fog in shock and said, "How could my soul-seizing, spirit-destroying needle be useless?" At this moment, in the fog, they could vaguely see Gu Hai's head swinging and a long needle shot out from his mouth. Whoosh! The long needle returned and arrived in front of Dongfeng Shou in an instant. The long needle was so fast that Dongfeng Shou could not block it in time. What? Dongfeng Shou's expression changed. Boom! The long needle pierced through Dongfeng Shou's chest in an instant. Dongfeng Shou was nailed to a big rock at the side. What happened? Countless experts around were shocked. Dongfeng Shou was a master of longevity. He had countless methods to cultivate longevity. However, it did not mean that Dongfeng Shou's cultivation was high. When the needle from Heavenly Palace pierced Dongfeng Shou's chest, Dongfeng Shou immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Pooh! Soul-seizing, spirit-destroying needle. No, Gu Hai, I'm not done with you. When I recover, I'll show you. Dongfeng Shou roared in pain. The long needle in his chest emitted a blue light. Dongfeng Shou's hair instantly withered. It was obvious that the long needle had caused serious damage to Dongfeng Shou. Dongfeng Shou's face turned ashen. He did not dare to stay any longer. He stretched out his hand and pulled. A crack appeared in the void. His figure jumped into it and entered the netherworld. His sneak attack failed, and he was seriously injured by Gu Hai. Countless experts around looked at Gu Hai in shock. White Emperor raised his eyebrows and looked at Gu Hai. How can Gu Hai be so strong? Mosquito Daoran, who was in the crowd, stiffened. Fortunately, I'm smart. This Gu Hai is not a pig playing with a tiger. It's a tiger playing with a pig. Damn, I almost fell for it. He's a bandit pretending to be a slut. He's waiting for a pervert to die. Too bad, too bad. Damn it. Mosquito Daoran completely retreated into the crowd. Damn it, I've seen through you. The surrounding experts' faces darkened. It was obvious that they had underestimated this duel. Gu Hai was not someone to be trifled with. Gu Hai, you're really something. Humph. Qing Emperor snorted coldly. The chess pieces in his hand continued to fall. Boom. The dark clouds in the sky became thicker and thicker. Gradually, the surroundings were sealed. Humph! Gu Hai snorted coldly and moved his chess pieces faster and faster. It was as if he was cooperating with Qing Emperor to seal off the entire Gan district to prevent the people around from getting hurt. Shiyu the Great and Taichu's battle was getting more and more intense. Gu Hai and Qing Emperor didn't attack easily. The spectating experts also became quiet after witnessing Dongfeng Shou's serious injury. Everyone stared at the chessboard in the center, and the two people in the center. The two people moved slower and slower, as if they were taking longer and longer to think. Boom. Suddenly, the dark clouds in the surroundings were about to completely envelop the Gan district. However, the formation inside could condense holy light, so everything could be seen clearly. Inside, the chess battle was getting more and more intense. The people outside also looked at the Gan district curiously. There was a black sphere surrounded by dark clouds. There was only a small gap left, and it seemed that some sound could still be heard outside the Gan district in a manner not far away. At this moment, a group of green-robed people was standing respectfully. This group of green-robed people surrounded a green-robed man who was looking at a chessboard. The green-robed man was none other than Qing Emperor. If anyone in the Gan district's formation saw this, they would definitely be shocked. Wasn't Qing Emperor playing chess with Gu Hai in the square of the Deqian Palace? Why was he here? If this person was Qing Emperor, then who was playing chess with Gu Hai in the square of the Deqian Palace? However, they saw a chessboard with 32 lines placed in front of Qing Emperor. Qi Sha used the Azure Mountain command to mobilize the 32 great formations. Chess pieces, go up 16 and 13. The Azure Emperor said coldly. Boom. A loud sound came from the gap in the distance. It seemed that a chess piece had been placed inside. Qing Emperor looked at the black fog in the distance again. Remember, keep an eye on Gaochen. Don't let anything happen. Also, after Gu Hai makes his move, you take the white piece and move 18 and 14 pieces. After that, you can pause temporarily and pretend to think. Stall, everyone for me. After Qing Emperor finished speaking, he went to the Gan district. Boom. A super loud sound came from the crack. The Qian region was completely shrouded by black clouds. The last crack was also completely closed. It was like a super black ball had filled the Qian region. Not a single sound could be heard from the Qian region. The 32 formations isolated the Gan district from the outside, so that no sound could be heard. Qing Emperor looked at the Gan district in the distance, which was covered by the black ball, and sneered. All right, Gu Hai and Long Zhangguo's projections have been isolated by the formation. All the powerhouses in Shinong City are also trapped inside. We don't have much time. Prepare to leave. Qing Emperor stood up and said coldly. Yes. His subordinates answered. Qing Emperor turned to look at the Gan district's imperial palace, the Flame God Palace, and the palace where Jiang Lianshan was. A murderous look flashed across his eyes. My goal is not to defeat Gu Hai. My goal is to conquer the world. Let's go. Chapter 667. I don't want to defeat Gu Hai. I want to conquer the world. Let's go. Qing Emperor said in a deep voice. Yes. A group of subordinates followed Qing Emperor and walked towards the palace. The group moved very quickly. By the time they arrived at the palace, there seemed to be a large number of people waiting outside. Outside the palace, Qing Emperor paused again. He seemed to be hesitating. Qing Emperor turned his head and looked at the Gan district. The Gan district had been completely surrounded and isolated from the outside world. Gu Hai, Long Zhangguo's projection, and all the elites in Shinong City were isolated. Qing Emperor took a deep breath and looked at the palace in front of him again. He looked at the Flame God Hall. Jiang Lianshan was still in seclusion. In the past, Jiang Lianshan had been in meditation for 10 days and 10 nights because of the first Qian hexagram. Now, Gu Hai had given him the complete book of changes. How long would Long Zhangguo need to study it? 3 days definitely wouldn't be enough. Are they going to attack? Boom. Thunder suddenly sounded in the sky, as if a heavy rain was about to fall. Dark clouds covered the sky above Qing Emperor. Qing Emperor looked up at the sky. This was an extremely ordinary dark cloud. Ordinary dragons, the black tortoise race, and even many demonic beasts of the water race would be able to cause it. Ordinary, natural weather would not be able to tell anything. However, the Azure Larch squinted his eyes. Is the heavens urging me? Qing Emperor's face darkened. One of his subordinates said softly, Emperor, why don't we deal with Gu Hai? All right, cut the crap. At this point, no one can turn back. Jiang Lianshan is in seclusion, and the heavens are helping me. What's there to worry about? Begin. Qing Emperor said in a deep voice. Yes, one of his subordinates answered. However, at this moment, clouds of fog suddenly appeared in the palace from outside the Flame God Hall. Many guards and palace maids in the imperial palace were astonished. However, very soon, there were people who said that it was caused by His Holiness's closed-door cultivation, that it was caused by His Holiness, and that they should not disturb His Holiness. His Holiness was in the depths of meditation and should not be disturbed. It was quiet in the imperial palace. Soon, it was shrouded in rolling fog. Qing Emperor led a group of people and slowly flew into the fog. The fog continued for a while. Suddenly, one of the guards fainted and fell to the ground. Pala! As soon as the guard fell, the guard next to him immediately shouted, "What are you doing? You can actually fall asleep while guarding the main hall. Why am I feeling dizzy?" "Me too. I'm dizzy too. Boss, I can't take it anymore." In an instant, countless guards in the imperial palace fell unconscious. A powerful bodyguard's expression changed. He rushed to the sky and was about to shout, "Not good! Someone stole—" Boom! That guard was immediately entangled by a green vine in the fog. His entire body was tied up, and with a pull, he was instantly pulled down. "The fog is poisonous. Be careful." Whoosh! All of a sudden, countless vines emerged from the ground of the imperial palace, trapping all of the people who were about to shout. Qing Emperor led a group of subordinates and quickly flew in the direction of the Flame God Hall. As they flew, the vines covered the sky and the earth, forming a huge vine barrier that enveloped the entire imperial palace. I created this green vine poison fog formation by studying the Vine World Gourd. It's quite effective. Qing Emperor sneered. "Yeah, and it also has the effect of freezing the void and silencing the sound." A subordinate praised. "For today, this emperor started researching this formation 500 years ago." Humph! The Azure Emperor said coldly, "Assassins, assassins! His Holiness, there's a thief! His Holiness! Someone come quickly! Consecrator, Lord Consecrator! Vines, help!" "Poison ivy! It's the poison ivy!" Countless shouts could be heard, but the fog was like a thick wall, weakening the voices. Around the imperial palace, the ground was covered with countless vines that wrapped around the experts in the imperial palace. Chaos reigned in the imperial palace. However, despite the chaos, the voices were pitifully soft. There was not much of a commotion. Qing Emperor and his group soon arrived at the entrance of the Flame God Hall. At the same time, the experts in the imperial palace rushed to the Flame God Hall to inform His Holiness. Boom, boom, boom. Before Qing Emperor arrived, there was already chaos outside the Flame God Hall. The experts who came were fighting each other. "General Zhang, how dare you rebel? You bastard! General Li, His Holiness rewarded you, but you betrayed His Holiness." Rumble! Very low sounds of killing resounded in the imperial palace. Qing Emperor's formation had trapped everyone inside, and no one could get out. Qing Emperor's men were in the imperial palace, but there was a limit to the number of Qing Emperor's men. Many of Jiang Lianshan's trusted men still rushed to the Flame God Hall. "His Holiness!" More than a dozen of Jiang Lianshan's trusted men rushed over, but before they could shout, a green figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Suddenly, a green figure appeared in the square of the Flame Divine Hall and kicked the dozen or so people who were charging over. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, more than 10 people were sent flying with a single kick. "Heavenly Palace, who are you?" The dozen people cried out in alarm as they were sent flying. They flew in the air and were instantly entangled by the vines. "Emperor, it has been settled." The green figure looked respectfully at Qing Emperor, who was flying over. "Be careful." Qing Emperor's expression changed. However, in the darkness, a blood-red longsword suddenly pierced towards the back of the green shadow. Qing Emperor's figure flashed as he slapped the Heavenly Palace subordinate away. At the same time, he waved his sleeves. Whoosh! The blood-red longsword was instantly pulled in front of him, and the old man who used the sword was pulled over as well. Then he grabbed the old man's neck. "Eunuch Zhao, Qing Emperor's eyes widened. Qing Emperor, how dare you rebel? Eunuch Zhao glared at Qing Emperor as he was being choked by Qing Emperor. Eunuch Zhao, I know that Jiang Lianshan has a secret force, but I didn't expect it to be you. Heavenly Palace? Eunuch Zhao, you have hidden your strength well, Qing Emperor said with a cold smile. Humph, you are an untamed wolf. Bah! Eunuch Zhao glared. He struck with his palm. Boom! Eunuch Zhao immediately broke free from Qing Emperor's grip, but his throat was full of blood. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, two green figures rushed out from behind Qing Emperor and dashed toward Eunuch Zhao. Obviously, they had just entered Heavenly Palace. Rumble! Eunuch Zhao was immediately blocked outside. His Holiness, Qing Emperor is rebelling. Come out quickly! Eunuch Zhao shouted. However, his voice was very weak, and there was no response from the Flame God Hall. Qing Emperor looked at the hall in front of him and sneered. He waved his hand gently. Whoosh! The door of the Flame God Hall suddenly opened. Qing Emperor immediately saw the scene inside. Jiang Lianshan was sitting on the dragon throne with his eyes closed as if he was in a deep sleep. The Azure Emperor looked coldly at the distant Jiang Lianshan and revealed a cold smile. Then he stretched out his hand and threw a palm strike at the defenseless Jiang Lianshan on the dragon throne. Break! Suddenly, a loud sound came from behind Qing Emperor. A person suddenly attacked Qing Emperor. Bastard, you are courting death. The expressions of Qing Emperor's subordinates changed as they rushed forward to stop him. However, that person was too fast, and Qing Emperor's subordinates could not stop him in time. Qing Emperor reacted the fastest. He turned his head and had no choice but to counterattack. Boom! With a loud bang, the Azure Arch sent that person flying with a punch. Who are you? Qing Emperor glared. However, that person was dressed in black robes. That person used a spell to create a layer of fog that covered his face. Qing Emperor's expression turned sullen. Clearly, he did not expect there to be an expert. Furthermore, that punch earlier carried a strand of dragon chi. The surrounding vines soared into the air. However, when the vines reached the black-robed person, they suddenly stopped. Why did the vines stop? Qing Emperor glared. Whoosh! The black-robed person instantly threw something at Jiang Lianshan. It seemed that he wanted to wake Jiang Lianshan up. How dare you? Qing Emperor struck with his palm. Boom! The object that was thrown was instantly shattered by the energy from his palm. Humph! I don't care who you are. Another one of Jiang Lianshan's secret forces? Stop him. Don't let him disturb me. Qing Emperor glared. Yes. Boom. Qing Emperor's subordinates immediately rushed toward the black-robed person. The black-robed person was instantly trapped. Qing Emperor, you are courting death for disobeying your superiors. Qing Emperor, don't you remember what happened to Black Emperor? Qing Emperor, how dare you? Powerhouses from the palace rushed toward the black-robed person after person. Unfortunately, Qing Emperor was well prepared this time. Although he didn't bring many people with him, all of them were top-notch powerhouses. The weakest among them was a middle celestial palace powerhouse. There were even 5 upper celestial palace powerhouses. Everyone who rushed toward the black-robed person was blocked by Qing Emperor's subordinates. Rebellion? Everyone is in the Gan district. Who can stop me? Who can break through my green vine poison fog formation? No one can save you. Humph! Qing Emperor snorted coldly. He was about to attack Jiang Lianshan, who was meditating. Hung! Suddenly, a super loud sound rang out from above their heads. They saw that a large hole had been blasted open in the vine barrier in the sky. What? Everyone looked up at the sky. they saw a strange young man standing in the sky. The young man had 3 heads and 6 arms. He stepped on the wind fire wheels and had 3 pairs of hands. One pair was holding a red tasseled spear, one pair was holding a red armillary sash, and the other pair was holding a universe ring. Who dares to be presumptuous when Nezo is here? The strange young man with 3 heads and 6 arms glared and roared in the sky. Presumptuous! How dare you? Who dares to rebel in Shinong City? The outside world was filled with angry voices. They seemed to be shouting at Neza, who appeared out of nowhere. There was even a rain of arrows shooting toward Neza. The people outside were angry, but the powerhouses inside the palace were wild with joy. The reason for that was because the vine barrier had been broken. Help! Qing Emperor is rebelling. Qing Emperor is assassinating His Holiness. Help! The powerhouses rushed out one after another. The first one to fly out was Eunuch Zhao. White Emperor, consecrators, come back quickly. Qing Emperor is rebelling. Assassinate His Holiness. Hurry! Eunuch Zhao flew out and shouted at the sky. His voice was so loud that it spread throughout the entire city. Countless people in the city were watching the chess battle in the Gan district. Their expressions changed when they heard Eunuch Zhao's shout. What? Qing Emperor is rebelling? Assassinate His Holiness? Isn't Qing Emperor playing chess in the Gan district? Countless people looked at the palace curiously. However, the Gan district was surrounded by the 32 great arrays. No one could hear Eunuch Zhao. Eunuch Zhao's expression changed. He turned around and was about to rush down again. However, Qing Emperor's subordinates blocked him. Neza stepped on his windfire wheels and instantly rushed toward the Azure Arch. Oh no, oh no! Qing Emperor's expression changed. At this moment, Qing Emperor didn't care about anything else. He rushed forward and hit Jiang Lianshan, who was meditating. Chapter 668. When the Lotus Emperor arrived at Great Yan's imperial palace, he did not notice 2 people standing on the peak of a mountain not far from the imperial palace. He would never have expected this. Guhai and Ao Shun. Hall Master, how did you know that the Qing Emperor would ask Qisha to pretend to be himself while he assassinated us? Ao Shun looked at the Qing Emperor and his subordinates in disbelief. Because Jiang Lianshan has entered a meditative state, that's why he dared to do this. He ordered all the powerhouses of Shinong City to go to the Gan region to lure us away. Qisha is a heaven-grade zither. It can hear sounds from afar and imitate sounds. Guhai said with a cold smile. Then, will we be exposed? Ao Shun asked worriedly. No, the Qing Emperor asked the heaven-grade zither Qisha to pretend to be himself, so he will definitely send someone to watch the heaven-grade zither Gauchen to prevent me from doing what he did. The Qing Emperor will be relieved when he sees Gauchen, but he doesn't know that the Long Sanqian can also set up the 32 heavens and Earth's formation. With Jiang Chen's zombie pretending to be me, even if someone tries to sneak an attack on me, I will be safe. The Long Sanqian will stand behind Jiang Chen's zombie and guide us. As long as we don't make a sound and the fog covers us, no one will know. Guhai said in a low voice. The Hall Master and the Qing Emperor's game attracted everyone's attention, but the 2 of you came here together. Ao Shun said bitterly. Okay, the Qing Emperor went in. Guhai narrowed his eyes. At this moment, the imperial palace was shrouded in fog. They couldn't see anything inside. Then, I will go in too, Ao Shun said in a low voice. Yes, after you enter, you must be careful. Protect yourself first. You just have to stall for time and wait for the Qing Emperor's assassination to become a reality. Then, you can stop the Qing Emperor appropriately. I'll set up a grand formation right away and meet up with you very soon, Guhai said solemnly. Yes, Ao Shun replied. He was about to go forward. Wait, take my Vine World Gourd. Gu Hai took out his Vine World Gourd. At this moment, the Vine World Gourd was only the size of a palm. Gu Hai handed it to Ao Shun. Sima Changkong sent a message saying that the Qing Emperor is going to set up a green vine poisonous fog formation. There are countless vines, but they are modeled after the Vine World Gourd. However, the Vine World Gourd is the most powerful vines in the world. If you bring it along, just its aura alone will make countless vines retreat. Gu Hai said solemnly. Holding the Vine World Gourd, Ao Shun nodded. Yes, Hall Master. Gu Hai nodded. Whoosh. Ao Shun charged into the fog. When Ao Shun entered, Gu Hai flicked his hand and took out an item. It was a Guqin figurine. It looked exactly the same as the heaven-grade Guqin Pajuan in the past. However, it could now be used to resonate with the Guqin figurine and transmit sound. Mr. Sima, everything is over. I've already arranged for Mu Chenfeng and the elite hall disciples to meet you. Quickly withdraw. Don't take the Black Emperor's token anymore. Also, those Deqian spies in hiding. 3 days ago, I asked them to bring the Black Emperor's token to encourage the Black Emperor's former subordinates to intercept the Qing Emperor's former subordinates. I've already asked them to retreat quietly. If you have time, check if there are any loopholes. Gu Hai said, solemnly. The Guqin figurine resonated. In an instant, in the Qing Emperor's residence. There was also an identical Guqin figurine in the room, where the messenger of the heavens, the black-robed man, was. Buzz. The Guqin figurine trembled slightly as it repeated Gu Hai's voice, word for word. Everything is over. That's good. The black-robed man took a deep breath. He looked at the table. On the table, there were 10 black tokens in a row. In front of the black-robed man, there were 10 tokens. Although I don't know how the Hall Master found the Black Emperor's token, I also borrowed it from the Qing Emperor. It's a clue, so there's no need for it to exist. Boom! With a loud sound, the black-robed man instantly crushed the 10 tokens into powder. After doing everything, the black-robed man stepped out of the room. Outside, the elite hall disciples received him. At the same time, in the Dian Palace, after Gu Hai sent the message through the Guqin figurine, he put away the Guqin figurine and squeezed it. A black token appeared in his palm. The Black Mountain token. In the Gan region, Long Sanqian, Long Aotian, and the others set up the 32 unhindered heavens and earth formation. There was a Black Mountain token in Gu Hai's hand. To others, it was an unbelievable thing, but to Gu Hai, it was not impossible. In the past, when he divided the ghost boxes, he divided one into 1,000. The Black Mountain token was just a catalyst. It didn't need too much heaven-mending power to break and replenish it. Gu Hai gently activated the Black Mountain token, and it immediately connected to the mountain chain formation. Whoosh! In the white fog above the palace, a strong wind suddenly swept up. The mountain chain formation connected the heavens and the earth. Rolling spirit energy gathered, providing endless energy for the 32 great formations set up by Gu Hai. Rumble! Under the strong wind, the void trembled. Who is it? How dare you? Who dares to be so presumptuous in Shenong City? Angry roars came from the surroundings. A large number of soldiers outside the palace were shocked and rushed over. Wong. They saw the trembling void condense, and the appearance of a young man appeared. The young man had 3 heads and 6 arms. He was standing on the wind-fire wheels, holding the red tasseled spear, the red sky band, and the universe ring. He stared at the fog below. Set it up again. I hope there won't be any accidents this time. Neza, it's up to you. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a serious look. The cloud beast, Nezo, appeared, but it wasn't as strange as the great sage, heaven's equal last time. He extended the universe ring and smashed it toward the cloud-covered imperial palace. Hung. A super loud sound was heard, and the ground below shook. Then, a huge hole appeared in the cloud-covered palace. Neza is here. Who dares to be presumptuous? Neza stared and roared. Presumptuous? How dare you? Who dares to rebel in Shenong City? Outside the palace, there were angry shouts. There was even a rain of arrows shooting toward Neza. In the next moment, a series of screams suddenly came from the big hole that Neza had broken open. Help! The Qing Emperor is rebelling. The Qing Emperor is assassinating His Holiness. Help! The powerful cultivators rushed out one after another. The first one to fly out was Eunuch Xiao. White Emperor, consecrators, come back quickly. The Qing Emperor is rebelling and assassinating His Holiness. Hurry! Eunuch Xiao flew out and shouted toward the sky. His voice was so loud that it spread throughout the entire city. Neza, on the other hand, stepped on his windfire wheels and rushed down with a glare. Boom! Countless vines rushed toward Neza. Get lost! Neza stared and swung the red sky band in his hand. Rumble! The white fog and vines were blown away by the red sky band's power. The scene in the palace was exposed in front of everyone. Whoosh! Almost everyone's expression changed. What happened in the palace? Did all the palace guards fall? Did everyone fall? There were so many vines. Look at the Flame God Hall. Ah, that's the Qing Emperor. What is he doing? His Holiness is cultivating in seclusion in the Flame God Hall. The Qing Emperor is going to assassinate His Holiness. The expressions of the commoners and officials changed drastically as they exclaimed. The Qing Emperor was really going to assassinate His Holiness in the fog. How could this be? Are we seeing things? Your Majesty, be careful! All the officials cried out in alarm. However, it was too late. The Qing Emperor's palm was about to reach Jiang Lianshan's head. Jiang Lianshan closed his eyes and meditated. No matter how strong he was, his head would definitely explode after being hit by the Qing Emperor's palm. The Qing Emperor looked ferocious, as if he was about to succeed. It was also at this moment that Jiang Lianshan suddenly opened his eyes. Buzz! The moment he opened his eyes, millions of golden rays shot out of his eyes. The golden rays were so bright that many people could not open their eyes. The moment Jiang Lianshan opened his eyes, the Qing Emperor's expression changed. But now that things had come to this, there was no turning back. Kill! The Qing Emperor roared with a ferocious expression as he exerted more force in his hand. He was about to kill Jiang Lianshan. However, Jiang Lianshan's right hand suddenly shot up into the sky. It was so fast that they could only see an afterimage. Hung! Jiang Lianshan's right palm collided with the Qing Emperor's right palm. A huge shockwave formed and blew up the Flame God Palace. Voila! The Flame God Palace exploded, and only the Dragon Throne was left. Jiang Lianshan sat on the Dragon Throne and did not move. Suddenly, Jiang Lianshan grabbed the wrist of the Azure Thearcha's palm that was about to land on him. The Qing Emperor's palm stopped right above Jiang Lianshan's head. What? The Qing Emperor's expression changed. The Qing Emperor did not expect Jiang Lianshan to be so strong. He was so strong that he was pinched like a chicken in front of him. Qing Emperor, how dare you? Jiang Lianshan's expression turned cold as he exerted force in his hand. Boom! The Qing Emperor exploded. However, the Qing Emperor's right arm was torn off by Jiang Lianshan's powerful strength. Ah! The Qing Emperor roared in pain. Jiang Lianshan stood up slowly. His Holiness! Eunuch Zhao and the other loyal officials of the Dian shouted excitedly. The Qing Emperor's subordinates changed their expressions. How could this be? Qing Emperor, I have treated you well. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Ha ha ha, you have treated me well. The Qing Emperor's face twisted. However, he did not show any fear. I have said that the 5 emperors will not betray the Dian dynasty. I will rule the world with the 5 emperors. Humph, you are so ambitious. Do you know how many people will be buried with you because of your rebellion today? Jiang Lianshan said with a cold expression. Die with me? You are the one who will die with me. Do you think that I am unprepared? Today is the day that the great Qing dynasty will replace the Dian dynasty, the Qing emperor said viciously. Although he had lost an arm, the Qing emperor was not discouraged. He looked up at the sky. Qing emperor did not disappoint the heavens. I tried my best to destroy the alliance. Now that things are not going well, please help me defeat the fire demons. The Qing emperor shouted. The assassination failed. At this moment, there was only one way out. He had to believe in the heavens. The Qing emperor shouted. Eunuch Zhao, and the others looked up at the sky in panic. Could it be that the Qing emperor was sent by the heavens to assassinate His Holiness? Jiang Lianshan looked coldly at the Qing emperor, but he did not move. A light breeze blew across the sky. Neza stopped in front of the Qing emperor. However, the heavens did not say anything. There was no trace of the deity of the 6 paths. What? You promised me heavens! The Qing emperor shouted at the sky. However, the heavens did not respond. The Qing emperor's face froze. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Impossible! Impossible! The Qing emperor stared at the sky. Jiang Lianshan suddenly turned his head and looked coldly at Gu Hai, who was on the mountain peak, not far away. Gu Hai, you are really good at scheming. No wonder the Long Zhang was sent you. Humph! Jiang Lianshan looked at Gu Hai and snorted. Chapter 669. Gu Hai, you're really good at scheming. No wonder Long Zhang was sent you here. Humph! Jiang Lianshan looked at Gu Hai and snorted coldly. Gu Hai, the expression of the Azure Arch, who was calling for help from the heavens, suddenly changed. He followed Jiang Lianshan's gaze and turned his head. He happened to see Gu Hai standing at the peak of a mountain, holding the Black Mountain token in his hand. Why are you here? Qing Emperor covered the wound on his arm that Jiang Lianshan had torn off and glared at Gu Hai. Whoosh! Ao Shun instantly flew to Gu Hai's side. Neza also flew to Gu Hai's side to protect Gu Hai. Gu Hai stared coldly at Qing Emperor and didn't say anything. Qing Emperor turned to look in the direction of the Gan district. The Gan district was still wrapped in the black sphere. The 32 great formations were still in effect, and all the powerhouses were still there. Why was Gu Hai here? Who's inside? Qing Emperor glared and roared. Jiang Lianshan turned to look at the Gan district in the distance and sneered. What a great escape technique. I'm also curious. Qing Emperor's escape technique is one thing, but how did you do it? Humph! Jiang Lianshan snorted coldly. As he snorted, he waved his hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong wind blew in the distance. Jiang Lianshan stopped the great formation of linking mountains in the distance. As soon as the great formation of linking mountains was stopped, the 32 great formations attached to it suddenly collapsed. The black sphere shrouded in rolling black clouds in the distance instantly collapsed. Boom! The smoke and clouds disappeared, revealing the Gan district. In the Gan district, as Qing Emperor placed another piece, the entire Gan district was enveloped in a great formation and completely isolated from the outside world. The faces of the White Emperor and the group of consecrators darkened. They coldly looked at the two people who were playing Go, guarding against them. As Gu Hai placed his piece, the battle between Cloud Beast Shiyu and Cloud Beast Grand beginning became even more intense. Fortunately, the consecrators were protecting the commoners, so everything was fine. However, at this moment, Qing Emperor stopped playing as if he was thinking. Boom, boom, boom. Shiyu and Absolute Beginning fought fiercely, but the two chess players were silent. Emperor, something doesn't seem right. Tangut narrowed his eyes. Oh. White Emperor looked at Tangut. It's too calm. Tangut frowned. At the side, some of the White Emperor's subordinates looked at the intense battle in the sky with confusion. How could this be considered calm? White Emperor narrowed his eyes as he looked at Qing Emperor and Gu Hai in the distance. Indeed, this isn't their style. Focus on playing Go. At this moment, the Qing Emperor should be making a move to deal with Gu Hai. White Emperor said sullenly. Indeed, this subordinate thinks so too, but Tangut smiled bitterly. The Azure Mountain Order and Black Mountain Order are indeed in their hands. My White Mountain Order can sense it, White Emperor said with a frown. Most of the experts in the surroundings did not notice anything strange, but some did. However, they could not figure out what was wrong. Why isn't the Qing Emperor placing his piece? Someone in the surroundings said strangely. Could it be that the Qing Emperor's Go skills are inferior to Gu Hai's? That's impossible. That Absolute Beginning is not inferior to Shiyu the Great at all. While everyone was talking about it, suddenly there was a loud sound. Boom! With the loud sound, the black fog ball in the sky suddenly exploded. The linking mountains formation and the 32 great formations instantly shattered. What happened? The great formations collapsed. The expressions of the surrounding experts changed. They did not know what happened. White Emperor narrowed his eyes. His Holiness removed the linking mountains formation. What's going on? Isn't this a Go game? It's only halfway through. The Qing Emperor hasn't placed his piece yet. Ah. Countless experts suddenly cried out in shock halfway through their words. This was because as the great formations were removed, the fog that enveloped Gu Hai and Qing Emperor suddenly exploded. Everyone was staring at Gu Hai and Qing Emperor. Suddenly, their expressions changed. Qi Sha? He's not the Qing Emperor? How is that possible? Someone exclaimed. However, Qi Sha's expression also changed. He grabbed the Qingshan token and was stunned. Wasn't he supposed to stall for time? Why did the linking mountains formation suddenly disappear? Did the emperor succeed? Gu Hai? If he's not Gu Hai, then what is he? Someone looked at Gu Hai in shock. Long Outyen's Jiangchun zombie, White Emperor's expression changed. However, the Jiangchun zombie reached out his hand and smashed the token in his palm into powder. Long Sanqian looked at Qi Sha and said, Hall Leader was right. He's not the real Qing Emperor. Did Hall Leader succeed? Long Aoqian narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai is not Gu Hai, and the Qing Emperor is not Qing Emperor? Have we been fooled? But why did he lie to us? The expressions of the cultivators changed. They turned around and saw that the imperial palace in the Zhen district was in chaos. The fire god hall had exploded, and countless guards in the imperial palace were unconscious. The Qing Emperor was floating in the air. One of his arms was gone. He looked in the direction of the Deqian Palace in shock and anger. His Holiness was in the air, holding one of the Qing Emperor's arms. Gu Hai was standing on a mountain peak not far away. There, Gu Hai and the Qing Emperor are there, someone exclaimed. What happened in the imperial palace? There are so many people. It's so chaotic. The cultivators in the surroundings exclaimed. White Emperor, the consecrators, and all the officials were shocked. Oh no, something's wrong. Everyone suddenly exclaimed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, everyone flew toward the imperial palace. The White Emperor's carriage didn't care either. He took the lead and flew at the very front, at the entrance of the imperial palace. How could this be? Gu Hai, you lied to me, the Qing Emperor said with a ferocious expression. Qing Emperor, did you lie to me too? Gu Hai looked coldly at the Qing Emperor. The Qing Emperor was horrified. He felt that he had fallen into a huge trap. He seemed to have been forced into a dead end. No, none of this is real. Heavens, heavens, where are you? Where are you? The Qing Emperor roared at the heavens. Now, the heavens were his last hope. Although he knew that he might have been deceived, he had no other choice. He could only roar at the heavens. Perhaps it was the last hope in his heart. Jiang Lianshan looked coldly at Gu Hai. Gu Hai, were you the one who forced the Qing Emperor to rebel? Gu Hai looked at Jiang Lianshan and shook his head. Dian, His Holiness, I don't dare to take responsibility for this. I just happened to see the Qing Emperor suddenly set up a plan and escape. I followed him to take a look. Followed him to take a look? Humph, did you send Ao Shun to the imperial palace? So, you followed him to take a look? Jiang Lianshan glared. When the Qing Emperor rebelled, this humble one asked Ao Shun to help suppress the rebellion and protect His Holiness, Dian, in order to protect the stability of the Dian dynasty. That counts as protecting the Emperor, Dian, His Holiness. This humble one came with good intentions. Gu Hai said seriously. Good intentions? Are you going to watch the Azure, the arch rebel, out of kindness? Or did you lead him to rebel? Jiang Lianshan said coldly. The Qing Emperor rebelled because he had a rebellious heart to begin with. Gu Hai said seriously. Jiang Lianshan's expression darkened. Gu Hai was right. The Qing Emperor had a rebellious heart to begin with. However, he had always hidden it. Didn't you say you wanted to play Go? The game of Go is about life and death. Life and death are decided by the heavens. Then, who is playing Go at the entrance of the Deqian Palace? Jiang Lianshan asked coldly. Gu Hai took a deep breath. Solemnly, he said, the game of Go is about life and death. Life and death are decided by the heavens. This humble one said this at the beginning, and this humble one has been doing it. The game of Go is not necessarily a dead game. This humble one has been playing Go, and this game is a living one. This game has never stopped. Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes. Ao Shun and the others did not understand what Gu Hai meant, but Jiang Lianshan understood. Yes, Gu Hai had been playing Go all this time. However, Gu Hai was no longer playing Go. He was using the entire Shinong City as his chessboard and the experts of Shinong City as his chess pieces. He would surround all the experts, and Gu Hai would place his chess pieces to slay the dragon. This game of Go, the Qing Emperor lost the entire game? Humph! Jiang Lianshan snorted coldly. On the other side, the Qing Emperor shouted to the heavens for a while, but he did not get any response. He was instantly disheartened. However, in the next moment, he suddenly heard the conversation between Gu Hai and Jiang Lianshan. The Qing Emperor's expression suddenly changed. This was because the Qing Emperor understood what Gu Hai meant. Was this a trap set by Gu Hai? Capture that black-robed man. The Qing Emperor roared into the distance. However, after the Qing Emperor roared, a guard of the Qing Emperor flew into the sky. However, that guard was also covered in blood. Emperor, that black-robed man escaped. He escaped. He's gone. The guard exclaimed. What? The Qing Emperor's expression changed. Suddenly, the Qing Emperor understood everything. He turned his head and looked at Gu Hai, with a ferocious expression. "Gu Hai, it's you. It's you, isn't it? That black-robed man was arranged by you. He's not the messenger of the heavens. He wasn't from the beginning." Gu Hai looked coldly at the Qing emperor. "What's the point of discussing this now? I'll kill you," the Qing emperor roared in grief and indignation. Boom! The Qing emperor's single palm slammed toward Gu Hai. "Universe ring!" Neza shouted. Boom! The universe ring activated its power and blocked the Qing emperor's palm. At this moment, the Qing emperor was severely injured by Jiang Lianshan. Naturally, his power was not as strong as before. Neza activated his power and blocked the Qing emperor's attack. Whoosh! White Emperor was the first to approach. He looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment. "His Holiness, what's going on?" Jiang Lianshan didn't say anything. He just stared coldly at Qing Emperor, who wasn't far away, reporting to the White Emperor. "The Qing Emperor is leading a rebellion and assassinating His Holiness." Eunuch Zhao said softly. "Qing Emperor? Rebel?" White Emperor's expression changed. "Xiao." Whoosh! Whoosh! One by one, the peerless experts of Dian quickly flew over. "His Holiness!" Countless experts bowed respectfully to Jiang Lianshan. At this moment, the experts returned one after another. Jiang Lianshan didn't need to do anything anymore. As long as the Qing Emperor dared to disrespect Jiang Lianshan again, he would definitely die. At this moment, the Qing Emperor was in a very sorry state. He looked at Neza, the sky, the Qing Emperor's residence, and the peerless experts returning one after another. The Qing Emperor knew that there was no turning back. The Qing Emperor wanted to say that he was fooled by Gu Hai and wanted to beg Jiang Lianshan for mercy. But was there any use now? If it were in private, Jiang Lianshan might have forgiven him. But now, because of Gu Hai, everyone knew that he had rebelled and tried to assassinate Jiang Lianshan. All the people in the city and the civil and military officials knew that he had tried to assassinate His Holiness. Soon, the whole world would know. Even if Jiang Lianshan wanted to forgive him, it would be impossible. If nothing happened to him for rebelling today, countless people would come to him tomorrow. Rebelling had always been the #1 crime in a country. Dian wouldn't let him go. The Black Emperor had rebelled, and not everyone knew about it, but he was sentenced to death. What about him? Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Jiang Lianshan, I rebelled. I'm not as good as you, and I have nothing to say now. But I'm not willing to accept this. I'm not as good as you, but I'll never lose to this brat. Before I die, I beg you one last time." The Qing Emperor looked at Jiang Lianshan, his eyes turning red. Jiang Lianshan frowned at the Qing Emperor. "Let me finish this game of chess." The Qing Emperor's eyes were full of pleading. Chapter 670. Let me finish this game of chess. Without waiting for Jiang Lianshan's reply, the Qing Emperor pounced on Gu Hai again. "How dare you? Traitor! How dare you be so presumptuous in front of His Holiness? Take him down!" All the soldiers and officials shouted angrily. In fact, many of the worshippers were about to step forward and hold the Azure Emperor back so that they could earn some merit. "Shut up!" the White Emperor suddenly shouted. The White Emperor's angry shout stopped everyone in their tracks. All the officials, soldiers looked at the White Emperor with changed expressions. How dare the White Emperor help the Qing Emperor at this time? Wasn't she afraid that she would be implicated as a traitor? However, the White Emperor was still the White Emperor. In the Dian dynasty, he had authority that ordinary officials could never compare to. All the soldiers and officials looked at Jiang Lianshan. They saw that Jiang Lianshan didn't stop them. Instead, there was a flash of regret in his eyes. It was as if he was disappointed in the Qing Emperor. The White Emperor was also shocked at this moment. The White Emperor had heard the conversation between Gu Hai, Jiang Lianshan, and the Qing Emperor. Using the game as a board and people as chess pieces, Gu Hai actually included him in the plan. No, it was the Qing Emperor and Gu Hai who included him in the plan. Unfortunately, Gu Hai was one step ahead of them and caused all of the Qing Emperor's plans to fail. What if Gu Hai wasn't one step ahead of them? What would happen then? If the Qing Emperor assassinated His Holiness, how could they not know about it? The Qing Emperor was also a good schemer. However, he met Gu Hai. The Qing Emperor rebelled, and Gu Hai made it known to the whole world. In this way, the Qing Emperor had to die even if he didn't want to. This was a serious crime, and no one could plead for him. This was also the reason why the officials who used to be very respectful to the Qing Emperor dared to shout at him just now. However, no matter how serious the crime was, he was still the Qing Emperor. Since when was it your turn to criticize him? In the end, the White Emperor protected the Qing Emperor's dignity and also his own dignity. Therefore, no matter how righteous the officials were, the White Emperor had to shut them up. Jiang Lianshan looked at him coldly without saying a word. The one-armed azure arch instantly appeared before Gu Hai. Ao Shun was about to step forward. Ao Shun, stand down. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Yes. Ao Shun immediately retreated to the side and returned the Vine World Gourd. Gu Hai reached out and waved his hand. Boom. Instantly, countless vines emerged from the Vine World Gourd to protect itself. Gu Hai held the Black Mountain token and controlled Neza, who was formed by the grand formation of linked mountains. Third Prince, I'm sorry for troubling you. I'll resurrect you one day, Gu Hai said solemnly. All right, I believe you, Neza shouted. In a flash, Neza charged toward the Azure Arch. He stabbed the red-tasseled spear at the Qing Emperor. Boom! The Qing Emperor only had one palm strike, and he was instantly knocked away. Neza did not give up and continued to charge forward. Gu Hai, in this solitary one's entire life, I have never misjudged a single person. However, everything started with you. This solitary one kept making mistakes. Today, this solitary one cannot be forgiven. You will be buried with this solitary one. The Azure Emperor roared. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between Neza and the Qing Emperor created powerful shockwaves. Jiang Lianshan waved his hand. Whoosh! The grand formation of linked mountains was activated. A barrier formed around them and surrounded Gu Hai, the Qing Emperor, and Neza. The battle inside the barrier was intense. Neza was powerful, but the Qing Emperor was not weak either. If his right arm had not been torn off, Neza would not have been a match for the Qing Emperor. The more they fought, the fiercer the Qing Emperor became. Gradually, Neza seemed to be unable to stop the Qing Emperor. Tanghai! Gu Hai glared. Boom! Countless vines rushed out of the Vine World Gourd and enveloped the three of them. No one could see what was inside. Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes. Fire! Gu Hai shouted coldly. Boom! Flames suddenly appeared in the gaps of the vine sphere. True Samadhi fire? You! The Qing Emperor's angry voice came from the vine sphere. Golden vines! Gu Hai shouted again. The immortal slaying flying saber. Impossible. It's not the immortal slaying flying saber. What is it? I remember now. The vines of the immortal slaying gourd were given to you by the Long Zhanghua. What a sharp metal qi! The Qing Emperor exclaimed. Soil, come! Gu Hai shouted. Soil of breath. Are you trying to trap me? Gu Hai, you really have a lot of treasures. The Qing Emperor said angrily. The people outside were curious. They did not know what was going on inside. However, they knew that Gu Hai's Dharma treasures had trapped the Qing Emperor, who was about to go on a rampage. The Dharma treasures and the third Prince Neza were able to stop the severely injured Qing Emperor. I underestimated you, Gu Hai. However, I have a move that you will not be able to block. The Tongtian earth-penetrating perception technique. Clang. An angry shout came from the vine sphere. Jiang Lianshan's face darkened. The White Emperor also narrowed his eyes. The Tongtian earth-penetrating perception technique. Is the Qing Emperor going to fight to the death? Whoosh. At this moment, Tang Gu also flew over under the lead of a group of powerhouses. Emperor, what is the Tongtian earth-penetrating perception technique? Tangut asked with a frown. In the past, the Qing Emperor used this technique to project himself into someone else's body. This is a type of spiritual attack. His soul directly rushed into Gu Hai's body. White Emperor explained. Soul. The Qing Emperor's soul rushed into Lao, into Gu Hai's body? Tangut's face darkened. Yes. In the past, the Qing Emperor left a strand of his divine will on someone else's body. Then, he used the power of his divine will to travel through time and space to possess that subordinate's body. Now, he must have sent all of his divine will into Gu Hai's body and abandoned his body. He wants to die together with Gu Hai. White Emperor said solemnly. Gu Hai can't be saved? Tangut asked in astonishment. It's useless. The Qing Emperor didn't even want his body. How can Gu Hai resist? This is a battle of divine souls. The divine soul can't be strengthened in a day or two. Gu Hai has just opened the celestial palace and started cultivating the human soul. But what about the Qing Emperor? How long has the Qing Emperor been cultivating? The Qing Emperor's accumulation is something that Gu Hai can never catch up to. Gu Hai's divine soul will be destroyed. White Emperor said solemnly. Boom. A loud sound came from the rattan ball. The Qing Emperor's screams suddenly resounded in the rattan ball. What? White Emperor's expression changed. The consecrators in the surroundings were also shocked. Impossible. Why is the Qing Emperor screaming? The celestial palace? Why is it such a huge celestial palace? Qing Emperor shouted. Qing Emperor's body was no longer moving in the rattan ball. Gu Hai's body was also no longer moving. Although Neza stood in front of Gu Hai, the Qing Emperor's three souls still rushed into Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai closed his eyes, but his consciousness entered the Naiwan Palace, the lower celestial palace, the place where the human soul was. The Qing Emperor's three souls entered Gu Hai's body and turned into three soul bodies. Each of them was 20 zhang tall and glowed green. 20 zhang was a terrifying number. One had to know that Ao Shun was also in the upper celestial palace. Now, he was only 90 zhang tall. Moreover, it was getting more and more difficult. The Qing Emperor had cultivated for countless years to reach this height. Normally, a normal person who entered the lower celestial palace would only have a human soul that was a few inches tall. With the Qing Emperor's human soul, he could stomp them to death with 1 foot. However, when the Qing Emperor's three souls rushed into Gu Hai's lower celestial palace, what he saw made the Qing Emperor collapse. 490 zhang tall? Gu Hai's human soul was 490 zhang tall? What the hell? No, my eyes must be playing tricks on me. Break for me. The Qing Emperor's three souls each held a green lotus seed. They emitted a powerful green light that rushed towards Gu Hai's human soul. Gu Hai's human soul dodged. The green lotus seed's light crashed into the lower celestial palace, causing the entire palace to tremble. Oh, what treasure! Gu Hai's eyes widened. Gu Hai's human soul reached out and slapped the mortal soul book at the Qing Emperor's human soul. Look at my green lotus, the Qing Emperor exclaimed. Boom! Ka. Before the green lotus could unleash its power, the Qing Emperor's human soul was slapped until it went limp. The human soul let out a cracking sound. Swish! The first green lotus seed fell into the hands of the Guhai's human soul. Guhai felt that there was a strange power inside it. It seemed like the human soul desperately needed it. This lotus seed has a divine nature. It contains an immeasurable amount of divine nature. Guhai's eyes widened. Opening his mouth, Guhai placed the lotus seed in his mouth. What? The Qing Emperor's expression changed. Crunch! Guhai instantly crushed the lotus seed. Boom! Suddenly, green energy surged into Guhai's human soul. Guhai's human soul turned green in an instant. Ha, you're courting death. The divine nature of this lotus seed is not that easy to absorb. My human soul grew so much because of the green lotus seed. However, there is too much divine nature in it. No one can withstand it. You will explode soon. The Qing Emperor glared at Huang Xiaolong. However, despite the Qing Emperor's angry roar, Guhai's human soul did not explode. Not enough. You still have the green lotus seed. It's all mine. Guhai immediately stepped forward. 490 zhang, 200 zhang. Guhai's current size was more than twice the size of the Qing Emperor. He looked like a burly man chasing after 3 toddlers. They were not even on the same level. Smack! With a slap, Huang Xiaolong flipped over the Qing Emperor's human soul. At the same time, the mortal soul book slammed down. The Qing Emperor's human soul cracked. Guhai snatched another green lotus seed. Crunch! Huang Xiaolong crushed it again like frying beans. You're not going to explode. The Qing Emperor glared at Huang Xiaolong. My human soul has a strong foundation. The amount of divine nature it can store is much greater than yours. Of course, I won't explode. However, it's not enough. I still need one more before I can advance to the second level of the heavenly palace. Guhai immediately pounced. No, I won't let you succeed. Even if I explode, I will. The Qing Emperor's human soul shouted in shock and anger. Boom! With a slap, the Qing Emperor's human soul was sent flying by Guhai. Moreover, he used the Mortal Soul Book. Countless cracks appeared on the Qing Emperor's human soul. Crunch! Guhai ate the last green lotus seed. Buzz! Billowing green energy filled the Guhai's human soul. It's finally full. Divine nature, activate! Guhai shouted. Boom! Countless green energies rushed toward the head of the Guhai's human soul. Buzz! The Guhai's human soul returned to its original state. However, a green light wheel appeared behind its head. A powerful divine aura immediately pressed down on the 3 shattered human souls of the Qing Emperor. How is this possible? A divine light wheel? Ha. The Qing Emperor painfully tried to escape from the outside world. However, it was easy to enter the heavenly palace, but difficult to leave. The second level of the heavenly palace, the green wood divine light wheel, can intimidate the human souls of all wood elementalists. The Guhai's human soul seemed to be in a good mood. Explode! The Qing Emperor's 3 souls roared in despair. It seemed to want to perish together with the Guhai's heavenly palace. Humph! Don't explode in my heavenly palace. The Guhai's human soul waved his hand. The Qing Emperor's 3 souls immediately flew out. However, they suddenly burst out with boundless energy and rushed out. Boom! The ball of vines around the Guhai exploded. Instantly, the Guhai's 3 souls were exposed. Strands of azure-colored light seemed to appear behind Guhai's head. Neza stood in front of the Guhai to protect him. His body was badly damaged by the explosion. The Qing Emperor's shattered soul returned to his body. At this moment, although he did not have the accumulation of energy from Gu Hai's magic treasures, his entire body was like a pile of mud. Ha, 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 I hate you so much. Why didn't I kill you earlier? Why? Ha, 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 ha. The Qing Emperor's voice was weak and full of despair. You should have expected this day to come when you killed my wife. Gu Hai looked at the Qing Emperor. The resentment in his eyes dissipated slightly. Buzz. The Qing Emperor trembled. He stared at the Gu Hai in disbelief. You are going against me because of Chen Xian? In the eyes of the Qing Emperor, women were like clothes. He would never risk his life to take revenge for a woman. What do you think? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Ha, 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 ha. Cough, 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 cough. The Qing Emperor laughed miserably. As he laughed, the Qing Emperor's body coughed. He spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood and stopped breathing. The Qing Emperor had died. Chapter 671. The Qing Emperor died at the hands of an outsider in front of Jiang Lianshan, Dian, and all the civil and military officials. They only watched coldly, and no one came forward to help. If this had happened a day ago, no one would have dared to imagine such a scene. That was the Qing Emperor, the revered Qing Emperor, who was second only to the Emperor and above hundreds of millions of people. Yet, he was killed by an outsider, just like that. However, this was the truth. No one dared to plead for mercy for the Qing Emperor. Even White Emperor did not say anything. This was because the Qing Emperor had rebelled. Treason was an unforgivable crime in any nation. Jiang Lianshan was already being merciful by not killing the Qing Emperor. In the end, the Qing Emperor begged Jiang Lianshan to let him finish this game of Go. This game of Go was a battle between the Qing Emperor and Gu Hai. It was both a fight and a game of Go. Unfortunately, the Qing Emperor lost every game of Go against Gu Hai. He even died. Of the countless officials, some gloated over the Qing Emperor's death. However, some glared at Gu Hai, their eyes burning with anger. Emperor! In the distance, the Qing Emperor's former subordinates suddenly knelt down and cried, "Farewell, Emperor!" In the distance, 7 kills, and the others knelt down and cried. Even though the Qing Emperor died, there were still people mourning for him. Gu Hai looked at the Qing Emperor's corpse and sighed softly. No one could save the person he killed. Give the Qing Emperor a grand burial in accordance to the Black Emperor's style. Jiang Lianshan said solemnly, "Yes." The officials were slightly surprised as they answered and knelt down. It would not be too much to whip the corpse of a traitor in public, yet His Holiness wanted to give him a grand burial. However, no one dared to refute His Holiness's words. White Emperor looked at Jiang Lianshan and suddenly bowed respectfully. Even though the Qing Emperor had made countless mistakes, Jiang Lianshan still remembered their old friendship, and his promise to the 5 emperors had not changed. Who? Jiang Lianshan waved his hand. The linking mountains formation was immediately withdrawn, and a gust of wind blew past, and Neja's body quickly disappeared. Gu Hai stared at Neza in surprise. Why didn't Neza run away like Sun Wukong? Ancient Emperor, remember what you said. Neza looked at Gu Hai as he dissipated. No, this Neza is also a little abnormal. Don't worry, Third Prince. When Gu Hai has the ability, I will definitely revive you, Gu Hai solemnly said. Neza nodded and vanished into thin air. Gu Hai. Jiang Lianshan looked coldly at Gu Hai. Dian, His Holiness, I wonder if my Book of Changes is up to your standards. Gu Hai looked at Jiang Lianshan. Jiang Lianshan looked coldly at Gu Hai. However, no one in the crowd said a word. In the Qing Emperor's residence, He first sent people to deceive the Qing emperor and misled him into thinking that the Qing emperor was the messenger of heaven. Then, in the Flame God Hall, the Book of Changes provoked the Qing emperor's desire and fear, causing the Qing emperor to lose his composure. Third, he used the Qian spies to mobilize the Black Emperor's former subordinates to intercept the Qing emperor's former subordinates and frame me. Fourth, he used Long Zhangguo's projection to threaten the Qing emperor, forcing the Qing emperor to choose between two options. He set up a trap, misled the officials, trapped them in the Qian district, and assassinated me. Fifth, when he saw the Qing emperor's rebellion, he spread the news and made it known to the whole world. Good, good, what a big game of chess, what a chain of schemes. I realize that you are becoming more and more like that old man Guanxi. Humph. Jiang Lianshan snorted coldly. Jiang Lianshan snorted coldly, and the expressions of the officials around them changed. From Jiang Lianshan's words, everyone knew that everything was done by Gu Hai. How did he do it? At the same time, all the officials looked at Gu Hai with disgust. Gu Hai, was the culprit. Gu Hai's pupils suddenly shrank. Jiang Lianshan knew, or had he known from the start? It turned out that Jiang Lianshan knew everything clearly. His holiness of the heavenly court was indeed not easy to deal with. Dian, His Holiness, since you knew, why didn't you stop him midway? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Jiang Lianshan indeed didn't stop him. He wanted to give the Qing emperor a chance to turn back. Unfortunately, the Qing emperor didn't turn back. That day in the imperial court, it was clearly said that life and death are up to the heavens. Dian, His Holiness, are you regretting it now? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Humph, what a sharp tongue. Are you avenging Ram Saint or Qinxian? Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. Qinxian, my wife. Gu Hai said in a low voice. At the side, the White Emperor narrowed his eyes. Qinxian, back then, when the White Emperor wanted to be resurrected, it was I who calculated the location of Qinxian. It was I who asked the Qing Emperor to go and retrieve the White Emperor's soul. Are you going to kill me too? Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Gu Hai looked up at Jiang Lianshan, took a deep breath, and said, I only wanted to avenge my wife. Now I've done it. Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes, because Jiang Lianshan felt that Gu Hai didn't seem to have finished speaking. Had he taken his revenge? That was it. That was it. Gu Hai wanted to resurrect Chen Xian. However, at this moment, Jiang Lianshan and the others couldn't see anything else from Gu Hai's face. Humph. Jiang Lianshan snorted. Dian, His Holiness, I wonder if the Book of Changes is to your liking? Gu Hai asked again. Jiang Lianshan looked at Gu Hai. The Book of Changes is indeed extraordinary. Although I haven't fully understood it, it can surpass the Lianshan. When Jiang Lianshan said this, Gu Hai's eyes lit up. In that case, His Holiness Dian agrees. Jiang Lianshan looked at Gu Hai with a frown, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. However, he didn't agree immediately. By the way, before we came, Dai Qianqing asked me to bring you something. Gu Hai took out a sachet. The sachet was very old, and the flowers inside had already dried. It was embroidered with white silk and had an 8 trigrams in the center. The sachet was very ordinary, and the surrounding people were curious. Sachet? Why did Long Zhanggua give His Holiness a sachet? Whoosh! Jiang Lianshan stretched out his hand, and the sachet instantly flew into Jiang Lianshan's hand. This sachet? Jiang Lianshan's eyes widened, and he seemed to be a little excited. Dai Qianqing said, This was embroidered by Murong Yan for you in the past. Murong Yan's heart didn't change, but you don't deserve her. Did you change your heart after reincarnating? Even if you reincarnate 10 times, she still won't choose you. Guanxi can point his sword at the 6 paths for her. What about you? Gu Hai repeated. Gu Hai only repeated the original words, because Gu Hai knew that it wasn't appropriate for him to say anything about Morong Yen. Guanxi can point his sword at the 6 paths for her. Jiang Lianshan suddenly showed a disdainful smile, but in the next moment, a hint of loneliness flashed in his eyes. I've already delivered the message. Dian, His Holiness, are you going to go back on your words now? Gu Hai stared at Jiang Lianshan and asked. Jiang Lianshan grabbed the sachet and sniffed it lightly. Suddenly, a few streaks of blood appeared in his eyes. Of course, I won't go back on my words. I've already agreed to Long Zhangguo's matter. His Holiness! White Emperor exclaimed. However, Jiang Lianshan's will couldn't be changed. Since he had already agreed, no one could stop him. Thank you, Dian, for His Holiness, Gu Hai said with a smile. But Jiang Lianshan suddenly glared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai was puzzled. Qing Emperor died because of you, and I don't like you. Let Long Zhangguo get someone else to talk to me about this matter. You get out of the Dian dynasty. Jiang Lianshan glared at him and said coldly. Gu Hai's face stiffened. Many officials around them stared at Gu Hai. Get out of the Dian dynasty. Despicable person, get out of here quickly. His Holiness is merciful. This kind of despicable person should be killed to show the world. The officials shouted at Gu Hai angrily. They seemed to be agitated and wanted to keep Gu Hai here. Gu Hai glanced at Jiang Lianshan, but he wasn't angry. This was because Gu Hai knew that Jiang Lianshan was protecting him. Although the Qing Emperor had rebelled, there were countless loyal people in the Dian dynasty. Not only that, there were many people in the Dian dynasty who were on good terms with him. Now that the Qing Emperor died because of him, those people would definitely blame him. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to defend against an arrow in the dark. It wasn't good to stay here any longer. He had to leave immediately. Gu Hai looked at Jiang Lianshan and bowed solemnly. Ao Shun, let's go, Gu Hai shouted. Xiao. Gu Hai and Ao Shun quickly flew in the direction of the Deqian Palace. Gu Hai quickly flew to the Deqian Palace. Hall Master, Long Sanqian and Long Aoqian greeted respectfully. Lord Gu, the people of the Deqian diplomatic group bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded. He led everyone into the Deqian Palace. The countless experts outside watched in amazement for a while before gradually dispersing. That night, Sima Chongkong returned. Gu Hai extended his hand and released a surge of heaven-replenishing energy. Immediately, Sima Chongkong's face, which was full of pustules, was healed. Hall Master, your plan is really amazing. Sima Chongkong looked at Gu Hai in amazement. Mr. Sima did well. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have such adaptability. Gu Hai smiled. Hall Master, you flatter me. I've always been a frog in a well, Sima Chongkong said with a bitter smile. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. Jiang Lianshan has already given the order. I'll leave tomorrow. Sima Chongkong will be in charge here. Long Sanqian and Long Aoqian will stay behind to assist. Soon, other officials from the Deqian Palace will arrive. Our matter is settled, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, everyone looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Ram Saint couldn't do what Ram Saint had been here for 3 years. Gu Hai had done it in just 10 days. No wonder His Holiness asked Gu Hai to come over. Ram Saint is dead, and I killed the Qing Emperor. There will be no more grudges between the Gan and Yen dynasties. Things will get busier in the future. Everyone, take care, Gu Hai said solemnly. Hall Master, are you really going back? Sima Changkong said with some regret. The Gan-Yen alliance was basically negotiated by Gu Hai, but at this time he abandoned Gu Hai? How would this credit be calculated? Gu Hai smiled slightly. Don't worry, my reward should be coming soon. The next day, some Dayan officials came to the Deqian Palace with gloomy expressions. Sima Changkong received them. Under the orders of His Holiness, we're here to escort Hall Master Gu away. Where's Gu Hai? An official said in a deep voice. Sima Changkong smiled slightly. You don't have to worry. Hall Master left last night. Left? What? The Dayan officials were shocked. A few of the officials' expressions changed, showing anxiety. Obviously, the officials had their own arrangements, but they didn't expect Gu Hai to not give them a chance. Chapter 672. It was the third day after Gu Hai left Shenong City. Outside Shenong City, a new guest was welcomed. It was a yellow-robed man with a huge yellow-skinned gourd on his back. The man was none other than the son of Tai Luya. Luya stepped on the peak of a mountain. In front of him was a group of about 1,000 men in green. The leader was a subordinate of Heavenly Palace who had accompanied the Qing Emperor to assassinate Jiang Lianshan. Although he had just entered Heavenly Palace, he was one of the top people in the world. The 1,000 people behind him all looked fierce. They looked at Luya fiercely. Who are you? Why are you blocking our way? Are you with Gu Hai? The leader of the Heavenly Palace powerhouses glared at him. Qing Emperor's men of sacrifice. Luya narrowed his eyes. What does it have to do with you? Humph, Gu Hai followed this path. We chased him until here, and you appeared. Are you helping Gu Hai stop us? The Heavenly Palace powerhouse said with a glare. In that case, Gu Hai has already left Shenong City. Luya said calmly. Sir, don't talk nonsense with this weirdo. He's blocking us. Just kill him together. That's right. We must avenge the Emperor. Gu Hai took advantage of the Emperor's injury and used despicable means to kill him. He must die. We want to avenge the Emperor. Kill him. Kill him. The 1,000 people were furious. The leader of the Heavenly Palace powerhouses was also in great sorrow. He did not care about anything else. Humph, Gu Hai must be in front. Kill him. Boom. The 1,000 powerhouses swarmed toward Luya. Luya revealed a cold smile. Treasure, please turn around. With a cold snort, a saber light suddenly appeared in Luya's gourd. The saber light was dazzling, instantly illuminating the entire world. Whoosh! A long saber could be vaguely seen flying out, but it instantly flew back into the gourd. Only then did the saber light between heaven and earth dim. Luya flung his sleeves and ignored the people behind him. He turned around and flew into the air. Behind him, the heads of thousands of Qing Emperor's subordinates, including those from Heavenly Palace, all flew into the air. As they flew, their eyes widened in disbelief. A beam of saber light annihilated 1,000 experts. Bang! 1,000 corpses fell to the ground. However, Luya took a step and flew into the distance. Looks like Gu Hai didn't go far. Humph, you can't run away. Luya revealed a cold smile. Swish! In an instant, Luya transformed into an afterimage and flew into the distance. Han Dynasty, infinite celestial capital. At this moment, a group of uninvited guests had arrived. A black angel led tens of thousands of Tongtian emissaries to the outskirts of the infinite celestial capital. Elder, that's Gu Hai's Han Dynasty. A four-winged angel respectfully reported to the black angel. Gu Hai captured first young master and second young master. Now, we can't find Gu Hai's whereabouts. Humph, since we can't find him, We'll go straight to Guhai's lair. He captured first young master and second young master, and we'll capture his son, the Black Angel said with a gloomy expression. Yes, Elder is wise. The angels immediately said. The Black Angel narrowed his eyes at the huge floating city in front of him. Search and seize the infinite celestial capital's imperial palace. The Black Angel said coldly, Yes. Boom. Countless angels suddenly flew toward the infinite celestial capital. The angels descended, and holy light instantly enveloped the entire infinite celestial capital. In the imperial palace, Sister, look, it's that group of angels. Brother-in-law sent a message back a while ago saying that angels might come looking for trouble. Sure enough, they came. Long Wanyu's eyes lit up. Long Wanqing looked at the angels in the distance and sneered. Solar God Temple's angels? This is the Dahan dynasty's capital. If you dare take one step closer, I won't hold back anymore. Long Wanqing said coldly. Her voice instantly reached the sky. The Black Angel's expression darkened. Who are you? I am the Empress of the Han Dynasty. Long Wanqing said solemnly. Empress? The Black Angel's eyes lit up. Ha ha ha, it's Guhai's woman. Quick, we've made the right choice this time. Capture Guhai's woman and Guhai's son. Let's see if Guhai will let the two young masters go. Humph, there's no need for the others to live either. Kill them. The Black Angel shouted excitedly. Yes, countless angels answered. You're courting death. Long Wanqing glared. Return of the 10,000 swords. Duga Chobai's shout came from the void. Boom. Suddenly, billions of sword chi rushed into the sky and rushed toward countless angels in an instant. What? Duga Chobai's sword chi was extremely ferocious. All two-winged angels were instantly cut down by the sword chi. The four-winged angels were instantly chased by a large amount of sword chi. The six-winged angels barely managed to fly out. SCZZ. Shiman Chueshue quickly killed each of them with his sword. How dare you? In the distance, the Black Angel's expression changed, and he instantly approached. Elder, save me. The angel screamed in fear. The Black Angel waved his sleeve, and a large number of angels were immediately swept out of the battlefield. However, Shiman Chueshue's sword also arrived. Boom! The Black Angel slapped Shiman Chueshue's longsword away, and the powerful aura of Heavenly Palace instantly burst out. Ah! Ah! Panicked cries of the common people came from below. The aura of Heavenly Palace was so strong that many of them vomited blood. How dare you? Long Wanqing glared. The Black Angel immediately found Long Wanqing through the voice. Ha ha ha, so you're Guhai's woman here? The Black Angel rushed down excitedly. How dare you? Zhang Sanfeng, Dugu Chobai, and Shiman Chueshue immediately rushed over with their swords. Boom! The Black Angel formed a shield around him, and it immediately knocked away the three long swords. Humph! The difference between Heavenly Palace and Middle Palace is not only in power. Ignorant! The Black Angel snorted. Boom! The shield exploded, and a powerful shockwave immediately formed, knocking Zhang Sanfeng, Duga Chobai, and Shiman Chueshue away. The Black Angel's speed was also very shocking. He arrived in the palace in an instant, in front of Long Wanqing. Be careful, Empress! Screams came from all around. The Black Angel grabbed with his hand, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if Long Wanqing could not escape. Long Wanqing glared. She flung her phoenix robe and said with a cold expression, "You're courting death." As she spoke, Long Wanqing reached out and slapped at the Black Angel. You overestimate yourself. The Black Angel sneered and grabbed with his hand. The two palms collided. Hung. The void shook violently. Countless angels suddenly seemed to have been hit by the body immobilization spell. They saw that after the black angel was hit by Long Wanqing's palm, his entire body flew backward. While flying backward, his body crazily changed shape and then instantly exploded. He turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky and scattered everywhere. How is that possible? An angel said in shock. The black angel had become an 8-winged angel through a special secret method. He was an 8-winged angel. Even if he had just entered Heavenly Palace, he should not have been blown up by a single palm. Blown up. Even Zhang Sanfeng, Shimen Chuexiua, and Duga Qiubai's eyelids twitched. There was nothing fancy about it. She blew up Heavenly Palace with a single palm. Was she the Empress of the Han Dynasty? Sister, you are so strong. It would be great if I were as strong as you. Long Wanyu said, excitedly. Just as Long Wanyu was cheering, all of the angels were startled, and they immediately turned around and fled. Run, run, run. The angels cried out in alarm. Is it too late to leave now? 10,000 swords returned to origin. Duga Qiubai shouted coldly. Boom. Boundless sword energy enveloped the angels again. The 2-winged angels were instantly killed, the 4-winged angels were heavily injured, and the 6-winged angels barely managed to escape the area of 10,000 swords returned to origin. However, Shimen Chuexiua's sword instantly sent countless angels' heads flying. Zhang Sanfeng's longsword turned, and the escaping angels were all sent back by the Taiji Circle and killed by Shimen Chuexiua. Only 3 6-winged angels managed to escape and flew out of the infinite celestial capital. They were fleeing in fear and inexplicable panic. However, they did not manage to get far. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 thin needles pierced the back of the heads of the 3 6-winged angels and came out from between their eyebrows, piercing into their temples. What? The 3 6-winged angels' expressions changed. They saw Dongfang Bubi pull the red string in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. The heads of the 3 6-winged angels exploded. All the angels that came were killed. Countless civilians and soldiers in the infinite celestial capital were shocked. They did not expect it to be resolved so quickly. Guqin, Gao Xianji, Chun Tianshan, and Montez stood in the square of the Soaring Palace Hall with bitter smiles. They had thought that they were already very strong after training in the Azura realm for 3 years. However, looking at this battle, they felt that the Empress was much weaker than them. He seemed to be far weaker than the Empress. Moreover, these 4 cloud beasts were simply freaks. At the Longevity Temple, the unborn man also stepped out of the main hall and looked in the direction of the Imperial Palace. He smiled when he saw the power of Long Wanqing's palm strike. He was happy that Long Wanqing had such power. However, in the next moment, the unborn man's expression changed. No, there's still an expert. The unborn man suddenly turned his head and looked at the peak of a mountain in the distance. A silver-robed man stood on the peak of the mountain and looked at the infinite celestial capital with a gloomy expression. Angels? A bunch of trash. The silver-robed man said coldly. Ho Qing, the unborn man exclaimed in shock. The person the unborn man was most worried about was here, outside Shenong City, on one of Guhai's flying boats. Mu Chenfeng, elite hall disciple, escort Gaochen to the East Sea. Guhai instructed. Yes, Mu Chenfeng answered. Master, why do I have to go? I don't like to be with Ziwei and Chongsheng. Gaochen said unwillingly. Guhai took out 5 black tokens. A year ago, I sent someone to get in touch with them. These are the Black Emperor tokens that they lent me. They helped me a lot this time. Help me bring them to them. But Gauchen was reluctant. No buts. They helped me before. This time, they need my help, so you have to go, Guhai said in a low voice. Gauchen smiled bitterly. Also, inform me immediately if there's anything, Guhai said in a low voice. Yes, Gauchen nodded. Mu Chinfeng received Guhai's order and led the elite hall disciples to escort Gauchen to the East Sea. In the blink of an eye, the flying boat was empty, leaving only 4 people. Guhai, Ao Shan Yihua, and Yanhua. Yihua and Yanhua were still detained and seemed to be in a bad mood. Hall Master, it's just the 4 of us. Do you want me to fly with you? It'll be faster? Ao Shun asked. Guhai shook his head. He looked at the surrounding forest. You've been following us for a long time. Come out. Guhai shouted. Huh. Ao Shun's expression changed. Chapter 673. You've been following me for a long time, haven't you? Come on out. Guhai shouted. Huh. Ao Shun's expression changed. Someone was following him. Ao Shun's expression changed. He was at the level of Heavenly Palace. How could he not notice that someone was following him? Who was it? How did the hall leader find out? Yanhua and Yihua also widened their eyes and looked at Guhai in disbelief. Who was there? Guhai could not sense if there was anyone, and he did not have the ability to do so, but Guhai could already guess. Mosquito Daoran. How could Guhai not have guessed all the abnormalities in the past? He was the only one who followed him, and he was like a ghost, constantly causing trouble for him. In fact, Guhai had even mentioned to Sima Chongkong, so that Sima Chongkong would not lose information in front of the Azure Arch to avoid giving himself away. Mosquito Daoran had been following him. There must be something wrong. Was he looking for Chongming? Guhai did not want him to follow him anymore. He had attracted one master after another. He could turn the situation around once or twice, but he could not do it again and again. What if he could not turn the situation around next time? It was better to solve it now. Was Mosquito Daoran here? Mosquito Daoran was in a forest in the distance. Not long ago, Mosquito Daoran knew that it was the fake Guhai who had severely injured Mr. Dongfang. His original guess was restless again, but in the next moment, Guhai killed Qing Emperor on the other side. Qing Emperor was not as strong as him, but the difference was not too big. Guhai had killed him, and in front of Jiang Lianshan, Mosquito Daoran immediately retreated gloomily. Mosquitoes had amazing endurance. There was no chance this time, but there would be a next time. He would lurk around him, take it slow and wait. There would be a time when he could kill with one strike. But what did Guhai just say? He knows about me? How did he know? He had never been exposed before. Mosquito Daoran felt conflicted and worried. What should I do? What should I do? Guhai was so powerful. He realized that if he were to go all out, wouldn't he? Do you want me to invite you? Guhai said coldly. Guhai could guess Mosquito Daoran's thoughts, so Guhai pretended to be strong and looked around coldly. He seemed to be a little impatient. Ao Shun stood at the side and kept looking around, but there was nothing. Mosquito Daoran's heart was tormented. What should he do? Looking at Guhai's cold eyes, Mosquito Daoran smiled bitterly. There was no other way. So be it. Just as Mosquito Daoran was about to come out. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, in the forest not far from Mosquito Daoran, the sound of weeds rustling could be heard. It was like a storm that escaped into the distance. What? There's someone else? Mosquito Daoran's expression changed. Someone was following Guhai. Didn't Guhai notice me? I'm scared to death. But who is it? Why didn't I notice him? When the storm rushed out, Guhai's face darkened. Is it Mosquito Daoran? However, the storm seemed to be escaping quickly. Before Guhai could say anything, Ao Shun rushed over with a glare. Stop! Boom! Ao Shun rushed out. Gu Hai's face darkened. Ao Shun, be careful! If it was Mosquito Daoran, Ao Shun shouldn't be a match for him. However, in the next moment, Ao Shun kicked out. Boom! The escaping expert was instantly kicked back. He crashed into a large number of trees and a mountain and rolled on the ground. Countless broken trees collapsed. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Mosquito Daoran was kicked away. By Ao Shun? That's impossible. Although Ao Shun can go to the Heavenly Palace, he can't be that capable. Is it someone else? Gu Hai looked at the broken trees in the distance. The mosquito Taoist also looked at the place of the broken wood. However, he couldn't see anyone. It seemed to be transparent. Whoosh! Ao Shun noticed it and instantly appeared in front of him, slapping down with his palm. Spare me! Spare me! Don't! Don't! A cry of alarm came from the forest. Boom! Puff! With a loud sound and a mouthful of blood, a huge figure was exposed in front of everyone. A chameleon? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. It was a huge chameleon demon lying on the ground and spitting out blood. He looked at Ao Shun in horror. Chameleon? Hemph! No wonder I couldn't find you. If it wasn't for the aura of the dragon, I wouldn't have found you. Who are you? Why are you following us? Ao Shun said coldly. He approached and stepped on the demon's body. The chameleon demon immediately turned into a man covered in blood. He begged for mercy. Mercy, Crown Prince Ao Shun, mercy! Ao Shun reached out and sealed his cultivation. Then he brought him onto Gu Hai's flying ship. You scared me to death. Bah, chameleon demon, you almost exposed me. When I'm free, I'll go to your nest and destroy all chameleon demons. Mosquito Daoran sighed. In the forest. Boom! The chameleon demon fell on the deck and rolled 3 times before stopping. Gu Hai walked forward step by step. Your Majesty, it's just a chameleon demon in the lower celestial palace. Chameleon demons are one of the most powerful demons. How did your Majesty find out? Ao Shun looked at Gu Hai with admiration. Gu Hai was speechless. How do I know there's a chameleon demon? I'm looking for Mosquito Daoran. Who are you? Why are you following me? Gu Hai asked coldly. I'm just passing by. I'm really passing by. Senior, please spare me. Please spare me. The chameleon demon kept begging for mercy. You don't want to say? Ha! Ao Shun, today we'll eat chameleon demons. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Don't, Senior, I really don't know. The chameleon shouted. Ao Shun stepped forward and was about to tear the chameleon apart. The chameleon demon smiled bitterly. I was wrong. Mr. Good, please spare me. Mr. Good, please spare me. I'll tell you. Oh, now you recognize me? Gu Hai said lightly. Yes, this little demon is stupid. I can't believe I tried to be smart in front of Mr. Good. I won't. The chameleon demon lowered its head. Tell me, Gu Hai said lightly. Yes, Elder Schwanen asked me to follow Mr. Good. The chameleon demon smiled bitterly. Oh, Schwanen of the Wansho Taoism. I gave him a chance to live, but he sent you to follow me? Why? Gu Hai stared. I know, The chameleon demon stammered. Gu Hai didn't say anything. He just stared at the chameleon demon. Perhaps the pressure from Gu Hai was too great. The chameleon demon said bitterly, Elder Schwanen led the team. We came to follow Zhang Yulian, but Zhang Yulian is very cunning. We lost her. When we reached Shinong City, Elder Schwanen saw you and thought that Zhang Yulian would definitely come to you. As long as we followed you, we would be able to find Zhang Yulian. So, Zhang Yulian? Who is that? Gu Hai frowned. The chameleon demon opened its mouth. But in the end, it didn't dare to hide the truth. Zhang Yulian is the great disciple of the Taishang Taoism, the Taishang who fought with you at the Thousand Saints Conference. Oh, Zhang Yulian? Kill her? Why? Guhai asked in a low voice. The chameleon demon felt bitter. Speak. Guhai stared. Zhang Yulian passed her position to Lin Wanner. Elder Xuandu wants to get Zhang Yulian back and make her change the position, so he asked Elder Xuanen to lead the team. The chameleon demon told him everything it knew. Guhai narrowed his eyes. So many things happened in Wanshou Taoism? Yes. The chameleon demon lowered its head. Xuanen? How bold. I let him go once, but he still doesn't know what's good for him. Guhai stared. Mr. Good, it's not my fault. I'm just a guardian beast of Wanshou Taoism. I'm just waiting for orders. The chameleon demon said in fear. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Just take me to see Xuanen later. Guhai said in a low voice. The chameleon demon's expression changed. Hall Master, why do we need to wait? Ao Shun asked with a hint of confusion. Because the person I'm waiting for hasn't come out yet. Guhai shook his head. What? Ao Shun was confused. Guhai looked around. Okay, the chameleon demon is just an interlude. You should come out now. The surrounding forest was completely silent. With the experience just now, the mosquito Darren was not in a hurry this time. Maybe Guhai is tricking me? He doesn't know if I'm here or not. He did it on purpose. Wasn't that chameleon just unlucky? Maybe there's someone else? Hall leader, there shouldn't be anyone else. Ao Shun said blankly. It was already surprising enough that a chameleon demon appeared. Could there be someone else? Our journey was very secretive. How could there be anyone else? Sure enough, the surroundings were quiet, and no one responded. Mosquito Darren, don't hide anymore. Come out. Aren't you tired of following us from the boundless celestial capital? Guhai said in a low voice again. Mosquito Darren? Ao Shun's expression changed, and he immediately became alert. The chameleon demon, Yi Hua, and Yen Hua's expressions changed. Was it real? Mosquito Darren was following them? In the forest, Mosquito Darren's expression also changed. He was still hoping for a fluke, but now that Guhai had named him, there was no other possibility. Did he really find me? Guhai did not say anything as he looked down coldly. Why am I so unlucky? Mosquito Darren hesitated for a long time before he finally gritted his teeth and flew out. Boom. Suddenly, Mosquito Darren flew out. Hundreds of millions of mosquitoes flew around and buzzed. Guhai, did you find me long ago? Mosquito Darren stood in the air and said ferociously, Is there really someone? Yi Hua's eyes widened. Mosquito Taoist priest? Ao Shun looked like he was facing a formidable enemy. The chameleon demon was dumbfounded at this moment, his face full of disbelief. Could it be that the person Mr. Good wanted to force out wasn't me, but Mosquito Darren? The chameleon demon looked at Guhai in despair, hoping to get an answer from Guhai. Guhai glanced at the chameleon demon. I was looking for Mosquito Darren. You jumped out yourself. No one forced you. The chameleon's eyes widened. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Looking at Mosquito Darren, the chameleon demon had a murderous desire in his eyes. Why didn't you come out earlier? You scared me. I'm innocent. I'm really innocent. Why am I so unlucky? Chapter 674. Buzz. A large number of mosquitoes surrounded the Mosquito Darren. At this moment, the Mosquito Darren stared at Guhai as if he was facing a great enemy. Ao Shun became alert. Yi Hua and Yen Hua's expressions also changed. The chameleon demon was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Mosquito Dowren, you are a senior. My cultivation is not as good as yours. Why are you so nervous? Guhai smiled. Guhai smiled warmly. However, his palms were clammy with cold sweat. Guhai, you can fool others, but you can't fool me. I know that I am not as good as you, but I am not afraid of you. You found out today, but we will meet again in the future. Humph. Mosquito Dowren snorted and was about to leave. Wait, Guhai suddenly shouted. Huh. Mosquito Dowren looked at Guhai cautiously. Mr. Mosquito Dowren, you have put in a lot of effort to deal with me. However, Mr. Mosquito Dowren, have you realized that there is no enmity between us? Why do we have to fight to the death? Guhai smiled bitterly. Mosquito Dowren narrowed his eyes. There is no enmity between us, but are you willing to hand over Chongming to me? Let's put it this way. You can't find Chongming. What if, even if I am dead, Chongming is still hiding from you? What can you do? Guhai smiled. Mosquito Dowren suddenly froze. He had always thought that Guhai was blocking him. Now that Guhai said that if not for Guhai, he would not have gained any benefits. There is no enmity between us, so why should we fight? You don't want to be my enemy, and I don't want to make an enemy. Can't we talk? Guhai said, solemnly. Mosquito Dowren's eyelids twitched. He was silent for a while. Talk. What is there to talk about? There is nothing to talk about. Mosquito Dowren said in a low voice. There is a solution to everything, isn't there? What do you want? Why don't you tell me? Perhaps I can help you and form a good relationship with you. Who knows? Guhai smiled. Good relationship. I don't need good karma. Mosquito Taoist glared at him. Mr. Mosquito Dowren, I know you are capable. In Wansho Taoism, you have eaten the disciple of the Tongtian sect master and the third great golden lotus in the Holy Land. You have great achievements. You are famous. Are you really that you have no desires? Of you? Aren't you also being chased by the two holy lands? Long Zhangua, the most powerful person in the world, still has a favor to ask of Jiang Lianshan. Don't you have any desires? If you don't have any, why are you hiding from me? Guhai said in a low voice. Humph, what are you trying to say? Mosquito Dowren glared at Guhai. Resolve the knot between you and me, Guhai said in a low voice. Oh, resolve the knot between you and me? If you give me Chongming, the knot between us will be resolved. Are you willing? Mosquito Dowren sneered. Guhai shook his head. Chongming is my subordinate. I will not make things difficult for him. However, if you want to resolve the problem, you should at least let me know where the problem is. Chongming is not qualified to offend you, right? You have not appeared for 1,000 years. Chongming is not even 1,000 years old. Mosquito Dowren stared at Guhai for a while. Chongming took my things. Oh, that's all. Guhai was slightly stunned. Do you know what? That's all. Mosquito Dowren said in disdain. No matter what it is, as long as it is an item, it has a price. If there is a price, there is room for negotiation, right? Guhai smiled. Room for negotiation? Mosquito Dowren frowned and looked at Guhai. Yes, there is room for negotiation. Not only do I want to resolve the knot between you and me, but I also want to resolve the knot between you and Chongming. After all, he is my subordinate, Guhai said in a low voice. Mosquito Dowren stared at Guhai for a while and said in a low voice, There is a price. Some things are priceless. That depends on who it is. If you don't tell me, how would I know if it is priceless? Guhai shook his head. Mosquito Dowren was silent for a while and said, Do you think the chaos element bead has a price? Are you willing to let Chongming give it to me? Is he willing to give it to me? Chaos element bead. Guhai narrowed his eyes. The 16th. of the 16 great treasures of history, the Chaos Element Bead? Ao Shun stared. Yes, the Chaos Element Bead is in Chang Ming's hands. You don't know, right? Ha ha. Now, you want the Chaos Element Bead more than I do, right? Mosquito Daoran looked at Gu Hai in disdain. Gu Hai smiled and shook his head. Chaos Element Bead. Do you think I will fall out with Chang Ming for the Chaos Element Bead? Mosquito Daoran raised his eyebrows and then mocked. Humph, why are you pretending in front of me? Everyone in the world wants one of the 16 great treasures of history. You're not moved at all. Do you think I will believe you? Ha! Don't impose on others what you don't want done to you. How do you know what I am thinking? Gu Hai sneered. Humph! Even if you quibble, I won't believe you. Mosquito Daoran sneered. Let's put it this way. I want to ask Mosquito Daoran why I want the Chaos Element Bead. Can you tell me? Or, rather, what do I want the Chaos Element Bead for? Gu Hai said with a smile. The Chaos Element Bead is one of the 16 great treasures of history. Who wouldn't be envious of it? With the Chaos Element Bead, one can protect oneself and defend against enemies in the world. One can roam freely in the world. Don't you want it? Mosquito Daoran sneered. What you say makes sense. However, why do I have to hold on to it? Gu Hai said with a smile. Mosquito Daoran looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Such a good treasure. Instead of holding on to it, you want to push it away? The Chaos Element Bead is in my hands. I only have one Chaos Element Bead. However, the Chaos Element Bead is in Chang Ming's hands. Chang Ming is my subject, so wouldn't the Chaos Element Bead be used by me as well? In fact, I can even let the Chaos Element Bead leave me to do other things. Defend against enemies in the world. I have Chang Ming. He will naturally help me do that. Protect myself? Chang Ming will naturally protect me. Why do I still need to hold the Chaos Element Bead in my hands? Gu Hai said with a smile. Mosquito Daoran was rendered speechless for a moment. Gu Hai actually spoke of the treasure that he desperately wanted so casually. However, it made so much sense that he actually did not know how to refute it. Humph, what if Chang Ming does not listen to you? Mosquito Daoran said in a low voice. You refine the treasure, and I refine the country. As long as the country exists, Chang Ming will not leave. You are alone, so you can only run when facing Wanshou Taoism. You can only run when facing the Ling Mountain Holy Land. If the Deqian Celestial Empire pursues you with all its might, you can only run, right? However, it is different for me. I have a nation and many officials. I will only grow stronger and stronger. All the outstanding talents in the world will be at my disposal. My strength will easily multiply. On the other hand, you can only slowly improve yourself. Isn't that so? Gu Hai smiled. Mosquito Daoran's expression darkened. To those who cultivate and establish a country, external objects are insignificant, just like Long Zhangguo's heaven-splitting axe. He has lent it out several times. Do you dare to lend out your treasure often? In Long Zhangguo's eyes, even heaven-splitting axe is nothing. What is your 16th Dharma treasure? To us who establish a country, the Chaos Element Bead is really nothing. Only you take it too seriously. Gu Hai said with a shake of his head. Mosquito Daoran felt uncomfortable for a moment. Was he mocking him? Then I want the Chaos Element Bead. Are you willing to give it to me? Mosquito Daoran said in a low voice. If you promise me one thing, I will immediately ask Chang Ming to give it to you. How about it? Gu Hai said with a smile. Really? What? Mosquito Daoran said in disbelief. Like I said earlier, the Chaos Element Bead is not in my hands, but it is in my group of forces. That is enough. if you join my Han Dynasty, I will give you the Chaos Element Bead, Guhai said in a low voice. What a joke. You really dare to ask me to submit? Humph. Furthermore, would Chongming agree to it? You don't want one of the 16 great Dharma treasures? Mosquito Daran said with a glare. Of course, Chongming won't agree. Guhai shook his head. Then what do you say? Mosquito Daran narrowed his eyes at Guhai. The Chaos Element Bead is not irreplaceable, Guhai said indifferently. The Chaos Element Bead is only the 16th. There are 15 treasures that are stronger than it. I will take Chongming's Chaos Element Bead and give him a better one. Won't that be enough? I think Chongming will be willing. Guhai said, Mosquito Daran, easy for you to say. Do you think it is so easy to get the 16 great Dharma treasures? Mosquito Daran said with a glare. Is it very difficult? Guhai looked at Mosquito Daran. Mosquito Daran, let me give you an example. If I help Longzhangwa get 2 Samsara mystic realms, I can use either one to ask Longzhangwa to help me snatch 10 Direction Annihilation from Tai Chu. Do you think Longzhangwa can do it? As for me, all I have to do is move my lips. Guhai smiled. Mosquito Daran. It was indeed too easy. But why did it feel so strange? There are many things that you think are difficult, but they are actually very easy to solve. Mosquito Daran, what do you think? Guhai said with a smile. Yes, it seemed easy. But was it really that easy? Mosquito Daran felt that his brain was not enough. Mr. Mosquito Daran, join the Han Dynasty, and I will give you the Chaos Element Bead. How about it? It may take some time, but it is not difficult. It is very easy to solve. Why do you have to fight? Guhai said with a smile. Mosquito Daran was depressed. At the same time, he felt that his self-esteem had been slapped to the ground by Guhai. Damn it, was everything I knew wrong? Humph, this Taoist has never submitted to anyone. You want me to join the Han Dynasty? Dream on. Mosquito Daran said with a ferocious expression. Since he could not get the Chaos Element Bead now, he would think of another way in the future. He was not willing to submit to anyone. With a hint of anger, Mosquito Daran prepared to leave, slowly dispelling the depression in his heart. If you don't want to join the Han Dynasty, then don't join the Han Dynasty. Mr. Mosquito Daran, there is no need to be so angry. Besides, if you want the Chaos Element Bead, it is not like there is no other way. Guhai said indifferently. Huh, what did you say? Mosquito Daran glared at Guhai. How about this? How about I make a deal with you? I can't give you the Chaos Element Bead for free. There needs to be an exchange. Guhai said indifferently. A deal? What deal? I already said that I will not submit to you. Mosquito Daran said coldly. However, there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. Of course, there is no need. You are you, and I am me. After the deal, we will not owe each other anything. However, is there a need for you to act like you are facing a great enemy? Let's discuss this properly. Even if the deal is not done, we can still be friends, right? Guhai said with a smile. Mosquito Daran looked strangely at Guhai. Then he reached out and withdrew his hand. The surrounding mosquitoes immediately disappeared. Speak. Mosquito Daran said sullenly. I can give you the Chaos Element Bead, but you have to promise me 3 things. Furthermore, you have to help me find one of the top 15 Dharma treasures and give it to Chongming in exchange. How about that? Guhai said with a smile. Help you find one of the top 15 Dharma treasures. Do you think that it is easy to find? Mosquito Daran glared. Guhai smiled at Mosquito Daran. Mosquito Daran glared and slowly relaxed. In the end, it turned into depression. Exchange? Naturally, there had to be something. It was impossible to gain something without risking anything. At this point, Guhai really seemed to be helping him mediate. Humph! What if you can't find it? Mosquito Darren asked sullenly. If I really can't find one of the top 15 Dharma treasures in 56 years, I will make the decision to give you the Chaos Element bead directly. Guhai said, sullenly. 56 years? Mosquito Darren was slightly stunned. 56 years was not a long time for Mosquito Darren. However, for Guhai, the Immortal of the Six Paths would fully revive in 56 years. If he did not die, he would not live either. It did not matter. Humph! 56 years. However, what are those 3 things about? You want me to die, and I agree? Mosquito Darren said sullenly. 3 things that are within your ability. They will not restrict your freedom and respect your integrity. How about that? Guhai said sullenly. Within my ability, not restrict my freedom, respect my integrity. Mosquito Darren looked at Guhai. That's right. It's something that I don't want to do. It's something that you can easily do. It's not something that you dislike. You won't reject the 3 things, right? Guhai said with a smile. Mosquito Darren had a strange expression. After thinking about it, it did not seem to be a problem. All right, I can agree to this. However, how can I guarantee that what you say is true? Mosquito Darren said sullenly, as the ruler of a country, I do not go back on my words. Have you ever seen me go back on my words? Guhai said with a smile. Mosquito Darren still did not believe him. I'll issue an imperial edict and announce it to the world. How about it? If I go back on my words, the fate of the country will be unstable. The loss outweighs the gain. Guhai said sullenly. Mosquito Darren remained silent for a while before finally nodding. All right. If that's the case, Mr. Mosquito Darren, there's no need for us to be at each other's throats, right? Why don't we have a drink on my deck? Guhai said with a smile. Mosquito Darren looked at Guhai with uncertainty in his eyes. However, in the end, Mosquito Darren still landed on Guhai's deck. The chameleon demon, Ao Shun, Yihua, and Yen Hua at the side widened their eyes. This Guhai was too strange, wasn't he? He was at loggerheads with Mosquito Darren just now, but in the blink of an eye, he had subdued him with just his words. No, he had been persuaded. Ao Shun, let the chameleon demon bring us to Schwanen. I'll have a few drinks with Mr. Mosquito Darren, Guhai said with a smile. Ao Shun looked at Mosquito Darren with a strange expression and nodded. All right. Chapter 675. Infinite Celestial Capital. The surrounding mountains and rivers were in a complete mess. The ground was in ruins, and the sky was filled with sand. You're courting death. A loud roar resounded. Boom. With a loud bang, all of the sand and rocks were instantly compressed by a powerful force and slammed into the ground. With a loud bang, countless cracks appeared on the ground, and countless trenches appeared. Long Zhanghua, am I in your way again? Poof! Ancestor Jiang, Ho Qing gloomily roared. There was a large hole under the ground. Ho Qing came to cause trouble for Guhai and caused havoc in the infinite celestial capital. Long Wanqing and the unborn man did their best to protect him. However, Ho Qing was too strong. Long Wanqing couldn't fully control her power and was almost injured by him. Long Wanyu had the ability to predict and helped Long Wanqing block a palm strike. Long Wanyu was injured and Long Wanqing crazily blocked Ho Qing. Before Ho Qing could recover from Long Wanqing's power, another person appeared in the flying sand. Ho Qing didn't want to see it all. Long Zhanghua. Long Wanyu was injured and Long Zhangwa quickly rushed over and slapped Ho Qing to the ground. He vomited blood and couldn't move. Wanyu, are you okay? Don't scare me. Long Wanqing cried and hugged Long Wanyu. Sister, cough, cough, sister, don't cry. Something happened to Demon Spectre. Cough, cough, puffed. Long Wanyu vomited blood. The unborn man came to grab Long Wanyu and was also very anxious at this moment. Move aside. Long Zhangwa coldly shouted and pushed the crowd away. Long Wanyu was covered in blood and seemed to be shattering. Her face was full of cracks, and black and yellow energy came out of her head as if she would collapse at any moment. Old man, cough, cough. It seems that I can't help you predict the future. Long Wanyu's eyes were blurred. His Holiness, save Wanyu. I beg you to save Wanyu. Long Wanqing cried. Who? Long Zhangwa grabbed the black and yellow energy above Long Wanyu's head and squeezed it into a ball. Cough, cough, cough. I can't take it anymore. Quick, Wanyu's third soul seems to have been corroded by Ho Qing's corpse poison. It's shattered. Quick, save Wanyu, said the Xian Huang Qi weakly. Demon ghost spirit, you possessed Wanyu with ill intentions. When you were forced out by Ho Qing, I originally wanted to kill you. However, seeing that you blocked most of the power for Wanyu at the last moment, I will spare your life. Long Zhangwa said coldly. Although I want to fuse with her, I watched Wanyu grow up. Cough, cough. The demon ghost said weakly. Humph, you watched her grow up? If it weren't for her, you wouldn't exist. Long Zhangwa said coldly. What do you mean I don't exist? I'm the demon ghost spirit. When I was alive, I was... The demon ghost was unconvinced. When you were alive, 800,000 years ago. Even then, who were you? Wanyu was injured. Her third soul was damaged. Only one person can save her. You know Hutu, right? I'll spare your life. Go to Hutu and wait for her orders. Long Zhangwa said, solemnly, Ah, goddess Hutu of the netherworld, she'll kill me. No, I don't want. The demon ghost screamed. That's not up to you. Long Zhangwa said coldly. Long Zhan stretched out his hand, and a red light appeared. The red light seemed to form a giant egg that solidified and wrapped around Long Wanyu, who was slowly fainting. Old man, I'm sorry. Long Wanyu said in a daze. You don't have to apologize to me. You didn't do anything wrong. Long Zhangwa said benevolently, I couldn't help you predict the future. Long Wanyu said in a daze, Ha, you can predict the future. The future can be changed. What does it matter if you predict it or not? Whether you predicted it or not, I'll fight the Immortal of Six Paths, don't worry. It'll be fine. Long Zhangwa said benevolently. Long Wanqing looked at Long Zhangwa blankly. Long Zhangwa had been very lenient with Long Wanyu because of her prophecy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have treated his two granddaughters so differently. Then why? Long Wanyu said weakly, You'll know in the future. Take care of yourself. Goddess Hutu will save you. Long Zhangwa sighed. Long Wanyu nodded in a daze. Sister, don't cry. I wanted to wait for brother-in-law to come back with you. Now, I can't wait. I can't wait. Long Wanyu closed her eyes with regret. Buzz. Long Zhangwa used the red light in his hand to seal Long Wanyu completely. Wanyu. Long Wanqing cried in grief. Why are you crying? You're not dead yet. Long Zhangwa said in a deep voice, His Holiness, can we just find Goddess Hutu? I'll go look for it. I'll go look for it. Long Wanqing cried, I'll go. Even if I have to kneel in front of Goddess Hutu, I'll beg her. Unborn man said in grief, Kneel? There's no need. You can just take this ghost spirit and look for her. By the way, where's Goddess Hutu? Let Ho Qing take you there. Long Zhangwa said in a deep voice, Okay. Long Wanqing immediately clenched her fists. Goddess Hutu, will she help us? Unborn man looked at Long Zhanghua. Yes, when she sees Wanyu, she will definitely save her. Long Zhanghua said in a deep voice. Why? Unborn man asked in confusion. There's no why. Don't ask why. You just need to know that I'm right. Long Zhanghua said in a deep voice. Okay. We'll leave right away. Unborn man shouted. I'm not going. I'm not going. The ghost spirit shouted. That's not up to you. However, don't worry. Since you saved Wanyu this time, Goddess Huda won't take your life. Long Zhanghua said. Then he squeezed the ghost spirit into a yellow ball and handed it to unborn man. Long Zhanghua stood up and turned his head to look at Ho Qing, who was in the pit in the distance. Although Ho Qing was severely injured, he struggled to climb out of the pit and tried to escape. Walala! Long Zhanghua waved his hand. Immediately, a large number of chains rushed out and pierced through Ho Qing's body, locking all his bones. Cough! 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 Long Zhanghua, why do you always go against me? Ho Qing roared as he vomited blood. Long Zhanghua looked coldly at Ho Qing. Humph! Ho Qing, do you know, even if Goddess Hudu knows about your crimes today, she won't protect you. I don't even need to do anything. Hudu can kill you. You. Ho Qing glared at Long Zhanghua. Take them to Hutu. If you save Long Wanyu, I will spare your life. If you don't even think about living. Even if you become an undying zombie, I can still destroy your soul. Do you believe me? Long Zhanghua said with a cold expression. You. Ho Qing showed a trace of fear. Walala! The chains were pulled. Ho Qing immediately cried out in pain. This is for you too, Ho Qing. Long Zhanghua handed one end of the chain to the unborn man's slap. The unborn man slapped Ho Qing's face. How dare you? Ho Qing glared. The unborn man pulled on the chain. Ah. Ho Qing was in extreme pain. Wanqing, you stay in the limitless celestial capital. I'm going to the netherworld now. Unborn man said. No, I want to go too. Long Wanqing said resolutely. But you're the empress of the Han dynasty now. You promised Gu Hai to stay in the limitless celestial capital. Unborn man said anxiously. No, let me go. There can't be any more accidents. I have to go. I'll leave a message for Gu Hai. Long Wanqing said anxiously. Unborn man looked at Long Wanqing. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded. Don't worry about the limitless celestial capital. I'll leave a mark, and no one will dare to cause trouble. Long Zhanghua said in a low voice. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Boom! The phantom of an axe suddenly appeared in the sky. If there's an attacker, trigger the axe's light. It'll be powerful enough to deter all evildoers. Long Zhanghua said in a low voice. Yes, thank you for His Holiness. Long Wanqing said gratefully. Thank me? No need. If I didn't ask Gu Hai to help me go to Shinong City, today's incident wouldn't have happened. Speaking of which, I should be the one who owes him. Long Zhanghua said in a low voice. All right, I'm leaving. Long Zhanghua said in a low voice. As he spoke, he stepped on the ground. Whoosh! Long Zhanghua disappeared into the horizon in an instant. At this moment, the officials of the Dahan dynasty gathered around. Mother, how's Princess Wanyu? Guqin asked worriedly. There's no time to wait for Gu Hai to come back. We'll go to the netherworld first and find Goddess Hutu to save Wanyu. You're in charge of informing him, so he doesn't have to worry. Since Dai Qianqing said that Goddess Hutu would definitely help, it's definitely true. Long Wanqing said. Yes. Guqin nodded. Whoosh! The unborn man pulled at the void. A crack appeared in the void. Let's go. Unborn man said. Long Wanqing nodded and led Long Wanyu, Ho Qing, and Yao guiling into the netherworld with unborn man, Buzz. Everyone disappeared from the limitless celestial capital. Outside the limitless celestial capital, there was a vast expanse of ruins and a giant axe phantom in the void. The previous battle was too intense. The citizens of the limitless celestial capital were all shocked. They couldn't recover from their shock for a long time. Fortunately, Guqin was there to supervise the situation. Soon, all the officials were in their positions. In the palace, in a large hall, "Your Highness, we've already used the Guqin figurines to spread the news. As long as the Emperor takes out the Guqin figurines, he'll know what we've done here," an official said respectfully in a low voice. "Keep spreading the news. Don't stop. Wait for the Emperor's response." Guqin instructed. "Yes," the official answered. Guqin looked to the north and muttered to himself, "Your Majesty, Long Zhangguo left in a hurry just now. It seems like something big is going to happen." In the sky of Dongfang of the Divine Continent, Gu Hai's flying boat. On the deck of the flying boat, Gu Hai and Mosquito Darren were drinking. The previous hostility was no longer there. Ever since the deal with Gu Hai, Mosquito Darren suddenly felt that Gu Hai had become much more amiable. He felt that Gu Hai was stronger than him, but he was still so kind to him. He immediately felt grateful that Gu Hai was a good person. While drinking, Mosquito Darren kept describing his past achievements to Gu Hai. He talked about how he faced the Tongtian sect master and how he faced the current Buddha. How awesome he was. Gu Hai just listened to him with a smile. Mosquito Darren was very carefree. The two of them were talking happily, but Ao Shun, Yi Hua, and Yen Hua were looking at them with strange gazes. The flying boat continued to fly. Boom! Suddenly, a strong wind swept over. In the storm was a man with a yellow-skinned gourd on his back. The man's eyes were fierce and cold. He came close in an instant and stopped in front of the flying boat. The strong wind caused the flying boat to shake. "Who is it?" Ao Shun's expression changed and stood in front of him. "Prince Luya." Yen Hua stared. "Prince Luya? Save me, Crown Prince Luya!" Yi Hua suddenly shouted excitedly. Chapter 676. Luya? Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. He stood up. Who was Luya? He was the sixth son of the East Emperor and the most powerful crown prince. He was famous for his immortal flying dagger. He never missed. When the dagger was drawn, heads fell to the ground. Even in the Solar Divine Palace, he was a legendary elite. Yi Hua and Yen Hua seemed to have seen their savior and were crying for help. However, there was a trace of fear in their eyes. They were obviously afraid of Luya. Luya suddenly appeared. Ao Shun's expression changed, and he stood in front of Gu Hai. However, Ao Shun's eyes were also uncertain. This was because Ao Shun knew how powerful Luya was. Luya glanced at the flying boat and ignored Yi Hua and Yen Hua's cries for help. His gaze moved through the crowd, and he immediately saw Gu Hai. "Gu Hai? It was easy to find me." Luya said coldly, "Looking for you? You have enemies all over the world." Mosquito Darren looked at Gu Hai with a trace of surprise. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and turned to look at Luya. "Crown Prince Luya, why are you looking for me?" Gu Hai looked at Luya cautiously. "Come with me," Luya said calmly. "Oh, why?" Gu Hai said in a low voice. Luya smiled coldly. "There is no why. Come with me now. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety." Luya was too proud to talk too much to Gu Hai. He just looked at Gu Hai coldly, and there was an order in his tone. "Oh, you want to take me away, not kill me?" Gu Hai's tone slowly turned cold. "That's right. I have been chasing you for a long time, since the Solar Divine Palace. Don't think you can get away." Luya said coldly. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Are you that confident? Do you want me to kill all of your people first to prove it? Lu, you said with a cold gaze. Ao Shun's expression turned ugly as he whispered to Guhai, "Ho, master. Luya's strength is hard to fathom. Although he's the sixth prince, he's the head of the East Imperial Continent's 10 great princes. Back then, I chased after a demon king for 10 days and 10 nights. He escaped to where Luya was and angered Luya. He was beheaded by Luya's immortal slaying flying knife." However, Guhai's expression sank. Ao Shun's meaning was obvious. In the past, there was a demon king whose strength was about the same as Ao Shun's, but he was not a match for Luya. Luya was extremely strong. "Mr. Mosquito Dowran, can you cut off Luya's head?" Guhai suddenly looked at Mosquito Dowran with a smile. Luya suddenly raised his eyebrows. When Ao Shun was describing himself, Luya had a cold and arrogant expression. This was strength. This was his pride. It was good that Ao Shun mentioned it. It allowed Guhai to be tactful early on. However, the next moment, Guhai actually asked the person beside him if he could cut off his head. He was courting death. Luya narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Mosquito Dowran. Uffed. Mosquito Dowran immediately spat out the alcohol in his mouth. "Guhai, you're not being honest. He came to find trouble with you, but you brought it to me?" Mosquito Dowran said unhappily. "You are Mosquito Dowran? Why are you with Guhai?" Luya narrowed his eyes. "I am just asking you. With your strength as Mosquito Dowran, is it easy to cut off Luya's head?" Guhai said with a smile. Mosquito Dowran's expression turned ugly. "Don't cause trouble for me. This little golden crow is difficult to deal with, but his father is a freak. I don't want to cause trouble for Tai." "That's good." Guhai nodded. Clearly, he had gotten the answer he wanted. Luya stared at Mosquito Dowran. Clearly, he had heard of Mosquito Dowran's notoriety. Humph! He snorted. Although Luya knew of Mosquito Dowran's notoriety, he was not afraid. "Guhai, have you thought it through? Do you want me to start with Ao Shun?" Luya said coldly. Ao Shun's expression changed. "Crown Prince Luya, is there a misunderstanding between us? Why do you want to take me away?" Guhai said solemnly, "You don't need to know. You will understand when the time comes." Luya said coldly, "Oh, it seems that this is a secret. In that case, I will not ask. I am just curious. How did you find me?" Guhai said solemnly. Luya looked at Guhai and smiled coldly. He did not answer. Mosquito Dowran said indifferently, "Guhai, did you leave something in Luya's hands?" "Oh." Guhai looked at Mosquito Dowran in confusion. "In this world, there are many kinds of demonic arts that can track you based on your hair, blood, skin, and even the aura you left behind. Any Fae king that can track has such abilities. Sun God Palace is a place where thousands of Fae gather. He is the crown prince. It is not difficult for him to have such demonic arts. I can find you based on the smell of your blood." Mosquito Dowran explained. "Smell of blood?" Guhai looked at Mosquito Dowran in surprise. "Yes, everyone's blood has a different smell. As long as you pass by, the smell of your blood will remain. I can find you easily unless you are too far away from me," Mosquito Dowran explained. Guhai looked at Mosquito Dowran in surprise. "Is there a way to hide your tracks?" Guhai asked curiously. Mosquito Dowran looked at Guhai in confusion. "You are already so powerful. Why do you need to hide?" However, since Guhai asked, Mosquito Dowran did not hide anything. "I have a concealment bead. It can hide your aura within 1 zhang of you. As long as you have it on you, no tracking demonic arts can find you." "Humph." Luya snorted coldly. Guhai looked at the concealment bead in Mosquito Dowran's hand and asked curiously, "Is this rare?" "Not really. It doesn't have much power. This is something that grew on a type of invisible demon. However, this type of invisible demon is gone now. There are not many concealment beads left in the world. Let me lend it to you. Mosquito Darren handed over the blue bead. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Guhai reached out and received it. Wang. Immediately, Guhai felt a strange aura on the surface of his body. A layer of blue light enveloped one zhang of Guhai's body. It is indeed mysterious. Guhai's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Return it to me after you see it. Mosquito Darren reached out and asked. No matter what kind of treasure it was, Mosquito Darren would not selflessly give it to others. Guhai swung his right hand and put it into his sleeve. Ka! Suddenly, a shattering sound came from Guhai's sleeve. The one zhang of blue light on the surface of his body disappeared. Guhai, why did you break my concealment bead? Mosquito Darren said angrily. Mr. Mosquito Darren, you misunderstood. I didn't, Guhai said with a smile. His right hand trembled slightly. Guhai extended his hand from his sleeve. Immediately, the one zhang of blue light that disappeared enveloped Guhai's body again. Guhai returned the concealment bead. Mosquito Darren snatched it and looked at it carefully. Fortunately, nothing happened. Just now, Mosquito Darren looked at Guhai in surprise. Guhai suddenly looked at Luya, who was opposite him. Crown Prince Luya, I asked you what's the matter, but you didn't say anything. Let's forget about it. Leave, I won't go with you. Guhai said in a low voice. Luya narrowed his eyes and looked at Guhai. Today, it's not up to you. Oh, Guhai looked at Luya cautiously. Baby, please turn around. Luya shouted coldly. Mosquito Darren narrowed his eyes and dodged. Although he was not afraid of Luya, he did not want to be involved in the battle between Guhai and Luya. Shing! The huge yellow gourd on Luya's back opened, and a ray of white light shot out. When the white light appeared, it lit up the entire heaven and earth. It slashed towards Aoshan. Great! Yihua shouted in surprise. Immortal slaying flying saber. Aoshan's expression changed. A long sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed forward. However, the immortal slaying flying saber was too powerful. Aoshan's long sword was cut in half in an instant. Moreover, it did not slow down and slashed towards Aoshan's neck. Vine, come! Guhai shouted. Boom! Suddenly, a vine pulled Aoshan to Guhai's side. A green gourd appeared on Guhai's back. Hundreds of millions of vines came out of the gourd and wrapped around the immortal slaying flying saber. Rumble! The void was wrapped by hundreds of millions of vines. The immortal slaying flying saber in the middle suddenly stopped. Vine World Gourd. Luya sneered. Indeed, it's the Vine World Gourd that grew on the same vine as the immortal slaying gourd. However, it seems like Guhai's Vine World Gourd can't be fully activated. These vines seem... Mosquito Darren was surprised. It's not that it can't be fully activated. So what if it can be fully activated? The immortal slaying gourd is a golden gourd, while the Vine World Gourd is a wooden gourd. Gold restrains wood. Treasure, break. Luya shouted coldly. Boom. The hundreds of millions of Vine World Gourds were cut in half almost instantly. The immortal slaying flying saber shot towards Guhai at a faster speed than before. The immortal slaying flying saber never misses. If I don't see the head, I won't turn back. Slash. Luya stared. Boom. The flying saber instantly arrived in front of Guhai. Halt, leader, be careful, Aoshan shouted. The flying saber was shot towards Aoshan. However, Guhai suddenly went forward. Luya narrowed his eyes. However, he saw Guhai reach out his hand. Whoosh! A red gourd suddenly appeared in Guhai's hand. He opened the mouth of the gourd and immediately aimed it at the immortal slaying gourd. Boom! The immortal slaying flying saber was immediately sucked into the red gourd. Rolling red flames emerged from the mouth of the red gourd and instantly pressed towards Luya. What is this? It trapped the immortal slaying flying saber, Mosquito Darren said in surprise. 8 trigrams furnace, true fire gourd? Luya narrowed his eyes. You're right. Gold restrains wood. The Vine World gourd is restrained by your immortal slaying gourd. However, I still have the true fire gourd. The Samadhi true fire is used to forge the flying saber. Fire restrains metal. Wait for my true fire to refine your flying saber, Guhai said coldly. 8 trigrams furnace. Isn't it in Wansho Taoism? Why? Mosquito Doran's eyes flashed with greed. Boom! Luya reached out and pushed away the Samadhi true fire that was charging towards him. Humph! Fire restrains metal? You're thinking too much. My immortal slaying flying saber is no longer metal. I use the sun true fire to temper it every day. Why would I be afraid of your Samadhi true fire? Since you're courting death, I'll bring your head back. Luya glared. Huh. Guhai's expression darkened, but he felt the true fire gourd in his hand tremble. The immortal slaying flying saber has never missed. If I don't see your head, I won't turn back. Slash. Luya's eyes turned cold. Boom. With a loud sound, the true fire gourd in Guhai's hand was torn open from the bottom. The immortal slaying flying saber instantly flew out and shot towards Guhai's face. Swoosh! It was as if it was about to cut off Guhai's head. Chapter 677. Swoosh! The immortal slaying flying saber broke through the Vine World gourd and the true fire gourd. It was unstoppable as it slashed towards Guhai's head. Without seeing the head, it did not turn back, as though it wanted to take off Guhai's head in an instant. Ho Master! Ao Shun exclaimed. Mosquito Darren did not care. Guhai was so powerful. How could he not deal with the immortal slaying flying saber? Yihua and Yanhua's eyes flashed with anticipation. Xing! As expected, when the immortal slaying flying saber shot over, Guhai suddenly spat out a ray of white light. The white light instantly pierced heaven and earth, and a sharp metal elemental saber beam was emitted. The aura of the immortal slaying gourd. Mosquito Doran's eyes widened. Opposite him, Luya also stared at the white light that Guhai spat out in surprise. Because this white light was the same as the one emitted by his immortal slaying flying saber, boom! Guhai spat out something that suddenly collided with the immortal slaying flying saber. No! Mosquito Darren exhaled. Guhai only had so many treasures. True fire gourd, Vine World gourd. It would be strange if another immortal slaying gourd appeared. The vine of the immortal slaying gourd. Luya narrowed his eyes. The golden vine blocked the immortal slaying flying saber, causing it to pause. Humph, so what if it's a vine? The immortal slaying flying saber has never missed. Without seeing the head, it will not turn back. Break! Luya shouted. Boom! The immortal slaying flying saber instantly knocked away the golden vine and slashed towards Guhai with unstoppable force. Suppress! Guhai's eyes widened. Guhai's heaven-suppressing divine seal flew out from between his eyebrows. This was the first time he had been forced into such a sorry state. The moment the heaven-suppressing divine seal appeared, a huge suppressive aura was released on the heaven-suppressing divine seal. For words and blood, by the mandate of heaven, live forever, seemed to instantly carry a heavenly might that pressed on the immortal slaying flying saber. Hong! With a loud bang, the immortal slaying flying saber and the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal collided, instantly creating a powerful windstorm. The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal was instantly knocked back into the space between Guhai's eyebrows, and the immortal slaying flying saber also instantly shot back to Luya. Pa! Luya reached out and grabbed the immortal slaying flying saber that was flying back. Turning back, it was actually knocked back. What kind of treasure is that? Luya glared. He saw that there seemed to be a seal on the flying knife. The words were written in blood. Receive the mandate of heaven. Live forever and prosper. Luya glared at Guhai. Guhai was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. It was really dangerous just now. He was almost beheaded by the immortal slaying flying saber. Mosquito Dauren, on the other hand, had a natural expression on his face. Ao Shun was also covered in cold sweat. Just now, when the immortal slaying flying saber flew over, Ao Shun actually felt helpless. He was the dignified dragon prince. He was an expert of heavenly palace. How could he be helpless in front of Luya? Ao Shun looked at Luya in shock. Guhai also looked at Luya with his eyelids twitching. Immortal slaying flying saber. That's all there is to it. Guhai also said that to maintain his image. Just now, how was that all there was to it? It almost took his life. Guhai looked at Luya with a gloomy expression. Luya asked Guhai, but he didn't get an answer. His expression was also cold. Immortal slaying flying saber was sealed. Good. Ha ha ha. Mosquito Dauren gloated. Mosquito Dauren's gloating made Guhai speechless. Do you really think that I'm invincible? What if Luya continues to provoke me? There were words on the immortal slaying flying saber. To Luya, it was indeed a humiliation. Humph, slashing at the flying saber. You won't turn back until you see the head. You turn back. Luya suddenly looked at the immortal slaying flying saber in his hand with a gloomy expression. Huh. Everyone was stunned. What did Luya mean? What did he say to the immortal slaying flying saber? Wang. The immortal slaying flying saber trembled slightly, as if it was begging for mercy. If you turn back, you're useless. Luya said calmly. However, Luya's 3 fingers suddenly turned golden, and he clenched them. Kacha! The immortal slaying flying saber that was like a hot knife through butter was instantly snapped into 2 by Luya. Snapped. Bam! Before the immortal slaying flying saber broke, it released a dazzling white light as if it was crying out its last sorrow. You broke the immortal slaying flying saber. Ao Shun's expression changed. Isn't it just that the treasure didn't achieve a satisfactory result? Was there a need to destroy the transcendent artifact? Luya looked coldly at Ao Shun. I still have 108 immortal slaying flying sabers of this level. It lost, so it can only die. Otherwise, it will dirty the immortal slaying gourd. Ao Shun, Guhai's expression also darkened. There were still 108 of them. Of this level, how many immortal slaying flying sabers did Luya have? Yihua and Yanhua also looked at Luya with raised eyelids. They knew that this was a freak, but now they realized that they had underestimated him. At this moment, the 2 of them didn't even dare to ask for help. This Luya was like a lunatic. He could even destroy his flying saber. Would he kill us along the way? Guhai, you're really lucky. However, it's okay. Let's play slowly. Luya narrowed his eyes and looked coldly at Guhai. Play slowly? Are you kidding? An immortal slaying flying saber almost made my head fall to the ground. You still want to play slowly? Unfortunately, Luya was too stubborn. Guhai's previous idea of changing Luya's mind with words obviously didn't work. What should I do now? Suddenly, Guhai saw Mosquito Dauren with a satisfied expression. Mosquito Dauren thought that Guhai was pretending to be weak again. so he didn't take it seriously and just watched. Luya was powerful, but was Guhai weak? What Mosquito Dowran didn't know was that Guhai was really not pretending. Mr. Mosquito Dowran, do you still remember our previous deal? Guhai looked at Mosquito Dowran. You're not asking me to kill Luya, right? I don't dare. If his father were to hunt me down with all his might, all the demons in the world would see me as their enemy. Besides, behind Tai is the Immortal of 6 paths. Don't trick me. Besides, I have the right to refuse. Mosquito Dowran shook his head immediately. I'm not asking you to kill him. Just stop him for me and let me leave. That's not difficult, right? Guhai smiled. Stop him? Mosquito Dowran was slightly taken aback. That was indeed not difficult. Besides, Tai wouldn't care about stopping Luya at all. I didn't do anything to his son. I just blocked his way. Would he chase me all over the world? That's right. Stop him and let me go. Guhai said solemnly, but there's no need for that. With your strength, do you want to waste my chance? Mosquito Dowran looked at Guhai. Guhai looked at him. Asking you to do 3 things seems to be too much. Let's count this as 1. Guhai nodded. Why? Mosquito Dowran looked at Guhai in shock. That shouldn't be. Luya is stronger than you. Why ask me to do it? Are you bored out of your mind? I'll be willful, okay? Will you do it or not? Guhai frowned. Willful? Mosquito Dowran was speechless. Indeed, the strong could be willful. Of course, why not? Just stop him. What am I afraid of? Damn it, remember this. This is the first time. Mosquito Dowran immediately shouted. The first thing. Guhai nodded. Whoosh. Mosquito Dowran immediately stood in front of Guhai. Mosquito Dowran, get lost. Don't provoke me. Otherwise, I won't care where you came from. Luya said coldly. Mosquito Dowran said to Guhai, all right, go quickly. I'll catch up with you later. Mr. Mosquito Dowran, take care. Guhai said solemnly. Immediately, Ao Shun drove the flying boat away. Whoosh. The flying boat flew into the distance. Stop. Luya's expression changed, and he was about to attack. Hey, Crown Prince Luya, your opponent now is me. Mosquito Dowran suddenly laughed. Boom. Hundreds of millions of mosquitoes suddenly flew out from Mosquito Dowran's surroundings, covering the sky and earth. It seemed to form a huge wall blocking Luya. Humph, courting death. Treasure, please turn around. Luya slapped the Immortal slaying gourd again. Whoosh. Another flying knife shot out from the Immortal slaying gourd and instantly shot towards Mosquito Dowran. It's coming? Break. Mosquito Dowran stretched out his hand and struck. Whoosh. This time, the flying knife's speed was several times faster. Mosquito Dowran's palm did not even touch the flying knife. The flying knife instantly flew past Mosquito Dowran's neck. Whoosh. The flying knife instantly flew back into the Immortal slaying gourd. Mosquito Dowran's head flew up. Ao Shun, who was escaping in the distance, changed his expression. Mosquito Dowran's head fell to the ground. So fast. Humph, this Crown Prince's flying knife will only become stronger. Do you think you can stop it? Luya snorted coldly. However, he saw Mosquito Dowran's head fly off. Mosquito Dowran's body suddenly shattered, turning into hundreds of millions of mosquitoes. As for the wall of mosquitoes that blotted out the sky, it was still floating in the air. Oh, Luya's expression changed as he felt that something was amiss. Ha 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 ha, Crown Prince Luya, your flying knife did not find me. Mosquito Dowran sneered. On the other side of the mosquito wall, a mosquito slowly transformed into Mosquito Dowran. Wasn't that Mosquito Dowran? Ao Shun's expression changed. It was not just one mosquito, but 20 mosquitoes slowly transformed into 20 mosquito Dauren. Mosquito, Tao avatar? Luya's expression turned cold. That's right. They are my avatars. Do you know which one is my true body? The 20 mosquito Dauren sneered in 20 different directions. Humph, I don't need to know which one is your true body. Treasure, please turn around. Luya slapped the immortal slaying gourd again. Boom. White Tongtian light illuminated the ground. Suddenly, 20 immortal slaying flying knives flew out of the gourd and instantly shot through the 20 mosquito Dauren. Immediately, the heads of the 20 mosquito Dauren fell to the ground. Swoosh! The 20 immortal slaying flying knives returned to the immortal slaying gourd, but the mosquito wall did not disappear. He, it is indeed a powerful gourd. There is more than one flying knife. Another mosquito transformed into mosquito Dauren. Luya could not tell which was real and which was fake. There were billions of mosquitoes. Ao Shun widened his eyes in the distance. Mosquito Dauren, you live up to your reputation. In the distance, Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. Luckily, he had stabilized the mosquito Dauren earlier. Otherwise, he would be in trouble now. Mosquito Dauren, when we get separated, you can go to the place where we first met and wait for me. I will definitely come back. Gu Hai shouted. Don't worry, I will find you. A mosquito Dauren shouted confidently from the mosquito wall. Luya looked coldly at Gu Hai, who was flying in the distance. Humph, Gu Hai, listen up. I order you to come back immediately. In the distance, Gu Hai sneered. You must be joking. Do you think I am stupid? You will know very soon. You have to come back, even if you don't want to. I will wait for you here. Humph! Luya shouted coldly. Swish! Gu Hai's flying boat had reached the horizon and disappeared in front of everyone. Chapter 678. On the flying boat, Gu Hai could no longer see Mosquito Dauren, and Luya, they had safely evacuated. However, for some reason, Gu Hai had a bad feeling. Leader, that Mosquito Dauren helped us to stop Luya. However, it will only be for a while. What if they come back later? Ao Shun asked worriedly. Humph, you can't run away. Luya will be here soon. Yihua glared at them. Gu Hai suddenly took out a blue pearl. This is... Ao Shun exclaimed. Concealment pearl? How is that possible? Didn't you return it to Mosquito Dauren? Why did you steal it back? Yihua exclaimed. Previously, Gu Hai had indeed crushed the concealment pearl when he hid it in his sleeve. However, he used the heaven-mending power to repair the broken pieces. One concealment pearl instantly turned into several. Gu Hai gave Ao Shun one and asked him to guard Yihua, Yanhua, and the chameleon monster. He asked them to stay within 10 feet of the concealment pearl. Leader, why do you have? Ao Shun exclaimed. I have many treasures. I just didn't know how to use them before. Gu Hai said calmly. Ao Shun paused. Could it be that the leader had a concealment pearl before, but didn't know how to use it? But that shouldn't be the case. Ao Shun couldn't figure it out. However, Gu Hai had already walked to the other side of the deck. Ao Shun knew that Gu Hai wouldn't tell him. The flying boat quickly flew towards the direction the chameleon monster pointed at. On the other side, Mosquito Dauren versus Luya. Although Luya could not kill Mosquito Dauren, Luya's methods were not limited to the immortal slaying flying saber. The two of them were in a stalemate for a day and a night. All right, it's about time. Ha ha ha, Crown Prince Luya, I really have to thank you. Once you came, you made Gu Hai capricious for once. Ha ha ha. Mosquito Dauren laughed loudly. Laughing loudly, he enveloped himself in millions of mosquitoes and flew into the distance. At this moment, Luya did not give chase. Mosquito Dauren? Luya watched coldly as Mosquito Dauren left. The two of them parted ways. However, Luya's face darkened. Huh. Guhai's aura is gone. The mosquito Darren flew quickly and left Luya's line of sight, escaping into the forest. In the forest, Mosquito Darren sniffed. Guhai doesn't know how to hide. Where's the smell of his blood? It's gone? Mosquito Darren exclaimed in surprise. Mosquito Darren picked up his concealment bead and checked it. That's not right. The concealment bead was not swapped by Guhai. Why is Guhai's aura gone? Even the smell of Ao Shun and the rest's blood is gone? Strange, strange. Mosquito Darren's expression changed. After thinking for a long time, Mosquito Darren came to a conclusion. Perhaps Guhai is powerful and has the ability to conceal himself? Damn. If you have the ability to conceal yourself, why are you pretending to be a delicate girl and tricking Luya again? Is this trick always effective? Mosquito Darren looked depressed. Indeed, with strength, one can be capricious. I'd better think of a way to get the Chaos Essence bead first. After the first thing is done, I still have to promise Guhai 2 things. I hope it's the same as this time. It's a trivial matter. Mosquito Darren was in a good mood. Guhai's matter was indeed simple. After 3 times, Guhai would help him obtain the 15th Dharma treasure and exchange it for the 16th Chaos Essence bead. Even if he could not find the 15th Dharma treasure, he would still give him the Chaos Essence bead after 56 years. That's great. Mosquito Darren stepped forward and flew towards the north. Guhai said to meet at the place where they first met. He just had to wait for him at the limitless celestial capital. Mosquito Darren flew away excitedly. Luya searched for a long time, but could not find Guhai's aura. His expression was gloomy, but he slowly landed on a mountain peak. Boom! He raised his hand, and a saber light appeared. The mountain peak was cut off, revealing a huge balcony. Luya extended his hand and took out a bunch of flags that were drawn with runes. They filled the balcony and seemed to form a camp. In the middle of the camp, there was an altar. On the altar, Luya used grass to form a straw figurine. He erected the straw figurine in the middle of the altar. There was a piece of yellow paper pasted on the straw figurine. On the yellow paper, Luya used cinnabar to write the words Guhai. Instead, the straw figurine represented Guhai. There was a green lamp above the straw figurine's head and another at its feet. The burning of the green lamp was rather strange. Luya looked at the straw figurine with Guhai's name on it and revealed a cold smile. Guhai, I'll see how you run. Let's see how you escape from my grasp. Humph, do you think I can't deal with you just because you hid your aura and I can't find you? I've said it before. If you don't come looking for me, you will definitely die. As he spoke, Luya took out a talisman book and burned it. Solemnly, Luya suddenly kowtowed to Guhai's straw figurine. 1 kowtow, 2 kowtows, 3 kowtows. After kowtowing to the straw figurine 3 times, Luya stood at the side and revealed a cold smile. With this demonic art of mine, I kowtow 3 times a day. After 21 days, if you don't return, your soul will be scattered by my kowtows. Let's see how long your 3 souls and 7 spirits can last. A cold light flashed in Luya's eyes, but he sat cross-legged at the side. He waited for the next kowtow. Using the demonic art, he wanted to scatter Guhai's 3 souls and 7 spirits. A few days later, Dayan Dynasty, outside Shinong City, in a small town nearby. At this moment, in the small town, thick fog was rolling, isolating the inside from the outside. At the end of the main street of the small town, a woman covered in blood was playing something nonstop. In the small town, countless civilians had already fainted. At the other end of the main street, including the top of the shops, there were close to 100 white-robed men standing. Among them, There were quite a few who had a Tai Chi symbol embroidered on their chests. At this moment, they were looking coldly at the white-robed woman sitting at the end of the street. The leader was Xuanan of the Taishang sect. At this moment, he was looking coldly at the woman whose legs had been pierced. Zhang Yulian, you are really naive. I didn't expect you to walk right into the trap. Ha 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 ha. Xuanan looked coldly at the woman who was covered in blood. The woman was not an outsider. She was the former leader of the Taishang sect. Taishang. However, at this moment, she was forced into such a sorry state by a group of Taishang sect disciples. Zhang Yulian looked coldly at Xuanan. Xuanan, you dare to violate the rules of the Taishang sect. Violate what? Xuanan sneered. The Taishang sect's distress signal is not allowed to be released unless it is a major disaster. You actually released the distress signal and lured me here. Zhang Yulian glared at him. Ha 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 ha. That's why I said you are stupid. You have already escaped. Why are you still thinking about saving the Taishang sect disciples? I thought I would find you when Gu Hai left. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Humph, don't blame me. Come back with me immediately. Xuanan said coldly. Xuandu can't wait. You want me to pass on my position again? Ha 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 ha. Dream on. When my cultivation returns, it will be time for him to admit his guilt. Zhang Yulian said coldly, 5 nascent soul realm. Not bad. Your cultivation is increasing. Unfortunately, it is too late. You are still far from it. Humph, Xuandu eldest senior brother deserves to be the Taishang sect. You are not qualified. Xuanan said coldly, ding, 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 ding. Zhang Yulian sat on the ground and played the guqin. The Taishang sect's sound of longevity. You want us to fall asleep? Just like the people in this small town. Oh, do you think we are not prepared? We are all disciples of the Taishang sect. How can we not know about the Taishang sect's sound of longevity? Humph, you are already at the end of the road. Don't bother. If you want to blame someone, blame Gu Hai. He broke your Taoist heart. Xuanan said coldly, no, I understand. Gu Hai didn't break my Taoist heart. He perfected it. Humph, the Taishang sect in the past was wrong. I am the most correct one. As long as I have time, I will let the Taishang sect replace the Tongtian sect master's line and reclaim the Wanshou Taoism. You bastards, I should have destroyed you long ago. Zhang Yulian said with grief and indignation, do you think I will believe you? Xuanan said coldly. The surrounding disciples of the Taishang sect all looked cold. But Zhang Yulian, you have a good tripod body. The earth tripod body, right? You are a good tripod body. When I take you back and let eldest senior brother inherit the Taishang sect, I will ask eldest senior brother to let you be my tripod body. Ha 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 ha. It is not bad. The Taishang sect in the past was pleasuring me under my crotch. What a wonderful thing. Xuanan said with a lecherous expression. Presumptuous. Zhang Yulian glared at Xuanan. Presumptuous? I am presumptuous. So what? Humph, no one can save you today. If you don't want to suffer physical pain, then surrender. Xuanan sneered. Even if I die, I will not let you succeed. Xuanan, I was wrong about you. I should not have saved you back then. Zhang Yulian said with a ferocious expression. Humph, do I need you to save me? Attack. Xuanan shouted. Yes. The disciples of the Taishang sect immediately rushed towards Zhang Yulian. Zhang Yulian plucked the strings with her fingers. In an instant, a large amount of sword qi shot out from the strings and rushed towards the surrounding people. Taishang sword qi technique? Humph, it is useless. We have so many people, and you are only in the 5 nascent soul realm. How long can you play? Attack. Xuanan shouted. Boom! The disciples of the Taishang sect immediately broke through the sword chi with their swords and knives and rushed towards Zhang Yulian. Xuanan took the lead and reached the front. Looking at Zhang Yulian's exquisite face, Xuanan revealed a lecherous smile. Zhang Yulian, ha ha, I will make you wish you were dead. Zhang Yulian looked at Xuanan rushing towards her. All her methods were useless. For a moment, she was disheartened. Even if I self-destruct my nascent soul, I will not let you succeed. Zhang Yulian said with a glare. What? Stop. Xuanan's expression changed. Zhang Yulian's aura erupted as though she was about to self-destruct. However, just before she self-destructed, for some reason, Zhang Yulian suddenly recalled the scene of the yin and yang merging in the human Tao mystic realm. That man suddenly appeared in her mind. Zhang Yulian revealed a sad and bitter smile. Without hesitation, she was about to self-destruct. Boom! At this moment, a flying boat suddenly rushed into the street and sent countless disciples of the Taishang sect flying. Who is it? Xuanan's expression changed as he turned his head. What greeted him was a huge palm. Boom! When the two palms collided, Xuanan was instantly sent flying. Poof! Xuanan spat out a mouthful of blood as he crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. The disciples of the Taishang sect were also sent flying towards the surrounding buildings by the sudden large number of fists. Rumble! Countless restaurants on the street collapsed instantly. The flying boat slowly stopped not far from Zhang Yulian. Zhang Yulian's crisis was resolved. The self-destruction of her nascent soul also stopped. She opened her mouth and stared at the deck of the flying boat in shock. The only man who had jumped out of her mind before she died was standing there. Gu Hai! Xuanan suddenly exclaimed as he crawled out of the crater while spitting out blood. Chapter 679. In the nick of time, Gu Hai's flying boat arrived. Gu Hai! Xuanan, who was vomiting blood, crawled out of the hole and suddenly exclaimed. On the deck, Gu Hai stared at Xuanan. You know me? Why are you here? Why are you here? Xuanan exclaimed. The last time he was almost killed by Gu Hai was still vivid in his mind. Xuanan feared and hated Gu Hai. Every time he met Gu Hai, nothing good would come out of it. Why was he here? Suddenly, Xuanan saw the chameleon monster beside Gu Hai. Evil creature, it's you, Xuanan exclaimed. Elder, I'm innocent, the chameleon monster said in horror. Gu Hai, however, lowered his head and looked at Zhang Yulian, who was sitting cross-legged. Taishang, long time no see. It seems that you didn't make them feel grateful when you kindly saved them. Gu Hai looked at Zhang Yulian and said. Zhang Yulian's eyes were cold again. Humph, Gu Hai, you still dare to appear in front of me. You have a grudge, but let's talk about it later. Let me deal with this group of ungrateful people first. Gu Hai said indifferently. While speaking, Gu Hai waved his hand lightly. Yes, Ao Shun answered. Boom. Ao Shun rushed out and rushed toward the group of Taishang disciples. Not good. Run. Help. No. The expressions of the Taishang disciples changed. They hurriedly fled in all directions. The moment they saw Gu Hai, they knew that they were in trouble. Last time, Gu Hai almost killed them. Now he was here again. Everyone knew that there was no turning back. They immediately fled. However, Ao Shun ultimately went to the Heavenly Palace. Even if he was not as good as Luya and Mosquito Dowran, he was still in the Heavenly Palace. Under Gu Hai's order, he immediately turned into a stream of light and appeared in front of a Taishang sect disciple. Xing! Boom! The sword slashed down, and the disciple of the Taishang sect was immediately cut in half. His limbs were shattered, and he fell from the sky. No, it wasn't just one Taishang Dao disciple, but 8 Taishang Dao disciples in the blink of an eye. Immediately, the sky was filled with limbs and blood. The expressions of those who were fleeing immediately changed. Heavenly Palace? It really is the Heavenly Palace. Run! The surrounding disciples of the Taishang sect cried out in alarm. Xuanan couldn't care less about the injuries he had suffered from Ao Shun's palm strike. He quickly got up and fled into the distance. SSSS, SSSS, SSSS. Without the rumbling sky camp, Ao Shun still had destructive combat power. Kill, 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 kill. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 disciples of the Taishang sect were all killed. Only 8 elders of the Taishang sect were fleeing in 8 directions. When they were far away, they instantly rushed into the forest. Escape? You think you can escape? Gu Hai snorted coldly. Whoosh! In an instant, vines that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rushed straight into the forest, entangling the Grand Supreme Path elders one by one. Oh no! No! Amid the screams, the 8 elders of the Taishang sect were immediately pulled out. SSSS. Ao Shun flew past and instantly killed another one. There were 7 more to go. Wait! Zhang Yulian frowned, as if she couldn't bear to see this happen. Help, Juzi. We were wrong. We were wrong. Juzi, I was forced to do this. Don't kill me. Please, Juzi, spare my life. Juzi, the 7 elders of the Middle Celestial Palace were begging for mercy in fear. Zhang Yulian wanted to speak, but Gu Hai sneered. Taishang, don't tell me you still want to save them? Saving them is harming others. Today's humiliation will only bring more humiliation to others in the future. Zhang Yulian's face stiffened, but she sighed slightly. Kill. Ao Shun's body swayed. In an instant, another elder was killed. Gu Hai, Xuandu's eldest senior brother, will not let you go. Xuanan screamed in fear as he stood around the countless vines. You're saying that as long as I don't kill you, he will let bygones be bygones. Gu Hai sneered. Xuanan's face changed, but he didn't know what to say. On the other side, Ao Shun killed another 2 disciples of the Taishang sect. In the blink of an eye, there were only 4 left. Ao Shun's eyes turned cold. He twisted his body and slashed at Xuanan. I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Xuanan roared in fear. Become a ghost? We are not afraid of you as a human, so why should we be afraid of you as a ghost? Ao Shun said coldly. He slashed at Xuanan, as if he wanted to kill him instantly. Buzz. Suddenly, a breeze blew. In the breeze, there seemed to be a long sword. It instantly arrived in front of Ao Shun. Ao Shun's face darkened. Clang! Ao Shun's long sword collided with the long sword. Ao Shun took a step back and looked at the long sword in surprise. Did someone save Xuanan? A man in a green robe suddenly appeared in front of Xuanan. You have killed so many disciples of the Taishang sect. It should be enough. The man in the green robe said calmly, Heavenly Palace, who are you? Ao Shun's face darkened. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. This man in the green robe seemed familiar. The man in the green robe saved Xuanan. Xuanan's eyes lit up. He was overjoyed. Sword Envoy Qingfeng, Sword Envoy Qingfeng, help! Help me! Help me! Sword Envoy Qingfeng is here? Sword Envoy Qingfeng is here. Help! Help! The other 3 elders of the Taishang sect, who were still alive, shouted in joy. Sword Envoy Qingfeng looked coldly at Xuanan, but he didn't care. Instead, he looked at a mountain peak not far away. A young man in white stood at the peak of the mountain. He carried a bronze long sword on his back. He was young, but his eyes were cold and sharp. There was an azure-colored lotus flower on this young man's forehead. It looked very strange. Young master, Sword Envoy Qing Feng looked respectfully at the young man in white. The young man in white coldly looked down. Young master Azure Lotus, Zhang Yulian's expression changed. Taishang, how have you been? The young man in white replied. After replying, the young man in white suddenly looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai, long time no see. In just 10 short years, you have already reached the heavenly palace? Congratulations. The young man in white said with a faint smile. Ho! Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Ho was a young expert who wandered the world. In order to seek the strongest sword Dao, he challenged everywhere. Back then, Gu Hai had exchanged pointers with him in Dragon Vein City. He was an expert of the 10,000 longevity sect Master Tongtian's lineage. It looks like you have not forgotten me, Ho said indifferently. Why are you here? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Me? I have been standing here for quite some time. It's just that their eyes were filled with desire, so they did not see me, Ho said indifferently. You have been here for a long time? Zhang Yulian said with a glare. Yes, Taishang's branch is in trouble, and Xuandu accused you of betraying the Wanshou Taoism. The Tongtian sect master asked me to investigate, so I asked you to come here. It seems that Xuandu's words are not reliable. You saw the Wanshou Taoism's distress signal and came to help immediately. You definitely did not betray the Wanshou Taoism. Ho said indifferently. So you have been watching all this while? Zhang Yulian said coldly. This is the internal affairs of the Taishang sect. I should not have interfered. I just need to investigate. However, these disciples of the Taishang sect were indeed ill-mannered, so I let Gu Hai kill them. Ho said indifferently. Xuanan and the others quivered. Ho had been here for a long time. Had he seen through their scheme? Humph. Zhang Yulian snorted. Oh, you let me kill them, so why are you stopping me now? Gu Hai said in a low voice. They deserve to die, but I need to bring them back to report to the Tongtian sect master. It is better to leave one alive than a group of corpses. Ho said indifferently. Yes, I will go back with you. Young Master Qinglian, I will go with you. I will tell you everything when we get back. Xuanan shouted, Let me go back, let me go back. Thank you, young Master Qinglian. The 4 elders cried out anxiously. Gu Hai glanced at Zhang Yulian and turned to Ho. Report? Ha! I will leave you alive. However, these 4 people must die. Ao Shun, kill them. Gu Hai shouted. What? Xuanan's expression changed. How dare you? Sword Messenger Qing Feng's expression changed. However, Ao Shun did not care. In an instant, he slashed his sword at another Grand Supreme Dao Elder. How dare you? Boom. Ao Shun slashed at the elder. The 4 elders were in 4 different directions, and Sword Messenger Qing Feng couldn't protect them all. Boom. Sword Messenger Qing Feng released countless sword energies around him, slashing at the vines. However, the vines seemed endless, and with Ao Shun attacking the entangled elders, Sword Messenger Qing Feng couldn't protect them all. Save me, young Master Qinglian. Save me! Xuanan shouted in fear. At the peak of the mountain, Ho's white robe fluttered in the wind, but his expression didn't change. He didn't care about the battle between Ao Shun and Qing Feng. In the blink of an eye, Ao Shun took advantage of Qing Feng's lack of protection and killed 3 elders. Then he rushed toward Xuanan. No, save me, Sword Messenger Qing Feng. Save me. I will give you all my treasures. Xuanan shouted. Boom. Qing Feng's sword collided with Ao Shun, but the 2 were evenly matched. Qing Feng couldn't protect the other 3 elders, so he was very angry. How could he let Ao Shun succeed? The 2 instantly started fighting. Good. Sword Messenger Qing Feng, kill him! Xuanan shouted with a ferocious expression. Swish! Suddenly, Xuanan was pulled toward Gu Hai by the vines. Xuanan's expression changed. Oh no! Sword Messenger Qing Feng, save me! Save me! Xuanan shouted in fear. However, Sword Messenger Qing Feng was pinned down by Ao Shun. Xuanan was severely injured by Ao Shun earlier, so how could he resist? In an instant, the entangled Xuanan was pulled in front of Gu Hai. Xuanan opened his mouth and spat out a ray of sword qi, which rushed toward Gu Hai. 5 cycles. Gu Hai stared and slashed with his life-killing saber. The purple light lit up the sky. Nu! Xianan's desperate roar resounded in the air. Boom! A loud sound rang out as Xian and the sword qi he spat out exploded. Bastard! Sword Messenger Qing Feng was furious. After colliding with Ao Shun, the two separated and stared at Gu Hai. Alas! Zhang Yulian sighed. On the other side, Ao Shun flew to Gu Hai's side in an instant. He looked warily at Bai on the mountain peak. Zhao had been watching quietly. He did not even frown from the beginning to the end. Gu Hai, did you kill Xuanan for Taishang? Are you appeased now? Bai said calmly. Thank you. Gu Hai looked at Bai and bowed slightly. Bai could have stopped him just now, and Gu Hai believed that Bai had the ability to do so. However, Bai didn't move. He didn't move from the beginning to the end. He had to accept this favor. This chameleon spirit should know everything. Just bring him back. Gu Hai pointed at the chameleon spirit at the side. These people deserve to die. They deserve to be killed. You need to report to the Tongtian sect. I'll leave him for you. At this moment, the chameleon monster was trembling in fear. All the elders of Taishang's sect were dead. Chapter 680. Cheng glanced at the chameleon and nodded. Ao Shun waved his hand and removed the seal on the chameleon demon. Greetings, young Master Green Lotus. The chameleon demon immediately flew toward Cheng. He didn't want to stay by Gu Hai's side for even a moment longer. Who knew when Gu Hai would kill him? Cheng might blame him, but he was still a disciple of Wanshou Taoism. Kneel! Sword Envoy Qing Feng shouted coldly. The chameleon demon immediately knelt down. Cheng glanced at the chameleon demon and said indifferently, do you want to go back to Wanshou Taoism by yourself? Or do you want Qing Feng to escort you back? I will go back by myself. The chameleon demon was slightly stunned and immediately said in surprise. Cheng pointed at the chameleon demon's forehead, but the chameleon demon didn't dare to resist. Wang! A green light shot into the chameleon demon's forehead, and a long sword mark suddenly appeared on the chameleon demon's forehead. This is the sword mark. It won't explode for a year, but after a year, it will explode and completely crush you. Cheng said indifferently. Young Master Green Lotus, please spare me. The chameleon demon exclaimed. Go back by yourself and see the Tongtian sect master. The Tongtian sect master can help you undo it. Otherwise, you only have 1 year. If you go back too late, the Tongtian sect master will leave Wanshou Taoism. You can't blame anyone. Cheng said indifferently. Yes, I will go now, I will go now. The chameleon demon was frightened and immediately stood up. Whoosh! Without hesitation, the chameleon demon shot into the distance and disappeared. Cheng then looked at Zhang Yulian. Taishang, your lineage is in chaos now. Do you want to go back with me? I can guarantee that you will be fine. No need. I will go back by myself in the future. Zhang Yulian said coldly. Cheng nodded. Then, it's up to you. Cheng turned to Gu Hai. Gu Hai, 10 days ago, I went to your boundless celestial capital. Oh, 10 days ago. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows and looked at you in surprise. 10 days. He could get here in 10 days. That's right. The Tongtian sect master asked me to investigate Taishang's lineage. I found out that Taishang wanted to find you. At that time, he didn't know you were in Farmer God City, so he went to the limitless celestial capital. Cheng nodded. Oh, looking for me? Gu Hai looked at Zhang Yulian in surprise. No wonder the chameleon demon had been hiding by his side, waiting for Zhang Yulian. He also knew that Zhang Yulian was looking for him. But why was Zhang Yulian looking for him? Kill me? Gu Hai glanced at Zhang Yulian. 10 days ago, there was a great battle in the limitless celestial capital. I was lucky enough to see it. Your cloud beast and the 4 great sword cultivators were very powerful. They represented 4 different swordsmanship. Cheng frowned at Gu Hai. Dongfang Bubi, Dugachobai, Shimen Chueshua, Zhang Sanfeng? Gu Hai looked at Cheng with a frown. Zhang Sanfeng. Taiji swordsmanship. The Taiji Dao of Yin and Yang, but the fusion of Yin and Yang, the combination of hardness and gentleness, extraordinary. Shimen Chueshua. Chueshua's sword emphasizes intent and not strength. When the sword reaches, people will be destroyed. When the heart is invincible, the sword is invincible. Dugachobai, without a sword in his hand, without a sword in his heart, everything in the world, including grass and wood, can be a sword. Dongfang Bubi, the swordsmanship in the world is invincible, only speed is unbreakable. The shape of the swordsmanship can be condensed into a needle. You really open my eyes. Cheng said in a low voice. These are just a few of my guesses. They can't be counted. Gu Hai shook his head. Zhao shook his head. Can't count? No, you're a genius in the way of the sword. You can easily think of 4 powerful sword daos. Many sword cultivators can't even find one in their entire life. Gu Hai was speechless. Gu Hai also read novels and watched TV, so he was a little embarrassed by Yu's praise. Just now, I wanted to protect those elders, but I was killed by you. You don't have to thank me. After all, I also benefited greatly from the sword Dao you thought of. I should be thanking you. I've already learned the 4 types of sword principles. Once I've fused them together, I'll find you for a showdown. Solemnly Ho said. Wait, what did you say? You've learned it. Gu Hai looked at you in astonishment. That's right. I travel the world to find all kinds of sword Dao methods to sharpen my sword Dao. Unfortunately, there are countless sword cultivators in the world, but very few have their own unique style of sword Dao. I've learned 4 from you, but these 4 sword Daos are polar opposites. If I want to fuse them, I might need a month or so. Cheng nodded. Gu Hai was speechless. A month or so. You must be joking. All right, I'm honored to meet you today. Let's meet again. I still need to go to Solar Divine Palace. It seems that Long Zhanghua has pointed his sword at Tai and wants to destroy Solar Divine Palace. You took a deep breath. Gu Hai nodded. Although you was polite to him, Gu Hai always felt a dangerous aura from him. He was like a divine sword that hadn't been unsheathed. His sword could be unsheathed at any time. By the way, you'd better go back soon. 10 days ago, Ho Qing went to the limitless celestial capital. Although Long Zhanghua came to resolve the crisis, it seems that the limitless celestial capital also suffered great losses. Cheng said in a low voice. As he spoke, he took a step and flew into the distance. Sword messenger Qing Feng followed behind like a servant. Ho Qing? Gu Hai's face darkened. He couldn't care less about hiding it now. Gu Hai reached out and took out a Guqin figurine. The Guqin figurine vibrated slightly as if it was receiving some kind of frequency. Guqin, Ho Qing, the emperor, replies that the limitless celestial capital is in great trouble. Angels are attacking. Ho Qing, bring up the rear. The Guqin figurine repeated. It even repeated Guqin's tone. As it repeated, Yanhua and Yihua widened their eyes. What is this? Yanhua asked in surprise. Ao Shun also looked surprised. Obviously, he didn't know much about the Guqin figurine. How could it send news about the limitless celestial capital? If he brought it with him, wouldn't he be able to hear news about other places? Not far away, Zhang Yulian also looked surprised. Impossible. How could the limitless celestial capital's voice reach here? Gu Hai ignored them and listened to the Guqin figurine's voice transmission. Wanyu? Gu Hai's expression changed. When he heard the words, Long Wanyu's 3 souls shatter, Gu Hai's head buzzed. For some reason, his head was suddenly filled with Long Wanyu's voice. Brother-in-law, I'll wait for you to come back. Brother-in-law, you must save sister. Brother-in-law, look at this flower. Is it as pretty as sister? One by one, Long Wanyu's voice rang in Gu Hai's head. Gu Hai immediately clenched his fists. Ho Qing, you're courting death. Gu Hai lowered his voice, and his eyes were bloodshot. However, when he described how Long Zhanghua came and how Long Wanqing and the unborn man brought Long Wanyu to the Lady of Earth to save her, Gu Hai calmed down a little. After all, Long Zhanghua was so sure that the Lady of Earth could save Long Wanyu. Gu Hai was relieved. Although he was relieved, he was still a little anxious. After the Guqin figurine finished narrating everything, Gu Hai calmed down after a long time. Send to Guqin. I understand. I'll return immediately, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The Guqin figurine said, Send to Guqin. I understand. I'll return immediately. The Guqin figurine's voice was exactly the same as Gu Hai's voice. It seemed to be transmitted back. Whoosh! Gu Hai flipped his hand and put away the Guqin figurine. Turning his head, Gu Hai looked at Zhang Yulian. Taishang, I'm about to return. I heard Ho mention that you came to Shinong City to look for me. How did you know I was here? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. If you don't mind, please board the flying boat. We'll talk as we go, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Zhang Yulian nodded and flew onto Gu Hai's flying boat with a trace of coldness. Let's go, Gu Hai ordered. Yes, Ao Shun steered the flying boat and quickly flew into the distance. On the flying boat, Zhang Yulian borrowed a palace and washed up. Then she walked to the deck. At the deck, Gu Hai looked to the north with his hands behind his back. He seemed to be a little anxious. When Zhang Yulian walked over, Gu Hai seemed to have sensed her and turned his head. Zhang Yulian was wearing an azure gauze dress. Coupled with her slender figure, she looked perfect. Her neck was white and flawless. 2 strands of hair trailed to her neck, making people unconsciously want to taste her. For a moment, her delicate face had a trace of fatigue, but it revealed a mature charm. Fortunately, Gu Hai had experienced too many storms and was not captivated by Zhang Yulian's beauty. Are you looking for me? Or is it because I broke your Dao heart? Although it was an accident in the past, I can't shirk my responsibility. If you still want to pursue the matter, I'll do my best to make up for it. Gu Hai sighed slightly. Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai coldly. In the past, she really wanted to kill Gu Hai. However, after these days, for some reason, the hatred in her heart seemed to have lessened a lot. In fact, when Gu Hai saved her, Zhang Yulian seemed to have seen a white light on the surface of Gu Hai's body. That white light was like a warm flood, instantly shattering all the hatred in her heart. Looking at Gu Hai, Zhang Yulian bit her lip and took a deep breath. I'm not looking for you, for revenge. Oh, not to kill me? Then why? Gu Hai was puzzled. I want to know what's going on with Taishang's sound of longevity. Zhang Yulian stared at Gu Hai and asked solemnly, Taishang's sound of longevity. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Taishang's sound of longevity was the song that Zhang Yulian played at the Thousand Sage Conference. Originally, this song was just to make Gu Hai sleep for 10 days. However, in those 10 days, Gu Hai returned to Earth in his dream. Although he was just a child in the dream, he did go back. He even met Laozi on Earth and learned the Tao Te Ching from him. In the past, the first Taishang was in charge of the Wanshou Taoism. At that time, Taishang was the real Taishang. His strength suppressed everything about the Wanshou Taoism. In order to create this Taishang's sound of longevity, he finally died of exhaustion and has not been reincarnated until now. There must be a big secret hidden in this. Taishang's sound of longevity has been passed down for many generations, but no one has been able to understand it. However, I am sure that you understood at the last Thousand Sage Conference. You know the secret of Taishang's sound of longevity. Tell me what's going on. Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai anxiously. Chapter 681. The first Taishang created the Taishang sound of longevity and died of exhaustion. Gu Hai squinted his eyes and looked at Zhang Yulian. That's right, about 800,000 years. Zhang Yulian nodded. He experienced the battle of the Immortal of Six Paths. Gu Hai's expression changed. Zhang Yulian nodded. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with surprise. The first Taishang? Why did he create the Taishang sound of longevity? In order to connect to the other immortal dome, he did not hesitate to exhaust his energy. Did he want to challenge the Immortal of Six Paths? But didn't the three holy lands support the Immortal of Six Paths? Why would he want to go against the Immortal of Six Paths? You know what the Taishang sound of longevity means, right? That day, I felt it, and you understood it. You heard it. Tell me, what is the Taishang sound of longevity? Zhang Yulian stared at Gu Hai and asked expectantly. Looking at Zhang Yulian's anxious eyes, Gu Hai took a deep breath and shook his head. No, I just fell asleep. Impossible. Zhang Yulian exclaimed angrily. Gu Hai shook his head. It was not that Gu Hai did not want to say, but that he could not. This was his biggest secret, and perhaps his biggest asset in the future. He could not tell anyone about Earth. You must know, right? Zhang Yulian said impatiently. I really don't know. I just fell asleep. How about you give me the Taishang sound of longevity? I'll figure it out and tell you what's inside. Gu Hai said solemnly. Zhang Yulian wanted to know the secret of the Taishang longevity sound. Gu Hai also wanted to know the Taishang longevity sound because Gu Hai wanted to go back to Earth and ask Laozi about it. In fact, Gu Hai had heard Taishang's sound of longevity more than once over the years. It was a song that reminded Gaochen of Zhang Yulian's playing in the past. However, after listening to it many times, he didn't feel anything. There must be some secret hidden in it. Zhang Yulian was initially furious, but in the next moment, Zhang Yulian's expression changed. She looked at Gu Hai and said, No, if you were just sleeping, you wouldn't ask me for the Taishang longevity sound. Ha. I told you that I guessed right. Gu Hai, are you trying to trick me? Zhang Yulian stared at Gu Hai. In the distance, Ao Shun and the other two also turned their heads curiously. Just as Ao Shun, Yihua, and Yan Hua looked over, Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. Puff! A mouthful of blood was spat out from Gu Hai's mouth. Hall leader! Ao Shun's expression changed. He immediately rushed forward and was about to hit Zhang Yulian with his palm. Stop! This has nothing to do with her. Gu Hai shouted. Huff! Ao Shun's palm stopped in front of Zhang Yulian. Why did you vomit blood? Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai in surprise. They were just talking. Why did he vomit blood all of a sudden? Gu Hai's expression also changed. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Why did he vomit blood? He didn't have any internal injuries. Ao Shun, protect me, Gu Hai shouted anxiously. Quickly, Gu Hai sat down with his legs crossed. He sank his consciousness into his body and started to check. Ao Shun looked anxious, but he still protected Gu Hai behind him. Yen Hua and Yi Hua, who were not far away, looked at each other in surprise. Why did Gu Hai vomit blood? After checking for a while, Gu Hai slowly opened his eyes. He was shocked. I didn't have any internal injuries. Why did I vomit blood just now? If you didn't have any injuries, then why did Hall Leader? Ao Shun was also confused. Zhang Yulian, who was beside him, touched Gu Hai's blood with her finger. Her finger trembled slightly. Buzz. There was a trace of green light in the blood. Did you hurt your soul? Zhang Yulian asked in surprise. No, I haven't been hurt in a long time. Gu Hai frowned. But your blood contains the power of 3 souls and the power of all souls. You must have hurt your soul. What happened to you recently? Zhang Yulian asked curiously. Gu Hai immediately thought of 2 people, Luya and Mosquito Dauren. Mosquito Dauren? Impossible. Although this person was also very demonic, he had almost eliminated the conflict between him and him. If it wasn't Mosquito Dauren, it could only be Luya. Gu Hai's expression changed. Prince Luya? Zhang Yulian's face darkened. Luya? Ao Shun was confused. Before Luya left, he said that I would definitely return. I didn't understand then, but I do now. Gu Hai's face darkened. But after the battle between Hall Leader and Luya was thousands of miles away. How could he hurt Hall Leader? It's not the immortal flying dagger. Ao Shun was confused. No, Luya only needs Gu Hai's hair. That's enough. Zhang Yulian said with a frown. Oh. Everyone looked at Zhang Yulian. If I'm not wrong, it should be the demonic art, the Nailhead 7-Arrow book. Zhang Yulian's eyes flashed with shock. Nailhead 7-Arrow book. Gu Hai's eyes widened. That's right, the Nailhead 7-Arrow book. He tied your hair to a scarecrow and wrote your name. The scarecrow had a lamp on its head and feet. He followed the demonic art and bowed 3 times a day. After 21 days, your soul would scatter. At that time, he would shoot the scarecrow with arrows. You would spurt out blood and die. Zhang Yulian explained. Demonic art. Ao Shun's expression changed. Demonic art, Nailhead 7-Arrow book. Gu Hai's expression turned ugly. Gu Hai had read about this demonic art in a novel on Earth. It was also the same demonic art as Luya. What should we do? Ao Shun asked anxiously. Destroy the altar in the camp or kill the person who performed the demonic art. Zhang Yulian explained. Doesn't that mean we have to go back? Ao Shun's expression changed. Gu Hai's expression also darkened. Luya was definitely waiting for him there. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. He had escaped. Did that mean he had to go back? Hall Leader, what should we do now? Ao Shun asked anxiously. Gu Hai fell into deep thought. Vomiting blood was just the beginning. Things would only get worse from now on. If he went back, he would be courting death. Gu Hai paced back and forth on the deck. Ha 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 ha, Gu Hai, let's see how you're going to escape this time. Yi Hua suddenly laughed excitedly. Yi Hua laughed. Gu Hai, who was pacing back and forth, turned his head to look at Yi Hua. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Ha! Yi Hua's smile froze. Gu Hai wouldn't kill him to silence him, right? Watch your mouth. If you piss me off, I'll kill one of you. Anyway, I only need one of you alive to restrain Tai Chu. The rarer you are, the more precious you are. Gu Hai said coldly. Yi Hua's expression froze. He did not dare to offend Gu Hai anymore. Gu Hai was silent for a while. He took a deep breath. Then he looked at Zhang Yulian. Taishang, I'm not Taishang anymore. Zhang Yulian corrected him. All right, I'll call you Zhang Yulian too. I'm going to Lu Ya's place to be captured. My life and death are uncertain. Let's part ways here. Gu Hai said, solemnly, you're going to walk right into the trap. Zhang Yulian's eyes flashed with worry. Zhang Yulian bit her lip and said, you haven't told me. Taishang's voice of longevity. I really don't know. I'm sorry. Please. Gu Hai waved his hand as if he was sending her off. Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai with an ugly expression. Her eyes were dark and uncertain. Humph! Zhang Yulian snorted and flew out of Gu Hai's flying ship. She flew to the horizon and disappeared in front of Gu Hai. Gu Hai then looked at Ao Shun. "Ho, master, you must have a way, right?" Ao Shun said anxiously. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. "No way. We have to face it. Ao Shun, I'll have to trouble you with one thing." "Ho, master, tell me." "I'll do it. I'm going to see Lu Ya now. You take Yi Hua and Yen Hua to boundless celestial capital. Don't let Tai Chu take them back. Help me hide them and wait for my return." Gu Hai said, solemnly, I'm fine. But what about you?" Ao Shun said worriedly. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Gu Hai shook his head. "Why don't I ask my father?" "No need. He must be busy now. You better not disturb him. Also, you better not go back to the De Qian celestial capital. Don't go back for now." Gu Hai said in a low voice. "Ah, why?" Ao Shun was shocked. "De Qian, the world is going to change." Gu Hai looked into the distance, a trace of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Ao Shun was confused. However, thinking of his father's words before he left, Ao Shun knew that Gu Hai was right. Nodding, Ao Shun said firmly, "Ho, master, I'm useless. I can't share your burden. I'll take Yi Hua and Yen Hua to boundless celestial capital now. Take care of yourself." Gu Hai nodded. "Let's go." Ao Shun shouted. With one in each hand, he pulled Yi Hua and Yen Hua and flew towards the boundless celestial capital. Gu Hai watched Ao Shun leave and clenched his fists. Lu Ya's demonic skill, Nailhead's 7-arrow book. Gu Hai had a solution. He only needed to ask for Long Zhanggua's help to solve this problem. After all, Long Zhanggua owed him a favor, so the favor was canceled out. However, Gu Hai did not plan to do that. It was best not to use Long Zhanggua's favor. Once he used it, it would be gone. Moreover, it was too strange that Lu Ya came to capture him this time. Gu Hai also wanted to find out what was going on. Gu Hai had a feeling that this had something to do with Bingheim. Whoosh! Gu Hai took out the Guqin figurine again. In form, Mo Yike. Mo Yike. I am about to face a great crisis and need to take risks. Stay in heavenly courts and wait for my orders. If I am in danger, I will send you a message immediately. Ask for Long Zhanggua's help immediately. Remember, do not fail. Gu Hai said to the Guqin figurine. The Guqin figurine buzzed and transmitted its voice into the distance. On the flying boat, Gu Hai transmitted his voice a few more times. After packing up, Gu Hai steered the flying boat alone and headed towards Lu Ya. It was the same place where they fought in the past. When Lu Ya was about to worship the straw figurine again, he saw a flying boat slowly approaching from afar. Lu Ya stopped worshiping the straw figurine and looked at Gu Hai on the flying boat. "Ha! I said that you can't escape from me. Now, you know to come back." Lu Ya's tone was cold. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. "Prince Lu Ya, you are always right. I was ignorant." Lu Ya revealed a satisfied sneer. 2 hours later, Lu Ya escorted Gu Hai, whose cultivation was sealed, and steered the flying boat in the direction of Solar Divine Palace. Soon, they disappeared into the horizon. After Lu Ya's flying boat left, another flying boat appeared in the horizon. The one steering the flying boat was Zhang Yulian. Guhai? He was captured by Luya just like that. Humph! Zhang Yulian snorted and steered the flying boat into the distance. Chapter 682. Following the birth of the Qin figurines, Gu Hai began to look for the most reliable people to set up a network around the world. He spread the Qin figurines all over the world so that they could transmit information quickly. Although the area was still small, there were Qin figurines stationed in places that Gu Hai could use. Deqian, Celestial Empire, Heavenly Quartz City. As Gu Hai achieved great results again and again, Mo Yike's status in Deqian also rose. Long Zhanghua even specially arranged a residence for Mo Yike at the entrance of the palace. Mo Yike's residence, in a large hall, a Qin figurine stood in front of Mo Yike. The Qin figurine transmitted Gu Hai's voice from afar. Inform Mo Yike. Mo Yike, I am about to face a great crisis and need to take risks. Stay in Heavenly Quartz City and wait for my orders. If I am in mortal danger, I will immediately send you a message. Ask Long Zhanghua for help immediately. Remember, do not fail. The Qin figurine transmitted its voice. Mo Yike's expression changed. The emperor was about to face a great crisis? Your Majesty, you are about to face a great crisis? You better go find Dai Qianqing immediately, because Dai Qianqing will not be able to leave soon. Mo Yike said bitterly. The Qin figurine quickly transmitted its voice to Gu Hai. Oh, immediately? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Yes, set the time 5 days later. We will send troops to Solar Divine Palace. Mo Yike said respectfully. Send troops to Solar Divine Palace. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. Yes, I've been collecting news in the Heavenly Court all these years, and I've gradually realized that the experts of Deqian have all gathered in the 33 cities of the Heavenly Court, and the main forces have all arrived as well. Something big seems to have happened. Just 3 days ago, Dai Qianqing informed me that he is going to attack Solar God Palace. Mo Yike said solemnly, "It has been planned for a long time. I have studied the history of the Deqian all these years. The relationship between the Deqian and the Solar Divine Hall has been too peaceful. There would come a day when they would explode, and Solar Divine Palace had a transcendent status among the 3 great holy lands." But Gu Hai frowned and pondered. Dai Qianqing said that the Eastern Emperor Tai is in charge of guarding the Heaven Realm. Guarding the Heaven Realm. Therefore, all the forces in the world stay at a respectful distance. Heavenly Realm? Gu Hai was puzzled. Yes, the so-called Heaven Realm is actually a small space. It is the world where the heavens stored the body. It is called the Heaven Realm. Every part of the Immortal of Six Paths body is sleeping in it. The Immortal of Six Paths' eyes have awakened. His right arm has awakened, but the rest of his body is still sleeping in the Heaven Realm. I have a guess. Could this Heaven Realm be the world formed by the Immortal of Six Paths body? Mo Yike asked curiously. The Eastern Emperor Tai is actually protecting the Immortal of Six Paths? After Long Zhanghua destroyed the Eastern Emperor Tai, he found the body of the Immortal of Six Paths. Without waiting for the Immortal of Six Paths to wake up, he can completely destroy him? Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, I think so too. Mo Yike said solemnly. 5 days later, the Deqian Celestial Empire's army is going to attack Solar God Palace? Gu Hai confirmed again. Yes, not only the Deqian Celestial Empire's army, but the 33 cities of the Heavenly Court will all fly to Solar God Palace. Mo Yike said solemnly, "Oh, 33 cities will go south? The place with the Heavenly Court is the Deqian Celestial Empire? Long Zhanghua is really well prepared." Gu Hai said solemnly, "Yes, Your Majesty. What should we do now?" Mo Yike said worriedly, "Don't worry. I shouldn't be in any danger. Long Zhanghua is going to attack Solar God Palace. That's good. I'm also going to Solar God Palace this time. Solar God Palace? Looks like it's going to be interesting this time. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a solemn look. Right, Your Majesty, Dai Qianqing has issued an imperial edict granting the former Day-One Imperial Empire's territory to the Han Dynasty to show Your Majesty's merit. Mo Yike said solemnly. Dai Qianqing is indeed a man of his word. Gu Hai said, since the imperial edict has been issued, the Deqian army should be withdrawing from the former Day-One Imperial Empire's territory soon. Mo Yike said, Mo Yike, Gu Hai said, this subject is here. I bestow upon you the title of Day-One Marshal. You will be in charge of taking back all the cities in the Day-One Imperial Empire's territory. Get ready to move immediately. Gu Hai ordered. Your Majesty, you are in danger. Mo Yike said worriedly. Don't worry about me. I will turn the danger into safety. Although Long Zhanghua has given the Day-One Imperial Empire to me, it is not that easy to take back. The three princes, the Deqian officials, and all the other major powers are jealous. Right now, the Deqian Celestial Empire is attacking Apollo Palace. You were once in charge of the Day-One Imperial Empire's territory. How can you let go of such a good opportunity? I will return to the infinite celestial capital. You will be the Marshal, Day-One Marshal, and Gao Xianji will be the Deputy Marshal. You will lead my celestial demon army and take back all the cities as quickly as possible. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Mo Yike replied. Send a reliable person to Long Zhanghua so that I can contact Long Zhanghua. Prepare to return immediately, Gu Hai said. Yes, Mo Yike was invisible. 5 days later, Sky Palace's Lingxiao Palace entrance. All the officials stood respectfully in the square. Above the 33 cities, there were countless soldiers standing there. Long Zhanghua wore a flat imperial crown and a white dragon robe with golden threads. He stood at the entrance of the Lingxiao Palace and looked up at the sky. Greetings to His Holiness. Long live His Holiness. Countless officials bowed respectfully. Long Zhanghua took a deep breath. I, the Long Zhanghua, have the heart to tell the world. Rumble! In the sky above the sky palaces, the sea of destiny clouds churned. As it churned, Long Zhanghua's god form suddenly transformed into a huge dragon head. The dragon head was ferocious, tens of thousands of zhang long. The dragon body was hidden in the sea of destiny clouds, churning violently. Long Zhanghua opened his mouth. The golden dragon of destiny roared. Instantly, Long Zhanghua's voice was transmitted to all parts of the Deqian Empire. Not only that, but his voice was also transmitted to all parts of the divine continent. I, the Long Zhanghua, have the heart to tell the world. His voice reverberated, shaking the world. Shenong City, Jiang Lianshan stepped out of the infernal divine hall. He led all the officials and looked to the north. Wanshou Taoism. In the south, a man in a black brocade robe stepped out of a grand hall in a purple-black aura. Sect leader, is that Long Zhanghua's voice? His subordinates looked at the black-robed man in surprise. In the southwest, there was a place filled with destiny. It was the Great Yellow Dynasty. At the entrance of the court, a burly man stepped out of the hall and looked to the north. Emperor Kong was standing beside him. He said in shock, His Holiness, is Long Zhanghua really going to start as you predicted? West, spiritual mountain sacred ground. Countless monks walked out of a hall and looked to the north. Buddha, it's Long Zhanghua's voice. All over the world, Long Zhanghua's voice was heard. All the experts looked in the direction of the heavenly courts in shock. Long Zhanghua's voice reverberated throughout the world. He continued, The heavens are destroyed, and the six paths are in chaos. All living things are slaves, unable to leave their cages. They live as slaves of the immortal dome, and die as food for the six paths. I, the Long Zhangguo, am unwilling to accept this. Sun God Palace, Eastern Emperor Tai, aids the six paths in their evil deeds. He subjugates all demons and spirits, protects the six paths body, and eats the hearts of all living things. I, the Long Zhangguo, wish to open the cage and see the heavens. I will first destroy Tai, then kill the six paths. All living things will regain their freedom. Today, I declare that I will fight to the death tomorrow. I will attack Sun God Palace. Yes, in the 33 levels of heaven, everyone shouted in unison. Rumble! The 33 cities, with heavenly courts at the center, suddenly trembled. As they trembled, they slowly moved to the south, towards Sun God Palace. Rumble! The 33 levels of heaven moved faster and faster. The protective arrays above the cities had been activated to prevent the wind from attacking. All the soldiers were inexplicably excited. All the officials clenched their fists. Destroy Sun God Palace? The heavenly courts moved forward, and the world fought. The golden dragon of destiny announced Long Zhangguo's declaration to the world. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. A battle between the heavenly courts and the sacred grounds. This was a world-class battle. The great Yellow Dynasty. Emperor Kong looked at His Holiness and said anxiously, His Holiness, Long Zhangguo has really made a move. What should we do? The sacred ground of Spiritual Mountain. Buddha, Long Zhangguo, is arrogant and wants to bring chaos to the world. He wants to start a world war. Please help us. The future Buddha solemnly said. Wansho Taoism. Sect Master, Long Zhangguo is attacking Tai. What should we do? The black-robed Tongtian Sect Master said. Wait for Tai's response. Yes, Dian Dynasty. Jiang Lianshan looked to the north and narrowed his eyes. Long Zhangguo, so you've already prepared? Just waiting for me to agree. Forget it. Morong Yen didn't choose me in the past. It seems that I'm not qualified. Go, I hope you succeed. Where Gu Hai was. At this moment, Gu Hai's cultivation was sealed by Luya, and he landed on the flying boat. The two of them flew toward Sun God Palace. During the flight, Long Zhangguo's voice suddenly sounded. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. 5 days ago, Gu Hai already knew what Long Zhangguo was going to do. But Luya didn't know. Gu Hai turned to look at Luya's expression. When Luya heard Long Zhangguo's words, he also narrowed his eyes and sneered. Long Zhangguo? He destroyed one of the eyes of the deity of six paths. Does he really think he's invincible? Luya sneered with disdain. Oh, Crown Prince Luya, do you think that Long Zhangguo is arrogant and ignorant and is not a match for Sun God Palace? Gu Hai looked at Luya in confusion. Luya looked coldly at Gu Hai. What do you know? Long Zhangguo was just lucky. Sun God Palace has a heritage of 800,000 years. How can Long Zhangguo, who is only a few thousand years old, compare to us? Is that so? Gu Hai was confused. Luya ignored Gu Hai and steered the flying boat slowly towards Sun God Palace. The flying boat was not fast, and Luya didn't seem to be in a hurry. Every noon, Luya would cultivate for 30 minutes. At this moment, Luya's body seemed to have become a black hole. All the sunlight within 1,000 miles was strangely sucked into the black hole on the surface of Luya's body. It was dark within 1,000 miles. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with surprise. After 3 months, the two's flying boat slowly flew to the boundary of Solar God Palace. We're back. Luya's eyes flashed with anticipation. Chapter 683. At the Infinite Celestial Capital, At the Crown Prince's residence, Guqin summoned Mo Yike, Montez Qintianshan, and Gao Xianji. Mo Yike, Imperial Father, is in danger. Is he involved in the dispute at Solar Divine Hall? Are you sure that Imperial Father said that he is in danger? Guqin asked with a sullen expression. Yes, His Majesty did not want me to worry. However, I feel that His Majesty is comforting me. He should be in great danger. Mo Yike nodded. Then why are we still taking in day one? We should go to Solar Divine Hall immediately. Saving His Majesty is our top priority. Gao Xianji said, anxiously. But His Majesty already gave us an order. Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. When a general is outside, he cannot obey the orders of the Emperor. I feel that saving His Majesty is more important. Gao Xianji said, anxiously. I agree too. Qin Tianshan said firmly. If His Majesty was not around, what was the point of conquering more territory? As long as His Majesty was not in danger, wouldn't it be fine to take back the territory they conquered today? I feel that there is no need. Montez suddenly said with a frown. Huh. Everyone looked at Montez with a frown. I know that everyone is loyal to His Majesty, but don't you have confidence in His Majesty? Who is His Majesty? How many dangers has he faced in the past? When did he not manage to avert the danger? Furthermore, His Majesty has the Guqin statue. If he is in danger, he can just inform Long Zhanghua. Furthermore, is His Majesty not as thorough as us in his consideration of whether he can survive this crisis? Montez said seriously. Everyone fell silent. Indeed, everyone trusted Guhai. However, Guhai was in danger now. How could they not worry? All right, Lord Mo, Lord Gao, follow Imperial Father's orders and prepare the army to reclaim Daewon's former territories. This is Imperial Father's order. You cannot do anything. Guqin instructed. Yes. Mo Yike and Gao Xianji frowned and nodded. As for Solar Divine Palace, this consort is still worried. This consort will personally lead a group of people there. Guqin said solemnly, Crown Prince. Everyone's expression changed as they looked at Guqin. Don't worry. The enemy is out in the open while I'm in the dark. Nothing will happen. Guqin shook his head. I will go with the Crown Prince. Montez immediately shouted. Guqin looked at Montez. Crown Prince, this subject is also loyal to the Emperor. Previously, a large number of embroidered uniformed guards followed into the Azura Path's secret realm. Although their numbers are not as great as Lord Chen's demon god army, there are still many of them. This time, they will definitely be able to help the Crown Prince. Montez requested. Guqin was silent for a moment before nodding. All right. I am also willing to follow the Crown Prince to Solar Divine Palace. Qin Tianshan shouted. Guqin shook his head. Lord Qin, you cannot go. Why? Lord Mo and Lord Gao are going to lead troops to subdue Daewon's territory. Montez and I are going to Solar Divine Palace. Imperial Mother also left Limitless Celestial Capital. Someone needs to manage Limitless Celestial Capital. Right now, in the Han Dynasty, aside from us, you have the highest seniority. You will be in charge of Limitless Celestial Capital. Only then can it be peaceful. Guqin instructed solemnly. Qin Tianshan remained silent for a while before nodding in the end. By the way, Lord Qin, His Majesty has decreed that Lord Mo will be the Day One Marshal, and I will be the Vice Marshal. We will lead the Immortal Demon Army to subdue Daewon's territory. However, the 500,000 Immortal Demon Army will be under your command. Can you hand them over to Lord Mo and me for now? Once we subdue Daewon, we will return them to you? Gao Xianji looked at Qin Tianshan. However, Qin Tianshan frowned slightly as he looked at Gao Xinji. Back then, when we entered the Azura Path's secret realm, we had 600,000 soldiers, of which we already gave 100,000 to Lord Gao. Lord Gao, do you still think that is not enough? It is not that it is not enough. Just in case, Gao Xinji said with a smile, the 500,000 Immortal Demon Army is the strongest army of the Han Dynasty. It is an important weapon of the nation. His Majesty handed it to this subject. Lord Gao, please forgive me. I can only return it to His Majesty. I absolutely cannot hand it to a second person, Chen Tianshan said solemnly. Huh. Gao Xianji's expression froze. Unexpectedly, Chen Tianshan rejected her directly. Speaking of which, although Gao Xianji did not look down on Chen Tianshan, she felt that Chen Tianshan was not very capable. He was mediocre at governing a country, leading troops, and diplomacy. In any case, he was mediocre at everything. However, she could not understand why the emperor valued Chen Tianshan so much, even handing the Immortal Demon Army to Chen Tianshan. She would be lying if she said that she was not jealous. However, now, the emperor personally said that she should lead the Immortal Demon Army. Shouldn't she hand it to me? Lord Chen, His Majesty said that Lord Mo and I should lead the Immortal Demon Army. Gao Xinji said with a frown. Mo Yike, Guqin, and Montez also frowned at Chen Tianshan's attitude. If you feel that you need the Immortal Demon Army, you can send me a message through the Zither figurine. I will be in the limitless celestial capital. I will order the Immortal Demon Army to do what you cannot do, Chen Tianshan said solemnly. If we want to command the Immortal Demon Army, we need to go through you? Lord Chen, you should know that speed is crucial in war. On the battlefield, many things change in an instant. If we inform you and you arrange the Immortal Demon Army, how much time will that waste? How many opportunities will that delay? Gao Xianji said anxiously. Mo Yike also frowned as he looked at Chen Tianshan. Sorry, Lord Gao. I have to be responsible for His Majesty. I have to do this. Chen Tianshan said stubbornly. Gao Xianji goggled, feeling speechless. This Chen Tianshan is too pedantic. Mo Yike, Guqin, and Montez also gave Chen Tianshan strange expressions. In the past, they felt that Chen Tianshan was not capable and did not have the qualifications to be the Han Dynasty's Second Army's commander. Now, they finally saw Chen Tianshan's capabilities. Pedantic, how pedantic. His Majesty already let Gao Xianji lead the Immortal Demon Army. Yet, you are still pedantic and not willing? You want them to mobilize the Immortal Demon Army. Through you? How pedantic is this? Chen Tianshan persisted. Everyone could only feel helpless. No matter what, the Han Dynasty started to move. Long Zhanggua's imperial edict completely opened the gates to the cities in the Daewon's territory. Guqin and Montez led a group of people and silently left the boundless celestial capital. Chen Tianshan managed the boundless celestial capital, Solar Divine Palace's territory. Early in the morning, they are back. Luya looked at the distant sky with anticipation flashing in his eyes. The flying ship flew 500,000 kilometers upward. Gu Hai seemed to see many gigantic stars. Each star was at least 10 times the size of Earth in the past. Furthermore, Gu Hai seemed to see many mountains and pavilions on these stars. He even saw many spirit beasts walking on them. These are stars? Gu Hai said in shock. Stars? Huh. The words that come out of your mouth are really funny. Luya revealed a cold smile. Aren't they? Gu Hai said in shock. These are called stars. In Solar Divine Palace, they are also called demon stars. They are the residences of various spirit beasts. They are just subsidiary cities of Solar Divine Palace. Luya sneered. Demon stars? 361. Number of cycles? Gu Hai counted the number of stars that were inhabited by spirit beasts. You have good eyesight. Luya revealed a cold smile. Number of cycles? Gu Hai felt that the stars seemed to be surrounding him and also seemed to be revolving around a certain point. Gu Hai searched carefully according to the direction that the stars were revolving. Soon he found the place. There was a vast sea in the distance. However, there was nothing on the sea. Whoa! At this moment, the first ray of sunlight shone down. It seemed like endless sun fire poured into the sea. Golden flames poured in and lit up the sea. The sea emitted a large amount of golden light. The golden light condensed and seemed to form a giant tree the size of a tong tian. It was a fusong tree the size of a tong tian. The fusong tree shone brightly and had a large number of branches. On each branch, there was a city. There were as many as 49 cities. They were divided into 3 main groups. In the center was the peak of the main branch. In the distance, at the highest point, there was a main palace wrapped in flames. There was a plaque on it. There were 3 large words written on it, Emperor Dong Palace. At the peak of the left main branch, at the highest point, there was a purple aura. The plaque on the largest palace had 3 large words written on it, Taiwa Palace. At the peak of the right main branch, at the highest point, there was a white aura. The plaque on the largest palace had 3 large words written on it, Absolute Beginning Palace. Eastern Monarch Tai Palace? Taiwa Palace? Absolute Beginning Palace? It turns out that they are all on this giant fusong tree. This is Solar Divine Palace. Gu Hai said in shock as he looked up at the sky. 361 demon stars surrounded the huge fusong tree, forming the number of cycles in the sky. After the first ray of sunlight, the giant fusong tree slowly disappeared. However, Gu Hai knew that it was still there. It just became transparent and couldn't be seen clearly. However, it was there. Those palaces and cities were still on the tree. Ignorant. You don't even know this. Luya looked at Gu Hai with disdain. Whoosh! At this moment, a beam of azure light suddenly shot down from one of the demon stars and landed in front of Luya's flying ship. Boom! The azure light stopped in front of Luya. It was Gu Hai's old acquaintance, the great Myojin Kong Xian. Kong Xian flew closer and looked at Gu Hai before turning to Luya. Prince Luya, oh, the great Myojin? Didn't you dislike demon stars and stay in your peacock sea? Why did you come from a demon star to stop me? Luya frowned and looked at Kong Xian. Kong Xian shook his head. There are 361 demon stars. Each demon star has a demon king. I was appointed by the master to guard the peacock star. The peacock star is my star. Why can't I come from there? The peacock star is your star. Of course, there is nothing wrong with that. However, great Myojin, why did you stop me? Luya asked in a low voice. Kong Xian looked at Gu Hai. Prince Luya, why did you capture Gu Hai? This person is a disaster. Wherever he goes, there will be disasters. Now, the Longzhangguo army is about to arrive. Prince Luya, bringing him back, will bring a lot of variables. Why don't you hand him over to me so that I can eliminate him before the battle? Huh. Gu Hai's face darkened. Luya's eyes turned cold. Oh, so, great Myojin, you have been waiting here for a long time? You stood on the peacock star just to wait for my return. Kong Xian looked at Luya and bowed slightly. However, he looked at Gu Hai with a murderous look. There was even a strong obsession in this murderous look. From the first time he saw Gu Hai, he knew that Gu Hai was not someone to be trifled with. At that time, Gu Hai was only in the innate realm. How long had it been since he was in the innate realm? Had he opened the Sky Palace? Time and time again, he could escape. This time, even if he had to offend Prince Luya and everyone else, he had to kill Gu Hai. Luya did not care about Gu Hai's life or death. However, he cared about his authority. Even if Gu Hai was his prisoner, no one else could interfere with his things. I am also very curious. Great Myojin, how did you know my whereabouts? Luya looked coldly at Kong Xian. Kong Xian turned his head and looked in another direction. They told me. Oh. Luya turned his head. Yi Hua, Yin Hua? Gu Hai suddenly widened his eyes. There was a group of angels standing on a flying ship in the distance. Yi Hua and Yen Hua were standing among them. There was also a group of black angels beside them. At this moment, the black angels were escorting Ao Shun, who was covered in wounds. Several chains passed through Ao Shun's body and locked Ao Shun's bones. His back was dripping with blood. Hallmaster, I am useless. I was ambushed on the way. Ao Shun knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with grief. Chapter 684. Hall Leader, I am useless. I was ambushed on the way. Ao Shun knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with grief. Why are you crying? No one is blaming you. Gu Hai shouted coldly. In the distance, Ao Shun looked up, and the grief on his face disappeared. During the time he was captured, Ao Shun felt the most guilty because he had messed up Gu Hai's orders. Humph! Gu Hai, you didn't expect this, did you? Ha 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 ha. Yi Hua suddenly laughed sinisterly. Do you want to die? Gu Hai said coldly. Although Gu Hai's cultivation was sealed, there was still a murderous look in his eyes. Yi Hua shuddered when the murderous look appeared. Yi Hua's arrogant words were stuck in his throat. Yen Hua looked coldly at Gu Hai. Gu Hai, your cultivation should be sealed by Crown Prince Luya, right? What are you so proud of? Gu Hai looked at Yen Hua and said coldly, if Ao Shun dies, I will let you die with him. You believe me? Die with him. Ha ha ha, what can you do now? If the great Myojin wants you dead, do you think you can live past today? Yen Hua said coldly. So, you think Crown Prince Luya is easy to bully? Gu Hai smiled. Yen Hua's face darkened. At this moment, Crown Prince Luya also looked coldly at Yen Hua. Do you think I can't kill Gu Hai? Or, do you think I won't kill Gu Hai? Crown Prince Luya, I didn't mean that, but... Yen Hua's expression changed. Humph! Crown Prince Luya snorted and turned to look at Kong Xian. At this moment, Kong Xian still looked very determined, as if he would only be satisfied when Gu Hai was completely killed. Crown Prince Luya, I am doing this for the good of Solar God Palace. This Gu Hai is Long Zhongguo's spy. You should know what he has done all these years. If we don't get rid of him now, there will be trouble in the future. Kong Xian said coldly. Future trouble? Humph, it's not your turn to interfere in my matters. Luya's eyes turned cold. Although Luya scolded Kong Xian coldly, Gu Hai knew that Luya was not trying to protect him. He did not care about his life at all. He only cared about his reputation. Therefore, he definitely could not place his hopes on Luya. Long Zhongguo's spy. Great Myojin, are you talking about me or yourself? Gu Hai glared at him. Kong Xian's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Gu Hai ferociously. Luya and Yen Hua also narrowed their eyes and looked at Kong Xian in surprise. Gu Hai, you want to slander me too? Ha 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 ha. Kong Xian laughed coldly. Luya also looked at Gu Hai coldly. After all, no one believed that Kong Xian was Long Zhongguo's spy. Gu Hai's framing was too clumsy, wasn't it? Gu Hai also understood that this could not be done. At this moment, no one would believe that Kong Xian was Long Zhongguo's spy. However, it did not matter. It was enough to plant a seed in everyone's heart today. Great Myojin, you know very well whether I am slandering you or not. Now you want to silence me? Humph, you are using Crown Prince Luya's hand. It was Crown Prince Luya who sealed my cultivation, so that you could get away with it. At that time, you can push the blame to Crown Prince Luya. Humph, Yenhua is a cover, and Crown Prince Luya is your knife? Humph, Great Myojin, you are really scheming, Guhai said coldly. Ha ha ha, Crown Prince Luya, did you hear that? I said that Guhai is a scourge. How long has it been? He has already started sowing discord. Crown Prince Luya, please do not tolerate this scoundrel. Humph, I am using Crown Prince Luya to kill him? What a joke. Kong Xian said coldly. Not far away, Yen Hua nodded. Crown Prince Luya, this Guhai does like to distort right and wrong. Not long ago, Mosquito Darren also wanted to assassinate him. In the end, he became a thug because of his sharp tongue. Crown Prince Luya, be careful. Crown Prince Luya naturally did not believe Guhai's nonsense. Instead, he looked coldly at Guhai. You said that I am Kong Xian's knife. Crown Prince Luya, if you think that I have gone overboard, you can release my seal. I will kill Kong Xian in front of you. You believe me? Guhai said, extremely solemnly. Luya narrowed his eyes and looked at Guhai in surprise. Kong Xian's battle power was one of the best in Apollo Palace. He was definitely in the top 10 of the 361 demon stars on the Peacock planet. Even if he was not as good as Luya, he should not be too far behind. Guhai actually said that he would kill Kong Xian in front of him. Crown Prince Luya, what are you worried about? I was not your opponent that day, so I willingly accepted the title. Now, I am much weaker than that day, am I not? Didn't you confiscate the Vine World Gourd, True Fire Gourd, Life Punishing Saber, and Immortal Slaying Gourd? What are you worried about? Guhai sneered. Luya's face darkened. That day, when he sealed his cultivation, Luya had indeed forced Guhai to hand over the Vine World Gourd, True Fire Gourd, Life Punishing Saber, and even the Immortal Slaying Gourd. As for the other things on Guhai, Luya did not search him, nor did he bother to do so. He was the crown prince of the demon race. But why was Guhai so confident? Crown Prince Luya, don't listen to his flowery words. Let me kill you and end it all. Kong Xian said coldly. Humph, seal my cultivation. Even if I die, I will only die in the hands of Crown Prince Luya. You? Ha! It is a pity that Crown Prince Lu, you did not let me kill you. Guhai shouted coldly. Luya reached out and tapped Guhai's dantian. Whong! A ray of golden light exploded from Guhai's dantian. Guhai released a powerful aura around him. Crown Prince Luya, why did you release his seal? Kong Xian's face changed. Thank you, Crown Prince Luya. Guhai sneered. Humph, I would like to see how you are going to kill Kong Xian. Luya said coldly. After that, Luya looked at Kong Xian coldly. Kong Xian, you are my father's most loyal subordinate. I will give you face this time. However, I want Guhai's corpse intact. Yes, thank you, Crown Prince Luya. Kong Xian was overjoyed. It was impossible for Guhai to deal with Kong Xian. He was courting death. Moreover, Luya had confiscated his weapons and treasures. Kong Xian sneered at Guhai. Guhai also revealed a confident sneer. This trace of a cold smile caused Luya and Kong Xian to frown. At this moment, Guhai could still fight with Kong Xian? Where did his confidence come from? Guhai's confidence. This was just a facade for the two of them. He had just entered the lower heavenly palace. How could he deal with Kong Xian? Guhai sent a thought into the storage ring on his finger. There was a Guqin figurine in the ring. As long as the Guqin figurine informed Long Zhanghua would come to save him. This was one of Guhai's greatest trump cards. Inform Long Zhanghua and use his contribution to exchange for Long Zhanggua's help. Great Myojin. I hope you won't regret it later. Guhai sneered. As he spoke, his finger gently moved the ring. Suddenly, a wave of magic power entered the ring. Just as he was about to inform the Guqin figurine, little peacock, you are truly unforgiving. Not to mention that this palace master does not have any attachment to Guhai. You keep using Xiaorou's attachment as an excuse to kill Guhai time and time again. Are you trying to humiliate this palace master? Suddenly, a loud voice rang out in the surroundings. Boom! A strong aura suddenly descended from the sky. Taiwa. Yanhua's expression changed. Lu Ye also narrowed his eyes and looked up at the sky. Oh no! Kong Xian's expression changed. The next moment, he stood up ferociously. He stretched out his hand and hit Guhai with his palm. Boom! A 5-colored palm struck towards Guhai, as if he wanted to kill Guhai immediately. How dare you! Taiwa's voice rang out again. The void trembled. Suddenly, a huge snake tail emerged from the void. The snake tail swung out, causing the void to tremble. A vast purple storm instantly appeared in front of Kong Xian's palm. Boom! With a loud bang, a monstrous storm suddenly swept up in the surroundings. The 5-colored palm exploded, and the snake tail shook, disappearing into the void. Kong Xian also instantly retreated a distance of 300 meters. Taiwa, weren't you in seclusion? Kong Xian exclaimed with his eyes wide open. Guhai looked up and saw countless purple clouds surrounding a purple cloud. On top of the purple cloud stood a woman with a human body and a snake tail. The woman was none other than Taiwa. The instant Guhai saw Taiwa, he fell into a daze. Xiaorou, who had been in the innate realm in Tianyuan Island and the innate puzzle world, looked exactly like this. At that time, his heart was filled with obsession with Chen Xianer, so he ignored Xiaorou's love. At that time, Guhai's heart was sealed in ice. Because of Xiaorou, a crack finally appeared in the ice in his heart at the moment of Xiaorou's death. Because of Xiaorou, Guhai no longer rejected the entry of other feelings. Long Wanqing, Lin Wanner, and even Bingheim. When Guhai saw Taiwa, he thought of Xiaorou. When he thought of Xiaorou, his heart felt strangely stifled. Xiaorou's earthly soul was Taiwa's earthly soul. The heavenly soul and the human soul merged with Taiwa's earthly soul. It was not wrong to say that Taiwa was Xiaorou. However, Xiaorou was not Taiwa. After all, after Xiaorou merged with Taiwa, Taiwa dominated her will. Closed-door cultivation? Humph. Kong Xian, this palace master did not care about this Guhai at first. However, it is you who keep stirring up trouble again and again. Since when is it your turn to meddle in my Taiwa's matters? Taiwa's eyes turned cold as murderous intent surged out. Kong Xian also showed a ferocious expression. Queen Hua, since you do not care about Guhai, what's wrong with letting me kill him? Humph. You say that you do not care? However, you and Xiaorou share the same earthly soul. Your will is superior to hers, but she is you. Your 3 souls are fusing, and your feelings are fusing. Do you dare to say that Xiaorou's feelings for Guhai did not affect you? If not, how could you carve Xiaorou's miserable state outside Taiwa Palace that day? Humph. Kong Xian, you are meddling too much. Do you want to die? Taiwa's eyes turned cold as he took a step forward. Ha. You want to die? I am meddling too much. However, Queen Hua, do you know why Master allowed you to enter Solar Divine Palace? Do you know why Master gave you authority that is below Master's? In our hearts, you are already Queen Hua, Master's woman. Humph. Are you pretending not to know? Is it useful? In the past, if Master did not plead with the heavens, you would have died 800,000 years ago. No, your body and soul would have been destroyed. It was Master who pleaded with the Immortal of six paths that you have today. Kong Xian said with a glare. Impudent? Taiwa glared. Impudent? Humph. Today, even if Queen Hua stops me, this Gu Hai must die. Kong Xian said with a ferocious expression. With a ferocious expression, Kong Xian looked up at the sky and roared. Fiend kings of the 300 fiend stars, this time, Kong Xian invites all of you to work together and lay the heavenly cycle star formation to destroy Luo Gu Hai and restore Queen Hua's heart. Chapter 685. Kong Xian's rallying power was still very strong. With a shout, the 360 demon stars suddenly shone with dazzling light. It was as if Kong Xian had already planned this beforehand. 1. The starlight was dazzling. In the early hours of the morning, the originally dazzling sunlight suddenly dimmed, and only the demon stars could be seen. They seemed to have connected into a line, forming a super huge net. As soon as the net appeared, a starlight palm suddenly formed. The palm was 10,000 feet long, and it went straight for Gu Hai. Kong Xian, you actually bewitched all the demon kings for Gu Hai? Set up the cosmic cycle star array. Did you get any orders from father? Luya suddenly glared. Crown Prince Luya, this is an emergency. Please forgive me. Later, I will bring a bramble and ask for punishment from Master. Kong Xian said with a ferocious expression. Palm of the stars? Humph. Taiwa's face turned cold. Queen Hua, you better not move. This palm of the stars is the condensation of the cosmic cycle star array. Its power is no weaker than Long Zhanggua's Eye of Heaven. Kong Xian looked at Taiwa with a cold smile. Boom. As expected, the giant palm of the stars pressed down, and a heavenly aura instantly rushed into the hearts of everyone below. Not far away, a group of angels was immediately suppressed by this aura and knelt down. Even the black angel, Yanhua, and Yihua also knelt down in shock. Gu Hai's expression also changed. This aura was too strong. It was so strong that he couldn't resist at all. If it weren't for his huge human soul, he would have been forced to kneel down. Palm of the stars? Don't move? When Fuxi created the cosmic cycle star array, I was right beside him. Don't move? Humph. Taiwa's expression was ferocious as he waved his hand. Wang. A huge bronze cauldron suddenly appeared in Taiwa's palm. On the surface of the cauldron, the Khanate 8 trigrams diagram was engraved, but inside, countless demon beasts were engraved. Taiwa activated it. Boom. The huge cauldron suddenly enlarged, and an extremely thick aura suddenly erupted. The surrounding flying boats were immediately blown away by a wave of qi. Even the flying boat that Luya was suppressing was pushed back. Cauldron of Heaven and Earth, the third Dharma treasure in history? Luya's eyelids suddenly twitched as excitement flashed across his eyes. Cauldron of Heaven and Earth? You are really in your hands. Kong Xian's expression changed. Boom. On the surface of the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth, the 8 trigrams instantly emitted a dazzling golden light. The 10,000 fiend diagram inside instantly emitted the roars of billions of fiends as it sucked fiercely. Boom. The astral palm was sucked into the cauldron. Within the cauldron, hundreds of millions of demons were madly gnawing away at the astral palm. It was as if it wanted to completely refine the astral palm. Screech. Kong Xian's figure flashed and soared into the sky. In the starry sky, the cluster of demon stars seemed to form a huge light pillar that rushed towards Kong Xian's body. Kong Xian reached out his right palm and instantly merged it with the astral palm. Astral palm, listen to my command. Chaotic, heavenly cycle, tear apart the heavens and earth, break for me. Kong Xian shouted. Boom. Kong Xian merged with the astral palm that was sucked into the cauldron of heaven and earth. The parts that were torn apart by the thousands of demons in the cauldron immediately recovered rapidly. Moreover, with a strong force, it struck the cauldron of heaven and earth, as if it wanted to completely shatter the cauldron. Humph, cosmic cycle star array, I don't have that kind of power, Taiwa said with a ferocious expression. Boom. Taiwa activated the cauldron of heaven and earth again. In an instant, the void where the astral palm merged with the cauldron of heaven and earth was torn apart. Fragments of the void were torn apart, forming a huge black hole that crazily sucked in everything around it. Ah, help! No, Elder, save me! The surrounding angels were sucked into the black hole in horror. As soon as they entered the black hole, their physical bodies were instantly shredded into pieces and completely disappeared. The powerful force was not any weaker than when Long Zhanghua fought against the Eye of Heaven. The transparent Fusang tree suddenly shook violently. As it shook, the sea below rose up, and then the endless sea water was quickly sucked into the black hole. Above the stars, there were 361 powerful demon kings controlling the array. Below, Taiwa controlled the cauldron of heaven and earth with all his strength. Fortunately, with Luya in front, the pressure around Guhai was reduced by a lot. However, looking at the scene in front of him, Guhai was shocked. Back when Long Zhanghua fought the deity of six paths, he thought that it was the most intense battle. No matter how strong Solar Divine Shrine was, it should be within a certain range. However, the scene in front of him subverted Guhai's thoughts. The astral palm and the cauldron of heaven and earth. The power of the collision between the two was actually similar to when Long Zhanghua fought the deity of six paths. This was not even the strongest of Solar Divine Shrine, Dong Huang Tai. Could Long Zhanghua succeed in attacking Solar Divine Shrine this time? While Guhai was anxious, Kong Xian's body expanded, as if he was struggling with the powerful astral power. At this moment, Taiwa's forehead was also covered in cold sweat. He looked ferocious. Neither of them gave in. One wanted Guhai to die, and the other wanted to protect Guhai. The two forces collided, and the black hole in the void became bigger and bigger, just as both sides were about to suffer. Dang! Suddenly, a loud bell rang from the top of the swaying Fusang giant tree. When the bell rang, Guhai and everyone in the surroundings suddenly felt their minds buzzing. All that was left was the deep and resounding sound of the bell. Many people seemed to be in a daze and forgot everything. As the bell rang, a yellow ripple rushed down from the void. Hum! The yellow ripple collided, and the astral palm and the cauldron of heaven and earth were suddenly pushed away. Kong Xian and Taiwa instantly retreated 1,000 feet before stopping. Buzz, 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 buzz. Everyone's mind was still buzzing, and it was a blur. After a while, they woke up one after another. This bell sound? Guhai looked up. It was the bell sound coming from Emperor Dong's palace at the top of the Fusang tree. The bell of chaos? Tai, you didn't enter the heaven realm? Taiwa looked at the sky with a cold expression. The bell of chaos? The second Dharma treasure in the world. Guhai's face darkened. Greetings, Father. Luya bowed to solemnly in the sky. Greetings, Master. Kong Xian and the demon kings on the 360 demon stars bowed respectfully. Rumble! The surrounding seawater was sucked into the black hole, and the black hole slowly recovered. The torn void also slowly repaired itself. Aside from bowing respectfully, there was silence. However, under this silence, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Although Tai did not show up, he imperceptibly gave everyone a heart-wrenching pressure. Taiwa, you're finally willing to use the cauldron of heaven and earth. Tai's voice came from Emperor Dong's palace. So, you've been waiting in Emperor Dong's palace. Humph. Were you waiting for my cauldron of heaven and earth? Taiwa said with a ferocious expression. Waiting? You underestimate me too much. I just came out. Tai's voice came. Just came out? You went in and came out. Taiwa said with a frown. Not everyone. Only Tai Chu and I came out. Tai said calmly. Humph. Taiwa snorted coldly. Before I left, I told you that Solar Divine Palace is not allowed to kill each other. Did you take my words for granted? Tai said coldly. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Master, the culprit is Gu Hai. Crown Prince Lu, you brought Gu Hai back. We wanted to kill Gu Hai, but Empress Hua stopped us. That's why the battle just now happened. Kong Xian said gravely. Kong Xian, I'll say it one more time. If you call me Empress Hua again, I'll make sure you die, without a complete corpse. Taiwa said with a ferocious expression. Kong Xian bowed respectfully to Emperor Dong's palace. There was no response. Taiwa, is this true? A cold snort came from Emperor Dong's palace. I want to protect him. As long as I'm here, no one can kill him. Taiwa said coldly. Master, Gu Hai is Long Zhanggua's right-hand man. This time, the Long Zhanggua is attacking Solar Divine Palace. In less than 10 days, he'll arrive at Solar Divine Palace. He's a scourge. Moreover, Master said that this Gu Hai might be a spirit cultivator. No, he has a wisp of spirit light with the attribute of disaster. The battle with the Long Zhanggua is imminent. The calamity spirit light can't come to Solar Divine Palace. We must kill it as soon as possible. Kong Xian shouted. Calamity spirit light? Humph, Kong Xian, you're really good at ting. Taiwa said with a glare. Humph. It doesn't matter whether he is involved or not. As long as Gu Hai has the slightest chance, he must be killed. My lord, please grant Gu Hai death. Kong Xian shouted. You dare? Taiwa glared at Emperor Dong's palace in the sky. Luya frowned as he looked at Gu Hai. However, he discovered that with his father's interference, everything was out of his control. He could only stand aside and not say anything. If this monarch wants Gu Hai to die, Taiwa, what will you do? Taiyi's cold voice rang out. Back then, when I joined Solar Divine Palace, you said that you would not restrict my freedom. I am grateful for your protection over the years. However, if I cannot even do what I want to do without freedom, what can I do even if I am safe? Hence, back then, I wanted to find a place where no one would disturb me and properly experience a different life. I went to the innate puzzle world that old man Guanxi left behind before he died to reincarnate. There, I was not disturbed by Solar Divine Palace. I discovered that although my life was difficult, there was always hope in life. After my older brother, Fushi, died, I felt like the entire world was black and white. That was until I met someone who showed me that the world had other colors besides black and white. This time, even if you stop me, I will insist on what I want. If he dies, I will draw a clear line between myself and Solar Divine Palace. From then on, I will have nothing to do with it. Taiwa said resolutely. You, Kong Xian exclaimed, glaring. Luya's expression also changed. At this juncture, Taiwa wanted to betray Solar Divine Palace. Everyone looked anxiously at Emperor Dong's palace. Emperor Dong's palace remained silent for a long time. After a while, Taiyi's voice rang out. This monarch does not believe in the calamity spiritual light. This monarch can let Gu Hai live. However, while the death penalty can be avoided, the punishment cannot be forgiven. Back then, Taiyi captured and killed Taiyi's bloodline and handed him over to Taiyi for now. After this monarch deals with Long Zhanggua, I will deal with Gu Hai. My lord, Kong Xian's expression changed drastically. The prerequisite is that you, Taiwa, enter the heaven realm with me. You are needed there, Tai said coldly. Taiwa looked at Guhai. Guhai also looked at Taiwa in confusion. Was this Taiwa or Ruru? Okay, but when I come out, if Guhai... Taiwa bit his lip. If I say not to let him die, he will not die, Tai, he said firmly. Taiwa, don't worry. I will only watch him. I will not kill him. Tai Yi's voice rang out from Emperor Dong's palace. Okay, Taiwa answered.